welcome to the coverage of YCS Bochum. We have more than 1,015 German players, and a few more guys from the rest of Europe, and a few more guys from America that made the trip here, and we got the largest European tournament of all time. We thought more players means we need more commentators. That's why I'm joined this weekend by both Rob and Luke. It's going to be the holy trinity this weekend for you guys, just to present you with some live updates from YCS Bochum. And we just had a question right here. How hyped are we?
We are hyped.
We are
very hyped.
Hype. This is going to be absolutely exciting. We got a beautiful metagame. Beautiful.
Oh, yes.
With 3 decks at the top. We're going to be talking about that for the rest of the weekend. We got a little bit more of a country breakdown that's like one-sided with lots of Germans, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Italy in hot pursuit. And the Netherlands, of course. And it's going to be a few interesting stories this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what kind of decks are we looking at the moment? What is the 3 decks that are really going to be in there?
So ABCs, Paleozoics, and Metalfoes, all up at the top. Really, no one wants. Well, there's going to be some people out there who want to say, "Oh, this one's the best," but I think they're pretty even up at the top. It's kind of a bit of a trinity going on with the metagame. One beats the next. Bit of a rock paper scissors going on with a few. Other various things in there.
It seems to depend on who you're asking, to be honest.
Yes, exactly.
There have been a couple of guys that have had a very strong opinion. Like I talked to Alpay, for example. He was like, I think Paleozoic is by far the best deck.
Yeah.
Raphael and Evan, on the other hand, said there is no deck that has an edge. All 3 are really equal. It's the only difference is what you're losing to. If it's Chinzo or anti-spell fragrance. So you're basically picking what you're losing to.
Yeah, I mean, when I was talking in the interview yesterday, which we will see coming up because it's a bit of nice pre-recorded content, it's basically ABCs has a 50-50 chance against Frogs. Okay. And Frogs straight up beat, can beat Metalfoes.
All right.
And Metalfoes has a good chance against ABC.
Oh,
so we do actually have a kind of a triangle of decks. It feels like a rock, paper, scissors format.
Yeah.
But also everybody seems to be taking all these really kind of cool new things that they got, and then just sticking it with another deck type, and then just seeing if it works.
I just mentioned Chinzo, and I don't know, 3 months ago, people would have just laughed like straight in your face and said, hey, I'm playing Chinzo, and it's a good idea this weekend. And now everything is different again.
Yeah.
Chinzo is actually a card again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it fits in the scales of the Metalfoes deck,
Right.
so you can... Jinzo was always seen as, very powerful when, it was kind of
Trap heavy.
and that kind of fell out of favour, but now we have a trap heavy deck again, and we've got a really easy way to summon it with the Metalfoes deck, just being able to add it onto the pendulum summon.
Right.
It's amazing. You
Okay,
can
so
shut down a deck
each
completely.
of us needs to pick a deck for the weekend. What's going to win?
I always pick 2 decks. You should know this by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always try to make you pick one. You should
Okay.
know this by now.
Okay, well, if I had to go with the one on top, I'm going to go with Paleozoics.
All right.
I'm going to go with Frogs, Paleozoics.
I'm going to go with Minerva's one because I want to be the odd one out.
Okay.
Okay.
And my second choice is
What?
Metalfoes.
Okay. Yeah, it's
That's
going
his
to
third choice.
be my second choice would be Fender Knights Manibus because you never see them coming.
Although we may see Dark Lords as well.
Yes, actually,
I love Dark Lords sort of thing.
if you take a look a little bit later today at the metagame breakdown, you might be surprised that the other category seems to be absolutely exploding. But actually, I did enter some deck lists earlier, and I noticed it's not that the judges don't know where to put these decks, and they just pick other. There literally are that many players picking something different.
Yeah.
I've had a player play Watts, for example, where it's just like, okay, then we got a couple of guys going with Barriers. It's not just different variants of the same deck. It's not just, it's the Lights 1 deck playing Minerva or not. Is it Minerva's one or not? It's really like it's a different deck half the
I
time.
mean, there's even a guy that's coming over from the US that submitted his deck to us that's playing Ghost Trick at this event.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Speedroy Ghost Tricks, yeah.
Right.
I actually have a really fun story about Watts. At the European Championships in Amsterdam, one of my friends, he was very much playing the hat deck. It was his deck of choice. And then on the Friday, I walked up to him and because he liked Watts, pointed out that if you managed to attack someone with a Watt Giraffe and then make Exciton Knight, that would be hilarious. He actually made the top cut because he thought that was funny, and he just did that every round.
Okay. That's the way to go. All right, guys.
Yeah.
For our first feature match of the weekend, we got 8 today and 8 more tomorrow, so it's going to be a long weekend. We picked Temis Goutsis from Greece, who is playing one of these 3 decks. Oh, actually, no, he's
No,
not.
he's playing probably
he's
the
playing-
4th deck.
He's playing the 4th deck. Okay.
He's playing Minerva Swan.
He's playing Minerva Swan.
Yeah.
Right, there we go.
The zombies.
So I have to go with him, basically. I'm going to pick him for this. And his opponent is Giuseppe Mandile from Italy. So we got Greece versus Italy, one of the classics, basically, because both of these countries have some of, I think, the most numbers of European champions, actually, or they at least near the top, with at least 2 or maybe 3 each.
Yeah.
So that's something. What do you expect going into this match?
I think Metal Foes has a more consistent kind of game plan.
All right.
Let's put it that way. But you know, it depends if Thermis manages to get a really strong board opening. If he goes first and gets a really strong opening with Minerva Swan, then there's not really much to stop it.
Right.
Especially since he's playing the zombie variant, which kind of raises the ceiling a little bit for the Minerva Swan deck. It doesn't really remove much consistency either, which is why we've seen a lot more people playing the Minerva Swan with the zombies, because it doesn't hit your consistency, but it adds that extra layer of more synchro options than just regular, just having Raiden basically.
All right.
And yeah, just pretty good. So we'll see consistency versus a bit more of an explosive deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else that we left out, Rob?
No.
All
No,
right.
it's going to be a really interesting match. I'm gonna enjoy this one.
Who are you rooting for?
I still think Metal Foes is probably going to take it, so
Okay.
I'm going to go there.
All right, guys, let's go to the feature match table where we're ready. These guys are ready to get their game on. The main event actually has started a few minutes ago. It's not a big problem because there's going to be some overtime in between rounds. It's bound
There's
to
a
happen.
lot of players, so yeah, it's going to happen.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's try and switch the camera to our feature match. All right, and then we have Armando on the left, Themis on the right. Italy versus Greece, Metal Foes versus Light Sworn Zombies.
Yeah, and there's Solemn Warning.
That is all
It's just there.
Yeah,
It's
that,
actually changed now.
that is actually part of our setup, testing our setup yesterday, where we just try to make sure that the cards that these guys are having in their hands are going to pop up on the right side of the screen. You can see them now.
Yep.
We got-
That's one of the reasons why Minerva Swan is a little bit inconsistent. How many garnets is he actually playing? Oh, he's playing 2. Okay, so not a problem. If you open with just one of the garnets, that's okay. You can summon it with a tin goldfish. Is he playing tin goldfish?
He is.
Oh no, he's playing Thrasher.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can do that. I guess we're struggling a little bit for some of the cards in Armando's hand here,
Right.
but we have our
Doesn't really look like
two.
much.
Yeah, we have our 2 volunteers.
Michael on the left.
Yeah, Michael on the left and Ryan with the sideburns on the right.
Actually, now it works. Everything
Yeah.
is cool.
Bismugear, that's the new Metal Foes that we just saw released in Invasion Vengeance.
All right, but Themis is of course kicking things off.
Yeah. So he starts with that very great opening play with Thrasher.
Mm-hmm.
So he's able to bump up the level of Unizombie, be able to immediately get that maneuver out.
Minerva's a ridiculously good card. Everybody that's got one is going to be playing this deck.
Yeah. However, that mill was not so great. Minerva is really fantastic with its effect, but you have to mill some Light Swans for it to work. So whenever you mill a Light Swan with its effect, you get to draw a card. And most of the Light Swans have really great effects when they get milled as well. So you get really kind of the +2 whenever you mill something with Minerva like that.
Right.
I mean, not getting Garnet in your opening hand there is not great either. I was talking to Aaron Chislett before the tournament started, and he's also playing the same deck. And he was saying he is going to draw Garnet in every single opening hand that he has.
Yeah, most people have started playing 2. I think it's
I think it's because it feels
fair,
like
yeah.
a curse. It's
Yeah.
going to happen. If it's going to happen, prepare
Yeah.
for it.
honestly Thermis is playing quite a strange. Well, it's not really strange. He's playing the really high ceiling version of this. He's playing triple desires, triple brilliant and instant fusions, triple solar recharges. He's really maxing out on just getting as many cards as he can to get these opening combos with.
Well, would you agree with the strategy of going go big or go home in one of these large tournaments? Or do you go
It's
for
hard to say.
consistency?
Yeah, I think consistency is better. But this is something among my fellow duelists. I I always discuss before a tournament that you kind of choose a pathway for yourself. Do you want to build a deck to make it to the top cut with really consistent build that also beats Rogue just in case you face Rogue in the first few rounds, or do you play a deck where you know that you are going to win the finals if you get there?
If you get there, yeah.
That's kind of the choices that you have to make.
Yeah.
So Metalfoe's doing what he do best there. He's going to search for himself. I believe that was a Metalfoe's Fusion. Yep, he's going to set a Metalfoe's Fusion.
So again, both of these players not really getting ideal hands here. He's got a double full Metalfoe's Fusion in his hand, but he does have Bismugear, so he may be able to extend his combos a bit there.
Yeah, so the question, if both of these decks have like mediocre starts, who's that favoring?
Well, you can see here the Metalfoe's player again. It's more consistent. It's not necessarily had a bad hand. He just had too many of the good stuff.
So it's
really.
still good enough, right?
Yeah, and
it was more the stuff that he needed to search from his deck using his Metalfoe's.
Yeah,
all in
he
his
already.
opening hand.
Yeah,
right.
But they play plenty of stuff to search, so not so bad. And even just having Bunbuku being able to go get Kirin right at the start, Kirin is so powerful, and he's going to be able to defuse that ticking time bomb that is Minerva.
Right. One of the cards of the format, maybe no longer the card of the format. I guess that was a few months back.
Yeah, you're only allowed to play one now, so
right.
it's seen a lot less played purely by the numbers of cards you're allowed to play of it. I'm sure that people would be playing a full 3 copies if they could.
Right. I tend to always hear very, very positive things about Fairy Tail Snow.
Snow is just insane.
Going as high as saying that it is the best card in the format. Would you agree with that?
Snow is pretty insane. It's just the versatility of the card.
Right.
It's the quickness of its effect. You can play it all the time, whatever situation you're in. It can be defensive, it can be offensive against something that's stunning your board somehow. Really, really good.
Yep. It does look almost like Armando's got this in the bag with so many cards on the field and then a few more in the hand.
Yeah. So he's pushing for damage here. I mean. He's going straight with that full Metalfoe's Fusion. He's already Pendulum Summoned, so he's not going to be able to get Kirin back, but I guess he's... okay, no, I think he's able to push through for game here. I didn't realize he didn't set the second one. Yeah, I think that's enough. He's going to be able to summon something back with Mithrilium, and then, that's it.
Yeah. Wow.
That was
really pushes through with that.
Talk about an explosive opening.
Yeah, so he didn't have to search all of those cards. That's the point. The opening double Metalfoe's Fusion, if you have enough monsters to actually fuel it, then it's great.
It's one of those kind of ridiculous things. It's almost like what we used to see with Heroes, where you'd fusion summon attack, and kind of just get ready to take down the life points there.
Yeah.
Oh, Timmins needs to get rid of everything, including the 2 cards in his hand to get
Exactly,
Snow out.
Yeah.
So he's still alive in a way, but
at the same time, he's got 1 card now.
Yeah. it's Snow against the rest of the world.
Yeah. During the main phase 2, he's going to be able to fuse into something like Alcahest. Maybe I think would be a great choice, just to take away that Snow, just to make it so he has absolutely no options whatsoever. So yeah, there's Alcahest. Alcahest is a bit of an advanced version of Relinquished, really. It's able to just take away your opponent's effect monsters and.
It's not like Relinquished was a bad card.
No, exactly. It's even more an advanced version because you can do it during your opponent's turn. And you can summon it during your opponent's turn, thanks to full Metalfoe's Fusion.
Right. So now both players are down to just a few cards, in a way, with Armando...
Temis here top decking.
Yeah.
And Max C hits the field as well. Yeah. There's nothing.
That is it.
Oh, and he drew into the wolf, the one thing that you never want to draw into.
That's rough. High ceiling, but in that case, very high fall, I guess. All right, so 1-0 for Armando. Good start into the day for him. Temis can, of course, still come back. What's going to be happening in between games now with these 2 guys bringing their sideboards to the table?
Okay, so we don't really see any, the usual anti-spell fragrances from Themis, which is kind of surprising. I guess he's got Denko Sekka if he really wants to break the full Metalfoe's Fusion. He's got Ghost Ogre for the scales. Like that's an obvious side deck in here. Themis has to put those in. There would be no real question about that.
What about System Down?
System Down.
They are all machines.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's definitely there for ABCs. but could be.
It'd be interesting to see it.
Yes, that's one way to put it. All right. Is there anything else that is like super out of the ordinary in these two decks, where you're surprised to see it in the side deck, maybe?
Not really. They've really kind of just gone for this is the meta and this is how I'm going to beat it.
Yeah, it's definitely when you look at Armando Giuseppe Mondilis deck, for example, you see the Denko Sekka. That's been a good card in a while, but it's of course also great now, and of course Shinzo.
Yeah.
Dimensional Barrier as well would kind of not make him very happy.
Yeah, no, that'd be pretty good for the Exceed. You actually made me question reality then. The Metal Force cards, they're all psychic monsters, not
Are they?
machines. Yeah.
Oh, it's because they're on bikes.
Yeah,
I had exactly the same problem with Dino Mist, because they're not dinosaurs, they're machines.
Yeah.
And that always threw me.
Yeah. However, I kind of question my own reality on a regular basis, so thanks for that.
You're welcome. I'm glad that I gave you something to do. Just for that moment. Just filled a little part of your life for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel better for it.
Good.
I feel better for it.
Good.
All right. What do you make of the body language of these two? Like, if you wouldn't know, you would almost think that Temis might be ahead here.
Yeah, exactly as you asked, I thought that as well, because Armando looks like he's really unhappy about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe I just OTK'd that guy.
Maybe he just feels
really bad about it.
dirty. I think is
Yeah.
the
Dirty,
yeah.
yeah.
Just like, oh, what have I just done? I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
But you can see Themis, is quite a seasoned player. He kind of, and to be fair, Armando, I see him at a lot of events. Both of these players are, veterans of Yu-Gi-Oh here, and I'm sure that it's not going to affect really either of them to going into this second game here.
They seem really civil and they're quite ready for it.
Yep.
All right, and it's back to the drawing board for both of these guys.
Oh,
You
Temis
see-
has started with Wolf in hand, I believe. Nope. Yeah, we've not got it from that's from the last game.
Might still be from the last game, yeah.
Let's see what we get.
Yeah, I just need to wait a little bit longer. There you see Michael being busy on the left side, Ryan being busy on the right side.
Yeah. So
would
Themis
you-
definitely has a better
Would you go first or second in this situation?
100% first.
Yeah.
100%. You can make your Omegas and just completely shut down some of those players. I mean, if you manage to make double Omega and have Ghost Ogre, I mean, your opponent's playing with 2 cards at that point.
Yeah.
All right, actually we do have the entire hand of Temis, and you were right, it is
he's
actually
drawn
for
straight
for
into
this
the wolf.
round, the Wolf.
Okay, so the
And
only
2 copies of Snow is also not great as far
No.
as I'm
Yeah.
aware.
No, I think the only redeeming factor here is that he's got a retaliating C, which is going to stop Armando being able to fuse effectively.
What do you start with here? I mean, there's not much going to happen, right?
No,
And then
I
on the
don't
other
think-
side, let's take a quick look at Armando's opening hand.
I think just setting Trick Clown is like the only real play here,
Hmm.
and then passing.
Yeah, that's
That
what he's
is actually
No.
not what he's doing. He's setting Snow.
I believe that's actually still there from
Oh,
the
still
last.
from the last round.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Now I need to remember exactly what retaliating C does, because the last time we saw it was actually in
What's
YCS
actually-
Rimini 2015.
Have a look at it.
Oh, sorry. I
Sorry.
saw it at the LLDS stage too.
Oh,
That's-
you did?
That's why I was like so surprised. I'm like, no, this card has been played. No,
Yeah.
that was of course the German event that we had on the stream. I don't know, 4 weeks ago or something.
So it looks like Armando's kicking off there.
Yeah, so Gofu as well.
Yeah, I don't think he has
This
a bad
is
opening
an
hand.
amazing opening.
Oh yes.
He's going to have an 8 as well. He's got a synchro into an 8.
What's he going to synchro into?
It depends what the rest of his hand is here. He's going to be able to do a whole lot with this. Let's see where he decides to go with it. His opponent's only got 1 card as well. I think worst case scenario, he's probably thinking the worst possible case is that it's a Trick Clown. He doesn't actually have the availability of playing Snow. I mean, we're going to see Retaliating C here, most likely.
I believe
surprise.
he's setting that. Yeah.
Okay. Of course. I'm just getting like triggered, literally triggered. As soon as I see a spell card that's going to summon to me, I'm like, okay, quick, Retaliating C. Okay, so here's another card getting set. I think, yeah. So he's just, yeah. This is the beauty with this. The thing with Metal Foes is that you didn't really have something to pop with your last one because you wanted to keep your other scale.
Yeah.
You also wanted to keep all your monsters. So now you've got Gofu, you just pop away one of the tokens, and it's perfectly fine.
That sounds a lot better.
Yeah, yeah. But just not have. You basically get an extra search for essentially free.
How hard is it to when you're playing against somebody and they just start with, I don't know, 7 cards on their field when they
Yeah,
pass
it's-
play?
like, how do you come back really? Not just like with the cards, but like from a psychological perspective.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I guess in this, so
he's got
perfect play
Ignis
here.
there.
He's going to be able to play Ignista to get rid of that, so he doesn't even need to think about what that potentially is. And he's again got Luster, so yeah, wow.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, he's just got a really kind of big field there.
Yeah.
Opening immediately, and it's exactly what you were saying earlier that Metalfoes has got the consistency to be able to make huge plays like this.
The worst part is he's not going to be able to play Retaliating C now, so he's going to be able to just power through. That's it. I think that's it over.
would he have? Did he have to drop it earlier?
No, no,
Couldn't really, right?
No, he
Yeah.
couldn't because he was just setting those fusion
Yeah,
spells.
so it's not like there was a
No,
mistake.
there's no
or
mistake.
something.
It's
Yeah.
just that Armando was playing kind of. He doesn't realize he's playing around it, or maybe
Yeah.
he does. It doesn't matter. Like the most optimal play is to play around it anyway, even if you don't realize
Right,
it's
right.
there. So just filling up your board is how you play around it.
Ah, it's so odd. Like it looks like perfect execution, and like you said, he doesn't even really know that he's.
Yeah, that he's playing
I
around.
mean, of course, he
stuff
could
as well.
claim it afterwards.
Well, it's very possible that Armando playing this deck goes something that really.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
and
it.
there's the
That's
handshake
the handshake,
there.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow.
huge.
No surprise there. Now it looks a little bit different. Now you can actually tell that Armando has won this match. So I think he was really like, don't call it a day way too early. Just give it a little bit more time, and then
Yeah.
once I'm done with this, I can really celebrate.
Yeah.
And then we see Ryan shaking his head. He's like, wow, that was quick.
Yeah. It was good for us as well. And actually, even though the round outside started a little bit late, there were still 12 minutes left in the round
Yeah.
outside.
That
so
was swift.
so that was
it
very,
basically
very quick.
Less than 4 turns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think these two know each other. They have met each other before. They've
Yeah.
definitely seen each other a couple of times
Yeah,
because
definitely.
both of these are veterans.
Yeah.
We see them at almost every event. Timmins, in fact, was doing well the last few events, and then at some point he started asking, "Hey guys, why haven't I been featured in a while?" So he's kind of familiar with the entire process and everything.
Yeah. So let's should we throw it back to us for the
Yes,
post-game
let's talk
analysis?
about this some more in our post-game analysis. All right, welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. If you just missed round 1, that's not that surprising because it was over in very
5
short
turns.
amount of time.
5 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it.
Oh wow, yeah,
Yeah.
really, we didn't even
Either
count.
it was three
Marcus
turns,
would be
2
really
turns.
proud.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
just that. There was a moment in the stage 2 finals when I was doing commentary with Umut, and so one player starts, it's got like mediocre start. Other player's turn, like mediocre comeback. So the game is a bit like tied between the two.
Yeah.
First player who started kicked things off. It's his turn again, and then Umut announces we're now entering the late game portion of the tournament. And I was like, whoa, that's really. And he's like, yeah, well, I mean, these days there is matches that are over in turn 1.
Yeah.
Then very often in turn 2, which is the mid game, of course.
Yeah.
And then turn 3, as it will be known from here on for forever in the future, the late game.
Yeah.
of
Only
the
one
game.
player gets to participate in the early game.
That's
one
true.
player gets to participate in the mid game.
Yeah.
And then they both join each other.
No matter how you
participate
twist
in the
and
late
turn
game.
it, it's always going to be a very one-sided affair this
Yeah.
weekend. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We did see one of the 3 big decks for the weekend,
Yep.
Yeah.
And the 4th big deck.
and the 4th maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still counting the numbers, but it looks like it's going to be very close to the 4th spot.
Yeah.
In fact, we might be able to present you guys with some breakdowns. I just remembered we have to connect these laptops, and then maybe our tech crew can let me know if this works. Okay, they say we might need a little bit longer. Maybe I have. Okay, we're good. Sorry, guys. Okay, this is me being confused. Now we're good. Now we're good.
Now
I
we're
think.
good.
All right. This is the country breakdown.
Wow. Now, obviously, a huge showing from Germany, as we are in Germany. Then we've got Italy, which is not surprising. We usually have a lot of players from there. I'm actually surprised to see the United Kingdom having so many players over. Generally,
Yeah.
we actually get a lot fewer there.
I'm surprised about the 183 other other players, other places, other countries.
Well, we know that America's in there as well.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of Americans fly over to play in this event. And we were actually having a chat with a few American players, know some
George,
European
yeah.
players, yeah,
Right.
and they were saying how much they really like what's actually happening in Europe as well, and they really like the organised play that we've got over here. So it's
Well-
nice to hear that.
If we can quickly bring it back to us, it's very interesting when you're not familiar with the layout of Europe. Really, when you see those numbers, it might be surprising for you. But the Bochum, of course, is always attracting this many players because of the location. Of course, it is. If there's something like a mega city in Germany, this is basically it. Because right next to Bochum, you got Dortmund, you got Gelsenkirchen. You might know these if you're a football fan, because Schalke and Borussia Dortmund, of course. Then we got Essen right next door, where a gigantic toy fair is taking place every year, and then also Duisburg. And all of these cities, they basically are like one mega city, one gigantic city. So even though the individual cities are not that large, if you put them all together, we're talking about 8 million people or something like that. Add the fact that people from the Netherlands are living 1.5 hours away by car. They can easily make the trip. Belgium, of course, the same thing applies there. Luxembourg, the same. So you got all of these small communities. They are also able to come over. This is the reason why these tournaments in Bochum are always attracting that many players.
I mean, it always seems that Germany is the place to be if you want to play games.
I'm not going to argue with that.
No, it's absolutely true.
All right, guys, let's take a quick look at the deck breakdown. This is not 100% guarantee that we got all of the decks in there, but our judges have been hard at work typing up the deck lists earlier. So this is pretty exact. It's not like completely out of the final result. This is pretty much spot on. There we see that Paleozoic, even though a couple of the veterans said it is one of the, if not the strongest deck, is in third rank. Is there a good reason for that?
I think it's a more difficult deck to build as well. Just the cards are a little rarer than in the other two decks.
Some of the cards are really old, and a lot of the reprints that you can get are only in OTS pack.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Mermaid in fourth place. Is that surprising?
I'm actually quite surprised about that.
Yeah,
Right.
honestly. I'm confused, if anything.
No, it's like I'm not surprised that it's up there. I wouldn't be surprised if this is how it looked in day 2.
Okay.
But
In
like,
day 1?
Day 1, seeing that all the way up there, that many people playing water, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
Same with heroes.
Considering that when Alexander Hulch was playing Mermaid and the OTK version and doing quite well, I think in Rimini, making waves in Rimini, I remember that.
Yeah.
Poor joke.
That was hilarious.
Yeah,
It was totally awesome.
Okay, there we go. And he brought it back in Liverpool, and it was like, "Why I'm not getting featured this weekend?" We were like, "Well, you played the exact same deck you played last time, and we featured you last time, so it's only going to be special once.
Yeah.
Like after that, it lost a bit of its uniqueness."
We always want to bring something special to you guys, and showing you the same thing over and over again can get a little bit boring. So that's why you always see some non-meta decks making it in here, something interesting. We like to find something for you.
Right.
Entertainment.
Right. We got in fifth place Awesome Hero. What can you tell us about this deck?
Awesome Hero
it's really
is
cool.
basically Hero with Totally Awesome in it.
Yeah.
Doesn't it use Bahamut Shark to bring it out? Yeah. Yeah.
So
Mainly using Tin Goldfish and Instant Fusion. And that's how and Double Man.
what would you say? Is it the right choice for the weekend? Consistency 1 to 10.
Yeah, again, consistency. Maybe like 4 Brad Pitts or something. I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah, he started doing that at some point.
He measures in Brad Pitt.
Yeah, and sometimes other actors.
I've been out of this.
I still haven't figured it out, so don't worry if it's confusing. From 1 to 10 without actors.
Okay, I'd say probably about a 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, so slightly above average.
Yeah.
All right. See, we can work with that. Okay. All right, guys. We're going to have an interview with our round 1 winner, Armando Giuseppe Mandile. We're going to have him over in just a second.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that we were missing out here? Didn't really see that much because, like we said, one game...
I wish it was a longer game.
Yeah, one game was over in the mid game,
Yeah.
the other one in the late game.
Basically, yeah. There was nothing.
Turn 2 and 3.
Yep.
All right, guys. So with that, we're going to be right back with our interview of our round 1 winner. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be here all day. It's going to be a very long day for YCS Bochum, the largest European tournament of all time. I'm going to say that a few more times this weekend.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016, where we just saw our round one feature match, or maybe not, because it wasn't much of a match. It was an absolute killing. Giuseppe, Armando, sorry. You just went through Temis like it was nothing, like basically a knife through a piece of bread.
I have I am very lucky this match.
Yeah.
Because I have a good end 2 times ago.
Right. After the first game,
Yeah.
when we saw you two guys sideboarding and exchanging cards.
I have siding two kaiju, water kaiju.
All right.
For Minerva or the Tree Toad.
Okay.
I have side one Rejeki for the Omega board.
Right.
And I have siding 2 Cosmic Cyclone for anti-spell.
So it's very obvious that you knew exactly
Yeah.
these are the things that he can do to put me under pressure. That you have to combat, basically.
The basically combo of the deck is destroy your pendulum monster or the Gofu token
Right.
to set spell card
Right.
and
Luke,
fusion.
Luke
summon.
was talking about that. Gofu seems to be a great addition for this deck, like one of the key cards, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything else where you were like, this is something that absolutely needs to go into my deck? This is a very important card that maybe not everybody else is playing when we look at your deck. Is there something else where you're like, oh, this is special in a way?
I don't
Sorry. Is it like the regular version of Metal Foes in your opinion, or do you have some tech cards, some special cards that you want to highlight?
No, I am. This is
Very
The-
consistent.
the consistent deck because you haven't a death draw
Okay.
in this time.
Why did you pick this deck for the weekend?
Because I love Fusion Monster.
Okay, okay. So it's not like you were going at it from a perspective of we're going to be playing a lot of rounds this weekend, so I want to have something consistent. It's more like you like how it plays. The fusion summons.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Right. Well, we talked a little bit about the fact that the games tend to not last very long. That the games are over very, very quickly in turn 2 sometimes, turn 3 sometimes. What is that like for you? We saw you after the first game. You did not look too happy, actually. You were like siding and you were like, I don't know if I got this.
So I don't know because to the I see my opponent.
Right.
I see the board, the
Uh-huh.
game, and
it's-
I decided.
Plenty of things going on in your head,
Yeah.
basically.
It's all in my hand.
Right. You have been to a couple of tournaments in the past, larger tournaments. What would you say, what's the biggest difference when you've been to a number of tournaments and you are experienced player, very experienced, compared to somebody who's there for the first time, maybe?
I am this is it's my 10 YCS.
Okay, wow.
I have top on Madrid,
Right.
and in Madrid my score is 10-0,
Okay, that's a good score.
and this is all.
Okay, right. Well, thank you very much. What was your expectation for this weekend? Did you think
Okay.
I'm going to make day 2 or you're going to top 32 maybe?
Okay.
Taking it one game at a time? All right, he's
Yeah.
taking it one game at a time. All right. Thank you very much, Armando. Good luck for the rest of this
Thank
weekend.
you so much.
Guys, we will try to get another player to interview in between rounds because, of course, it's we just entered the overtime for the main event, and with 800 tables playing, there's a very good chance that a couple of those are going to go into overtime. So I'm going to look outside, see if I find somebody who we can interview, bring him back, and then we're going to have yet another interview in between rounds. So I hope it's going to be exciting today. It's going to be a very long day, but you guys should have plenty of great entertainment this weekend, so don't go anywhere, and we're going to be back as soon as possible for the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016.
Let's get our
move
game
on
on.
with the semi-finals of YCS Liverpool 2016.
It's time to get the game on.
All right, Thomas Rose on the left. You remember that face? This is the guy that keeps smiling when he's tearing opposing fields apart with his Phantom Knights Burning Abyss super special deck with 50 cards.
Yes.
On
And
the other side, Niccolò
Niccolò,
Mazzoleni from
former
Italy.
World Championship competitor.
Yes, we should not forget about that, of course.
No.
He's got only 40 cards in his deck. That's something that we have to point out this weekend.
Yep. So yeah, Niccolò's actually. I follow Niccolò on Facebook. We spoke quite a lot during the World Championships, so I keep up to date with his affairs. And yeah, he absolutely loves singing. He's actually a really good singer.
Okay,
he's
that's cool.
Constantly doing little gigs and things like that all around the place.
All right, so it's not
Yeah.
like one of these people that sing while having a shower or something.
No, he's actually really good.
He's serious about it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. All right, we can see that Thomas is going first.
Yep, he's just playing into this Maxi here.
We blinked, and then there's a Dante on the field.
Yep. So, wow, that's a pretty decent mill there from Thomas Rose.
So his hand is not bad, although it's a bit monster heavy, I would say.
Yeah.
He does play some traps, but not that many. He's got 2 Fork Blades, 1 Phantom Knight Sword. That's it. No strikes to be found here in this particular deck. And it's interesting when you think about how many iterations this Burning Abyss deck has gone through.
Yeah,
There
so
was
many.
a time when you were playing 15 trap cards in Burning Abyss. Now we're down to 3, and those are all Phantom Knights trap cards.
Those were the days.
And he's-
Playing Fire Lake.
Yeah. And also he's playing 50 cards. It's not like he didn't have the room.
No.
Actually, in
No.
an interview after the match we had with him earlier, was very interesting. He said, yeah, I built the best version of Phantom Knights Burning Abyss. There was 40 cards. And then I added 10 cards that are all good against ABC. And we've seen that in action as well, with his Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries, stealing the ABC monster from the Dragon Buster, of course, from Jake Quincy in the
Yep.
feature match that we had in the top 32.
Okay, so Niccolò has plenty of cards here.
Yes.
Let's see what he can do with them.
And there's going to be more.
Yep, so he's got...
Thanks
he's
to that
open-
Max C
He's
drop.
opened both sites. That's hardly good.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it should increase the chances of him drawing something that is really useful now. Can
Yeah,
we make
so,
out what he's losing? 3 trap cards.
Gold Gadget, 2 Artifact Sanctums, I think.
Yeah, I think it was 3 trap cards. He's only playing 4. Probably only has 1 more Sanctum.
Yep.
He does have the Union Hanger now,
Yeah.
and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, however, he's going to struggle to get ABC Dragon Buster out because of Chaos Hunter. Which is going to cause him some real issues very soon. So yeah, it's most likely going to play Union Hanger. Yep, there's Chaos Hunter.
Let's see if that card's gonna have an effect. Probably
Yeah.
has.
Yeah, definitely. So I've just had some... I always get a bit of information every now and again from our judges. Thomas seems quite light-hearted, joking around.
Well,
So
that just seems
Seems
to
be quite calm.
Yeah, I mean, he's already had a feature match, and he won it in spectacular fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, he just managed to take out one of the strongest Italian players in the whole of Italy in Marcello Barberi. So he might just be thinking, another Italian player.
Bring me another one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just finished lunch.
yeah,
Let's start with the just desserts.
yeah.
All right, here's his hand again.
It's a lot of stuff.
So many cards.
So he's going to start with Photon Thrasher, then probably Gold Gadget. Yeah, and then summon the Crush Wyvern or the Buster Drake, one or the other. Most likely the Crush Wyvern. Oh, no, sorry. Most likely the Buster Drake. Crush Wyvern wants to get equipped to it. Yeah, the wrong way around. Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah. And then around about when the okay. Let's see. Yeah, shuffling your deck. Yeah, so it's kind of a bit troubling here for Thomas Rose because Niccolo can play around a Chaos Hunter, but whether he does or not is entirely questionable because he would have to make a Diamond Direwolf, then make another Exceed monster to be able to blow up the Chaos Hunter if and when it comes down, then make the Dragon Buster, which is
Unlikely.
it's unlikely unless he absolutely has like a Millennium Eye attached to his face right now, because that absolutely would help him.
Not surprisingly.
Yeah,
And not just in this match.
yeah. On all the
I mean,
matches.
we've seen that yesterday in our round 1 feature match when Marcello was actually picking up a face-down card on his opponent's side of the field because the opponent searched for it first, and the reveal was just too quick, so he couldn't really spot it, I guess. And when you only saw that particular scene, you were like, wait a second, is he peeking at his opponent's face-down cards? That's against the rules.
Yeah,
And that was, of course, a really, really good move.
yeah,
That showed
So-
Marcello there's nothing in his way.
yeah. So Fafa's away. The Buster Drake. The Wyvern gets sent, and its effect's going to trigger, probably summoning that Assault Core.
Yeah, first we need to deal with the issue of shuffling some more,
Yeah.
of course.
Yep. Funnily enough, if you'd have attached a Assault Core from his deck instead, then that Fafa wouldn't have been able to target that. I think at this point, he needs to really dig deep to find the other B Buster Drakes from his deck to be
Right.
able to make a Buster Dragon.
The other question is maybe it was banished with those 20 cards from the Port of
Possibly.
Desires. Yeah.
Hard to know. Okay, yeah, he's thinking about Utopia the Lightning to stop the Dante's effect. That's a great move. Great move.
We don't know where, oh, actually we might know where Niccolo is from exactly. I mean, not just Italy. For somebody gives me that generic answer. Although the Italian players very often they just playtest together. I don't know if they meet or something, what they do. Or they just have enough events where they can try out what deck is the best.
Yeah.
I think Marcello told us once that they have quite some large communities, but they don't playtest as much against or each other or together, like in any way. It's every man for himself for some reason.
Yeah. It's the same with the UK.
And on the
So-
written coverage, there's also the deck breakdowns and country breakdowns, as well as, of course, the top 8 profiles. So you can check those out if you want. You can find out more about your favorite player in the top 8. Niccolo, for example, is 20 and from Venice in Italy.
Yep.
He didn't really expect to be here, like, do that good.
Yeah, he said that he just came at the last minute.
Yeah.
And then,
But he still thinks they came up with a fancy build. We can definitely sign that. And
Yeah.
now everything is possible. That is absolutely true. Yeah. So
he's going to play the Chaos Hunter for the Castell. Alec is going to use its effect. Wow, okay, that's big. Alex used its effect on Castell, which means Castell is going to have no value here.
we haven't seen that many times before.
No, Chaos Hunter is quite a unique card to play. But again, Thomas Rose said he's just going to pick the 10 best cards that he's going to beat ABC with, and this is one of them.
Yeah. It can be argued.
Yeah.
It can't be argued in this situation.
I mean, he can still detach if he wants, but I don't think that's going to be all that useful.
Probably he's not going to go for it.
Nope. So he sets all of those scythes and such. So yeah, he's
I
gonna-
mean, if somebody doesn't know that he's playing these artifacts, and given that everybody's shooting Twin Twisters left and right,
yeah,
they might have put in some... they've been very valuable this weekend, I would guess.
yeah, I think so. That's what he said to me. He said that even in one of the, I think it was his top, it was the match where he beat Ben Sherman. It was, I think it was during Swiss.
Just last round, yeah.
Was it last round? Yeah, he said that he won the match by him twin twistering 2 Sanctums, and then, yeah, obviously he gets to pop 2 with the Sanctums and the summons as well. Real good. Real good. We'll see. I think Nicolo's kind of hoping that his opponent twin twisters here, otherwise he's going to have to twin twister as his own card, which would be not ideal.
Although the question is always, does the opponent know what he's playing?
Yeah, but he doesn't have any twin twisters at the moment, so Thomas Rose might have to blindly play into them and then kind of fortunately be able to... Obviously he's going to have an allure, so he's going to be able to go and dig for those twin twisters at least.
I'm just going to quickly take a look at the player match history of Nicolo Mazzolini, who started day 1 with 6 victories in a row. Before he took the first loss, that was against Viktor Kioi with his Metal Foes deck, another Bulgarian player that ended up in our top 32. Not that surprising.
Sorry guys for not showing you the old feature match. Instead I thought it's going to be more exciting to talk to somebody who's here this weekend and playing in this weekend's tournament. Merlin Schumacher, hi!
Hi Ollie, how you doing?
I'm doing quite well actually. We're really excited about this tournament being so super large.
Yeah,
so many players there. You've been to large events before?
Yes, I have been. I've also been at YCS Long Beach, which was the biggest event ever.
Exactly, I was about to say that. Yeah, you were at the largest event, yeah. So what is the difference? You're veteran, of course. For the people who don't know, Merlin has been playing this game for 10 years?
More than, basically from the very start.
All right.
I've not been going to the tournaments. My first competitive event was German Nationals in 2007. But yeah, I've been in the game for a long, long time.
Okay, yeah. And you actually had some success. We should not forget about that. You have won a YCS before,
Yes.
even though it wasn't on European soil.
Exactly. That was in America, San Mateo, close to San Francisco.
Is it cooler to win in America and steal the title, or is it cooler to win in Europe?
Actually, I took some pride in doing that because we have that fight going on between the American pro players and the European players, and they claim Europe is easier to top, we claim America is easier to top, and so it's always good to take a win away from their continent.
Although we have to give it to them, they won in Milan.
Exactly, but as far as I'm concerned, I think there's 4 American YCS haven't been won by European players. There was Vincent, Rodrigo, me, and there was a 4th one. I just can't think of them right now.
Right. Okay, we got a couple of Americans here this weekend. What do you think about their chances?
Well, I only know a couple of them. I know Billy, for example, and I know they're good players, so good players always have a good shot, like a good chance at topping. And if they're well prepared, they might as well win it. But we have a lot of good players over here in Europe, and because the meta in Europe is so diverse and there's so many different decks to prepare for. For example, I've seen Chainburn right next to me. Like, there's always that one Chainburn guy in Germany.
Right.
And you can't really be prepared for all the decks. So I think that's my main point as well, why European events are harder to top.
Right.
Because you have the bigger chance to play against different and
The rogue
diverse
decks, basically, yeah.
Exactly. And then if you face a deck you're not very well prepared for, you might have a bad matchup.
Okay.
So, well, it depends on their matchups, it depends on their performance, and it depends on how well they were prepared, but I see them, at least 1 or 2 of them, topping it.
Right, okay. So that I would say that's a very fair assessment. Like, they got a good chance, but they're going to have to work hard for it, basically.
Yes.
All right. What would you say? Okay, I know the Twitch chat is going to hate you for that, but what's easier to top, America or Europe?
That's easy. It's always America.
Okay, guys, bring the pain. Bring this direction. Not to me this weekend,
I've
please.
had that discussion on Zodiac Duelists for such a long time. I eventually even quit the discussion because people were not making sense. Well, I'm glad that you're giving me the chance to actually make my point here on the stream.
Here we go. Well, but speaking of performances, your start into the day was a bit rough.
Yeah, I lost round 1, but that was because I'm very unprepared for this event and I misplayed.
Okay.
So basically that happens, and if you're not very well prepared, you're not expected to top, and that's what you get.
All right. So let me play devil's advocate. Why are you here when you're not prepared?
Because I love events, and it's very close to where I live. I live in Dortmund at the moment, so it's only a 20-minute drive, and I love meeting up with all my old friends. I love playing the game competitively, even though I did not have the time up front to prepare. And yeah, it's just going to events is such a cool thing. I've been doing it for almost 10 years, and I really like to do it.
I think there's no excuse when the tournament is 20 minutes away from you.
Exactly.
All right. What are you playing this weekend, if I may ask?
I'm playing Heroes. It's my special hero build. Yeah, just like always, I'm taking one of the known decks, and I twitches and tweak it so it fits my own expectation, and I play some special decks, and yeah, I like it.
All right. What would you say are your expectations for the weekend? Since you're here, kind of unprepared, did you still expect to go day 2?
I'll get to day 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Definitely.
I'm just not gonna top probably because I've done the couple last past events. I just always went there underprepared, made day 2, lost on the bubble at one point, and the deck is good enough. If I don't keep misplaying, I don't lose to those decks. And
Right.
I expect myself to go day 2 and then scrub day 2.
But isn't that gonna be like rough for you from a psychological perspective? Aren't you be like, man, I really should put in a little bit more work next time, so I'm not just gonna be day 2, but I'm also gonna be in the top 30.
Yeah, I keep telling myself that, and now I was like, okay,
Life
I'm gonna
happens.
go to regionals, I'm gonna go to locals, I'm gonna prepare, I'm gonna play test, and then people call me up, was like, so what are you playing for tomorrow's event? And I'm like, oh, it's Friday before the event. Oh wait, and then it's way too late. So that always happens now because life's moved on. I've got jobs, I've got a uni still to do, and yeah, my private life's just taken over.
Okay, private. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. Don't be ashamed for it. Just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, is there any super secret advice that you want to give to, especially the American audience? I would say because everybody's going to be watching. All of Europe is here playing, so we got the watchers are basically from the rest of the world. Why should you come to a tournament in Europe and specifically in Germany?
Because if you come to a European tournament, you can get there pretty easily because we have so many close-by airports. Like, for example, in the US, where you have big cities in a difference of like 1,000 miles. Like, if you get a event in Bochum, you can fly to at least 4 different bigger airports, whichever is cheapest and
That's a good
suits you
point,
best. And then you get to the event rather cheap, and you can experience a lot of different stuff. Like what I always recommend to my American friends when they come to America to European YCS to travel around and stay
Just
at least
check-
for 10
yeah.
days. For example, if you come to YCS Bochum, you can go to France, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands
Right.
pretty easily within a couple of days, and you should really do that once you get the chance if you're flying over anyway.
Right, absolutely. I can absolutely second that. 100% with you. It's also very interesting to see the different cultures in all of these different countries, of course.
Because Europe is so close by, just geographically, in comparison to America, you can just get to a lot of different stuff in a short amount of time and without having too much cost for traveling and everything.
And also, if we want to expand on that a little bit, when you think about it, this area in particular is very different from the rest of Germany.
Yes.
Like
We have all these big towns close by, like
Yeah.
Bochum, which is only 20 kilometers from Dortmund, where I live. Then it's another 30 kilometers to
Gelsenkirchen,
Düsseldorf. Then it's Gelsenkirchen,
yeah.
Essen, Duisburg, Cologne is not that far either.
Yeah,
so
1
we
hour
have
ride or
so
something.
many big cities in the same spot.
Right.
It's
And this area, of course, used to be big for coal mining some 50, 60, 70 years ago. That has changed, of course. So, but some of the culture, so to speak, is still very present these days.
Yes,
you
it
can tell
is.
people are hardworking for the most part.
Especially when you watch the football clubs, most of the football
Oh,
clubs
yeah.
take pride in having that working class culture, and
Right.
the fans claim to be all working class, even though some of them are among the richest clubs in the Bundesliga, but that's a different topic.
Yeah. But it would be very different when you go to Munich, for example.
Yes, yes,
But
definitely.
speaking of the richest clubs. Well, okay, we don't want to turn this into a football debate, even though this would be interesting as well, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Let us know. Actually, we're interested in your feedback. If you want us to show you more of the pre-tape feature matches from past events, we can do that. That's no problem. We got a couple of those, and by a couple I mean a million. Or we can also try and find another player to interview or do something else exciting live from the event from YCS Bochum, guys. So with that, we're going to be hopefully right back with more information, more interviews, more everything from YCS Bochum 2016.
There. It all depended on what he banished from Pot of Desires as to what he could do.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's hard for me to say, really.
But still, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Excellent execution. He saw the opening Nicolo Mazzolini and then uses Utopia, the lightning card that hasn't been released for that long in Europe.
yeah.
But of course he's got his hands on it.
What won in the game? Artifact Scythe.
True, yeah, absolutely.
This must have happened multiple times over the course of this weekend, where his opponent's just gone, what? What do I even? Yeah, what even is this? And then yeah,
It's so interesting that these special texts this weekend seem to always put in so much work.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen this before. Yes, sometimes players are playing some unique choices, but this weekend it turns out that almost all of the unique choices really help them win their games. So which cards are we going to be seeing introduced from the side decks here?
Okay, so Nicolo is not playing any other artifact monsters. He's probably going to put in the Gamma Seals.
That's one card. What else do we have? Those kaijus, of course, are going to be really useful. Nicolo, other cards that Nicolo has, he's also playing a Union Scramble in his side deck.
Yep.
Probably not that useful.
Yep. Sorry, I got distracted looking at the side decks. I just got some information from the judges saying, so a lot of people questioning exactly what monster to Farfar there. Yeah, Thomas Rose said, the only way I win this game is if I keep Chaos Hunter alive. So
if
he thought to himself, and I do agree. If Chaos Hunter would have been alive next turn, he'd have been really far ahead.
Yeah, in a really great spot.
Yeah.
So he didn't play to not lose. He played to win.
Yeah,
so to
exactly.
speak. He took a gamble.
Yeah.
Backfired in a way.
Yeah, but I think still it was the best play.
Yeah. No need to regret that.
No, from the information that he has, that was the best play. Okay, so let's have a look even more. So there's 3 system downs going in.
That is for Thomas Rose, of course.
This is a problem where Thomas Rose is going to be thinking, I'm playing against artifacts. And he's going to have to have some nice flashbacks to Shadow artifact format. Like what happened with the back row removal in that format? How does that even work?
It makes that deck so much harder to combat when you don't know what they might be having in their back row. Like if you have the entire deck list, it's kind of easy because the only card that can really wreck your day is Vanity's Emptiness. And the other 3 cards, the other 3 traps that he's playing are, of course, the Artifact Sanctums.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's going to side out all of these cards, I don't know.
No, I think he's going to keep the Artifact Engine in. It's just helped so much there.
Andrea and Daniel are returning to the table after Daniel finishes his little chat with you.
Yeah.
Such a flexible judge.
Yeah. He's still typing away on
and now we're
multiple
starting
devices.
the second game.
Yeah, so let's see what we got here. I can only assume that Thomas Rose is going to start, so let's have a look at his opening hand.
Some players are saying that Sanctum are suddenly a lot more popular at the traders table. Just over the course of this match.
Yeah, I bet they are. Well, they came out in a mega pack. Okay, Thomas Rose has opened the nuts.
You've just seen 3 cards.
Yeah, well, Terratop Bog, that's 1 Dante, and then Torguide's another Dante. He's got Fogblade anyway. Oh, Josiah's as well. Yeah.
So you're saying he's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah. No, good shape. Thomas.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just
Stop trolling me, Ollie.
I was
too
just
late in
trying
the
to
day.
see whether you're paying attention to what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it's too late in the day.
His
I always listen to you, Ollie.
His opponent, Nicolo, has 2 copies of Terraforming, Vanity's Emptiness, Sea Crush Wyvern, and Photon Thrasher. That means he cannot do anything on his opponent's turn. And like you just pointed out, Thomas is going to go to places.
Yes. Yep. Just going to draw some cards.
Banish a couple of cards.
Yeah, I just saw a Mass Change 2 at the top of that small deck of cards that he's got. Oof, that's not what you want. You don't want Allure of Darkness without any dark monsters. But it's not too bad to blind Allure in the second, I think. Typhoon, that's not going to be all that useful against those against the ABC monsters, but it's going to be good against that Union Hanger.
Right. So
That's
you don't think he's going to go for Allure with Turgon in hand? He is going for Allure. 2 more cards in hand. Let's see if he finds another Dark Monster rather than the Tour Guide, if he wants to hold on to it. Yeah, he did. Thinking hard.
Yeah.
Was
Seems like he's got a Vanity's Fiend as well.
He's got a Shadow Dragon in hand, or did he banish that just now?
I think he's just banished that.
Yeah, he did. Okay, he's going for
That's
Vanity's
the Vanity's
Fiend.
Fiend.
That is, of course, extremely strong.
Yes. And then he's going to set 3.
Yeah, Vanity's Fiend, for some reason we don't have the card. We can't bring it up, but it has a very, very easy to recognize, memorize card text.
Yep. Neither player can special summon monsters.
Yes. Vanity's Fiend, just like Vanity's Emptiness, just on legs.
Yeah.
So this is Thomas Rose's field after the first turn. And just imagine how strong that is against your traditional ABC deck.
Yeah. So, yeah, Nicolo's going to get Typhooned here. So, chaining to its activation. His graveyard's now in the wrong order. That's making me sad. We've still not seen Trishula. What's going on?
Yeah, it's one of those weekends.
What a shame.
So this has put a halt to Nicolo Mazzolini's attempts.
Yeah, he's going to pass.
It's just
He's
left
gonna
with
keep
one
on passing.
Vanity's Emptiness. So at least he can stop his opponent from unleashing a flurry of special summons.
That's just what you want to do when he's got a Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah, absolutely. So not all that helpful.
No.
Far from ideal.
Does Nicolo actually have an out to this?
Yeah. He's got a Gamisil. Sea Turtle. Oh, no, he cannot.
Gamseal, Book of no, he can't
cannot.
Gamseal.
Yeah, he cannot.
He's got Book of Eclipse, though.
Okay, so he's got one out, but he didn't draw it yet. Did draw another, or he did find another terraforming for Union Hanger. That is good, of course.
Yeah, his only out is he's playing 2 Book of Eclipse. Or if his opponent destroys one of his artifact items. That's his only out. That's rough.
Are we going to see that?
Ugh. No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't put money on it.
Well, I wouldn't. As Thomas Rose right now, I would just not.
Just rely on that one card.
Yeah.
Keep poking.
Yeah, exactly. So
It has worked before for quite a few guys.
Mm-hmm.
So A Assault Core, Union Hanger triggers.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do all of this stuff, just not special summoning the Buster. So, yeah, it's going to attack the face down. It's probably the Scam. Yeah, it takes 100. I think Nick... Oh, why did he not take 100? Isn't Scam's defense 2,000? Oh, yeah, I'm being stupid. It just gets destroyed anyway when you attack it.
Is this already over?
I think so.
You do or you don't?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, that Vanity's Fiend is just such a good card against certain decks. And almost all decks, really. If it's not Yosenyu. I think that's one example.
Yeah.
That defies the odds.
Yeah. But I think Nicolo's going to play it out here.
Yeah, I mean, he might be getting some extra information. Might be seeing some more cards that Thomas Rose was siding into.
Yeah, well, he kept in the Book of Eclipses, and I've just seen that as he's been searching through his deck there. So, at the very least, he's going to...
He does have a chance, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell every card he draws, he's like...
Please be Book of Eclipse.
Yeah, can you please be...
It's throwing me back to Necros format.
But even if he gets rid of the field, Thomas has so many more cards all waiting to make an impression on the field.
Yeah.
It's not like he's going to be out of options. So if Nicolo fights through this Vanity's Fiend, he still has to...
But if he does manage to get through this Vanity's Fiend, I don't know what the back rows are. Yeah, okay, they're still good stuff. But if he does, he can just like... by the time he gets to this Book of Eclipse, he's going to be able to just triple Dragon Buster.
Right.
Because he's slowly, but he's rolling through all of his...
so he might be winning
unions.
the game in this one turn then.
Yeah, if possible, maybe.
That's basically his only hope.
Yeah, exactly. So he needs to do something about those back rows, and then...
We counted the votes, and they were pretty obvious that you don't like to see feature matches that you have seen before. Who would have thought? And instead, we're going to do more interviews in between rounds. joining me now is Giovanni Capecci.
Hi.
Good friend of mine. Full disclosure. But he's also playing an interesting deck this weekend.
Yes, I'm playing Dark Lords, and I.
Let me just put this in.
Okay. And I splashed Light and Darkness Dragons.
You just told me how the round 1 went down.
Yeah.
You're just starting to play the big beaters, basically.
I played against Paleozoic Shrubs, is it called? And first game, I had a huge board, and he just wiped the board and OTK'd me. And in the second game, I came back from a very difficult situation. Like, he had 4 back rows, and I started with Denkoseka and Lancelot.
Okay.
And he was able to clear that board. And afterwards, I came back with Christia and Tribute Summon Light and Darkness Dragon. And he had, like, no out to that. He had a single breakthrough skill in the graveyard. And he had to negate the Light and Darkness Dragon in order to realize Christia is still there. So
Yeah.
that was...
It must be really weird when you're playing against it.
Yeah.
I guess during playtesting that happened a few times when you were starting to assemble the field, basically, and the other guy is like, yeah, I can deal with that.
And then the Light and Darkness Dragon is coming, and people start realizing the card is pretty good, but they've never seen it because it's so old. And
Is it that old, though?
I think it
It's
came
like-
out in the Perfect Circle stuff. It's 10
Yeah.
years ago.
No,
and
it's not 10 years.
Yeah, let's say 8-7 years. For real.
Yeah.
And it
It's,
never
it's
it
something
never saw
like
play.
that, you're right.
It never saw
It-
play at the moment.
2006, it was still Chaos Sorcerers and stuff
Yeah.
at the first ever
Okay.
European Championship. But after that,
Yeah.
some point soon after that, yeah.
Yeah, it never saw play. So
Why are you playing a crazy deck at an event like this?
I think the deck itself isn't that crazy because Dark Lord is a pretty solid deck. I think it's an advanced version of Blue Eyes.
Okay.
Because you have more consistency, better beat sticks, and you can always set up a board out of nowhere because you have plenty of options of 2-card combos in order to draw cards like Allure with every monster, Ixchel with all the Dark Lords. and
Calling
trading.
Allure with another monster a card combo.
Well, it's a 2-piece combo.
Stretching it a bit.
Yeah, it's a 2-piece combo to draw cards.
Yeah.
So you have Pot of Desires and stuff. I think I have 13 cards to draw
Okay.
cards. So that's the consistency.
Okay.
And you can always set up big boards.
But isn't it? I heard that from a couple of guys. Isn't it a bit too early for Dark Lords? And they are getting better, right?
Yeah.
So
I think the deck at the moment is pretty strong.
mhm.
It's already really strong. And a lot of players just fear to pick Dark Lords at an event like this because they saw what happened with Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes can set up boards, put on the beat stakes, and they just get dragged
Yeah.
and lose the game.
Doesn't sound like fun.
Yeah, it is, but Dark Lords have the advantage to set up the board and respond due to the effects on the field. So you can pop monsters on the enemy's board, you can take over control of monsters and stuff like that. And you have consistency because you always float the board.
Right.
And
right.
that's the advantage compared to Blue Eyes.
And how big is the element of surprise, where players are going up against you and they're like, "What does this card do?" I mean,
It's pretty huge because they know they are Dark Lords and they are pretty good, but it's always those little things that count because you get a Superbia on the board, and nowadays every effect is like once per turn. But Superbia is such an old card, you can reborn Superbia, reborn another Superbia, get another Superbia and stuff like that, and then you have like 2 Superbias who are reborning another monster, then you have a huge board out of nowhere.
That sounds
And they're like,
pretty good.
this card isn't once per turn?
Yeah.
Really? And
Yeah.
it's always those
it
those
throws
little
them
things.
off
Yeah.
track, I guess.
It's
Yeah.
always those little things because they always have to wait for Superbia and stuff like that.
So, looking a little bit ahead into the future,
Yeah.
do you already have some crazy plans for the next few events that are going to come up?
I don't know.
But you're going to
I-
make up something, right?
Yes, I always make up something.
Why is it, in your opinion, that we don't see more of the veteran players? I mean, you've been playing the game
Yeah.
forever as well, but like, why don't we see more of the veteran players picking crazy decks? Because when you go through the ranks and you ask like a past YCS champion, a past European champion, a German national champion, doesn't really matter, and you ask them what do you play, and it's always going to be like Metal Force Paleozoic, Metal Force Paleozoic, one other deck, Minerva's one for whatever reason, and then we're back to Metal Force Paleozoic, maybe ABC. Why is it that all of these veterans are never or really rarely playing a rogue deck?
I think because rogue decks are just so much weaker.
Oh, okay.
compared
You
to
think
the,
they actually
I
are?
think the top decks are the top decks for a reason. Right now we have a meta game where 5 or 6 decks are pretty competitive,
Right.
Well, about the next format we don't have to talk about. But before it was ABC, maybe some Blue Eyes, and now we have Paleozoics, Heroes, ABC, Dark Lords,
Yeah.
Metal Foes, and
It's-
those decks are pretty strong.
Mhm.
But after that, there's maybe Dark Lords. I'm not sure where to place Dark
Right,
Lords. I
right.
think it's a bit weaker, but still competitive. And after that, I think
there's a
a
long-
huge gap.
Yeah, right.
And this gap is not. You cannot substitute the lack of power with your gaming skills. I think that
actually
is not
okay.
possible.
Okay, my question would have been: can you substitute or make up for the lack of power with the element of
I
surprise?
think at the moment you can't.
Okay.
I think Dark Lord is the perfect example because Dark Lord can do it.
All right. Guys, we just heard from our tech crew that round 2 is already about to start very soon, which is surprising, to be honest, because we're only 37 minutes into overtime, and no, that was not a joke. 40 minutes in between rounds is kind of short time for an event of this size. All right, guys. So we're going to be picking our feature match next, and then we're going to be live again, of course, from YCS Bochum round 2 feature match. Thank you so much, Giovanni. Good luck.
Thank you.
And that's it for now. We're going to be right back.
Twisters. So he definitely has one card that he can easily activate.
Yeah.
What a thriller between these two.
Yeah, just backwards and forwards. Well, it's not really backwards and forwards. It's more just, hey, you want to destroy my monster this turn? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, so he has another monster. So now that's not big enough to destroy A, but he boosts it. Yeah, calls it a day. Doesn't have any more.
All right. Finally,
Yeah.
Thomas
Yeah.
Rose can push through.
Still, this shows that Nicolo really wanted to win this. He didn't give up. He didn't rage quit at all.
No, not just that. It's also it showed us how well the ABC deck can defend if it has to.
Yeah.
Even when it's not on the offensive, it can hang in there forever. And if a deck gives you that much time, you can always turn a game around, basically.
Yeah, Nicolo's just thinking, where was that Book of Eclipse?
Yeah. All right, so we do see both players actually accessing their side deck again for a second time.
Yeah, they have cards for first and second.
In this match, yeah.
So I think Nicolo's definitely going to be keeping in. Oh, he just took out Twin Twisters. That's quite interesting.
Maybe it
Why
was
would
the
he
third
take that?
copy, I don't know.
Could be. Still against. Yeah. Okay. He's put a bunch more traps back in. What other traps is he playing? Between Union Scramble, Anti-Spell, Zombie World,
Which is not a trap.
which is not a trap. I just got a little bit excited about Zombie World, I'm not gonna lie. And then Oasis of the Dragon Souls as well. There's 4 minutes remaining.
Oh, wow. So we're getting closer to the timeout.
Yeah.
And just in case you're wondering, Thomas Rose is not going to start the last game with 6,200 life points. This is going to be an equal opportunities match. Both of these guys are going to have 8,000 life points at the start of the match.
Yeah.
Or game. Duel. Whatever you want to call it. There's the handshake. And this is going to be the all-deciding game between Thomas Rose and Nicolo Mazzolini. Who is going to advance to the finals of YCS Liverpool 2016 and who has to call it a day? I mean, they did come very far, but now they might as well want to win this tournament.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
Worth a go.
2 Chaos Hunters for Thomas Rose.
That's not necessarily good.
Fiendish Rhino Warrior.
That's a good one. Oh, well, there's the Book of Eclipse for Nicolo.
And Thomas Rose also has a reinforcement of the army.
Book of Eclipse will work for the Chaos Hunter as well.
Oh, yes. And the system down. Ooh, that last card can make all the difference for Thomas Rose.
That absolutely could
This
make a
is
huge
his
difference.
starting hand. Although Nicola Mazzolini is, of course, going first. He's got the regular good opening of the ABC deck with a Union Hanger and then a monster. He's kind of missing the either Fallen Thrasher or one of the gadgets.
Yeah.
He only No, he plays actually the gadgets as well. I think I haven't seen them yet. I think one time maybe.
Yeah, once in that first match.
All right. Not the best opening for Nicolo.
Yep. But and system down isn't even great right now. To be honest,
Yeah, you don't want to activate
he's
it
got
right
3
now.
dead cards in his hand.
Well, although we can expect System Down to become live.
Yeah, and Chaos Center too. But right now it's kind of useless. Like literally useless. If he played it, it would do absolutely nothing, because that B Buster Drake's protecting the Wyvern.
All right, so Thomas Rose activating Pot of Desires, banishing 10 cards from the top of his deck. And he did draw into
Oh, smashing!
Chaos
That's
Hunter
exactly what you'd like. You like.
and the
So
Tour
he's
Guide.
got 3 Chaos Hunters in hand. Wow.
The Tour Guide at least was a good draw.
Yeah, the thing with Chaos Hunter though is you get to discard a card, so discarding the other Chaos Hunters aren't necessarily like that bad.
Yeah. That just means he has 1 dead card in hand. I mean, System Down plus 1 Chaos Hunter. All right, so Thomas's deck is finally doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, making some Dantes.
Yep. Starting to do Malebranche things.
Yep.
And how do you feel about that Book of Eclipse? It's a little like it's trolling Niccolo, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
It's like, oh, you wanted me? Here I am. Pick me, coach.
Pick me, coach. This is actually going to be so the last time. Yeah, book. So the B-Bus Drake's going to use this effect. Now, Ollie, does he use System Down now? I don't know. It makes like it's really suboptimal, but at the same time, he's going to summon Buster Dragon if he doesn't.
It's kind of painful choice, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, yeah, it just all depends on that Chaos Hunter as well, I guess.
And it's another one of those matches where too many cards from the side deck turn out to be, to
yeah.
some degree at least, the demise of a player.
Yeah, not necessarily. I think Thomas Rose, he was able to make a Dante. Just a Dante is enough.
Yeah. If you have targets in the graveyard.
What's this back row?
This back row is a reinforcement of the army.
Okay, nice bluff.
Yeah, convince you.
Yeah, exactly.
And you should know better.
Yeah. 1. Thomas, our judge, twice put it in the same place. Niccolo took it away.
Nicolo's like, I don't want to have this.
Please.
I need my space.
Yeah. Whenever you're looking at your opponent's hand for cards, never fan it that way. It always looks like so many more cards than it is. It's like, oh, that's scary. That's a lot of cards.
Well, I guess he's familiar enough with the way this looks.
Yeah.
So now, instead of our easy-to-read note, we have a tiny, tiny dice in the middle of the field that says first extra turn.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the best trade-off we've ever had. That's okay.
Yeah. Still. 0, 1, 2, 3. So Niccolo gets the last turn. Like, this absolutely is coming down to time here. They're both on 8,000 life points.
Yeah. And that changes a lot of things, because you don't want to attack into defense position monster if you're not sure whether you can beat it in combat. So you don't want to take that damage, for example. That is one difference. Normally, everybody almost always attacks defense positions monsters.
Yeah.
And then other cards like a Solemn Strike turn out to be so much worse for you. Although both of these guys are not playing with any strikes. So not the best example, I guess.
No, but still. That's why you need... This point, it's kind of really life point conserve time. Is he playing any barbars, actually? Because that would be... Yeah, okay, so Thomas Rose is in the better position here, because he's playing barbar. And the reason that's good is because
the burn damage. Yep, burn damage, yeah.
So Nicola could contact right now, but he's probably going to extend into a rank 4 play, and at the same time, I don't know. This is the thing. I don't know what Nicola's going to do. He could just contact right now into Dragon Bush and be like, "Yeah, I know you've got a Chaos Hunter. I don't want to play against Chaos Hunter." Or he may just think, "Okay, I need to overextend a little here to be able to make the best of what I've got." No, he absolutely doesn't. So he plays it 100% correct. He just doesn't want to play against Chaos Hunter. So, yeah, I mean, Thomas Rose here. I think Thomas Rose should still summon Chaos Hunter right now.
Is he thinking about it?
Yeah, he should definitely. He should definitely summon Chaos Hunter, because, yeah, he is.
He is, yeah.
Definitely summon Chaos Hunter, because otherwise he's just going to banish the Dante straight up, and then that's it. Whereas I think what's going to happen here is the Phoenix Rhino Warrior is going to send Baba. It's going to banish a bunch of monsters.
To dish some damage.
Oh, that works too. You can...
Farfight?
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I think... yeah, I think that's the game over. I think Thomas Rose wins.
And Niccolo Mazzolini might be understanding that is the case.
Yeah, that's what he's understanding right now.
That's why he's suddenly a bit more hesitant.
Yeah.
To go through with his plays.
Well, he has not. Yeah, that's it. That's his turnover.
You can tell he doesn't want it to end. Yeah, this is the moment when you read cards that you already know.
Yeah.
But no, that banishing works.
Yeah. And then next turn, he's just going to be able... yeah, still. He's going to be able to mill with Dante, and then that's it. I don't know what's underneath. So that's in passing turn. So Niccolo gets one more turn, I guess. Still, that last turn is just going to be him trying to fight through a sea of Burning Abyss monsters while under Chaos Hunter.
So now we're in the third term of extra time.
Yeah.
That means after that, Nicola just gets one more turn, and that is going to be it.
Yep.
There's a Max C.
Yep. What's the face down? It's a Crush Wyvern at the very least. That's good, because if it gets destroyed, he can summon another monster. But I think all of this is going to come down to Baba.
Yeah, because neither player can ever attack through this wall of defense position monsters.
Yeah.
Or at least not attack and do enough damage.
Yeah.
Unless there's something we're missing. I don't know.
Milling Seer off Dante. I think just milling anything off Dante at this point is going to feel a little bit bad for Niccolo. I'm just sorry. I just started chuckling to myself. If Thomas Rose actually wins, all of these people out there who see his deck are going to be like, I need to pick up these 10 random cards really quickly. Yeah.
It's funny. He does draw into his side deck cards, but unless we've seen before, even though he has multiple copies of typical side deck cards, he's not out of the game. Far from it, because that one Dante is really putting in the work for him.
Mm-hmm.
And Niccolo Mazzolini, on the other hand, he does have the typical ABC lineup, or the literal ABC lineup, rather. He does have an ABC Dragon Buster on the field, and still it feels like he cannot do any damage, like he cannot apply any pressure.
Yeah.
And that's a extremely odd thing to see. Like, it's definitely the first time we've seen this.
Attack position, assault score? Okay. I think he heard me. Yeah, he gets Union Hanger. Is he going to summon a second Chaos Hunter?
I don't think he has to.
Hmm?
I don't think he has to. Or
No, I think he should have saved that, really. Well, to be honest, yeah, he's got a third Chaos Hunter, so at the very least, even if Niccolo, like, Regekis or whatever, he can still
do something. All right,
Yeah.
there's another There's an assault core. Nicola does have another Book of Eclipse now.
Whoa, that actually might help a lot.
Actually, it's not as funny as I thought it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that,
I'm just
that
like,
may help.
wait a second.
That may help a whole lot.
This
next
card
turn.
might have been trolling us all for the last 15 minutes or so, but now
'Cause
it's
he's under max
actually
C.
showing up at the perfect time.
Yeah, there's because there's no extension plays here. Yep.
Is he under Maxi?
Yeah, he was under max C. That's what he just drew Book of Eclipse because of the summon of Chaos Hunter.
Right. Oh, you mean Nicolas under Maxi? He ditched it.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I mixed it up.
Yeah, Nicola played Maxi right at the start, I think. Yeah, I think that may be it, though. I completely forgot about that system down. Yes, that's going to banish everything. No, that's not it yet. Because the face-down card's not going to get banished. The Assault Core is going to go alongside the Dragon Buster. Yeah, he's going to attack into the Crush Wyvern. The Crush Wyvern's going to summon a monster. He's already used Union Hanger, so he's not going to be able to go much further. But Crush Wyvern can summon another. Can it summon another Crush Wyvern?
Looks to one side with Thomas Rose and his 3 monsters staring down just one monster on Nicolo Mazzolini's field.
Yeah, absolutely. You can summon another Crush Wyvern. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. This may be it. Unless he can get rid of that Crush Wyvern, any other way of destroying it, that's it. Because Nicolo's just going to defend, and then Thomas Rose has paid 1,000 life points. Nicolo just pass and he wins.
Yeah, if he doesn't take any damage,
Yeah.
he's in great shape.
Yeah, so he can take 3 attacks. Crush Wyvern into Crush Wyvern, and then, yeah. But of course, he has Break Sword. He can, Tickton Bog for Break Sword. Does it, yeah. Unless he draws a 3rd Crush Wyvern. Which
This is
I don't want to get too excited because I just saw.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016, where we're now ready to get our game on in round 2 of the largest European tournament of all time. We did some more late enrollments, actually. We had 1,603 at the start of the day. And then a few more guys showed up and said that they had registered, and so on and so on. And with all the numbers are in and everything, we're looking at 1,615 players.
That's
the
massive.
official number. I wish it was 1616 because it's
Goodness
easier to
gravy.
remember.
Yeah.
But 1615 is not too bad, of course.
Yeah.
Well,
And
joining me
is
now,
that 200 over the last
it
biggest?
was 1,480 or something, so it's
Yeah.
like 150
Huge.
almost.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely
10%
big,
sure.
big difference. Right, guys. We're also setting another record for this round because the table that we picked is definitely going to be the highest table number that we've ever picked for a feature match. It's table 786. The reason for that is that Patrick Granes sent in his deck prior to the tournament.
Yeah.
That's something we should actually talk about, guys. You can do that.
There is actually a deck submission on the website that you can, just tell us your deck, what you're going to be playing, whether you're going to be here or not. That's an important one because we want to actually talk to you and look at the decks that you're building. And generally, we get some quite interesting ones in there.
Yeah. There's always a few interesting ones. I mean, I picked out at least like 3 or 4 that were really, really interesting. We
Yeah.
didn't manage to find any of them yesterday to any pre-recorded stuff, but
Yeah,
this is
so that's a good idea. If you send in a really cool deck, also show up on Friday so we can
Yeah.
maybe interview you on Friday.
yeah.
There was one of these guys who sent in the best request, obviously, who said, I really want to be on the camera, I just can't tell you my deck yet. So at first we thought like, it's very interesting because we went through a process reading this deck submission, so to speak. So at first you're like, okay, he might not have gotten it, how it works, because we really need his deck to work this out. And then in his extra comments he says, yeah, I really want to be on the feature match because it's really, really going to be cool and it's my biggest dream and I want to be interviewed after the feature match by Oliver Gurman. So I'm like smiling and everything. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. I want to feature him now, even though I don't know his deck. Then I'm proud and happy and everything because normally we only get abuse. And I know, that's the way it is. And then my wife learns about this and she's like looking over my shoulder from the back and she's like, what? He just said his biggest dream is being interviewed by you? He's not reaching very far from his
Now,
dreams.
sorry to interrupt you there, Oliver, but it looks like our game's actually started without us. Can we please
Okay.
go to the table?
Let's just move to the table for a round 2 feature match, guys.
Now, Patrick Granes is actually playing a Destiny Hero build with Silent Swordsman. Silent Swordsman level 7 in there, which is all the way back from 2004, Rise of Destiny.
Yeah, we double checked the date actually.
Yeah.
Like, was it really 2004?
Okay, so Patrick there having a really big field to start off with. He's got his Silent Swordsman out. Silent Swordsman coming out in Duelist Pack Rise of the Pharaoh, I believe.
Yes, yeah, Duelist Pack Rise of the Pharaohs. So, just to catch you guys up, so we saw Patrick Granes here. He played Drill Dark into a Destiny Hero Celestial. Then he tributed Celestial for the Silent Swordsman. That's the new one from Duelist Pack Rivals of the Pharaoh. He then overlaid another monster, I can't remember which one, into Utopia, and then Utopia upgraded into S39.
Okay, so Jan's hand there.
Yep, so a little bit more conventional Metal Foes deck. So yeah, Silent Swordsman is going to cause some real issues here. I was actually playing against Matthew Bell. Some of you may remember Matthew, and he absolutely loves the Silent Swordsman archetype.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that sounds like Matt all over.
Yeah, and the key part about this is that if he destroys that Silent Swordsman, he's allowed to go and special summon any of the Silent Swordsmans from level 3 all the way up to level 7 just for free from his deck. So he can special summon Silent Swordsman level 7, which just says you can't play spell cards at all.
Which is kind of ridiculous in a format that's dominated by pendulum cards.
Yeah, so
Yeah. It's the better Jinzo at the moment.
yeah,
Pretty
It's
much,
one way to put it.
especially in this matchup.
Or better spell canceller if you
Yeah.
wanna
So
put it that
Metal
way.
Foes Fusion is being set there.
Yeah, so I don't think he's used.
And there's the Vanity's Emptiness.
Yeah, big lockdown here, big lockdown, and that actually so.
Talk about a 1-2 punch.
Yeah. I'm negating all your spell cards. Oh, and by the way.
Right, so how do you come back here? I mean, we said big lockdown. How do you come back?
So what does Jan actually have in his hand here? He's got Pinnacle Decision. That's not going to... Actually, none of these cards here are going to help him against that emptiness. He's just going to pass his turn after using all of his Metal Foes monsters. And, yeah, okay, he's going to thin his deck a little more with Painful Decision, too.
Okay, so Patrick has no cards in hand there. Is there anything that he'll... Well, and there's now this big back row that
I mean, some would say he doesn't need any cards in hand with Vanity's Emptiness and the Silent Swordsman on the field,
Yep.
but...
So Silent Swordsman actually gains attack points. I think it's the amount of cards you have in your hand. Let me double check exactly what it is.
looks like he drew into another Silent Swordsman.
Adding insult to injury. Here we go. It gains
And it's just once...
during the standby phase.
Yeah, in the standby phase. So it's going to have 1,000 more at this point, so it'll be on 2,000. So actually, that's just 7,000 damage.
And just.
Yeah.
It's just 7,000 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. It's only 7,000 damage.
Yeah, it's no problem. So, yeah, so it's now on 2,500 because there's been 3 standby phases.
Yep.
I'm unsure as to where Jan can go here. Does he actually have anything to out this? I don't think he does.
You mean on the entire deck list, not in his hand, of course.
Yeah,
just
just-
to clarify
I
for
think-
the people who are not seeing that you're
Yeah. Sorry.
anxiously looking at the deck list.
Yeah, I think his out here is Archfiend Eccentric.
Uh-huh. Metal Force combination.
Yeah, so he's going to flip that up and then be able to use the Gold Driver to destroy it and go get double search.
Which card is more crucial right now? Is it the Silent Swordsman or is it the Vanity's Emptiness?
The Emptiness.
The Emptiness,
Definitely. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. It's like Raphael said earlier today, you just pick your deck and decide what you're losing to. But he was saying it's either Chinzo or Anti-Spell Fragrance. He didn't mention Vanity's Emptiness, which is still a card, obviously.
Yeah.
As people try and repress the memory of it.
Yeah,
Because
do you
there's
remember when
only
you could play 3? That was
No, I don't.
that
That's
was
the whole point.
horrifying.
That was fun, right?
Oh, it was horrifying. Oh.
But you wonder, this card was out for years before it actually became popular. People were like, well, you get a 2-for-1 if you destroy one of your opponent's cards.
Yep. It's still correct.
Yeah.
Nothing changed.
But then we became kind of a huge kind of special summoning format kind of came out of
Yeah.
it, and that's why I believe it was Dragon. Was it Dragon?
Yeah, it
Rulers?
was Dragon Rulers.
Dragon Rulers, where everybody was like, we need to stop these dragons.
And there's a handshake for the first game.
That's weird. Yeah, that's all, I just to bring that up. That's weird when that
weird.
happens.
Yeah.
It's fair and sportsmanlike when that happens, just to clarify.
Yeah. No, it definitely is, but it's like, why are you shaking my hand? And then I actually sometimes that's happened to me in the past, and then I'm like, wait, is this game 3? Like you kind of question, did I lose already?
Maybe you're doing it to throw your opponent off guard.
Yeah, it's a perfect mind game tactic.
Well, Yanda, if you actually look, he looks very, very happy to have lost. And I don't know whether that's just because he saw a Silent Swordsman and went, oh, Silent Swordsman, that's different.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's really happy because it's like, yeah, I can beat this in games 2 and 3.
So what has he got in his side deck that would make him think that?
I definitely think that stuff like Ghost Ogre potentially might be helpful. Strike, Warning, again, you know, all of that package is probably going to go in. Yeah, I mean...
There's options.
Yeah, he's playing the full 3 copies of Eccentric Archfiend, so generally I think he would rely on that. But I think the thing that caught him off there was that that Patrick was able to just put so much damage on the board, like straight away, and lock him down. Generally when you produce some kind of lock, it's a bit of a weak kind of aftermath. If they manage to break that lock, then there's no other locks. Whereas that was very much, you open the door and there's a big scary Utopia lightning waiting for you behind the door that you just unlocked. So
yeah, unwelcome visitor.
Yeah, exactly. And even if you'd have broke even if you'd have kind of
this is not the party service I called for.
yeah.
Where's the pizza guy?
Yeah, I mean the only kind of good thing, I guess, that Jan would have done if it had been eccentric, he'd have been able to destroy the Silent Swordsman, and then that would have stopped his effect going off as well because of Emptiness still being live at that point. So
right. Although just something that was pointed out, the Silent Swordsman gains attack during the standby phase, not your standby phase.
Yeah, it's both. Yeah,
which is why you were mentioning that there had been another standby phase, which is why it was down 2,500. Now,
I think I didn't catch that.
So something that we haven't really
really
mentioned about this Destiny Hero deck is it's actually Awesome Heroes, because he basically is running Awesome Heroes inside this Destiny Hero Silent Swordsman combo that he's got going on.
Yeah.
So he also has that option as well to be able to kind of start
Yeah.
ruining days.
Yeah, exactly.
He's never gonna side into a different kind of archetype or gigantically change the strategy of his deck. His side deck is pretty straightforward in the way that it only helps him improve his chances against certain decks, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No, it's very much a regular side deck.
In that way,
What's his perfect choice against this?
For the side deck?
Yeah.
Probably, Twin Twisters, Typhoons. Typhoons are great against decks like this because you can play them straight from your hand in turn 1. Gamma Seal has got a potential there. Depends on if he's playing Ultimaya. We didn't see any Gofus that last game. I'm just having a look right now to see if I see any...
We can actually see that those two
Gofus?
guys are having a really, really good time at the table.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't see any Gofus, but the deck list is in German, so Ollie might be able to tell us a little bit more if there's a Gofu on this one. That's kind of... if there's Gofus, then...
You want to know the translation of Gofu?
Yeah.
Is it Gofu?
Blackwing Gofu.
There we go.
Oh, I just couldn't find it.
And actually it says the Hazy Shadow.
Oh, so he wrote it in English.
Yeah, he did.
That's what it was. The German was just confusing me.
But it is, yeah. The most confusing thing about deck lists these days is that every country seems to have a different way of writing numbers.
Oh,
so
yes.
the Germans, their ones look a little like a flag, I would say, like an arrow pointing upwards.
Yeah.
Is what the British said, which is of course them taking the piss because that's not correct. Whereas the English one is just a lowercase L. It's just a straight line, like a pipe.
Yes.
And then some people in some countries are more likely to write 9s with a hook at the bottom, and then sometimes the 9s end up looking like 4s, and it's really confusing.
I know we write straight 9s in the UK.
Yeah, like earlier when I was typing up the deck lists, I actually had to look for the country of the player to make sense of the numbers, which is really weird.
Yeah. So just to take you a quick run through of all of the different Destiny heroes that he's playing. So he's playing 3 of the new Destiny heroes from the Duelist pack. From Destiny soldiers, not duelist pack. What am I talking about? So Celestial, Drill Dark, and Destiny Hero Decider as well. So Drill Dark is a little one of our Marauding Captain theme-based cards. So when you summon Drill Dark, you can special summon another Destiny Hero monster, or I think it might just be Hero. I'm not sure about that. Celestial is a really great draw engine card. Because it allows you to banish it and another Destiny Hero to be able to go and draw 2 cards, which is
So it's
really
basically
good.
Destiny draw in a card.
Yeah,
It's Destiny
exactly.
draw in a Destiny hero.
We just
Yeah.
had an interview in between rounds, and Giovanni was talking about his combos to draw cards, and then he was saying, yeah, like Allure with any monster is a combo, and I was like, okay, that's stretching it. Like saying Destiny Hero together with Destiny Draw together with Destiny Hero is a combo. That's not the definition of combo in my book, at least.
I had one that was even further stretched while I was walking around between the rounds. We had a guy playing
What did you
just a
say?
friendly game.
The Dark Hole combo to wipe the board.
No, he opened Garnet in his opening hand, and he only had 1 Garnet, and then he made Minerva and milled Brilliant Fusion. That's a combo, because Garnet is
Obviously.
dead in your hand, so milling
Ah.
Brilliant Fusion, that's a combo.
That's a combo, okay.
It reminds me of a phrase that we used to use, that every card is situational, even Pot of Greed is, because it requires you to have 2 cards in your deck.
Yeah, that's...
We like to call them nombos.
We're getting
Yep.
a bit... yeah, we're getting a bit philosophical there. So here we have the opening of Jan Marvin Fate with just Alcahest.
Alcahest out there.
And
It's not just Alcahest as well, because it's a fantastic card.
Yeah, Alcatraz is really good. Right, so another really, really great card that came in Duelist Pack Rivals of the Pharaoh is Silent Sword Slash.
Yes?
So,
it's getting some
It's-
support for the old archetype, really.
yeah, if we have a quick read of Silent Sword Slash, it's
Yeah.
actually...
You can target a silent swordsman you control.
insane.
The monster you control gains 1,500 attack and def, so pretty good. And if it does, which most of the time will happen until the end phase, it is unaffected by your opponent's card effects. So
Wow.
Just to be clear, that 1,500 gains forever.
yeah, that's a good point. And also it's a quick play spell card, so you can play it in the damage step if you have to.
And also, it can, if it's until the end of the turn, it's unaffected by your card effects, and this card's activation cannot be negated. And also, you can banish it from your graveyard to search for another Silent Swordsman.
So it replaces itself, it forces an attack through, it prevents your monster from getting destroyed. It can be activated in the damage step. That's quite a lot of things.
ridiculous, yeah.
That card is a combo with every Silent Swordsman in your deck.
Yeah, and imagine, so Silent Swordsman goes from 1,000 attack points to 1,500 in your opponent's standby phase.
Oh,
If
yeah.
they then attack into that goes straight up to 3,000 attack points.
And it stays there.
And it can't be affected by anything at that point.
So
Wow.
we see here that he used a combo.
Yeah.
He played.
Okay, we're never going to get rid of this.
he played the mass change there, and now Dark Lord's hit the field.
That's a pretty good combo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
It's just 2 cards that that are required to pull this off.
Oh, and I believe he actually ended up banishing the Solemn Strike that was in his
yeah.
hand there as well.
Yeah.
So now it's just the Bumbuku in there.
Master Hero Dark Law, of course, also kind of kills decks all on its own.
Yeah, I think this is the reason why he's playing this deck in the way it was. This is slightly different. It is slightly different. I played it in a slightly different way. I remember when I first saw these Destiny Hero cards a few months ago, I tried to make this deck kind of work with Dark Law. I didn't use the Silent Swordsmans, I just used the Destiny Heroes, and yeah, it worked even then, and I never thought to use the Silent Swordsmans. I think this is a really, really good deck.
It's definitely a good idea. I'm kind of curious why he lost round 1 or what happened there, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
I mean, if we could find out why he was playing against round 1, do you
Yes.
have that in your app?
That is absolutely possible. I'm gonna get right to that.
Yeah, I'm sure that there are a few hands where maybe you can't summon any warriors to be able to summon Silent Swordsman, things like that. But it's one of those decks that you think it's got a pretty good matchup.
Well, actually, he played Simone Falanga.
Oh wow,
We've
okay.
heard that name before.
Yes, so that's
Very, very experienced Italian player playing Metal Foes this weekend.
yeah.
So
That
he
could
knows
be,
about the matchup, obviously. At least now he knows after that first round.
Yeah.
And Simone Falanga, not a stranger to the top tables.
No,
So not that surprising.
yeah. Generally, those top players it only takes one game, so that first game for you to turn around and say, okay, I know what your strategy is now.
Yeah, or like minor misstep is already enough for them to
Yeah.
find an
take
opening.
advantage,
Yeah, to take advantage. Right. So Jan Marvin Face, not coming back so far.
Not quite.
It wasn't his turn, right? We were
It's
still in the
still
same turn.
not his turn. No.
Yeah. It's just going on and on.
Basically,
Yeah,
but looking at Patrick's field there, he's got a Solemn Strike, he's got his Silent Sword Dash, he's got Malicious, which Malicious just become the Silent Swordsman there.
This is an insane field.
Yeah.
So he's basically in such a good position.
It's very typical for the mid-game portion of the event. Game too.
So he's gonna be able to attack there, and then that Silent Swordsman's gonna be able to go up to 2,500 attack points with Silent Sword Slash if he really wants it to.
Yeah.
And I believe
Is he?
he's thinking about it. He is thinking about it.
Okay.
Oh, he's using the one from hand. He actually has 2.
Okay, then you definitely would
Wow.
use it. So you can't play any cards because I played my card, and then that attack's definitely gonna go through because it's no longer affected by anything.
I mean, so you would play it in the damage step, right? Just
Yeah.
be like
I
this.
don't
No,
think
you
it
play it
really
in
matters.
response to the attack because then you know it's not going to be. Although you can just
why
play in
why
response
would you
to
not?
anything
Why
that's
would you not have him like activate something? Like, of course he's not going to play Mirror Force, but why would you not check if he has something and then in
use
the
it in
damage
response.
step?
Yeah.
In
This is
response,
true.
he just loses a card and the card gets negated, basically.
Yeah, and there's no possible way for them to get around it because they can't
That's
negate
what I mean,
Silent
yeah.
Sword Slash.
But if you activate it first, they can of course play something.
No, they can't.
And he's
even if you
banished
play
it there.
first. But I think either way is fine. But still,
No,
yeah.
before it resolved, the opponent.
No,
the
you
activation
can't.
can
You
be-
can't
cannot chain
respond to
to
it
as well.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
You can't
Um,
respond to it, and it also means that it's
Oh
unaffected
no, sorry,
by-
no, you just can't negate it. But
Yeah.
still, they could play something else.
This card's activation effect cannot be negated, so
Yeah.
they could
Double
chain
Mirror Force,
a
for
Mirror
example.
Force and get
Yeah.
rid of the monster. So it doesn't make sense to
Yeah.
play it first, in my opinion.
Still, Drill Dark, another.
Yeah,
Silent
I'm not
Swordsman.
saying it's not good. Don't get
Yeah,
me
yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
Like,
No, it's
don't
good.
get me wrong.
Yeah, this here is just crazy. He's got 2 negates. Wow.
Yeah, big.
He's in a really good position.
Yeah. Talk. Yeah. Yeah. Look at those monsters. Those tiny silent swordsmen. At least when they came out, nobody was playing them because 1,000 attack. What's it gonna do? Goes up to 1/5. Okay, whatever. 1/5. I got a beat stick 1/8. Don't really matter. Now.
This one is actually the new one. They didn't play the old ones because you had to get 3 out, and then it had to become 5, and then you could get out 7. And it was always keeping on the field long enough for them to be able to tribute themselves to get the next one out.
Right.
This support now just means that as soon as
you
this
want it to
is
die.
gone,
Yeah.
you get a level 7 out immediately. So it's ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah. Actually, me and Matt talked about this, and Matt's a real strong believer of this, and I'm really on his side with this. That there's just so many decks that sometimes just get completely overlooked because players find something and get attached to it. And I've got Matt right now messaging me saying, "Oh my God, Silent Swordsman!
This is
That's
happening."
so awesome!"
So he just negated one of the fusions, I believe.
Yeah, that was Full Metal Foes Fusion.
Yep. And now he's activating it. I don't know whether he's responding. Oh no, he's just he's
calling
just
it a
saying
day.
no. That's it. Oh wow! So Silent Swordsman just won. That's
Wow. It's just cut through his opponent.
We saw Metal Foes completely destroying the first round. In the second round, they were completely destroyed by Destiny Heroes.
Yeah.
Mostly just Silent Swordsman.
There wasn't enough space to put the name that I really wanted.
Let's just say there's something we can talk about in our post-game analysis, guys. Look about the body language.
He's reading Silent Swordsman.
Yeah, he's just reading there. I think they just kind of want to confirm that it's over there. So wow.
Yeah, that was.
All right, guys. There's a bit of confusion going on here. I'm not sure if there was a
slide
overlay
transition
on
or
it.
not.
Yeah, the slide transition. The sleight of hand is what we would have needed. All right, guys. We just saw.
Silent Destiny Hero.
I hope
awesomeness.
you just saw
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that
Is
was.
that what you wanted it?
I wanted it to be like Silent Destiny Awesome Heroes.
Totally awesome Silent Destiny Heroes.
Featuring
Silent,
mass
totally
change.
awesome
Isn't-
mass change Destiny Heroes of Drill Dark Decider.
All
We
right.
can't fit that on the screen.
Featuring
in
Flakes
in
Brother.
case you guys are wondering why are we babbling, it's because our minds have been blown by that round 2 feature match just now, when we
That
saw
was amazing.
Destiny Heroes being put into a blender, really, together with Silent Swordsman, and somebody came up with the idea of combining these 2 archetypes and coming up with something absolutely cool.
Really cool.
Like,
Really cool.
no other way to put it. Some new support for a super old archetype. We
Yeah.
actually checked it prior to the round. 2004 is when Rise
Yeah.
of Destiny was released. I can't believe it. It's been 12 years. And suddenly this super old archetype is being competitive again. At least is what it looked like.
Yeah,
I
right
don't-
now.
There were some cards, especially the Silent Sword Slash, really looked like, yeah, this is giving you an edge.
If you read that and it,
It just goes on.
Yeah.
It just
Just
like
keeps going.
it's the gift that keeps on
Yeah.
giving.
You expect there to be a drawback at some point, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
then
yeah,
there
but
just
it isn't.
It just keeps going about positive things.
It's like
and then
destroyed
that's-
at the end of the turn or something like that.
Yeah.
You're like,
But even then, that would be great. Because destroy at the end of the turn, you go and get level 7. That would be ridiculous.
Right.
I know you're trying to balance the
I
card.
just
but
made the card better. I should not work in card design. Let's just put it that way. Hey, let's make this worse. Let's put this text on it, and then Matt is like, no, Ollie.
No, Ollie, that's going to make it better.
All right, guys. We saw Metal Foes losing to that Silent Sportsman Destiny Heroes deck. What do you make of it? Because he did lose the first round to Simone Falanga, who was also playing Metal Foes.
Yeah.
This just looked like it is.
Yeah, I think a deck like this is definitely one of those ones where you're not aiming for consistency.
Mhm.
You're aiming for the surprise factor. You're aiming for, you know, I would if I was if I'm playing this deck, I know that at least maybe 2 of the 11
rounds, yeah.
11 rounds that we're playing throughout the whole of day 1 and 2, I'm going to lose them.
Right.
I'm going to lose these games, and I know that, and I'm accepting that going into the
But the ones
the
that I
tournament.
win are gonna be rounds to be remembered.
Exactly.
Forever.
And
This particular one, especially since it was live on the video stream. Yeah.
yeah, and you just got to hope that those rounds that you're going to lose are going to be before the top cut portion.
yeah,
It's a good approach.
It's a reasonable strategy.
I'd love to see this in day 2.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely adore to see it in day 2.
Yeah, but imagine, you know, you've been playing, you know, this, you're playing Metal Foes, you're going into day 2. I'm like, okay, cool, yeah, okay. Are you playing Paleozoics, ABCs? What are you playing? Dark Law, Silent
Destiny
Swordsman.
Heroes.
Here's an emptiness. Like, oh, whoops.
Yeah. Whoops.
It's like I call decks like this the dream killer.
Yeah,
Because there's all these people with all these meta decks, they've tested and tested and tested them,
Yeah.
and they've not thought to test against Silent Swordsman.
Yeah.
Why would you?
It's
Yeah.
like you come as prepared as you can get, and you're feeling really good about your chances, and then suddenly a deck like this
Yeah.
comes like crosses paths with you, and you're just like,
Yeah.
wow, what just happened?
But you get into that mindset. I mean, I played in YCS before, and you get into that mindset where you're playing against the same decks over and over again, and then you kind of you're like, oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
the same
you
as
basically
before
have
and
3 game
whatever.
plans, four or 5 maybe.
Yeah.
You know, in this matchup, this is what's crucial, and then suddenly it's like, ooh.
I have no idea what's
yeah,
crucial
what's
because
going
he's
on, yeah.
he's playing like some crazy cards.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
actually interesting on the table. It looks like they're going through the deck and through the side deck choices and actually having a conversation about the deck,
Yeah.
which is nice to see.
No, I love this. I actually saw this happen with Thomas Rose and Jake Quincy. You know,
That was also a very good feature match, actually.
yeah, it was really
If
good.
you guys
Go back and watch.
Yeah, that's definitely one that you should go back and watch. It was very
Yeah.
interesting to see, and very sportsmanlike between the two.
Yeah, that's the thing. I kind of, you know, I've known Jake for a long time, and you know, like anyone, when you lose, especially in a top cut situation like that, you know, you're a bit kind of, damn it, I just lost to that.
Yeah,
And
but Jake
Right.
wasn't mad.
no, that's the thing. He sat with Thomas for a few minutes after the game, and Thomas actually took him through the options in his deck, and by the time he'd finished talking to him and explaining it, Jake was
like-
actually totally fine. He was just like, yeah, okay, this guy knows exactly what
Yeah.
he's playing.
Yeah.
It made sense for me to lose,
Yeah, yeah. And
which
it was
is
just,
a weird thing to admit because most people are like, yeah, he just drew better.
yeah, I mean, why would you? Isn't, you know, naturally you've just lost to this person and you're like, you know, you got sacked, cherries, whatever. And, you know, it's like, yeah, okay, wow, you thought this out.
You've had a couple of these conversations, it appears.
Yeah, I know.
All right, guys, we're gonna try and get our hands on Patrick Granes, the man of the hour, who brought Destiny Heroes together with a Silent Swordsman to the feature match table and just tore through his opponent to 0 clean victory. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back as soon as possible with an interview of our round 2 feature match winner.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
Hello guys, welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm here with Patrick. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, this deck is amazing. It's so cool. I mean, our deck check team have called it Awesome Hero, but what would you call it? What is your deck's name?
I would like it to call Dark Swordsman because
Right,
the Destiny
okay.
heroes are dark, and
Yep.
I like Swordsman, Silent
Mhm.
Swordsman.
Yeah.
That's my favorite card, and that's why I would like it to call so.
Wow. Okay, so I bet you were really happy when you saw Duelist Pack Arrivals of the Pharaoh being announced.
Yes.
Because you thought, oh my god, my card from 2004 is finally usable again. Yeah.
And that's why I started again. I stopped playing.
You started just because of that.
Yeah, not just I don't like the Exceed Summon thing,
Okay.
and Pendle I don't liked it,
Mhm.
but now I'm
You
back.
wanted to play with Silent Swordsman?
Yes,
Well,
of course.
There you
I-
go. That's an awesome reason. So yeah, I remember seeing these cards come through as they were being designed, and I made a deck very similar to this without the Silent Swordsmans, just with Drill Dark and Celestial. I mean, how much use do you actually get out of Celestial? Do you get a lot of draw power from it? Do you think it makes a big difference?
It can be good because you don't have hands most of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
And, in the graveyard, it's always great to have draw power.
Yeah.
Yes. Also,
It's like a second Destiny draw.
yes. But if I have a Silent Swordsman level 7 on the hand, it's not so good.
Yeah.
But most of the time, it's great.
Yeah. So
Draw
well,
power is.
yeah, I mean, Silent Swordsman level 7, you really just wanted to be in the deck the whole
Yeah.
time. Yeah, so you lost your first round match
Yeah.
against Simona Falanga. What happened in that match?
I bricked very hard.
Okay.
I had 3 Silent Swordsmen in the first hand.
Okay, that's
And-
that's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah,
I
it
thought,
can
oh,
happen.
there's some bad hands in here somewhere,
Yeah.
but
And the second game, I got Lava Golemed.
okay.
I had Silent Swordsman level 7 and not Dark Law, a Synchronous Monster,
Mhm.
Red Find, Ice Find Dragon.
Okay.
But you just Lava Golem.
Lava Golem,
and That's,
yeah.
That's the game.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as people see Dark Law, they're going to want to put in Lava Golem and,
Yeah.
and things like that. I actually saw that you're playing Sulkin. How do you make Sulkin?
I can make Solkan with Bubbleman and Coral Dragon.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so
Malicious.
malicious,
sorry.
malicious. Yeah, Coral Dragon and let's just say that makes more sense. Yeah, Bubbleman. I was down with it being Bubbleman. That would have been cool too.
Yeah,
Um,
of course. But he's an even stronger win.
Yeah.
Now.
So we were all three of us were really excited about Silent Sword Slash. How good is this card?
It's a pretty strong card, but
Mhm.
it's only for this archetype.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think I like it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I play it 3 times because it's a great card, but
Yeah.
can hurt Bricky.
Yeah. Unless you've got Silent Swordsman, then
Yeah.
it's not much use. But you do play Summoner Monk, which kind of that allows you to. I mean, we don't really have that a lot in Yu-Gi-Oh, where there's cards that allow you to play other cards that even then kind of fixes the brick a lot. So I think that Summoner Monk is a great choice for stuff like this, where mass change as well. If you don't have the ability to play it, then it's fine to be able to discard it with Summoner Monk.
My favorite start hand is with Summoner Monk and a Silent Sword Slash.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
yeah.
can do Shadow Mist and Masked Hero Dark Law.
Yeah, and you can
Silent
just go
Swordsman.
and you can go and search a Silent Swordsman,
Yes.
even if it's in the graveyard. That's so cool. even I didn't click that. Yeah, you could do that as well. That's really cool. So what's like the best ever field that you've done with this deck?
Yesterday at testing, I had a Silent Swordsman, Dark Law, totally awesome, and Bahamut Shark.
Wow.
It's first turn.
Yeah, that's
But no
pretty-
hand.
Yeah,
then.
but then Celestial was good for next turn, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
So there was one of the other Destiny. I can't remember what its name is in English. There is a Destiny hero that you can summon to your opponent's side of the field.
Cyber Angel or Angel?
No, it's I can't remember
Dark
the name.
Angel?
Yeah,
I
Dark
mean,
Angel or
it's
something.
something like Angel.
Yeah, so the Destiny hero. Did you not think about playing that?
I don't like to give my enemy cards.
Okay.
I mean, I can cancel or negate spell effects with my Silent Swordsman. I don't need another.
Yeah,
Destiny
that makes
hero.
sense. Yeah. So has there been a time where your Silent Swordsman got destroyed and your opponent thought, okay, great, I finally got rid of that Silent Swordsman. You went, oh, by the way, I get my level 7 now.
No, not today.
Not today, but,
But
let's hope so.
with friends or at locals.
Yeah, locals. I can imagine there's people
And-
just, oh, it negates a spell card. Great, destroy it, and then
Yeah.
here's the big boss guy with
Of
an
it,
even
of
bigger
course.
sword.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So tell us a little bit about you. So you said you just started again with Duelist Pack Rouse of the Pharaoh. What decks did you used to play then?
I mostly played not Destiny Hero, Silent Swordsman.
Okay,
I
all the
always
way back
tried-
then.
Yeah, I always try to play a deck around then.
Okay, wow, that's really cool. I don't think I've ever met anyone who was such a big fan of Silent Swordsman.
I think I'm like Final Fantasy VII, and this guy reminds me on Cloud.
Okay,
With the
yeah,
big
with the
ass
big,
sword,
big,
yeah.
big sword. Yeah, cool. Right, well, best of luck in the rest of the tournament, and I hope to see you tomorrow to be able to see even more of your Silent Swordsman
I hope
deck.
so too.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, so thank you so much, and we're going to be right back with even more live coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. We'll catch you guys soon.
All right, and with that, let's take you to the table where the finals of YCS Liverpool 2016 will be underway. There we go. There's the handshake. Thomas Rose on the left, Tom Figut's on the right, and the second handshake. Daniel and Andrea just trolling the players, basically. No, they're not. They're serious about this.
Yeah,
They want to do a good job.
I think that Thomas Rose probably could have a good chance here with all of these cards doing well against Light Swarm 2. I really can't call this one.
All right, so who's going to go first? Do we know already?
No, don't know yet. So
We do have the
there we
opening
go.
hands, though. Okay, that's the way to go
Okay.
first.
Oh, Tom Verguts here has opened Garnet. That's a poor showing by Garnet there.
Gem Knight Garnet. I think we've never seen this weekend.
Well, we've seen it a whole lot, just never in the hand.
Yeah, where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, doesn't belong in the hand.
He does have Snow, the so-called best card in the format by Alpay Engin.
Yeah,
And Instant Fusion, Performance, Trick Clown, and Raid in hand of the Light Sworn.
yeah.
All right, but the story is currently unfolding on the other side of the table. That is Thomas Rose,
Yeah,
who went for Dante. And
Yeah.
he's also got a Pot of Desires, which
Yeah.
we're going to see very soon, I guess.
yeah. Finish Rhino Warriors, sending Graf. Graf's gonna summon one of these Burning Abyss monsters from hand, most likely, yes, the Sir. Just straight away get those two limited cards out into the open. So he's +1 so far. Gonna go +1 again because of the desires. It's just so cool that he's playing 50 cards. I can't get over that.
Yeah.
If right at the start of this tournament I said to you a 50 card Burning Abyss deck's gonna win, you would just laugh in my face.
Yeah, we'll be like, no, Valence Liturtre is always playing 40 cards.
yeah, exactly.
I'm not 100% sure about that. Also, there's a funny story about this, about Tom Feargoods, actually. He told me this. We featured him before. It's just we featured so many players, so sometimes we kind of forget about it. And we featured him at the European Championship this year in round 11.
Okay.
And we had a quick chat with him prior to the event, and he said, yeah, if I lose now, my opponent is going to go all the way to the top 4 and going to go to the World Championship. And I kind of talked down on him. I said, like, that's not the correct way to approach this. You need to win this. You need to think in your head that you're going to win this. But he was correct. He lost, and his opponent went to the top 4 of the European Championship.
Who was it?
I'm not 100% sure which of the top 4 it was, but we can find that out. We could look it up if we have to.
Yeah.
He's also been on the bubble a couple of times, come really close. And in other tournaments at YCS Prague, for example, he lost in the top something to Sona Güngör, who went and ended up on 3rd place. And in yet another YCS, he lost in the top 32, and his opponent ended up winning the event. So he's been in the top 32 a couple of times, came close, but every time he loses against the eventual winner. I think in Prague he lost against Uru Kovacic, who ended up winning.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
So, plenty of mills going on here. We see the Fog Blade there from Boots. Boots kindly goes and searches that out for him. Double Dante opener. This is both of his Dantes, so he's just going Scam for the Beatrice. Yeah, okay. This is kind of as good as you could get from Tom Rose.
So you're saying it's a 10 out of 10?
Well, it's a 10 out of 10 for his deck, certainly. I think it could have only been better if somehow at the end he was able to summon Vanity's Fiend.
All right, so 9.8 out of 10.
9.8 out of 10.
All right. Tom Feargoods needs something.
Yeah, definitely. He's...
it doesn't look great.
No.
Doesn't look terribly. I'm not sure. Maybe it does look terrible.
No, this hand is fine.
The Charge of the Light Brigade might be fixing something now.
No, this is fine. His hand is totally fine.
He's lost Soul Charge to the Charge of the Light Brigade.
Yeah.
And is that a Brilliant Fusion and a Maxi?
Maxi, Brilliant Fusion, Soul Charge, Charge.
Yeah, of course. Okay, what is he going to go for here?
I think he has to play, I say the long game, but he's definitely not going to do much this turn. He's not necessarily in a terrible spot, but he really needed that mill to mill a level 4 monster, to be honest, because then he could have instant fusioned. But Raiden, I think, is his best choice.
He seems to disagree and goes for Lumina instead.
No, I mean, he's already got a Raiden. I mean,
You
when he
mean
summons,
Lumina and then get Raiden back?
Yeah. Well, no, he's not going to be able to put Raiden in the graveyard. He's going to summon Raiden to try and use its effect.
Right.
Or not.
Or not. Fairy Tail Snow. It is a thing. You can actually normal summon it.
Yes.
Nobody ever does, but yeah, you can.
Yeah. So, is that going to get fog-bladed? Is he really scared? I'd be pretty scared. I'm about to try and win a YCS here, and I've got this crazy Fairy Tail Snow trying to book down my Beatrice. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Fairy Tail Snow is like a version of Tsukuyomi on steroids.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's really like you can special summon it. It has decent stats, not just decent stats for a 4-star monster. That's like excellent stats.
Yeah.
Great effect. Looks good.
Yeah.
This card is a 10 out of 10.
It's a light monster. It's a spellcaster as well. There is literally no single bit of this card that is printed that is not good.
Yeah. It could be a tuner on top of all the other things.
Yeah, but no, actually, no, that wouldn't be good because then you wouldn't be able to play Raiden with it.
Tom Feargoods is calling it a day.
Yeah, yeah.
Very understandable. Not the best opening we've ever seen.
No, not at all.
By any stretch of the imagination. So 1-0 for Thomas Rose. And this is the point where we start getting a little bit shaky because we're thinking of flashbacks of the European Championship. YCS Rimini.
Yeah, neither of the players look too happy about that. I
Yeah,
guess
well,
they're both so focused right now.
Thomas Rose, I mean, you got to cut him some slack after that semi-final against Niccolo Mazzolini. At first I thought, why is he so stressed? There's no way that he sees the line of plays that leads to his demise because nobody's playing these cards. His opponent needs to have a Book of Eclipse. His opponent needs to have the Utopia Prime. Nobody's thinking of all of that.
Yeah.
And he told me, actually, prior to this match, he said, no, I knew that he had all of that. I knew that he could actually turn things around. And I was I was scared for my life, so to speak. And now he feels like he has to validate himself, he has to prove himself, because some people are going to call him, hey, you just got lucky that you ended up in the finals because your opponent fluked. And so he wants to show us that he deserves to be in the finals.
Yeah.
Although actually he did that in the other feature matches, in my opinion.
Yeah. He already showed why he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that he's here and he's been playing a 50-card deck still just confuses me.
Yeah. Because you try to erase your memory of that Long Dao victory.
Yeah.
One with a 60-card deck.
It was
It was also 60 cards,
Yeah,
or 58 or something.
Yeah, 60-card Mermail.
Yeah, this was one of those tournaments where Long Dao did really not do us a favor in Europe, because all the American duelists were like, oh my god, look at Europe, what's winning over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody was like, I could win in that final, in that format. So we've talked about the side decks a whole lot.
Yeah.
What do we see here? Or what will we see here?
So Flying Seas definitely going in. Book of Eclipses as well. I think that's it for Tom. And for Thomas, Rose. Probably
Yeah, Tom is not very
Maxi-
helpful this year.
Maxi and Max. He wants Maxi. He wants the Kaijus as well for the Exceed monsters. Okay, so Thomas Rose going second. I can only assume.
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's take a quick look at Thomas Rose's hand.
Oh dear.
Oh my. He's playing the wrong card game. You don't want to have three copies of Speedroid Terratop.
No.
Twintis and Mask Change too. Okay.
Okay.
Tom Figgles, on the other hand, he's got a Foolish Burial, Pot of Desires, which he just activated, Solar Recharge, Unizombie. Interesting. Don't you usually play something like Foolish before you activate the Pot of Desires, or?
I think he played that correct in that fashion because Foolish can be many different things in the Light Swan deck. So
It's not like you always go for the same card like in other decks.
no, it's not like you go for a single card that you don't want to banish from Desires. You just go for the thing that's suiting the situation.
Right.
So he gains.
He's got a Snow in hand.
Yeah.
And we learned he can normal summon that card.
Yeah. And an Eclipse.
He does have a Book of Eclipse. That's the card that was crucial in that semi-final that we have been talking about so much.
Yeah, so I think Foolish. What is the trap card? I have absolutely no idea what that is. It's this, but it's in German. What is it?
Phantom Knights of Shadow Brigade. What's the exact name? Shadow something.
Yep, I've never... Phantom Knights of Shadow Veil?
Okay.
Is that it? No.
Shade.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm Rob, and joining me is Vladis Baranovskis. And now, Vladis here won the Irish LLDS Stage 2. So I brought him back here. He's also judging today, which is why he's wearing this very fetching shirt. So I just wanted to ask you, basically, what was it like having the first LLDS Stage 2 in Ireland?
I found it pretty cool because Ireland doesn't get too many big events. The last big event we had was Euros, and we all thought that was really insane. Like having a big event in Dublin was just unheard of. And then having the Stage 2 was also a bigger improvement than last year because we could only go to the UK one, and it was a week before Christmas, and none of us could sadly go.
Yeah, because unfortunately the LLDS did kind of fall within December.
Yeah.
But he got more of a summer release this time round, which made things a little bit better for everybody.
Yeah.
Now, the Stage 1s, how many Stage 1s did you play in before you qualified?
I played in, I'd say 5.
Five Stage 1s. There was only 8 in Ireland as well. So, although we did have a couple in Northern Ireland as well. So, wow, yeah. You definitely played it through to get up there. And it was quite a prestigious event because only 16 players could have qualified in Ireland. So 12 players showed up. I think there was one person from the UK.
And there's also 2 from the north.
2 from the Northern Ireland, yeah. So you played ABC.
Yes.
And you won with ABC.
Yes.
Did you play against anything interesting that day?
I played against Dark Synchro in the 3rd round.
Nice.
Unfortunately, lost to that. But there's not much you can do against that deck sometimes because if they get to go first, they just take away your hand, and then most of the time you can't play.
Well, that's why one of the things that I really kind of like about regions that have these things that are local level that then comes to a bigger level that you qualify for. You find that some of the local level ones is just like a locals, so you get some really kind of weird decks that people like to play, and that's why Stage 2s and things like that for me feel more like personal because people are there. They've won their locals.
It's like an inner rivalry thing.
Yeah,
in between the country.
So they're kind of like, oh well, I'm here now. I need to be the best for my country, which is absolutely great. Yeah. So if you were able to play today, because you were saying to me earlier that if you hadn't have won the Stage 2. If you'd won the Stage 2, you'd already been accepted to judge. You probably would have played here.
Yeah, probably would have.
What would you have played today? Would you have gone with ABC again?
I think I would have played the Paleozoic Frog deck. I think that deck is insane. Trap cards that can also be monsters is just eliminates the kind of stigma between people saying traps are bad, or rather people don't really like to play a lot of trap cards. But in the Paleozoic deck, it's the first time people have played 30+ trap cards in a deck. It's crazy.
So LLDS, so going back to that, it's as a program, how do you feel about it?
I find it pretty cool. It gives a bit of more incentive to go to these events, and then the Stage 2 to top it all off gives everyone a competitive drive to play in the event, because especially in Ireland there isn't many prize cards in circulation or one at all. most of the prize cards are to Luke Smythe, which was our national champion for 2 years in a row. And I think people from Northern Ireland have won it like past like 4 years, except this year where someone from the southern parts of Ireland won. But that was cool. But yeah, I think everyone like would find it like super like. Not sure what the word I'm looking for. Maybe like something to like give them a reason to play.
Yeah.
Maybe like a bigger incentive to play.
So rather than just
and to
locals,
qualify.
you're able to play in your locals and get something out
Yeah,
of it,
yeah.
which is absolutely fantastic. And the stage 1 mat as well, being Dark Magician and
Yeah.
Dark Magician Girl, everybody adored that with
Yeah.
the Subterra mat finally for the final.
Yeah.
And that Subterra mat was actually, the artwork for it was released before anybody knew what it was.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
So it gives a really big incentive. Now, you said that you'd be playing Frogs.
Yeah.
You were playing ABC before.
Yeah.
We kind of have a holy trinity of decks at the moment. What do you think is going to win this event?
Honestly, I think the deck that will win this event, if you go by the past events, it'll be ABC. But I think Paleozoic Frog has like such a huge chance to win it as well. As in YCS Anaheim, I think there was 2 in top 4, which is like crazy, and they're like 2 like pretty different builds. One playing Great Slam Jr., I think, and then one that was playing like slightly more traps, I think. So like I like that card a lot, that deck a lot.
Good. So, you're judging this event.
Yes.
Why did you want to be a judge?
I think it all stemmed back from locals when I didn't really understand why I couldn't bottomless a Gorz Embassy of Darkness. I was like, why? It's summoned. Why can't I do that? And then it kind of like sparked my interest. And then things like why can't you bring back Star's Dragon if it was summoned off Starlight Road if it used its effect? I was like, why? It doesn't say anything on the card that I can't bring it back. Like, why can't I do this? And then I kind of just got annoyed, so I just started learning the rules, and now I'm here.
Yeah, it's great, and you get to travel from Ireland to Bochum to, come and judge one of the biggest European tournament of all time. So
it's quite an experience so far. I really like it.
Good. Okay, so it was absolutely great to have you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll be seeing you very soon, hopefully, with the next round.
Yeah, well, he got to draw 2 cards anyway. Yeah, so he didn't.
Thomas Rose did draw into Radiant, the multi-dimensional Kaiju.
That's
and
nice.
it's back to Tom, who now has a Max C. 2 snows. Not bad.
No, but still, he doesn't have anything big enough to get over that Chaos Center. His only current way to get over that, I don't know what he's going to say. Zombie, no. The only way to get over that currently is to attack into the Chaos Center with Minerva, and then hope for Minerva's effects to trigger.
Right. Or does he get to 7 cards if he detaches that from Abyss Dweller?
Actually, yeah, you just reminded me he had Trick Clown. Yes, I thought he would have played Trick Clown last time, but he didn't. Yes, he has Trick Clown, so they can summon Uni-Zombie and make some plays that way.
Not just some plays.
Yeah, yeah, he can.
Some good plays.
Some real good plays, yeah.
Yeah. This deck is so flexible. It can attack you from all directions.
Yeah, obviously Michael can't banish
Chaos Hunter.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to attack right over it.
Which is good enough.
Yeah, good enough. And I think he's got enough for Snow now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 7 exactly.
7 exactly. Oh, yeah, he can get rid of the Abyss Dweller if necessary. Not that you would want to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, he probably will next turn if his opponent starts playing some cards.
Yeah,
that
yeah. If it's definitely the better choice to lose your Abyss Dweller than losing your field.
So he should leave. Yeah, he's going to leave him with 1 Take Bog here. That's a much better play.
So the mask change too. How good would it have been to set that?
That would have stopped Michael because the card detached from Abyss Dweller would have been banished instead, so he wouldn't have been able to summon the Trick Clown. So it would have been better.
I mean, he had to. No, but the Dweller could have always detached in response or detached first.
Yes, but he would have played Mass Change 2 in
the standby phase or something.
No, in end phase.
In
his own end
okay,
phase.
you mean still in the end phase? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, so suddenly,
but still here, all he needs is he can. Yeah, it's a mill for Michael.
Mm-hmm.
He's not played Pop of Desires. Yeah, that's a great draw.
Yeah, that is definitely no question about it.
He needs somewhere to deal with his own Radiant though if he's going to put it on his opponent's side of the field. I think Dark Lord's going to be a pretty good card, but there's a lot of monsters he's banished there.
So stacking the cards in the banished zone.
Yeah.
That's like the one exception of this no changing the contents of your zone rule, I think.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't really, because it does
Yeah.
matter.
It can, yeah.
Yeah, it absolutely can matter.
It's that card that says
That-
return the top 3 banished cards to the graveyard or something
there was
like that.
there was somebody who said to me, "Oh, can I rearrange them?" And I spent the time to look it up. But yeah, there is. I can't remember the exact situation, but there is a situation.
Okay, interesting. Tom's got a Maxi in hand, and that is pretty much it. But since he's got a field, he doesn't have to worry
Okay, so
as much.
he can Foolish Graph. Or not, because he got banished. Yeah, so accidentally... yeah, I can only assume that he meant to do it for Graph.
So just double checking the card for Tom Feargoods. It's looking good for Tom,
Yeah.
but we've seen Thomas Rose come back before.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1 up at the moment.
Yeah, of course.
It's not like he's completely out of it. Actually, yeah, this is a good point. I think if he uses the mass change to... Oh, okay, he's got 2 silent boots. He's going to be able to go boots, make a...
There's Maxi. Was that too late to draw? Yeah.
No, it's just a normal summon.
Normal. Okay, yeah. Just confused.
Still, you may want to chain mass change 2 now.
Before the opponent can draw
Yeah.
off Maxi.
Yeah, I'd chain mass change 2, attack over the Minerva so it gets banished, and then from deck set Fogblade to stop the opponent. Oh, okay, he's just playing through it. To stop the opponent from being able to play Raiden's Michael's effect.
Right. Like you said, he's playing through instead.
Yeah, I think Thomas Rose earlier was the one who said, yeah, Dark Claw is like the best thing in the whole world since sliced bread. So, yeah, he's probably just going to play through this and then be like, hey, look, here's a Dark Claw.
Well, if your opponent is not playing Foolish Burial into the Shiranui.
Yeah, that was so funny. So yeah, break Sword the Michael, bring back Dark Rebellion, Exceed Dragon, steal some of Minerva's attack, or steal some of Minerva's attack over Abyss Dweller, mass change 2 into
Dark Law.
Dark Law, attack over Minerva, bam. This is all assuming that he doesn't snow it right now. Even if he does snow it, he can then play mass change 2 and do the play that I said before.
Well, it does look like he's going to snow.
Yeah, they can still do the play that I said before.
He's going to make it snow.
Yeah.
Yep. But no mask change 2.
He can still tribute events face down, but yeah.
He might not want to.
It's
No, he
Kaiju?
first gets the Kaiju out, okay. And he sets the
mask change
in either the Twin Twister or the mask change 2.
He can mass change 2 during his opponent's turn,
Of course, yeah.
but Radiant is bigger than it.
He did set mask change 2, not all that surprising.
Yeah. If he attacks into Break Sword, the Break Sword, even if it gets destroyed by battle, I think it still gets its effect. I may be completely mistaken there.
Here, if you want to read it.
Oh.
I can't.
Yeah, it's just if it's destroyed, yeah.
I'm sitting like a good 2 meters apart from this.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it now that I wear my glasses. I've been doing this for years, and I've needed glasses. I've never been able to read those cards.
Right. Tom Feargoods did draw into another Max C. Got
Yeah.
2 charge of the Light Brigade.
See, yeah, if he'd have been able to succeed with the play that he wanted to do last turn, if that snow hadn't interrupted him, that would have been bonkers.
You're talking about Thomas Rose.
Yeah, if Thomas Rose would have been able to make the play that he wanted to make, then that would have been bonkers. Because Charter Light Brigade, you just can't play it 'cause you can't pay the cost.
Yeah. But now it's a different story. So when is the best point in time to activate the mask change?
I think at this point, it's simply not, because Radiant is on 2,800 attack points. If Radiant's going to attack over the Break Sword, then that's probably the most appropriate time to play Dark Law. But still, it's not non-ideal, because then you've still got Radiant on the field. I think the trouble will be Radiant. If he has basically if Radiant just disappeared now, like just somehow disappeared,
Yeah.
and then he had Dark Law, he would be winning, even with his opponent having 3 monsters and all of this other stuff. He would be winning.
Yeah, very interesting situation. The 2 charges. Brilliant Fusion. It's also going to put in some work somewhere down the line, that Brilliant Fusion.
Yeah.
And yet another Max C. So, Tom Feargoods definitely gives his opponent something to think about. And he's currently also thinking quite a bit about his next play.
Oh, okay. Apparently, one of the players has found a random extra Castell in their deck.
Okay.
So they're looking. I think, yeah. Basically, one of them's taken it from their last opponent by accident.
Okay. And the extra deck or what?
Yes. Yeah. It's a Castell.
Yeah.
So out there, they're probably having the same issue of where's my Castell?
Right.
'Cause all of the players that have been playing in the last 2 matches are still here. They're still
right,
playing.
right. You mean in the game for the 3rd place?
Yeah.
Yeah, because those 2 guys who ended up in the semifinals but got kicked out, they also have to play one more round because we need to know who's gonna walk away with yet another prize card.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just being corrected that Master Change 2 on an XYZ doesn't work, on an Exceed monster.
Does it not?
I just assumed it does because you've been sounding so...
Yeah, I thought it did. Do you know, well, the first time I said it...
I think it needs to be a level 3 monster.
Ah, yes, because... No, it's just that it doesn't have a level.
And that has a level, yeah. It's pretty precise in that way. Yep.
Okay. Still.
So Master Change is not doing anything.
Yeah. Still, I think any of the players that I spoke about, he could have done by just using it on the material.
Yes, that is true. But he didn't want to go for it. For some reason, he might have thought the Break Sword is so much better.
Yeah.
So how does Tom get over this monster? It shouldn't be impossible, or it shouldn't take 2 minutes of thinking.
No, I think the judges are trying to give back the...
it's still all about that extra Castell.
Yeah. I think they're trying to return the Castell to its rightful owner.
All right. So... So just, we are, according to my clock, we are 26 minutes into the round. Even though it's the finals, this is still timed. We might be able to get some more information if we switch cameras to the side and take a look at what happens at the table, really, rather than having this top-down view.
Yep. Oh, I see the head judge walking out of the feature match area.
So they might be done with this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to have a healthy amount of extra time, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, so 4 monsters for Tom Feargoods. For Tom Feargoods. 1 face down for Thomas Rose. And that is the Phantom Knights of Breaksword. His only defense, really.
Yeah.
And now we see some action again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Child's Light Brigade, there's the Garnet. It's better to be in the graveyard than it is to be stuck in your hand.
Yeah, at this point with Fairy Tale Snow, everything in the graveyard is a good card.
Yeah.
Even though if it doesn't trigger itself, you just want to have more cards to banish for that all-important Fairy Tale card.
Yeah.
Some players suggested we should just call it the Fairy Tale deck, which is weird because that's actually an archetype, Fairy Tale.
Yeah.
Not just Snow, like there are other Fairy Tale
Did he play? Has he played Desires? Has Tom Feargoods played Desires this game? I think he has, because his deck's only like 6 cards.
I think below the face-up banished cards is like a pile of banished cards.
Yeah, I just see the way he's looking through his deck, I was like, why has he got so little cards? But yeah, he must have...
I think he did, yeah.
Played Desires and then banished it. Yeah, of course he did. This game is it's just weird.
Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards left in his deck.
Okay, so Thomas Rose may think about that. He may be going for deck out.
Thomas Rose might be like, yeah, I can go for deck out. And also Tom Fiego's got a card in his hand. Maxi, he probably doesn't want to activate
No.
under any circumstance now.
So he's got 4 cards left. Wow, like when Needleworm would win you the game.
You can just swap that face down monster for a Needleworm. That would be it.
Yeah, Needleworm with Exceed material. Yeah, the Exceed materials are Phantom Knights.
Some players are now suggesting that sneaking a second Castell into your opponent's extra deck is a viable winning strategy. Of course you can try that, but you better not get caught. Alright, so where are we going to go from here?
I think that Tom Fiegots has to figure out a way to get this off the field without destroying it, which isn't too difficult. I mean, well, it's face down, so you can't Castell it. I just keep making cards up.
The app on the right says there's a Michael on the field. That is not the case. That is the Kaiju. There we have seen the peak action. And
Yeah, it's got to be no. Yeah, it's got to be face up.
So Dweller attacks.
Yeah, splits into
2 more monsters.
yeah.
The materials. All right. No more defense for Thomas Rose.
Nope.
And now Tom
4800.
Fiegots is finally dealing some damage. We're getting somewhere.
Yep.
Slowly but steadily.
Yeah.
So a little bit more than 3,000 life points remaining for Thomas Rose. He's almost out of cards. He's got a Twin Twisters in hand, and he's got a Mask Change 2 face down. That is not much. His opponent, Tom Fiegots, only has 4 cards left in his deck. Is it just 3 now? Did he draw another card? Don't think so.
No.
So he went for Psy Framelord Omega. And with that, he's probably going to pass play very soon.
Yeah, so he banishes the Twin Twisters from Thomas Rose's hand here.
Yep.
Hey, to be fair, he's going to be able to banish those boots and start getting Fog Blades. So that's going to stop some attacks. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but...
You think he's just trying to get to that magical moment when your opponent goes stake out?
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be possible, but it would certainly be a way to end the YCS.
Yes, that would be something. Well, what is the best draw that Thomas Rose can have here? The Fiendish Rhino Warrior is... meh.
No, Phoenix Rhino Warrior is okay, but I don't think Thomas Rose has what he needs to
Hang in there.
to use Phoenix Rhino Warrior to his greatest potential. Rhino Warrior would be a great one if he had a Graffin deck. And if he had a Graffin deck and a Surin deck as well, that would be a perfect set of cards to have.
Yeah, he's just checking his graveyard. Now we're going to see this surge going on.
Boots for the Fogblade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Tom's probably got this. And then it would be 1-1 between Thomas Rose and Tom Feargoods. And then we're going to be continuing with another little interference of... We're looking at what? What's up? Luke is in shock. He's just...
If he equips Darklaw with the Phantom Knight's sword, then it's bigger than all of the other monsters.
But we said...
He has to draw a card.
Yeah, he has to draw a card, and we also said that Mask Change 2 needs to...
No, he has a card. He has Twin Twisters.
Yeah, but didn't we say that he has to... Mask Change 2, didn't it say a face-up monster? Then target one face-up monster you control that has a level.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, yeah, he must have a Burning Abyss monster in his deck.
Right, so he first wants to work through his deck, prevent... stop yet another attack or something.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why. I think that's enough. Dark Law is on 24. That would put him to 29.
So he triggers the effect.
Phantom Knight Sword will put him up by 800.
Good thing that this Abyss Dweller is out of effects.
Yeah.
Out of.
Yeah, he
fears.
has got Graph. Graph's going to summon a Burning Abyss monster. He can mass change 2 into it. I don't know.
Let's just see what
I don't know.
happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
All right. So far, so good. So far,
Yeah.
the predictions were correct. There's a Scam on the field now.
Yeah.
Tom Feargoods must be so puzzled by all of this. It's like, why are we still playing? What's going on? Here's an attack. This is it. And no, it is not. There's a mask change too. And now the
Yep.
big question is, what you gonna do when mask change 2 hits you?
Yeah, here we go. And then now he's thinking,
Dark Law. Okay.
I remember reading a card that you just added to your deck. So, replay occurs. Do you wish to continue your attack?
Do you wish to lose your monster?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I attack into it anyway. There's no reason not to. And then at least he's has to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, this I told you this was gonna happen. Here we go.
But I think he also needs to make space for snow, doesn't he?
But yeah,
So how good is Dark Law in this situation?
I don't know how many cards he has. He has enough for snow on the field and in his hand. But does he?
He's definitely.
Yeah. Okay. He's got plenty in his
like
grave.
he's. Yeah, there's no question about it. He's
Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize he had so many in his grave. Ah, well, that was anticlimactic. I thought he like totally had it then.
Yes. That was 7 cards. I'm pretty certain about it.
Yeah, again, this is all in his battle phase. Wow, what a shame. It was a cool play.
Yeah, well, yes, it was, but
I'm always the advocate of the cool play.
1800, which is so fitting that Fairy Tail Snow is 1850.
Yeah. He just looked at Dark
Jesus Christ, this card, way too good.
Yeah.
Way too good.
And then attack for game. Okay, yes.
Is there
he had-
Necro Garden or
no,
something?
No, he has a trap.
At this point, I'm like, anything can happen.
Yeah, he has a trap. He's still saying, yes, I have everything.
Thomas Rose really doesn't want to give up, ever. like,
Why would you? Why would you?
no, I'm not saying he should. I just want to point it out again.
Yeah, banish the Phantom Knight's sword.
He is a
Summon Break Sword back. Yeah, okay, we're in business. If he destroys this, he gets to go. Oh no, it's only if it's XC summon. Okay, sure. Still, he's got this.
Does he survive this turn? No.
Yep. 800 and then 1/7. He's only going to take 2/5. He's on 600 life points. He's
only,
all good.
He's only going to take 2/5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He just needs to draw an Eelworm now.
He is in business.
Yeah.
Thomas Rose with 1 card.
Okay, searching for Scarm. See, nobody has Scarm. Like,
Didn't he just... Yeah.
yeah.
What else is there? This Burning Abyss deck, it's giving me headaches. It's just running circles around the opponent even while it's losing. Thomas Rose is down on 600 life points. Every other deck, seriously, with that field and with all of that, Tom Feargoods is throwing everything but the kitchen sink and the snow inside the kitchen sink at Thomas Rose's head, and he's still somehow hanging
cannot
in
win.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy, absolutely crazy. 2 cards left in Tom Feargoods' quotation marks deck. It's his turn. He's got a Seer in hand.
Hey,
He's-
like, I'm not saying it's slow play, but this is one of those situations where Thomas Rose is thinking, yeah, sure, I've got Barbar in my deck. I'm fine if I want to go to time. Like, but he's still playing at a pace. Like,
yeah, but he cannot make up all that damage.
no, I'm
Yes.
saying if he goes to time, then he's playing as much as possible to get into time.
Right. Oh, that's what you mean. Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, it is definitely Thomas Rose is the one player that has a higher interest in having less time on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because he's probably going to win in the timeout.
Yeah, and he's
thanks to Barber.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to have another. So he gets his open game state here. He's going to summon, sir.
It's so confusing as an opponent, like thinking about what's he gonna do next. He's already done everything.
Okay, so Amiga to get rid of the last card from his hand.
So there's only a Seer left.
Yeah, but he's got Boots in graveyard as well, so he can go and search for a Fog Blade. It's late in the day. I can't remember my trap cards again. Yeah, there's the Fog Blade.
Just
wow, Thomas Rose. What? He's just
fighting tooth and nail.
yeah. Seriously, it's like a horse just tripped over in the Grand National, and it's like, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, Omega is coming back. So is the Phantom Knights monster.
Yeah.
Is that it? Or is it still going to be...
No, because Seer is going to be able to get back Graf. Graf's going to go get another card from deck. I mean, I think that's it. It should be. Oh, yeah, of course. So he can put Fogblade on the Sir, and he can't attack it. You're not allowed to attack it. You're just not allowed to declare an attack on the monster that has Fogblade on it. And now he can just pass, and he's going to deck him out. Oh my
We've
God.
never seen this move before, have we?
What, is that a Black Rose Dragon?
Does he have one in his side
Yeah,
deck?
but
In his
there's
extra
a-
deck?
What is that?
I don't see one.
It must be Scarlight.
In any case, Tom Feargoods has finally won the second game.
Okay.
It was confusing. We're not 100% sure what the last card was because it was way too shiny. You want to consult with our judges. What a thriller between those two. Thomas Rose not giving away anything against Tom Feargoods. And finally, it's 1-1. And it looked like
You were saying earlier about Thomas Rose and about how he kind of has to prove himself here. This proves it for me. Just he was able to keep on playing, and he had a win condition right up until the end.
yeah.
It wasn't like he was fighting just to lose later. He had a win condition right up until the end.
Book of Eclipse for takeout. Yeah, that would have been something.
Oh yeah, wow.
Just imagine that. All right, going into the last game. Thomas Rose is going to be allowed to go first. He's got the Phantom Knights Burning Abyss deck with 10 extra deck cards that are just there to make your opponent's life hell.
Yeah.
We have seen part of that just now, again, for the third time this weekend, I think. Tom Feargoods, on the other hand, is playing Lightsworn. He's been very close a couple of times before in the top 32, and then very, very often he ended up with the problem that he was paired against the eventual winner of the tournament. Today he wants to be the winner of the tournament. So the question is, what can he do now? What can he side in and finally gain the upper hand in that final match?
Well, so just to note before we start talking about that, there is 2 minutes left on time, which means they're going to be going into sudden death.
Yeah. So there's going to be Baba making an impression, hopefully, for Thomas Rose.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes. So just to say, same as the first game, he's going to be wanting to put Flying Seas in, maybe Book of Eclipse. Now that he knows that he's playing Dark Law, that's about it really. And then for Thomas Rose, same as I said before, the Kaiju's, and the Maxis.
It was Scarlight, by the way.
Yeah, I saw Scarlight.
Okay. Just thank you.
So
Thank you, guys.
Scarlight would be able to destroy all of his own monsters and then inflict 500 for each.
All right.
Okay,
So we got the
final.
The final. Thomas Rose starts with Farfar, Fiendish Rhino Warrior, Phantom Knights of Ancient Cloak, Pot of Desires, and another Pot of Desires, which he activates. Now we're in time. Yeah.
So right on the first turn. So these are the last 4 turns in YCS Liverpool.
Right. Tom Feargoods
Unless
has...
they don't inflict damage.
Yeah, for Tom Feargoods, the advantage is he's got 2 turns to attack. whereas
Yep.
Thomas Rose only's got 1. On the other hand, the Phantom Knights Burning Abyss deck is known for being able to just defend itself really, really greatly. And then, of course, he's also got Barbar to deal some direct damage.
However, he does have Flying Sea. So he's going to T-top, take Tombog's probably going to come down, and then he's going to see Flying Sea here.
Such a good card.
Yeah, really good card.
The Charge of the Light Brigade is probably the most important card in Tom Fiegold's hand, because
Yeah.
other than that, he's only got normal summons.
Yeah.
Which are not exactly what you want in this
Here you
format.
go. You can have this as well.
Yeah,
Whoa.
Flying Sea, such a good card.
Yeah. So Thomas Rose here, not necessarily too happy with that. So Thomas Rose now
That puts a
has
halt
to
to
figure out what's going on here. Does he have any tribute summonable monsters by any chance?
not in hand.
Whoa, he has anti-spell fragrance. Actually, no, he has Pot of Desires. Yeah, he should play Pot of Desires.
He did. He did play a second
Okay, it's
one.
just not. Ah, okay, sorry, yes. I just didn't see the first one.
He should just play the second one.
Yeah, please play the second one. He needs to play the second one. Okay. So, Farfa? Farfa's effect on the Flying Sea? Wow. That's a good way to deal with it. I didn't even see you had Farfa. Doesn't say it on our app here.
Not
but
anymore. It just disappeared so quickly.
Yeah.
So now we got Dante. And
Yeah.
now he's in business.
Yeah, well, yep, he didn't necessarily mill the best here, but can't have it all. You can go at least get a Fog Blade, which can potentially negate the Flying Sea if absolutely necessary. So yeah, Boots gets Fog Blades. If absolutely necessary, he can play it that way. See, this is the thing with Thomas Rose. He's drawn that second Pot of Desires. He can still play it. He's playing 50 cards.
Yeah, no, that's not it. I mean, it's still not great to have 2 Pot of Desires, is what I heard. Although we've seen worse this weekend. We've seen a Pot of Desires to draw 2 Pot of Desires.
Yes, that was pretty bad.
That was quite something. Flying Sea is coming back. That was the
Scam
opening
in the end phase.
for Thomas Rose.
Yeah.
He's probably going to flip the anti-spell fragrance.
Tom Rose works out. Yeah, this works out really well for Thomas Rose. Yeah, because has he set all his spell cards? Yeah, so he's definitely going to flip anti-spell straight away.
So Tom
This is going to shut down.
Tom Feargoods needs a top deck like an MST or Twin Twister. We've seen that one before.
Yeah, I don't know if he might have taken them out though.
Yeah, he didn't really see any reason to keep them in
No.
before.
No, exactly. Unless apart from those Phantom Knights traps.
All right, so he passes play and immediately flips.
Anti-spell.
And
he drew
there's a
wolf.
wolf. Yeah, oof.
Okay, so he basically just has to normal summon Snow or Mizuki now. Okay, just an update from our head judge here. We had Jack Verma is confirmed as 3rd place. So Niccolo Mazzolini loses to Jack Verma. So he'll be taking home the Utopia Kaiser.
So this is really looking good for Thomas Rose here.
Yeah.
I mean, his opponent is forced to this very conservative opening with a card set to each zone.
Yeah.
And the only card that really would have turned this hand into anything was a Charge of Light Brigade.
Yeah. I mean, he can happily negate his own effect with the Fog Blade. I think negate the Flying Sea, and then just go nuts.
So back to Thomas Rose.
First Cloak. He's going to mill with Dante first. Yeah, sure. I mean, he has to see all of his options, see exactly where he's going to go with this. Not great mills. Those were all really good cards that he could have kept a hold of.
Now he's thinking about those face-down cards. He's got
Yeah.
another Pot of Desires.
Yep. So Fog Blade, a
On the
Flying Sea.
Yeah.
He's going to exceed someone using a Flying Sea.
Using a Flying Sea, yeah. You don't see that every day.
Nope. So just going to flip that Fog Blade upside down to dictate that it's not in play anymore. He's going to detach his own. I'm keeping this Flying Sea. You gave it to me as a gift. I'm going to keep it. Thank you very much. This is turn 2, so the last possible turn will be the turn after this one.
That poor flying C. That's like
Insults.
yeah, absolutely
Absolute insults.
mistreatment.
I think Thomas Rose may have this one. He's going to be able to do at least like 6,000 damage.
Yeah, even so, like in
Break
any
the-
case, he's gonna pull ahead
Yeah, by
by a lot.
long distance.
Yeah, and all Tom Feargood has is one charge of the Light Brigade, and then he's still not gotten rid of that anti-spell fragrance. So no matter what he draws,
No.
yeah, it doesn't look good for him. Let's just put it that way. He does have Fairy Tale Snow, but no 7 cards.
Yeah, so destroys the already dead thing. Actually, yeah, Breaksword is on 3,000 as well. Sorry, 3,500, is it? I'm just like forgetting the most basic of things now.
Yeah, let's check again. We got
Yeah, 3,000.
still the Pot of Desires for Thomas Rose. Is he gonna activate it?
So 18, 25, 35, 3,000. So 355, 65, 73. That's going to leave Tom Vierguts on 700 life points. Oh, and
Yeah.
then he summoned. Yeah, he can use the Fog Blade to summon back the gloves. Wow.
Really,
Thomas Rose
really
is your
excellent play
YCS.
for Thomas Rose. Yes, yes.
Thomas Rose is your YCS Liverpool champion.
And yeah, he has the last laugh.
Yeah.
After that gigantic final, that really went back and forth quite a bit. And yeah, you can't help but feel bad for Tom Feargood. It really looked like he might have had it with his Light Sworn
Yeah.
deck. But in the end, again, we did see an anti-spell fragrance making all the difference.
Yeah. Wow. Anti-spell fragrance really put the work in there.
Yeah, let's talk about that some more in our post-game analysis.
Hello guys, welcome back to YCS Rimini 2016. I'm joined again by Marcello. Hey,
Hello everyone.
how's it going? And we're here in the semi-finals.
Yeah, probably.
All of those 906 duelists, and it comes down to just 4.
Yeah.
So we have Typhoon from Germany. That's
Yeah.
his name. He has an amazing
That's
name.
Actually, a good name.
Yeah, he's siding 3 Typhoons as well, which is obviously, that's working.
That's a thing.
And then we have Leonard.
Yeah, from Italy.
I can't project. Yeah, Nena.
Yeah, Leonard.
Leonard Nena from Italy.
Yeah.
So we've not seen Burning Abyss in quite a while.
Yeah.
Here
I
at YCS
mean,
Rimini.
After the new set, he's actually disappeared a little bit because he cannot play Pot of Desires for the most. I mean,
Yeah.
most people don't. So we're gonna get it against Pendulum in this matchup.
Yeah.
So also the Pendulum deck seems really cool. It's not like the ones we saw before, I think.
No, it isn't. It's
Yeah.
very, very different to what we've seen. He's playing multiple Apex Avians. He's
Yeah.
playing the 3 Pendulum Calls as well.
Yeah, a lot of magicians like Off Dragon, Xianke, so everyone.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, he's got this far. It must be adding that extra consistency
Yeah,
and toolbox
definitely
to
it
it.
is. It is a
So
thing.
yeah, so let's not wait any longer. Let's get over to the table. Okay, so here we are in the semi-finals of YCS Rimini 2016. All comes down to just 2 more matches here for these 2 duelists, or just 1 for one of them.
Yeah.
So Leonard Nena from Italy playing Burning Abyss, kind of a stereotypical Italian deck
Yeah,
to
I
play.
guess so.
Well, after Alessandro did so well with it, everyone's
Yeah.
been playing it really. And Typhoon Bayraktar
Yeah.
from Germany playing Magispectors. I think he must be the only German guy left.
um,
Well, there was
so,
only
yeah.
there was only one.
yeah. There are 2 other Italians, I think. So
Yeah, so
he's the only one
lots
left.
of Italians.
Yeah. Santoni though cannot defend his title anymore. He got knocked out.
Yeah, he
so-
did. Yeah. But you know,
Yeah.
he got pretty
Yeah, he
far.
got pretty good. Pretty good tournament
I
for
think
him.
this. Oh no, Valence got all the way to second place in
Yeah,
YCS
yeah,
Prague.
he
I was
did,
I was
so-
thinking that we had the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, so really good start with tour guide, of course, and
Yeah.
those meals are really good as well.
Yeah. So,
So, yeah.
tall guy being able to get Graph is just crazy.
Yeah, and 2 Phantom Knights 2 means that he can still play other monsters, so that's a really good start by him.
Yeah.
We can see that he also has the Solemn Strike, which is really, really important in this matchup.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see the most. Maxi, on the other hand, is not really going to put in much work.
No, but if
Yeah.
he discards it real early,
Yeah,
you
it's
just get it back.
still okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Kind of didn't want to give him the deck just
Yeah.
then. He was like, "Am I done? Oh, I'm done."
Yeah. So we are just gonna see the Barber come down.
Yeah.
A couple more special summon, and Beatrice is also gonna come later on.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good start. Cannot complain, definitely.
No. Multiple like when
Yeah.
you get multiple Dantes
Yeah. That's
turn one, it's usually
surely
pretty
a
good.
opening.
Yeah. So he managed to fill up his graveyard full of a few
Yeah.
more Burning Abyss monsters. If only Burning Abyss had a Judgment Dragon, he'd be in business.
Yeah.
And be able to discard Scarm as well for the Beatrice.
Yeah, that's a really
That's
an
very
ideal
good.
opening. The second Dante milling 3 isn't that usual since you already had 2 Phantom Knights. So
Yeah.
I mean, usually people when they already have access to Scarm, they don't really want to mill more
Mhm.
because
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah, so that's kind of strange, but I mean, he didn't really lose much. So
Yeah. The pressure only rises here.
Yeah,
He's
of
under a lot
course.
of pressure, I guess.
I think
he
this
didn't really realize.
yeah, this match might actually be more important than the finals for certain aspect because in the finals, from my experience, you are kind of more relaxed actually. I don't know why, but that's my concern. While
Mhm.
this is just you're getting everything. You want to get to the final table.
Yeah.
So this is where it's just like top 8 at Euros. You know, that's really important. You need
Yeah.
to you need to go.
Yeah, the top 8 at Euros is a huge,
Yeah.
huge match.
Most important match of the year. So.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're
Yeah,
sat
unless,
there in the final.
in the final of Worlds, 2
Yeah.
times in a row, I guess.
Yeah, Shinsuke is really, really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually played really well the whole weekend.
Yeah. So Pot of Desires come down. 7 cards, definitely good.
Yeah, starting with 7 cards
Yeah.
is just amazingly strong. He's you know he's doing a
Pretty
pretty
much.
well
I
there.
mean.
It seems strange that he's playing so many one-offs though with
Yeah,
that box
that's
size.
really. I mean, but I don't know. They are like one-offs, even not that played. So he has some, just like Reddish Shores in the other match. He has some
Yeah.
really particular performables, and he sides also into the Reddish Shores. So we will see.
Yeah.
how
What does
it goes.
Radish Horse really bring to the deck?
The Radish Shores is mostly used as an out to anti-spell fragrance. That's what I reckon. So if you have only performable monster, usually you cannot do much. But if you get to draw it, or if you have like Joker, that's a 1-card Castell. So
Yeah. So, looking at Typhoon's hand here.
yeah, he has quite a few things. The Mystical Space
Yeah,
Typhoon.
he's-
Yeah,
He's got Abductor. Like whenever you have Abductor terraforming.
yeah,
it's
terraforming.
always-
That's really good.
yeah. You can complete a scale here. Use the Sky Iris.
Yeah, something really surprising. He doesn't play eccentric actually. He doesn't even side it. So that's a new. That's the first.
Yeah,
So
but I guess he's playing.
yeah, he's playing the
Magician.
magicians, but still, eccentric is a really.
Actually,
I mean, it's a
he's-
really good card.
I don't think he's even playing the Magician.
No, yeah.
Ah, okay, it's
He
right at
does
the
play the
bottom.
Magician's, yeah, but
the Dragon Pit. Yeah, I was reading all these ones. He's
Yeah.
got all the Magicians.
Yeah, he has
and then
all
one
of
right at the bottom.
one-offs. Yeah.
Yeah. So he goes for
Yeah.
Yankee Magician.
Of course, he searched the most stated cards by Burning Abyss players, the Bumbuku and then the Kirin. So.
Yeah.
But for example, with this hand and the Abductor, you could have searched both eccentric and with the Typhoon he already has in hand, could have cleared both backers. Now he's in kind of a 50-50 situation.
Yeah, well, I guess he can
Yeah, he
Dragon
can
Pit.
use the Dragon Pit, but it's still, I don't know.
Not ideal.
It's like different. It's one for it's, I don't know, not quite as good. I
You don't
think.
seem to like it.
No, I don't like it that much as a solution. He eats the good one, but yeah, it didn't really matter. So
Yeah. So do you think he should have just Mystical Space Typhoons?
No, now I think he already knows now that there is a fog blade. So since he has access, he doesn't
of
really
course,
need.
yeah, because he saw.
There is-
he didn't know one of them, but he knew that.
Yeah, of course. Now eat the good one, so it doesn't really need
Yeah.
to negate the other one.
And you can't fog blade a Bunbuku.
No, exactly. So
Yeah.
good pendulum summon. Kirin always really
Huge
good.
pendulum summon here. And he's going to be able to get that
Yeah.
pendulum dragon back. Wow.
Pretty good turn.
Yeah. Really good turn. I mean, look at how many cards he has.
Yeah.
There's so many cards. But again, Burning Abyss, not out of it here. The fact that he's got so
Yeah.
much hidden under those 2 cards.
This Maxi gives him an anti-spell fragrance, but I think
Bit
that's
late
too
to the
late.
party.
Yeah.
Bit late to the party there. that anti-spell fragrance. Yeah, so Kirin here is going to
Yeah,
just
no
straight away
surprise.
deal with the Beatrice.
He can probably send a seer or whatever. Oh no, he already has the seer,
Yeah,
so
his
yeah,
seer
whatever he
and the
needs.
Dante.
I mean, but still, Kirin is there. He's not gonna go away anytime soon.
Nope.
so.
But, it's so strong getting Bunbuku back to hand here. He's able
Yeah.
to just...
Plus off
Yeah,
every turn,
plus-
and also make a rank 6 pretty soon if he needs to. So
Yeah. Yeah, would it be advisable to make a rank 6? I
not
can't
really,
think of any...
Not really, no. In
I
this
can't-
matchup, no.
No. Unless you're going to win with
Yeah.
Utopia Beyond.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not really gonna happen in this matchup.
No.
Also, the other negation, Norito, is not really gonna put in
No,
work
Naruto.
here. So
Yeah. This is actually the version of the Pendulum deck that I played at the LLDS Stage 2
Oh.
last year.
okay. I also played in this event a pendulum deck, which played a lot of level 6, and he started it twice with Beatrice against me. So the actual Beatrice summoned it with 2 level 6 monsters.
Yeah.
So that was really strange.
Oh, yeah, that is quite strange. So I guess Tafon here needs to just pay attention to
Yeah.
that Fogblade, keep that in the back of his head so he knows, he doesn't really need to do much
Yes.
to it. Do you think he should have used Fogblade on the Oath Dragon?
It doesn't. I mean,
It's not a huge thing, is it?
there is an argument for it, I guess, because you're not really gonna use it anymore. Maybe you just fear a dweller or whatever, but it's not gonna come down. You already used the normal summon, so no rank
Yeah.
4 access. So
Yeah.
let's say it doesn't really matter. So if you do that, Kirin can also bring back off Dragon. It was just pointless,
Yeah.
and you're locked out of Burning Abyss because you have the face up
Yeah.
Fogblade forever. Let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, I think whatever ends up getting Fogbladed, he's going to try and
Yeah.
return it with Kirin so that he can lock out that
Exactly.
Fogblade, which is actually huge, isn't it? Well, if you naturally draw some of the less desirable
Yeah.
Burning Abyss monsters, it's
No,
you want to just be able to special summon.
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you can just Farfire your own Beatrice and just special summon a bunch of Burning Abyss monsters. But if you're locked down, of course, you cannot do that. So
Yeah. Mills here. Not
Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah, definitely not.
Huge smile appeared on your face when
Yeah.
that last turret,
Because
when that last turret came out.
Those cards you want to draw those.
Yeah, those are the ones that you want to draw. So use his Seer's effect on another Dante.
Mm-hmm.
F-Zero is obviously not an option here.
Yeah, at this point, like the only real good thing you can try to do is getting rid of a scale and using anti-spell fragrance. But he has multiple problems. Sky Aris is one of them, and Kirin is the main problem. So
Yeah, he has loads of issues
Yeah.
going on right now. But this is the thing with the Burning Abyss deck, having multiple
yeah,
Beatrices.
multiple resources. Like I played Burning Abyss, as I said, and in this event I had a game where I would have lost for sure, but was able to basically let my opponent use all the resources
Yeah.
and then use a Fog
Make a play.
Blade on my own monster, and he couldn't not out it because you cannot attack it. So I just won like that. Like it went 25 minutes along with this Fog Blade just until the time was out. Like
Nice. Those are the
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. I'm your host for the weekend, Oliver Gerben, and I'm joined here by Rob and Luke, our two commentators, experts who really know a lot about this game, obviously, and can walk you through what is going down in our feature matches. Speaking of which,
we have a big one for the second round. We brought one of the big guns. He came over from America. He's from Texas. Don't mess with Texas, we know that. And he's talking business when he comes to the feature match table. Billy Brake, everyone, is going to be going up against Konstantin Westphal, a player from Germany, I think from around the area, who did top here and there, but never all the way to the top. So this is David versus Goliath in a way.
Pretty much.
With actually Konstantin being like 2 meters tall and Billy Brake not being all that tall, so it's a bit of a switcheroo, but yeah. Other than that, it fits pretty well.
And Billy Brake being an absolutely huge player, because way back when he was, I believe he was the person that actually came up with the whole Reborn Tengu Plant Synchro deck.
That was definitely his time.
Yeah.
He won like back-to-back YCSs, which is something that only very few players have been able to repeat.
There's various strategies that have been kind of pioneered by him.
Mm-hmm.
There's too long of a list,
right.
really.
So going into this match, who do you expect to come out victorious? You gonna go with the underdog?
I think Billy.
Yeah, Billy.
Okay, I'm rooting for Konstantin.
Well, also we have the fact that Billy's playing Metal Foes, which we did actually have an interview with him. He did tell us. I don't know whether it's been on screen yet, or whether that's coming on day 2. But yeah, and he's playing against ABC. Oh,
yes.
We know he's playing against ABC now.
Yeah.
Yep. So, well, what's that matchup like? Because we've not seen it yet.
Yeah, so ABC, so we obviously saw that in Liverpool. It's pretty good if it goes first and you're able to make a Dragon Buster and have, just maybe 1 or 2 trap cards or whatever. You search them out with Tsukuyomi anyway, so that's quite good. Search them out, you draw cards with Tsukuyomi. So that's quite good. But if your opponent still has enough to create a scale and start, making some fusion plays, then yeah, that's kind of how the matchup goes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's if you can deal with the Dragon Buster effectively without losing too much advantage, then yeah, I think it's one of those matchups where you don't want to disassemble your Dragon Buster too early. Generally, you just leave Dragon Buster on the field to be able to gain that extra advantage. Most of the time, you want to just disassemble it straight away so that you know that I've got 3 monsters. I'm going to gain my +1 off Union Hanger, and I'm happy. Whereas in this matchup, you may want to keep it around a little longer to be able to interrupt your opponent playing those pendulum scales.
That's
okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What if Konstantin goes first? Is that going to be a big deal for him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
At that point, he wants to get that Dragon Buster out, and
so it might be a little bit about the die roll.
Yeah,
and then
make
of
some
course
headway.
we can later on in the match we're going to talk about the side decking strategies of these two guys. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take you guys to the feature match table where round 2 feature match will be underway in no time. All right, guys, you see Billy Brake on the left, Konstantin on the right.
Is this the first ever time we've had a USA flag?
On a European stream, I believe it may have been.
That is a very good chance. I was just about to say that we had
Paul Cooper playing Empty Jar. At
Oh
Rimini.
yes, that's true. Paul Cooper made such a long trip to then play a deck that wasn't
Doesn't
all that
take very
consistent.
long.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long too, but also wasn't all that consistent, and
Yeah.
it let him down in that round. Let's just put it that way.
I absolutely love Billy's way of rolling a dice there.
Interviewing him yesterday, he was like, "Yeah, I'm running on no sleep at all, but I'm still super hyped." And I'm like, "What, Billy?
Was it
Billy,
like
are you okay?"
The 3rd day he hadn't slept.
Yeah, and he was just like, "Yeah, I've been traveling. I went from like Dallas to Florida, and then Florida to somewhere else, and then that place to Bochum, and I'm fine. I'm just running on fumes right now." And I'm like, "Wow, Billy, calm yourself down." He was like so happy. It was so energetic. It was amazing.
But he's always like this, as
Yeah.
far as I know him.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to Jake Quincy afterwards saying, "Oh yeah, he's like super energetic." He's like, "Yeah, that's just Billy. That's what he's like all the time." Okay, so here's the special bit about Billy's deck. I assume he's going to go for the combo here. Yeah, he's going to go for Scout. So, pay 800. Everyone loves that. He's going to be able to get his Monolith.
Billy Brake will have life points at some point. There we go. There they are.
Yeah. Gotta love him.
Okay, he's got his 2 Summoner's Arts in his opening hand, which means he's going to use both of them.
Yeah. He's going to go be able to get Vol Flame.
But good for him that he goes first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's Painful Decision.
Billy's got an amazing hand here.
Yeah.
His hand is essentially whatever he wants it to be. That's silvered, I think. Silvered.
It could be.
stealing maybe.
Billy will win because he's playing Reborn Tango. Okay, that's an opinion. Let's just put it that way. Okay, looking at Konstantin's hand, does he have enough to fight back? Because that was the big question at the beginning.
He's actually got quite a decent chunk of things to play through here. Because he's got
A gadget and
yeah, he's got the gadget, which is a threat, Twin Twisters, a threat, Instant Fusion, another threat. Kind of all these things are things that you're gonna want to stop off with the likes of, let's say, Alcahest or Infinity, because I think that's his main play actually. Billy's main play is he's gonna be able to go into Infinity here, which is pretty damn strong.
Yeah, that's really quick.
We've seen that over the course of the past year.
It's always bad when part of the card name is an adjective like infinity, when you're just always feeling like I should say it's infinitely strong or something like that.
And down comes the Maxi.
Yeah, so
That's also good to have in your opening hand.
Oh yeah, definitely. Maxi, especially against a deck that likes to special summon a lot.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised he didn't Maxi preemptively here.
Yeah, I was very surprised at that.
He should have just as soon as the pendulum scale went down, he should have Maxied.
Because I think that Maxi is something that kind of means that people have to stop their play. Either they're doing that or they're taking the Maxi challenge.
I think Billy would have just played through here. He'd have still special summoned them all, Infinitied, and then that just left it there.
Yeah. Which would make sense.
Yeah, that would make complete sense.
I was like, oh, he can make a busted play. That would make sense.
Yeah.
When you look at it from this perspective, it's a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, even like playing through Maxi into Infinity, into Cyberdragon Infinity would have been perfectly acceptable there.
Alex Titcomb actually commented on the stream. His opponent looked so tilted, and actually I was in the feature match area when Konstantin entered and Billy was already sitting down. He was a bit ahead, and he came in the feature match area and he looked and he was like, nah. Like his face showed like a whole song of sorrow. Really, he was really down when he saw Billy. He's like, nah, really, I have to go up against you now. He was really not happy. So yes, he was not happy about this matchup.
Yeah, this is the thing about making a name for yourself like this.
Yeah, you got an advantage before the game even started.
Yeah. And actually, had Marcello has said to us in the past, he feels much better being in the feature match area than he does outside.
Yeah, when you're used to it to some degree, then no reason not to play there.
So actually, Billy decided not to go up to Infinity here. That's kind of surprising.
So the Maxi stopped him.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah, I think maybe he just has so much stuff with Kieran as well that he just didn't need to give him any more cards.
It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
So many cards.
All this stuff that Billy has.
Is that correct?
So he's most likely So Kieran first because it's the most reusable of all of his cards really, and then if desperate times come along, then he can use the Full Metal Foes Fusion and get the Alcahest out.
Right.
And the another key thing that Billy said yesterday, his Cliff Hop monsters, they're normal monsters, which means they can be used to make some of those quite specific fusion plays that the Metal Foes cards sometimes need.
Right. So, would you agree with his choice to not go for Infinity?
Well, to be honest, I really don't want to disagree with Billy Break.
I know, but that's why I'm putting you on the spot, obviously.
No, I think that
he's playing lots of fusions. What's he going to go for?
Probably Alcahest, just to try and interrupt even more. Yeah, I guess that's why he decided to keep that so that he could Full Metal Foes Fusion into it as well as use Kieran effectively. So yeah, I think either play was kind of was fine. I guess the only thing that playing Infinity would have got you would be that you kind of had that as well as the Full Metal Foes Fusion still sticking around. Whereas now he's got I think that's Mithrilium, so he didn't go into Alcahest.
Yeah,
but still, even Mithrilium is kind of annoying because if you're going to destroy it, then it's if you're going to destroy it, then it goes it replaces itself. As well as the fact that he's got Combination on the field, so Combination's going to activate and be able to special summon back one of his Metal Foes monsters, which looks like Silvered there. This is what I was talking about. So Konstantin here is able to multiple threats that he's able to put out. So the first one being the Gold Gadget play, then Twin Twisters was the next one to threaten the back row, and now here's the Instant Fusion play of Norden. So there's potential for him to still do a lot with this.
Yeah.
So Kieran's been used. Everything's been used now. Konstantin's kind of got an open field.
But we see a very nice way of how this matchup unfolds with both players having pretty strong opening hands.
Yeah.
It's not one of these one-sided thingies where one has a great opening hand, the other's like, okay, let's go to game 2. It's both of these guys, they brought some guns to the gunfight rather than some knives or something.
Or cards.
Or cards, maybe,
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
As expected, he's going to go into Tsukuyomi to try and search for that third piece of the Dragon Buster, because if he manages to get it, then that's going to be really, really good for him.
Right, so we cannot really say who's ahead in a way, because it all depends on the next few draws, I guess.
Yeah, they're both kind of stood on slowly cracking ice here, and it's kind of who's going to fall first. Okay, so that's the end phase. Konstantin here is...
Didn't really find anything. He got a silver gadget in hand, Konstantin, and actually a assault core.
So what's
Yeah.
Billy going to draw into?
Summoner's
He
Art.
draws Summoner's Art.
That's a good card.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is... yeah.
And it's actually such a good card that
Yeah.
Konstantin says, all right, let's call that a day.
Yeah. I mean,
What a
at that
great
point,
build.
he basically bounced his opponent's field.
Yeah.
What was Konstantin going to do?
Very
Yeah.
interesting from him to decide to not give his opponent an extra card and decide not to go infinity.
No, I
In
think
hindsight, it looks like a very good play.
No, definitely. It was the best choice, I think, because he could the way that he used his full Metal Force fusion to the kind of
Yep.
the maximum potential.
And also, you have to keep in mind, we said that Konstantin did have quite a few tricks up his
Yeah.
sleeve, and he
Yeah,
put
yeah,
them
yeah.
all out on the table. I mean, Twin Twisters is nothing to not be happy about in your opening hand, but especially when your opponent comes first, obviously.
Yeah.
And he was able to follow it up, and still
Yeah.
it wasn't enough.
Whereas if we look at this from the flip side, and if Konstantin would have gone first, that could have been a whole different game.
That's true.
Because he had Twin Twisters. He could have Twin Twisted the Scout. That would have been a completely different game.
So what does ABC decide against Billy Break?
Not against metal foes.
No.
Against Billy Break.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to come up with some like brake pad kind of related humor, but it's just not working.
I can't think of any puns either.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to come up with.
Something that'll put the brakes on Billy Breaks.
Yeah,
Mash.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. There we go.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Especially all the
we
metal
actu-
foes are using brakes because they're all on vehicles.
they're all on vehicles.
See,
yeah,
this just makes so
Sorted.
much sense.
So what is it that Billy might actually side into here?
Does it matter? Billy's just going to play
Yeah,
Billy.
it's true.
Yes, it does matter. It does matter.
I'm only joking. Okay, so let's have a look at his side deck here. So Dimensional Barrier, obviously big one
Oh,
against
yes.
ABCs. You can call two of the four choices of Dimensional Barrier, and yeah, so that's a pretty good one. Typhoons, kind of maybe he would put the Typhoons in, probably not though. DD Crow's a big one because he's going to put it in for to stop the ABC collective.
Mhm.
He's got a couple of kaijus as well. Oh, he's playing Sphere mode as well. So Sphere mode could be good.
So, now it would be interesting to know what these guys are
Yeah.
saying. to be honest.
Unfortunately, we don't have Konstantin's deck list with us. But
Yeah.
the kinds of things that he would be putting in, so anti-spell fragrance if he has any of those, Typhoon if he has any of those. He's probably going to go first again, so maybe extra trap cards if he plays any extra trap cards.
He didn't go first in the first game. Billy went first.
No, I'm saying he's going to go first now.
Oh, yeah, I thought I heard it again at the end of the sentence.
Oh.
Sorry. Yes, I think he definitely is going to go first.
Yeah.
Like you just said, that first game would have been a very different game if he would have
Yep.
gone first.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, Billy's not that used to the European way of doing coverage. He's like, why can you not read my face-down cards? All right. Konstantin's cards are coming in first. We see an Empowerment. Not much else.
I actually have no idea
Oh.
what that card is.
Okay, let's bring it up for you guys. Interestingly enough, that was something we kind of expected to see from the Americans, because we had a couple of American players that handed in their deck lists,
and then
What is that?
then figured out that the cards weren't legal in Europe yet. So all Dragon Warrior spellcaster type monsters you control gain 300 attack and def. It's a field spell card, obviously. Once per turn you can card one card, special summon one empowered warrior monster from your deck. That's a pretty good effect, I guess, if those empowered warrior monsters are any good. Once per turn you can banish a total of 4 warrior and or spellcaster type monsters from your graveyard. Add 1 ether monster from your deck to your hand.
Right. Okay. So
Fine.
he set one of those, and he also set the Twin Twister.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they empowered. So if I just remember these, yeah, it's the summoners. It's the summoners monsters. They, is that right?
Yeah, we got the Dragodis, who happens to be an empowered warrior.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they float. That's what they do. I'm unsure though.
The set Twin Twisters was taken care of by an MST, so that's pretty good for Billy, obviously.
Yep.
With him going for that, assembling that pendulum scale.
Yeah, eccentric, his own combination, so that you can go and search.
So there is Dragodis, guys. In case you haven't seen it before, if it's being destroyed by your opponent's attack or card effect, you can add 1 warrior or spellcaster type monster with 2,000 or less attack from your deck to your hand. Like you said, they float, except itself, during the end phase of this turn. So it's a bit like Scarm.
It's more the pendulum effect there as well is quite good. At the start of the damage step, it can half your opponent's monster's attack and defense.
Mm-hmm. If a monster you control battles, yeah, any really. You
But
can
already Billy Brake is just making a huge play.
yeah, we shouldn't overlook his field. Yeah, it's quite crazy.
Does he have Rare Metal Force Fusion?
Yes, full Metal Force Fusion and Metal Force Fusion.
Oh, okay. Oh, but it's set on the field already, so
Yeah.
you can't use it this turn.
Exactly. But out of cards in his hand, he's just put everything on the table.
Yeah.
These are all my chips. I'm going all in.
Okay, so the Metal Foes Fusion.
Probably into Mithrilium here so that you can, yeah, probably Mithrilium so that you can shuffle back his opponent's face down and just not fear it. Oh, okay, probably Eccentric Hours too.
So much stuff. It's like, yeah, I got another answer. I got another answer. But
That's it.
He just gave up.
it's like,
Wow.
did he just give up because he's like, yeah, okay, I don't want to go up against Billy
No.
Brake anymore. I've had it with this Texan. Wow, that was a quick and easy 2-0 victory. I think-
Constantine looks quite kind of upset, disappointed, if more than anything.
Right. I think we got a few things to talk about. Probably
Yeah.
not that many things in our post-game discussion. All right, guys. That was another quick one. So
Yeah.
the third one that was pretty quick.
Yeah.
All of these games tend to end in the mid-game.
Yep.
That is turn 2.
Yeah.
So pretty successful showing from Billy Brake.
Oh, yes.
And
Yeah.
I think the discussion that Merlin Schumacher kicked off earlier when he was in the interview between round 1 and round 2, and he said, well, it's easier to top the American events. After that showing, Billy's going to come here and he's going to tell us, well, I just showed you guys. This is how easy it is to top European events.
Yeah.
I'm 3-0 now. I played a
Yeah.
total of 35 minutes in those 3 rounds. This is probably what he's going to claim.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is how it goes. This is how easy it is.
Yeah, he did seem to just completely win out really easy. But I don't know whether that's because Constantine also really didn't get the cards that he needed. He had a few
Yeah.
threats in his opening hand in game 1, but Billy was ready for them, and he definitely did stop them essentially.
Yeah.
But in game 2, there just didn't seem to be any substance to any of Constantine's play.
I was unsure about that empowerment strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to speak to him and see exactly what he... Because we don't have his deck list. It'd be such a shame.
It did not seem to pay off.
Yeah.
Right now, at least. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a chance that some of his. I mean, he was 2-0 going into this round.
Yeah,
Let's
plenty of
not
time,
forget about
plenty
that.
of time.
Yeah. So of course he was well on track to make day 2.
Yeah.
There's a very good chance he's still going to make day 2.
Yeah.
If he just bounces back from this.
Yeah.
This upset defeat.
Yeah.
Of this one American guy that has never won anything before. How could he do it?
Well, I mean, Constantine, if he's in day 2, we should definitely see if we can bring him in for an interview.
Yeah.
Because if he's
Yeah,
doing
have a
well
look at
enough
his
in it, I'd
interesting
like
deck.
to be able to see.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
we're gonna have the time actually because it's 18 minutes still on the round, and we started later than the main event.
Yeah,
so
plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time in between rounds. You guys told us that you liked us doing interviews in between rounds rather than showing feature matches from past events. Thank you for the feedback. Appreciate it. And of course, we're going to try that some more this weekend to do that some more.
And if we're not live here, then we're on Facebook Live as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is something we want to do and push a little bit more this weekend as well.
Yep.
All right, guys, we went quickly through the games. Those games were over in a flash, so not much else to talk about, I guess.
No.
I guess we'll be right back with an interview.
Right, let's try to bring him in, the man of the moment, Billy Brake. Guys, we're going to be right back with the Texan.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
All right, we're back with the man, the myth, the legend, Billy Brake.
Hey.
How's it going, guys?
It's going well for you, right?
Yeah, well, that round went really well.
Actually, I talked to them because one guy's in the stream, he actually commented.
Mhm.
We saw it from the sideways camera,
Mhm.
and when Constantine sat down, he was like, And when he entered the feature match area, his first response when he saw you was like, "Oh my, oh my." So we don't have the audio from there, but I guess it kept on going like this a little bit, right?
Yep, yeah. He was like, he said he was a little nervous. Wish he wasn't, playing against me, but I told him trying to relax and just duel. I'm any other duelist.
Well, I mean, if you give somebody a beating of a lifetime, then yeah, let's
I mean,
just duel a little bit.
It was fortunate for me. Yeah, sometimes it goes your way. Sometimes a little easier than it normally is.
All right. We don't have his deck list. Somehow it got lost.
He's playing Empowerment ABC.
Right, exactly. Did he talk to you about the deck a little bit?
No, not really. I know that in the last game he drew Empowerment and 2 Dragatis, but that's all I really know.
So, Luke, you said you haven't really seen the Empowerment engine that
Yeah,
much?
I haven't seen that actually.
Are you more familiar with it?
That actually, when I played ABC, that was the version that I used myself
Okay.
during the format right before Invasion of Vengeance came out. I used it because I also used like Ghost Ogres because you could make Ancient Fairy Dragon and destroy your Empowerment to get Union Hanger, then use Ancient Fairy Dragon's effect to special summon the letter from
summon a
your
gadget,
hand.
yeah.
Sounds
I
like
like
it's
it
not
a
that
lot.
bad,
No,
yeah.
I like Empowerment a lot.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let's talk about your deck list.
My deck list, yep.
Yeah.
I'm playing Metal Foes with Summoner Arts and the Scout and
Yeah.
Monolith Engine. Just try to make it very consistent as possible, or all my openings are solid.
So you guys may not have seen that video yet, but we were talking about this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to make it just super consistent. I mean, in that, was it the first game? Yeah, it was the first game where you could have made Infinity, and you just had like a handful of search cards. Like you didn't
all
you
pendulum
didn't-
monsters.
Yeah, you just didn't like have a hand where there was like one set of plays. You just had basically your whole deck in your hands because you could have gone for anything.
Yep.
Multiple summoners arts. Yeah,
It worked
really
out.
good.
It worked out that I had just the Kieran in my hand, so he didn't see it coming. He didn't have to when he waited to max C because I still had the 2 cards in my hand. Normally, I'm not going to be pendulum some of that many cards from my hand, and maybe I would pop a scale, so maybe that's why he held off on it.
Yeah.
So I was able not to give him a draw from it at all and just leave up
No, we
the
did say
Scout
that.
and Monolith.
We did say that. We were confused as to why he did max C as soon as you dropped the pendulum scale.
I would assume it's because I just had the cards in my hand. So, but since that was the Bismuth gear, maybe you should have, but
Yeah.
it would have been one extra card.
It's always a big question, of course. Looking after it, it's easy to answer because it worked out really, really well for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not going Infinity or
Right.
or
Yeah.
beyond.
If I give him 2 draws to make a card that negates 1 card. So.
Yeah. So if you ask you, do you agree with that play? Of course, you're going to say yes, and that.
Right. I mean, I probably would have
generally
maxed
explain. Do you generally always avoid going Infinity?
If I get max seed, yes, because of that whole.
you gotta
It
choose
takes
summons.
2 cards for them to draw, and then Infinity only negates 1, so it kind of like defeats the purpose. And just leaving up the Monolith and the Clifford Scout, like they're hard to get over.
Right.
Which means I can start my turn with an Infinity. I can fuse with them on their turn because they're also normal and pendulum monsters. Just leaves you with more options and. Whatever deck he is, starting with 5 cards is way better than starting with 7.
Yeah. I think in hindsight,
I could have fusion. The only thing I thought about was actually activating my Metal Source fusion for a Mithrilium, because then I get the 1 draw from the fusion, and I get the floating Mithrilium on the board. But I still would just rather them start with 5, and I felt like pretty solid because I had the Kieran. If I didn't have the Kieran, I probably would have activated the Metal Foes fusion.
Yeah, I think it worked out even better for you, in fact, because you ended up being able to you went through your negations, interrupts, whatever you want to call it, in the best kind of order. So Kieran is reusable. You can get it back constantly.
Yep.
Your Metal Foes fusion, the full Metal Foes fusion, is not reusable. You kind of get that it's 1 card and then it's gone.
Yep.
You kind of used them in the most optimal order. So I think it worked out better for you, not to make Infinity there anyway.
Right, yeah. He almost, it's
in
kind of scary.
hindsight.
When he instant fusion, he had a chance to draw off the Tsukiyomi. If you drew, Twin Twister and the C, I was really worried that was going to happen. I was like, well, if I have to face down a Buster, I have to face down a Buster. But
that's what
I had the Kieran, though, so I wasn't too worried.
We were saying as well, if he got the last piece of Buster there, he would have been in a much better spot, because he also had a hanger.
He wouldn't have a hand after that, so I would still. It would actually, he could have drawn into Desires Twin Twister and then Desires into the Twin. That would be the worst case scenario, to a barrier or something. Then I would have probably lost. But that's what I like about Yu-Gi-Oh. Even with 0 cards, anything can happen.
Right.
Yeah.
It was going a bit back and forth in the first game, but how confident did you feel? Like I got this, or?
I felt good. No, I felt really good with 5 cards versus the board I had, especially when he summoned the gold gadget. As long as I didn't see a silver gadget there, I was like, this is really good, because the worst thing that could happen is gold gadget into silver gadget into letter, so I have to Kieran so I can stop the hanger, and then he could still overlay for a Tsukiyomi, so I would have been forced to use my full Metal Foe fusion to make an Alkahest to take one of his gadgets, which is never really that good because the gadget effect would still trigger.
I love how we can give you any scenario and you can just go, okay, this is where you are. It could go in this way or in this way or in this way. If it goes in this way, it could then go in this or this or this. So
it's because I've played so many games.
I know,
I've seen the scenarios. I've seen it happen so many
what
times.
I've been asking. Would have been asking.
I love this.
It's just you seem to know everything that can happen. So it's like you're a chess player that is 10 turns ahead of the opponent.
Yeah, it's the best way to make decisions is to know everything that your opponent can do, so you have all the complete information.
Yeah. So half the time you don't. I would say actively make the decision because you've already played it out in your head.
Yeah. Exactly.
You made that decision 3 months ago when you were testing against your friend and you lost.
Exactly.
And then you think, I need to change the way I do that.
Let me twist this a bit. You said you're playing the most consistent deck.
I tried to make it the most consistent as I could, yeah.
Yeah, but considering that you kind of know all the ways that a game could go, wouldn't it be interesting for you to go for a deck that can either go big or go home because you know what I need to do in every particular scenario?
Yeah, that's why I've been playing Go for the most part, because I do knowing all the stuff in the power and stuff. But at the same time, I feel like since I do know all the scenarios, I'd rather have the most consistent and solid opener. I don't need that extra damage, that extra explosiveness, because I can play super solid with the
just the cards I have.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not playing to do anything surprising. You're playing to be the best player in the room.
Yep.
That's
They're just as long as every turn I get a good hand. I don't
Yeah.
want to brick, as they call it. Not being able
Yeah.
to play the game at all.
Yeah.
How important is it to sit down and tell your opponent, "Hey man, I'm Billy Brake"?
Oh, I don't. I do the exact opposite. I'm
Yeah.
more so of a, hey man, this is just a game. I'm just another duelist. Like
So-
play me as like just
Because
be
right now it just
normal.
looked like he was like, "Hey man, you're Billy Brake."
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and nerves do play a factor. I try
Yeah.
and like help my opponent because I want like a good game. I enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Right.
I enjoy. The tougher it is, like the better it feels afterwards when you win.
Okay, so it's not all about the winning. I mean, of course you
Yeah.
I
enjoy
love to
winning.
win, but I also enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh so
Right.
much. I love the game. I've been playing
Competition
it
is also
since
something.
the beginning.
All
My
right.
entire life. Yep.
Well, we can only expect you to go day 2 at this
Well,
point.
hopefully,
I mean,
hopefully things are
open
going
beginning-
good so far. I'm very jet lagged, very, very tired.
What about this? I heard yesterday you haven't slept in 3 days.
Basically, I got like a decent amount of sleep last night, but
Okay.
it's still like 8 a.m. my time back in
You're right,
Texas.
yeah.
But I think now that I'm just, like starting to be daytime in America, maybe I'm starting to wake up. And
Yeah.
this feature match woke me up a little bit. Things went really well. It got me a little excited. So
Yeah.
hopefully I can
Okay.
channel that energy and finish out this day and then get a bunch of sleep
Yeah.
tonight.
yeah. Well, yeah. You should be okay with the jet lag. As soon as you hit your daytime
Yep.
In your time, then your
feels a
body's
little
going to
bit
be like,
better.
okay, I'm good now. But yeah, as
I'm
soon as
hoping that's where we're at right now.
yeah, yeah. This is you right
These
now.
next
Yep.
5 rounds.
Yeah, you
yep.
just like woke up at like 5 a.m. your time. Like I'm ready to go. Let's
Yeah,
do
yeah, I
this.
felt really good when I woke up, but then after the first round, just so tired, and that whole in between rounds, you just have all the time to get even more tired.
Yeah, yeah,
I just
exactly.
basically-
Yeah.
As long as
Tired.
during the 40 minutes of the round I'm focused and awake, I can be tired in between rounds.
All right. Any shout-outs? Because I know for a fact that there are some guys that are basically just tuning in to see you.
Shout out to everyone back home, Draco Slayers, John Moore, my roommate, these guys, everybody, So Secret Village, everyone who's my fan, everyone that wants me to do well. I'm gonna try and do it for you guys. Lend me your energy. I need all the good luck I can channel.
All right.
That's about it.
Setting up the Genki Dama. Okay, guys. With that, we're going to take another short break. We're going to try and have an interview in between rounds. We told you this because it was such a massacre. We're going to have a little bit more time in between rounds, so we're going to try and perform another interview. Maybe we actually can get our hands on Konstantin again to hear it from the other side of the table. That would be interesting, if you ask me. But I think he left in expecting that to happen, unfortunately. Okay, guys. So we're going to be right back with the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016 in one of the most historic venues in all of Europe that we've ever been in, to be honest. I think it's the one place where history happens in Europe. Because as you might know, back in 2006, that is a whole 10 years ago, was the first time ever that we had a European Championship, for example. That was the first. Yep. And then 6 years ago, in 2010, was the first time the YCS came to Europe, which was the first ever European YCS. Rob has been at some of these events.
Some of them, but from what I remember, I was at the last one. I can't remember the others. It's been a long time.
That's the big problem with Bochum.
Yeah.
All of them.
They kind of merge into one.
Yeah.
You just think, I've been in Bochum, and then suddenly you think, oh, hang on, which year was that?
It's just
was
one
that the
mega
same?
tournament,
Because
yeah.
we're always in the same venue as well, which is
Right.
absolutely fantastic.
But when you think about it a little bit more, you actually are going to be able to take it apart. Starting with the European Championship, where Michael Gruner became the European champion. You know something about the format back then, Luke?
Yeah.
That was Plan Synchro.
Plan Synchro, yeah. Okay. There's so many formats in my head from all the different Bochums that you confused. I couldn't remember. Okay, yeah, Plan Synchro. I remember Plan Synchro. I talked about this with Billy Brake actually earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, Reborn Tengu was kind of
a thing.
Really defining, let's put it that way.
Right.
Yeah, it just made it so that you constantly had that monster you needed to combine with your tuna monster. Back then, we didn't really have these, low-level tuna monsters like Global and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, we had Global, but you had things like Rose Warrior and things like that.
Yeah.
You didn't have those kinds of ones, and it was
As a
it was good.
perspective, looking at somebody who's working for Konami, how crucial was it in your opinion that the first ever YCS in Bochum attracted more than 1,200 players? And we were kicking things off with a bang, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a really good number, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And something
anything
that's
over about 1,000 is seen as a pretty a success.
Right. And you've been around back at that time already, 2010. Do you have any memories of this event?
Not the 2010 event because I wasn't there.
Okay, okay, maybe not this one. Okay, the next one was in 2013.
2013.
13. That was another YCS again. It was always the YCS. The European Championship hasn't been taking place in Bochum.
Yeah, and that
ever
was
since 2010 as far as 2006.
6, yeah.
And there was Alpay Engin who won at the third largest European tournament.
Yeah.
Anything we can add there?
Wind-ups.
Wind-ups.
Wind-ups, yeah. So a lot of people big fan of wind-ups. You know, that's because they're all cool little toy little things.
You're one of them.
Yeah, I like wind-ups. I think that it's just the hand loop thing with wind-ups was just so kind of. It was the first real time where it wasn't really. I wouldn't say it was the first time that it was seen as like the FTK deck was the best deck. We saw that right at the start with things like Exchange of the Spirit, whatever. We saw that kind of stuff, but I think it was the first time that a deck could do the FTK, but it also had so much more.
Yeah, it had a plan B.
It had a plan B. Yeah.
Right.
Usually with decks like that, it's kind of, oh, my combo didn't work.
What do you think about this particular format?
So, yeah.
This is what, wind-ups?
The wind-up format.
I didn't play during wind-up format. Yeah, basically when I came back in was just when Dragon Rulers started kicking off. It was basically this big space where I kind of stopped playing around 2009.
Okay.
And then I came back in around 2013, 2012.
That means 2 strikes for Rob.
Yep. I was here for 2015.
Last YCS Bochum.
Yes, I was here for
Last
2015.
chance. Okay, what we got there?
We had Necros, mostly.
Luca Cittoni, right?
Yes, Luca Cittoni won with Necros. The final was actually a mirror match for Necros as well, because we saw basically everybody playing Necros. You were either playing Necros or you weren't playing. And there were so many, a lot of the decks were extremely similar, basically the same deck, but it always depended on how you were going to play it, especially, I believe, was that post the Forbidden Limited list?
I think not.
Was that just before?
I think at the start
with the Jin.
Yeah, we still had the Jin at that point.
We still had the Jin at that
because
point.
everyone was main decking Book of Eclipse to try and stop the Jin lock.
Stop the Jin lock. So yeah, you had that to kind of consider, and then it felt like the long game. A lot of people always said to me, it's like you're definitely playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's one of the most skillful formats because everybody has the same deck.
Right.
It's just how you're going to play it. Absolutely.
Not always super fun to watch, to be honest, but this particular match was quite cool.
It was really
also,
skillful.
Like we said, so much history. Luca Cittoni has been playing this game basically since the first European Championship in Bochum. At least 10 years, I think even longer than that, and he finally went all the way and won a big event.
I actually remember being stood just over there. I was playing at the event. It was the first time that I did the coverage.
Okay.
And I came on for a couple of rounds, and I remember standing at the end of the event. I was talking to some of my friends. I was like, "Oh, the final's going on." I think where we are right now was where the big screen was for the for the coverage at the time. Yeah, for the feature match, and just behind the camera there was the feature match area. And I just remember watching the feature match kind of on the screen, and I saw what he had in his hand, and I was like, "Yeah, he's got this. He's totally got this." And then you just saw the curtain just burst open, and suddenly Luca Cittoni was just running towards the feature match area, and the entire of his team was running towards him. And it was just like bam, and it was really kind of
that was the moment to remember.
It was really an emotional moment for him because he was so close for such a long time.
Yeah, and then finally he sealed the deal.
Yeah.
And what was it like for you doing? Looking back, first time you did coverage, you said?
Yeah, it seems like
ages ago.
A long time ago, a very long time ago.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
As you can tell, everybody's got some fond memories of Bochum. The biggest problem is like telling them apart, which event it was. We just looked at a video from back in 2006 when you see some of the players, and obviously 10 years ago. I had much longer hair back then. That's also interesting view, to be honest.
It was a baby Ollie. Yeah, it was magical.
Right. So this weekend, of course, history is going to be made. We're going to be talking about that a little bit more in our event preview. And of course, you're going to see that live in all the feature matches that we're going to have for you guys. Speaking of which, we're going to be right back after a short break. And then you're going to see the next round of feature matches at YCS Bochum 2016.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. I'm gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
Hello and welcome to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. It's the Friday prior to the tournament and the venue has been filling up over the course of the last few hours. We got quite a few players signed up. The last 2 times we've been in Bochum, it's always been more than 1,000 players. And of course it's going to be the culmination of the calendar year in 2016, the last event of the year, and what a year it's been.
Yeah.
Look, you remember those tournaments earlier in the year.
Yeah,
Prague was a blast.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely crazy year. I mean, even just on the live stream, we've had so many insane things happen. The Battle Fader moment, I'm sure that everyone remembers that.
Yeah, just saying that, yeah.
I did not know what year it was. It was just crazy. That was really kind of, when it got to that point, it was just, yeah, I had no idea what was going to happen.
Right.
And it happened. It was just like, yeah.
I was actually playing in that event as well, which was absolutely fantastic.
What was that like?
It's been a very long time since I've actually played in any sort of competitive play, and it was nice to be able to play one because I'm not allowed to play one in any regions that I work in.
Right.
So it was nice to come over to Prague, actually experience it from a player's perspective for a change.
Right, you were cosplaying as well.
Yes, I was cosplaying.
Now I remember, yes.
Yes.
I have memories of that.
Yeah.
Later in the year, of course, one of the big highlights every year, the European Championship.
Yeah.
You've been working that event.
Yes. I've pretty much been in every single European Championship since we started live streaming, including the first one, me and Matt Bell. Yeah, we were in Berlin, the last European Championship. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I did really enjoy myself there.
It changed quite a bit for me because every time I take the Circle Line in Berlin now and I'm at that particular stop where this event took place, I'm always like looking at the hotel and I'm like, oh yeah, this is where this tournament went down. So you got, and this is like the 3rd tournament in Berlin, so there are now depending on which way I go in Berlin, I'm always going to be like, oh yeah, there was this event, It's fun. We can just put little flags in the city map.
Yeah, I have real fond memories of that event because it was that moment where it was the first big event I went to when I first started working for Konami, and I remember one very specific moment where I turned to our organized player lead and said, this is the reason why we get up every day. And that was just as Samir Bachar had finished the last game. He'd won. He was so ecstatic, crazy guy. He loves every minute, and all of the French players were on their feet, singing the French national anthem to him.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fantastic.
To this day, I remember that so much.
We had them do it again for the camera, but it wasn't as convincing the second time around. Even though I got to give it to the French, even the second time they felt like they were really feeling it.
Yeah, it was a really great event.
Because late in the year we had YC Strimini, just like last year, excellent event.
Yep.
And then back to back basically, went to Liverpool, to the UK.
Yep.
You weren't there, but you did something else for
No. I was in MCM London. We do actually do the MCM Comic Cons quite a lot.
Right.
We took our brand new stand there for its first kind of big test run.
What was that like?
Oh, it was interesting. Good trying to keep people away from a lot of it. But
I think there's a few stories off camera in this.
Yeah. But no, it was a lot of fun. We got a lot of people really kind of interested in Yu-Gi-Oh! Again because obviously the movie is absolutely huge, Dark Side of Dimension. So we have all kind of classic branding on absolutely everything. So everybody's coming up and going, oh, I remember Yu-Gi-Oh! And coming over. And just really enjoying getting themselves back in the game.
And of course, Luke, you're always happy when the YCS comes back to your mother country.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was just 6 short weeks ago.
Yeah.
So a few things have changed since then.
Like that.
Yeah. A few things have changed since then. The tournament has, the metagame has evolved again.
Yeah.
With some other decks at the top this weekend. What are you going to be expecting?
Big step forward we had. ABCs were absolutely the defining deck at Liverpool. Everyone was playing that deck. We had such a huge turnout, and in the end it didn't win. We actually had Thomas Rose with his Burning Abyss deck, just playing cards that beat ABC.
Yeah.
But now we got a whole extra dimension added to the meta with the Paleozoic deck. So Burning Abyss is kind of still existing, but not anywhere near as strong as it once was.
Right.
So now
Although people have said that before.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of times.
I think I've said that enough times, and I think it's more wishful thinking than anything else. But we have ABCs, Paleozoic, Metal Foes. Those are the top 3, creating a beautiful trinity of the metagame.
Right. So this is going to be exciting, but it's just the culmination of the calendar year. The dueling season is going to go on for a little bit longer, always from World Championship to World Championship. And 2017, the new calendar year, is going to be kicking off with a bang. Rob, you got some exciting news about YCS Sydney.
Oh, it's the 175th YCS, of course, so we've got a really, really cool map that we're going to be getting for there as well. Also, it will be live streamed, which is the first Australian YCS that's going to be live streamed. We're going to see the return of Jarvis and Woodhouse, who were the people that did the UK National Championships, if you remember. I'm sure Luke can tell you that every single time he wanted information, he would shout for Jarvis. If anything went any wrong, he would shout Woodhouse. So,
yeah, they were a great.
I feel like I've been missing out here.
Yeah, that was a really great event, and I'm looking forward to YCS Sydney.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some live images from Sydney. I mean, we've been every time we hear very, very positive things about the tournaments down under. This time we're going to be seeing it for the first time live and in color, so that's going to be exciting.
Yeah. So our organised play partner, Kevin O'Connell. All the guys down there know him, and he's really kind of amazing. I get to speak to him on a regular basis.
Right.
Honestly, he is a phenomenal person.
Okay.
That's the only way to describe him. He's pretty crazy.
All right. And then after that, of course, YCS Prague. That is the 3rd time in a row? Am I mixing up something?
No, 3rd time in a row.
Okay, that's the first, I think, that we went to one city year after year after year.
Yeah.
That regularly.
Yeah, I mean, there was MCM London, the YCS London, that was always at the Comic Con. Yeah, so I guess this is the 3rd.
I guess that makes it a first, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, we're looking forward to that. Okay. Any final words for this weekend? How many players are you going to expect?
Well, actually, yesterday I was thinking 1,200 players, but I think now I'm looking at 1,400 players.
Okay.
1,400 players seems good.
Yeah.
Seems good.
I think that is a good one, and I think that this event is going to be totally awesome.
Okay, guys. You can tell we're going to have a lot of fun this weekend. It's the first time ever that we're going to have 3 commentators for one feature match. That's going to be interesting to not talk over each other the whole time.
Yeah.
But that just means it's going to be more fun for you. It's going to be more exciting this weekend. And actually, every once in a while, someone gets to take a break, so that's also going to be good. With that, guys, we're signing off for the Friday. We're going to be right back because this happened yesterday when you're watching it, or even the day before yesterday. We're going to be right back with another feature match, some live impressions of YCS Bochum 2016. Let's take you guys to the table. Yeah, let's get it on.
Let's do it.
All right, guys, you see them there. Marvin Weber on the left, Ur Kovacic on the right. Germany versus Slovenia. Cosmo versus Draco Performapal. This is it, the finals of YCS Prague 2016.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. We see the duck, it's back.
Yeah, the duck is back.
These guys, really good handshake, and we see Ryan and Bozzy as well. Quick handshake.
Yeah,
that's the last. This is the last match. Here we go. We wouldn't be able to do it without our app users.
Yeah, we actually almost lost them earlier. Ryan was quickly going outside, talking to some players. Then he saw a couple of them playing Goat format, and he was like, ugh. I really want to play some goats. And he was like, I want to goat for the rest of the day. I didn't know it was a verb at this point, but apparently it is.
Yeah.
All right. Do we know who goes first? We will know in a second.
We'll soon find out. So is opened with one of his 2 trap cards.
Okay.
He's opened with one of his bottom
Marvin
trappers.
is kicking things
So
off.
Martin's kicking it off. He's starting with 1 Solemn Strike. He's starting straight out with a teleport. Tin Can.
That's a good
no
start.
Question.
That is a really good
So
start.
I think Marvin actually is going to be sneaky here and retain that reasoning. So yes, he is. He's gone straight to the end phase. He's just going to decide. Yep. So you can maybe overhear our head judge Hector announcing that the finals have started.
Yeah.
So we see here, Dark Destroyer, Forerunner, and DOG Fighter, and Forerunner gets added to the hand, and those other 2 go to the graveyard. Now, Cosmo Joe, Solemn Strike, Cosmo Tin Can, that's all that's remaining on the field. Immediately, Forerunner's coming down to the field here.
That's a good start.
Great start.
That is
solid. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the best possible start, but
yeah,
it is absolutely rock solid.
All right, on the other side of the field, Ur just had a horrible hand in his game against Valon Letertre. 6 monsters in hand, Valon in the game too. Valon then passes, leaves him the field, and he's just like, oh, well,
Drops everything.
in that case, suddenly my hand is amazing, because he could just pendulum scale,
Drop
put
it
everything
all.
on the table,
Yeah.
and Valon immediately conceded. Knew he saw the writing on the wall. He
Yeah.
knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And that concluded our semifinals.
Yeah. So he's he upside into instant fusion. This just extends his plays even more, so he can do way more with this. He's got Luster in hand, Draco face off. That's a bit unfortunate that Luster is in hand. That means he has to be able to normal summon that, or at least get it to graveyard somehow, and then use Norden to get it back. We'll see how he decides to go about this here. So he reinforcements the army into Armageddon Knight. Let's see if he decides to use the normal summon for Armageddon Knight or for the Luster Pendulum.
Right.
I think he's gonna, he's gonna go
Armageddon
ahead and
Knight.
use the Armageddon Knight, and then try and perform a pendulum summon to get Luster out onto the field instead of just the normal summon.
But there, of course, is the Solemn Strike by Marvin. You agree with that?
Yep, I think just shut him down, don't let him do any plays. It's fantastic. So we can see that there's not actually much else to go on here other than if he plays Draco face off and gets the right scale, then he can play a Guitartle. Or he's just going to go ahead. I think he's probably going to go into Norden and King of the Feral Imps here.
All right. Well, Norden is very likely with that instant fusion.
That's going to be the best maneuver.
Yeah,
Norden get back Armageddon Knight into King of the Feral Imps, and then detach, go get a Lizard Draw, and then Guitartle and Lizard Draw. I think that's probably going to be the line of plays that we see come out here.
So kind of bad news for Marvin that
he can just keep on playing.
So yeah, Solemn Strike didn't really help that much.
Yep. Or he may just clear that back row using Diamond Direwolf. We'll see.
So there are again a couple of options. Yeah, Diamond Direwolf. This is an interesting choice in my opinion when you see that player is playing a card and it takes some effort to get it out, and all it does is destroy another card. It feels like you're putting yourself a little bit behind, but sometimes that's really, really crucial.
So he doesn't have anything in his extra deck. This is why I was thinking more the risky play. But, you know, we can still see Draco face off.
Welcome back, guys. We're here with Ben Lovell in between rounds. So we got another interview for you instead of watching a feature match. Hope you're good with that. Ben, how you doing? Sorry.
Yeah, good, thanks. Bit of a shaky start, but it's going to work.
There was a bit of a mix between how you're doing and how is it going.
Yeah, but
yeah, 2 questions in one. And how is it going?
Round 1 was unfortunate. I lost to ABC. Just game 3, I had nothing opened. Horrible.
Okay.
But
what are you playing?
Light Swan.
Okay.
Minerva. Rounds 2 and 3 though went really well.
Okay.
I just went against Spirals though, which I wasn't expecting.
I think nobody was expecting that.
No, that was a real shock one, but I managed to win it. But game 1 took 28 minutes and he beat me. So and then I managed to win.
Then you're not
quite quick.
feeling good about your chances.
Yeah, I was kind of like siding for game 2 and thought, how did that happen? Like I saw Ghost Trick Dullahan and stuff, thinking, how am I losing to this? And I couldn't target. He summoned like all his monsters, and I couldn't target any of them because of the field spell.
Right.
So Snow was sitting in the grave and
not doing much.
Useless.
That's like the first time I've ever heard that. Snow sitting in the grave. And
in the end, it was just to preserve life points, and he was just attacking me with these like 1/9
wow.
monsters. It was terrible.
But you did come back eventually.
Yeah. Game 2 was really bizarre. I opened.
Everything seems to be really bizarre.
Yeah, it was. Thrasher, Choco, Magician Girl, Snow, Lila, and Anti-Spell going first. I went summon Thrasher, summon Choco, ditched the Snow, so I thought, okay, I've got a bit of defense, and I drew Solar Recharge, and then I discarded the Lila, milled Trick Clown, and it left me with a field. It left me with a field of King of the Feral Imps, the Bahamut Shark, and Tree Toad. Set the anti-spell and had Snow in graveyard, obviously, and as I flipped the anti-spell, he just went, oh.
It sounds like it totally sounds like it's Christmas is coming for you, man.
I was just like,
this just keeps better.
Yeah.
Keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I had the mirror match round 2 as well, which I wasn't expecting at all. I was quite surprised.
Well, there are a couple of Minerva players.
Yeah, I was surprised to see as many as there were, actually. I was expecting it to be less popular than it was at last event.
What did you expect going into this weekend?
I expected to see a lot of Metal Foe and Paleozoic.
Right. What about ABC?
I thought I'd see some of them. so I wasn't too surprised when I saw it round 1.
Yeah.
But I expected, because the deck does really well and sets up really good fields, but if it has any way of being stopped, it struggles. So
yeah.
I was surprised, but I think it'll still be in top
You
tables.
might be surprised to find out that the top 2 decks are ABC and Metal Foes, and Paleozoic is a little bit behind.
Really?
Yeah, like
Okay.
like 100 decks or something.
Oh wow. Okay.
Not just like a little.
Yeah, it's like quite a big gap.
Yeah,
I was expecting it to be a really popular deck. Actually.
It seems to be a bit of a trinity at the top.
Yeah.
And then, would you agree that those are the best 3 decks, or you think Minerva Sworn is up there?
I think the problem with Minerva Sworn compared to those is it is a bit more luck based. So if the luck's with you, then you'll be on top tables.
The way we tackled this is we always say there's a big difference between building a deck that gets you into the top 32 and a deck that once you're in the top 32, you're going to win. So is it fair to say that you went for the second approach?
Yeah, probably. I went as well to have a bit more fun actually with it because I was looking at Metal Foe, Paleozoic, and I thought, well, do you know what? Also, it has a slightly better game going second as well. It can come back.
Right.
So I thought, go for it, have a bit more fun with it. And the first 2 rounds, both Minerva Mills were Soul Charge, Instant Fusion, and Charge of Light Brigade in that order. So I thought, well, the game doesn't like me anymore. But then luck's kind of come back. So it comes and goes.
It's like an up and down.
Yeah.
All right. You've been to a couple of events.
Yeah.
And you guys are also very active locally, putting tournaments together in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Actually, quite a few big ones.
Yeah, we get some really good numbers, actually. We're really popular, based in London.
What would you tell somebody who's asking about that? Like, how can I get my community to grow? And how can I set up a big tournament? What's most important to keep in mind?
I honestly think the biggest thing, and what sets our locals ahead, is we have a real camaraderie, real sort of family sort of attitude. So when people come in, they feel welcome, they're looked after, and it's just genuine as well.
Right.
And I think that makes a huge difference, because if you want to go, you make that effort a bit more. Do you know what I mean? If you think, oh, I can't bother to go, then you're not going to go out your way.
If you're going to see friends, it's a bit easier to convince somebody rather than...
The whole friend aspect makes a huge difference, I think.
Right.
And it's same with YCS, you know, the community side when you see friends and catch up and that.
Is it also when you're organizing the tournaments that you're sharing all the responsibilities?
Yeah, everyone does their part and tries and works together. Yeah, it's a whole centered around each other.
Right.
You know? It works as one big picture. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, it's very nice to hear. Like, I would love to go to one of these events.
Yeah, I think you need to. We've got a regional coming up soon, so I think you should come down.
Yeah, I talked to my wife about it. All right. Okay, finally, if anybody's never been to a large event like this one, why should they go?
Just to see, when you go to a locals and this, it's completely different.
It is.
The scope of it, the scale, I mean, 1600s?
Yeah, more than 1600
It's
plays.
just,
it's crazy.
it's incredible. You
It's
know.
1615. It's very easy to remember.
Oh, right, okay, that's good. I like that. But yeah, it makes a huge difference, and you can learn so much more. And there are friends that I've made all over Europe and in America as well that I wouldn't have made had I not gone to YCSs.
Of course, yeah.
And from that as well, from a personal side, that means a lot, and I enjoy that.
Right. All right. Well, Ben, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Ola.
Good luck for the rest of the day. I hope you guys enjoyed that little interview. We're trying to get our hands on yet another player. Then also, there's something coming next round. You're not going to believe it. You should totally check out our Facebook page. This is not a random plug or anything. Next round, we're going to make history, and I'm not saying this lightly. I mean, I say that very often. I gotta admit, I say that very often. But next round, we're gonna make history. At the start of the round, the most epic thing is gonna happen. So check out our Facebook page. I promise. I'm not underselling this. This is gonna be huge. It's gonna be gigantic and beautiful and great. So guys, with that, I'm taking another break, looking for another player to interview, giving you even more content. It's already 4 o'clock almost. We're just 3 rounds in.
Yep.
It's gonna be a very long day. I hope you're going to stay with us. I hope you're going to enjoy the coverage of YCS Bochum, the largest European Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament of all time.
To get rid of that final back row. Or he can retain the Slip Rider for one of the pendulum scales.
Right.
That we're going to see from next turn. So this is him trying to decide, do I want to use it right now?
It's a little bit unfortunate for Ur drawing into that bottomless trap hole that early, because he is playing a treacherous trap hole in his main deck.
Yeah.
So he's got one dead card in his deck if he opts to activate the bottomless trap hole, which would be kind of likely, I would say.
Okay, we just got confirmation. Yeah, I didn't ask it. We just found out that he called 5.
Oh, okay.
So that's actually quite important because it means that was kind of baiting Marvin into thinking that he didn't want to see Slip Rider at all.
Yeah.
So that made him even more want to summon that Slip Rider and hit that back row.
Interesting. Yeah.
Quite a good mind game there.
Absolutely.
So he drew an Armageddonite.
Yep.
Let's see what he's
He
going to send
dropped it
here.
immediately. Yep.
Zephyr.
Sephiroth.
So he's going to make
a card he's been getting a lot of use of.
Yeah, so he can basically summon this for free here. He's going to be able to play any of his pendulum cards and then just summon it and bounce it for free. I think we're going to see the King of the Feral Imps now. He didn't summon it to begin with, did he? He just got Direwolf. Yeah.
Yep.
Here's the King of the Feral Imps. Surely has to make an appearance now because he's got to complete his pendulum scales here. Or I might be wrong. No, there we go. Definitely the King of the Feral Imps, and he's going to detach that. Go get a Lizard Draw to complete his scale.
Great commentary. The key to consistency is clearly reasoning into tin can, practically rolling the dice twice. From What's Your Name in the Twitch chat. That's one way to put it. But it doesn't really sound like it's consistent, but it is. Like
it's just the extra summon that helps. It's not necessarily the fact that he got Tin Can. That was a very, that was good. But even if he'd have directly gone into Slip Rider and, not had that, not have had a 5 called, or Dark Destroyer would have done the same thing. If, that would have worked.
There are a couple of
or
options.
Farm Girl.
There's
a lot of different options.
Would have been good, yeah.
Farm Girl would have been bottoms, but yeah. That's
yeah. But you never know.
The point is there was a lot of different cards.
You cannot say the card is bad if your opponent has bottomless. It's not how the game works.
Yeah. People see Riesinger as quite a lucky card, but in a deck where you play almost every single level, it's not really lucky that you get Riesinger off.
Yeah.
You almost always get it. I think it was some really low percentage chance. The only time that you ever do well was when people were playing have a good chance is when people were playing Good Witch and Dark Witch, and you'd call 4. That was the only time that it was actually really bad to play.
Yeah. So Draco Face Off is next here.
Yep. So he completes his scale there,
and it's looking pretty good for Ur.
Yeah. So he must have drawn that Draco Face Off the Kitartle, otherwise he wouldn't have used Lizard Draw's effect, because then he just wouldn't have had a complete scale. Now here's the Pend. Everything
but the kitchen sink.
I think that might be...
That might be enough.
That might be the one, because he can just... So as we could see on the app there, we just saw the hand just go from nothing, and the field go from nothing to everything all at once.
That just happened simultaneously, yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to be able to see Ignista, Magesta, Dinoster, Dinoster, that's his name. So those two are going to go up into the Ignista.
Yeah, it reminds me of earlier when Cyber Dragon Infinity would have been the answer, or a Volcasaurus, when Jake Quincy was drawing into a Battle Fader in timeout to secure his spot in the top 8.
Yeah, so there's no Battle Faders here.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of watching Ur play this out now. He's going to be able to, overlay these two into a Magesta, but maybe use the Ignista's effect first.
So, was there anything that Marvin could have done?
I don't think so. I think that was kind of him playing to his best.
I mean, the Slip Rider probably wasn't great, to be honest. I mean, it ended up in the bottomless wrapper.
Yeah.
But when you look at the whole picture and you know that Ur was actually calling 5 for reasoning, kind of indicating that he really doesn't want to see a Slip Rider.
Yeah.
It makes sense for Marvin to try and do exactly just that.
Yeah.
Play that card.
Yeah. There's 3 different ways that you could get to Slip Rider as well. So I think that was quite a tactful move there from Ur.
Yeah.
So people talk about mind games. Now that was truly. Well in the rules, mind game there.
Yeah. But because some players are like, bad play by Marvin. He should have not played Slip Rider, for example. That's not exactly fair. All right, so
not only this, we've talked about this multiple times, that when these guys are here backstage playing this match, it's it's intense. It's really intense.
Yeah.
So let's see here. So actually has this combo where he can play Key Beetle and Imperial Iron Wall. Now that's actually really strong. If you manage just to Key Beetle and Imperial Iron Wall, there's not a lot that Marvin can do.
Yeah. And I think, did Ur ever drop a game in the feature match? I'm not sure about that first time.
I think we did one, just one.
Just one, yeah.
In his round 8 match, yeah.
Okay. But then again, Marvin Weber was also having a very, very strong showing when we had him earlier on the stream.
Yeah.
He really knows how the Cosmodeck works.
Yeah,
it's
he
so
does.
ironic considering that we had picked him on Friday to explain
I know, that's
to
crazy.
us.
There was
Hey,
there
Marvin,
was-
can you tell us how the Cosmodeck works? And now he's sitting in the finals.
Yeah, there's hundreds. There was over 100, like 163 people. I think it was vaguely 163 people who played Cosmo this weekend. And of all the people that we decided to pick up and play, have a look at our feature, it was this guy here who sat in the finals with his Cosmo deck.
All right. Here we can actually see what Ur
He
is.
cited out quite a few things that I wouldn't expect there, like Wavering Eyes and Pendulum Rising.
Yeah, what is the strategy there? Why would he go for that?
I don't know. Like Wavering Eyes usually just adds the consistency to the deck. Maybe he just... Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little confused with that. But you can see the Iron Walls.
Yep.
Beautiful bit of Iron Wall.
So his brick walling. Building walls has been like a strong topic this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's see how this goes.
Where was Battle Fader? It just doesn't stop this weekend. Oof, 1-0 Ur Kovacic. He would be the first Slovenian YCS champion, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think there's another Slovenian player who has ever been that successful, to be honest. Let me just check real quick, because we got a file for that. We got Matej Jacob, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Who was in the quarterfinals of the European Championship. That's also a pretty big accomplishment, of course. He also happens to be the Slovenian national champion. At least last year's Slovenian national champion. So, in a way, they're both equally successful, I would say. It's hard to tell. All right.
Yeah. So the guys are just shuffling up now. They kind of began their side decking looking a little, little chuckly, a little happy. But now I think the serious business is going to start again.
Yeah, especially for Marvin.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's got a game to win.
He's like standing with his back against the wall.
Yeah, he has to win this.
Right, and this looks like some conviction here from Marvin. I mean, now he's choking a little
ready
bit,
to go.
maybe, but yeah, he wants to win this. He doesn't want to go down without winning a game. He certainly doesn't want to go down at all.
No.
And or ever the he's really holding back in terms of emotions. So
Yeah, he's absolutely
very collected
cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
Right, let's see here. So we want to see the facial reactions the moment that the guys get their opening hands.
So this might be the last game of the day.
Yep. So Martin here is making Ergo first.
And he's got an upstart goblin to kick things off. That means he doesn't have that many searches, it seems. He has a key turtle.
Okay, this is great. Marvin actually has a dark hole. So if decides to extend his combos out here in this first turn, then Dark Hole's going to deal with that, and immediately we're going to be able to see what's coming off that reasoning, and if it is a successful reasoning, then he's going to be able to get straight in there with an attack.
No, of course, it's going to be a tin can off that reasoning.
Yeah, consistency.
Consistency.
Well, what would be super consistent is if it was Farm Girl.
Right.
Yeah, his ratios are like really off as well with the Cosmos he plays. He's only playing one of everything apart from Dark Destroyer, Slip Rider, and Tin Can. He plays 3 of those and then one of everything else.
All right. Here we go.
So it seems like he's kind of starting his plays off here. Does he have enough? Don't think he has a bunch of stuff to be able to do a lot this turn. He can Pendulum Summon with Master Pendulum as the other scale. That's a low scale, so we'll see if he decides to extend his combo out here.
Yeah. And
so he's gonna Pendulum Summon. There's no reason to play that if he wasn't going to.
Yep.
So he can actually get some reasonable plays out here because he's got Mass Chameleon as well. That allows him to Synchro Summon and an Instant Fusion as well.
Yeah. And yeah, some players have not watched the first time we had Ur on the stream. There was a little bit of controversy. He's playing against Monarchs, if I remember correctly. And there was a situation where he was bringing back something from the graveyard with
which he couldn't
Soul Charge, just 1 card. And then right after that, he went for a Synchro Summon of, I think, Naturia Beast, which was a very big move, of course, against Monarchs. And they do tend to play a couple of spell cards. And one of the materials was a Pendulum Monster, so it should have gone to the extra deck, but instead they put it back into the graveyard.
Yeah, and it was later used for Norden.
Yeah, and that's the most crucial part, of course. Yeah, Norden that brought it back. So that was that move wouldn't have been legal, but the players were 3 minutes before time, so they wanted to play really quickly to make sure they don't go to time. And like I just said, the monster came out of the graveyard with Soul Charge, and then it went straight back into the graveyard, and the judge was standing very close, and even the judge didn't realize. He's like, yeah, card came from the graveyard, goes back to the graveyard. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Not double checking. Oh, wait a second, that's a Pendulum Monster. Yeah, and this was
is the first time in a long time we're going to see Stardust Dragon.
Stardust Dragon, yeah, that's true. And yeah, that was playing a major role. Otherwise, Ur would have actually not won that match.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, we believe it was an honest mistake. He looked quite shocked when we told him about it.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
yeah, right.
I was trying to reassure people in the chat at the time. You know, when I told him just before we started the interview, he was, you know, really shocked, really shocked.
Yeah.
So we're just having a read of Mass Chameleon. I can't quite remember exactly what the limitations are on Mass Chameleon, but I know that there are quite a few. I think they're only when you use its effect, though, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it can only be normal summon if you control level 5 or higher monster. And when this card is normal summon, you can target 1 monster with 0 def in your graveyard. Special summon that target in face-up defense position. Its
Can't special summon.
Are negated. You cannot special summon any other monsters except from the extra deck.
Yeah, that's only when its effect is activated.
Yeah. Normally, that is not much of a problem.
Yeah. So here, we're just absolutely triple checking here.
Yeah, Judge is also reading Mask Chameleon, I think. Yeah, looks like it, because the card came from above rather than from the opponent's side of the field. Stardust Dragon. Really?
Yeah, and then the Refresher as well. So he's got both of his traps in his deck. So he's going to be able to use both.
This time his Treacherous Trap Hole is not going to be a dead card, even though that wasn't really causing him any troubles the last game. He just wrapped things up before he would draw into it. Yeah. And how good is Stardust Dragon in this matchup against Cosmo?
I'm a bit of a loss. I don't know why he plays Stardust Dragon. it seems pretty good. I don't know exactly what situations he uses it, but
well, I mean, there's a dark hole.
Yeah,
there is a dark hole.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what's strange.
Yeah. It's certainly interesting. I mean, otherwise Marvin's Dark Hole would really be putting in some work for him here.
Yeah.
At the moment, it would be a straight up -1. In a way, I mean, Stardust Dragon would give me a break. You have to read Stardust Dragon. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't worry. You want to make crystal clear in the finals of a YCS.
Yeah. So here's the reasoning.
Yep.
Now, if this just pops out like a Dark Destroyer or something like that, then we're going to see a bottomless Trapple. That's actually DOG Fighter. I think its attacks greater than 1/5.
It is 2,000.
Yeah.
All the ships are big.
Yeah, they are reasonably big.
Which makes sense. I mean, they are shooting lasers.
Yeah. So he called 8.
All right.
On this reasoning here, so that DOG Fighter is going to be summoned.
Right, there's a bit of a confusion going on. Just double checking.
A lot of people are saying that Cosmo are using Wavering Eyes, and that's why he's playing Stardust Dragon. But we've not got any in Marvin's deck.
Yeah.
So you guys know?
I think we haven't seen Wavering Eyes in Cosmo this weekend.
No, not at all.
Like, at least I don't remember.
People were using it at one point, though.
Yeah.
So let's see if Reflacia gets used here. I mean, let's have a look at Marvin's hand here. So, let's see how just important this DOG Fighter is. It's not that important, to be honest. Ideally, he can use... Oh, that's fun. I think Stardust Dragon can stop the effect of Cosmojo.
Okay, now we finally know what the duck is for. Yeah. It's, of course, I mean, now if I look at it...
Yeah, duck fighter.
It looks almost the same, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
When you say yeah, you mean?
So I was just thinking about how Cosmojo can actually be used here, and then Stardust Dragon can negate it because it's going to destroy a card on the field.
Yeah. There is Cosmojo.
Yep, so there's Cosmojo.
And there's Stardust Dragon. Yep, correct prediction. So Marvin did go for it. Why did Marvin go for it if he knew that Stardust Dragon could just negate it?
I think that was just to get Stardust Dragon out of the way.
Right. And the duck has been removed from the field.
Yeah,
Duck has
just
been
to
banished.
be a bit more clear about what's going on the field there.
That's too bad. Yeah, duck is too strong. But now it's sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah, back in its original position.
Yeah, it looks kind of nowhere, to be honest. In no particular direction. And, well, Ur is going to town.
Yes.
There's a Gitartle. And there's a Pendulum Summon. And now we're going to continue with some more special summons.
Yeah. That's going to be a good card to be able to be used on the DOG fighter.
Right. What's going to be next here?
I think he's going to try and get rid of... he's chosen not to...
Oasis of Dragon Souls?
Yeah, so he's chosen not to hit the DOG fighter, which means we're going to have to source one more token from somewhere.
Yeah, there's a monkey board.
There's a Gitartle effect. He's going to draw a card off that. So let's see what's going to happen here. He's still got this Reflacia. He can always use it for a nice treacherous trap hole at any point. So from monkey board, he got a lizard draw. Let's see where he's going to go from here. I think he's probably using Ignista's effect. Oh no, sorry. He's yeah. I think he already had Lizard Draw. He's still thinking about what he's going to get for Monkey Board.
Yeah, he did get rid of the Oasis of Dragon Souls with it.
Yeah, with Ignister. Yeah, he's already used Ignister effect, but now he's just thinking about what he's going to get with Monkey Board.
Right. What would be the best option?
I think probably Performer Pal Skullcrabat Joker, just because that allows you to complete your scales at any real point.
Is it correct that the Stardust Dragon is not coming back? Wasn't it properly summoned?
It will in the end phase.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still not in the end phase.
Still not in the end phase. Yeah, sometimes these turns take forever.
Yeah.
I was just like, wait a second, was that correct?
Yeah, so it comes back in the end phase. So yes, he went and got the Skullcrabat Joker as suggested by me. Probably heard me. He didn't hear me.
He might have.
Yeah. So this is it's very close here. Let's see what he's going to do.
Yeah, it is very, very tough. But we have seen both of these decks turn things around in just one turn.
Cosmo can very much just explode out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So it's we really can't say how close this is, because it's all about just the board wipe and then summon a load of guys, board wipe again. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
So
and Marvin does have the board wipe with Dark Hole waiting in hand.
Yeah, this is the thing. If he doesn't get destroyed this turn, then Dark Holing is actually a really good option. However, that Stardust Dragon's coming back.
Yeah.
But I think that's okay. Yeah, he's not Pendulum Summoned this turn, has he? Oh, wow. He's not Pendulum Summoned this turn. There's more to be done.
As if there wasn't enough. Yeah. But so far, slightly more one-sided game. But that could of course change in the blink of an eye. And Marvin really seems to be like standing with his back against the wall, like I said before. Doesn't really look good for him.
I think we're going to have a riot on our hands if the duck doesn't come back in as a token.
Right.
Everyone wants the duck.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys can always start a fan club. Duck now €100 card. Don't believe that. Okay. Marvin brings a Slip Rider, and he wants to shoot down the Pendulum Scales of Ur. Sounds like a pretty good idea. So that worked.
Yep. And so he's not. I think he's trying to bait out the Stardust here, to be honest.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. I want to say he just wants to Dark Hole here. He wants to Dark Hole and just start dealing. He just needs to start dealing with stuff, because I feel like he's just not dealing with life right now. He needs to just start dealing, because he's got like a Traptrix Reflacia, he's got an Ignister on the field, he's got a Skullcrabat Joker that's going to swiftly turn into an Exceed monster next turn, he's got the Stardust Dragon, which is just sat there causing issues. Just stuff he needs to get moving. He's not doing anything right now.
Yeah. And by not doing anything, he's actually losing.
Yes, he is, and because his opponent's just getting more and more ahead.
Yeah.
That's not how Cosmo works. Cosmo works by just going in and getting on with stuff. Right, so he's going to attack that. He's going to pretend he's got Honest for about 5 seconds.
Yeah,
which would be amazing. But I think DOG fighters one of the darks. So that'd be even stronger.
Yeah.
So he's going to banish that there. And he's going to go and get... I think he's going to go and get a Slip Rider. Slip Rider would be a great choice here. Deal with the other scale, potentially bait out the Stardust Dragon. If Stardust Dragon destroys these Cosmo monsters, by the way, they're going to get their effect in the graveyard.
Right.
So, yeah, you don't really want to be destroying them. Same with Dark Destroyer. Like, if you get Dark Destroyer out, then, yeah.
So there is the activation. And Ur is thinking about his response. He does have one.
Yeah, so... okay, he just detached from the Reflacia and then decided to put that back under there. Yep. Just need to be a bit more clear about his moves there.
Yeah, not entirely sure.
Yeah, he seemed to detach and then go back on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's the monkey board. Because he's still got bottomless. He can still bottomless something with the Reflacia.
Yeah. But so far, not really a good target.
Yeah, dishonest confirmed. So again, he's just going to straight into Stardust Dragon. He's dealt with that scale now. He's happy. Slippy's in his work.
Yeah, Martin searching now.
Yeah.
Marvin, not Martin.
I feel like Marvin's in control here.
It's interesting because it really doesn't look like that with 4 cards on the opponent's side of the field.
I think... Oh, okay, that would be a good way to deal with that. What's he? He's got a Dark Destroyer, right? I think the best way for this to deal with it is just to summon Dark Destroyer and hit the Reflacia. Or actually, just it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, so he could get Dark Witch, and then Dark Witch can get over Skullcrabat Joker to just reduce. This is what I'm saying. He needs to reduce the amount of board presence his opponent has right now. I think the best way would just be to get rid of that Stardust Dragon to the graveyard and then Dark Hole.
Yeah,
and then just
that sounds like a good plan.
Leave a monster on board that's just bigger than Stardust Dragon.
Yeah,
and then what's he gonna do? What is the worst he can do? Yeah, so he's
Cosmos Strawman.
Just triple checking. He's definitely not got like bottomless in hand. Or just not set it yet or something. Yeah, so he's gone for the Strawman. Can't bottomless that. You could use Treacherous Trapple if he likes with Reflacia, but I doubt that's a good option right now because then he'd just be able to use the other...
More power
yeah.
for Marvin coming from the deck.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think he's probably going to try Infinity here and then just take Stardust Dragon. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I feel like this is probably one of the best ways to force this. If he summons this, goes up into Nova, Nova up into the Infinity.
You're right.
You can try bottomless Infinity, and then Infinity will negate, and then Stardust will negate Infinity, and then just Dark Hole. There's a few different ways this can go. Multiple different ways this can go. Definitely.
A couple of roads that lead to victory, but then again, this is not a one-player game.
Yeah.
Ur is also very much in this.
Yeah. Or what would be absolutely insane is if he summons Nova and then he Treacherous Trapple. If he does that, sorry, my words lost me. If he does the Treacherous Trapple and hits both of those, then he's going to be able to use Nova's effect and get Cyber End Dragon.
Oh, yes.
That crazy play we were talking about.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
And then he's definitely getting over Stardust Dragon.
Is Marvin...
okay. Yeah, he's just going for Pleiades. That's even better. Yeah, okay. That's great. That's great news. This is why Marvin's in the finals. Even better.
All right, Pleiades. Constellar Pleiades coming out.
Yeah. So, definitely, he's going to be able to deal with one of these Synchro/Exceed monsters right now. I just need to see what he's going to use this Pleiades on.
Yeah, it's really good. It's basically like a compulsory evacuation device on legs. And those legs are quite good.
Yeah.
2,500 attack.
Yeah. So I feel like he's got multiple ways here. He's got so many ways. It's hard for me to speculate how many different ways he has, but he definitely has so many ways to do this. And he's still not used Strawman's effect, by the way.
All right. While you said this is probably one of the best moves, the chat doesn't disagree so much.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different people giving a lot of different opinions in chat right now. And that's just because he does have such a sheer amount of plays.
Yeah. It is the reason many players gave why they are playing this deck.
Okay, there's the Treacherous Trapple. So he's going to be able to chain the Strawman and summon let's say, Dark Destroyer. Yeah, most likely Dark Destroyer. So I don't know if Treacherous Trap Hole has to have both of its targets upon resolution. Can't remember the wording. Is it still on the field so we can have a look?
Yeah. In any case, this is actually looking quite well for Marvin.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to have all its targets. So we're seeing this board here for slowly disappear. There's the Treacherous Trap Hole. And then just back to the board. So, Dark Destroyer's effect, so we've resolved that last chain. Now we're going to see Dark Destroyer's effect potentially be activated. I think he doesn't really have a choice. He has to use Stardust here. But at the same time, if he does that, then... yeah, then he's a bit screwed, because he's going to then be able to Dark Hole whatever comes out. Okay, so that's that. And then DD's effect. See, this is the thing. So Marvin actually doesn't play that many of the pilots. He only plays one Farm Girl, one Strawman, and then 3 Tin Cans.
Right.
So it's going to be tough here to decide on what to summon. So he's gone with Slip Rider. Oh, he's going to just Dark Hole. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, so he's going to be able to summon Slip Rider there. I think his Farm Girl's still in deck.
Right.
If Farm Girl's still in deck, then we're in business. Nope.
Nope.
Is it not?
Tin Can instead.
Tin Can instead. Okay, that's fine.
It's also not terrible, but...
No, I thought his Farm Girl would still be in deck.
All right, so Marvin
Do you
Weber...
see Farm Girl there?
I think he did play it at some point earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. So Tin Can's choosing all of the spell and traps here.
And Marvin
Let's
is
see what is the
so busy searching, looking for something.
Yeah, these guys must be really tired at this point.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like they are half the time they're going through automatic movements.
Yeah.
And it's going to be back to Ur.
Okay, I actually just asked our judge if it was time of the round.
That's interesting because I still... Oh, yeah, I started my time a little bit too late.
Yep. So this is it. This is the first turn of the finals of YCS Prague.
Yeah.
If Martin Weber wins here...
That's a lot of pressure that he's suddenly under. It's good news for Ur Kovacic because he just has to
so he's passed here.
Be ahead of life.
Yeah, but Ur is actually a bit far behind right now.
Yeah, he is, yes. A Lizard Draw and a Perform Power Pendulum Sorcerer. And of course, somebody's going to suggest Battle Fader very soon.
Yeah.
I
don't know why Stardust Dragon's not returning to the field. Someone might be able to enlighten me as to why Stardust Dragon's not returning back to the field, unless I just completely blanked. Just use its effect, so it should come back. Here we go. He's going to be the big Pendulum Summon. So Marvin just has to survive here. He's already used one Ignister, which means he's got another.
Yeah. How likely is it that he's going to survive? I mean...
No, actually, I think Ur's going to just win in this turn.
Yeah, it's a very full field for Ur. That last few times it has always spelled Doom on his opponent's streams. He's going through his extra deck, going through his graveyard.
Yeah. How many copies does he play? Oh, he plays the full 3 copies of Ignister. So it's not like he's short on those. Because I'm pretty sure Ignister doesn't target. Yeah, I'm certain it doesn't target. So.
Yeah, talk about a big field.
Yeah. 0 to 100 miles an hour.
And now Ur is going to town.
It's got to be the Ignister.
Yeah. He comes
Ignister's going to be able to spin the Forerunner and then just attack.
Synchro summons, Exceed summons, all kinds of summons really.
Yeah.
Are going to be next. And there's very little that Marvin Weber can do.
I think this is it. I think is just going to be able to play through his cards here. So he decides to use Lizard Draw to draw a card. I wonder what he draws. I don't think it really matters. He's going to be able to use Ignista's effect here to get rid of whatever Marvin has, and that is it.
Marvin
Our
agrees.
winner.
Yeah, he extends the hand, puts the cards down on the table, and that is it.
And that is it.
Oh, clean victory for
Wow.
Kovacic. Last time he made his little, not like he was warming up his hands, he was going like,
yeah,
bring me the next one.
This is a first for his country as well.
Yes.
Wow.
Congratulations to Kovacic and Slovenia for winning the first ever YCS. And it's also the first time that we saw Draco Performer Pal, at least in Europe, winning a large event.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
So guys, this is it. It's going to be the final duel of the day. Alberto Conti from Italy against Typhoon Bayraktar. With that, it's time to duel. So Typhoon on the left with Macho Spectre, the Pendulum version, and Alberto on the right with his proven Cosmo deck.
Yep.
And for the last time today, Ryan on the right and Luca on the left, standing behind those players, entering the cards in our app. So we can show you guys what they have been drawing into. Let's start with Alberto. He's got Cosmo Dark Destroyer, Max C. There we go.
That's a nice handshake.
And Ryan and Luca do the same.
I don't understand.
He's a troll.
Okay, that's strong. That's a strong.
That's a magical abductor.
That's a strong opening there for magical abductor.
Okay, we got the entire opening hand
there's
for
Maxi.
Alberto. There was Maxi in the opening hand. Now
Yeah.
it's in the graveyard where it belongs.
There's no reason not to play it straight away here.
How many cards is he going to draw?
One.
Just one. Okay.
At most. He may not even draw one. But it all comes down to whether Typhon really thinks that Kieran's worth it, and I think that it is. Okay, double Kieran here. Okay, so this is really, really strong. He's able to put both Kierans on the field. Me and Marcello were talking about this last game, how having double Kieran, obviously you can't use them both in one turn, but having it on the field makes it so that if it sticks around, like you might as well have it, and if it sticks around, then it's safe from any kind of strikes or anything like that. Okay, wait, did he open Garunix?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, Fire King, Avatar, Garunix.
That's rough.
And Island. So whereas Typhoon has a great opening hand, Alberto doesn't.
Not so much.
He's still got some cards in his hand, but nothing really threatening here, isn't?
No. I mean, he's kind of a bit of an investment plan. So he's going to bounce away that
Slip Rider
before it gets its chance to be destroyed by the Fire King Island. But that's the one copy of Fire King Island gone now.
Right. So now it's basically a Cosmo deck.
Yeah, just regular Cosmo.
Pretty much, yeah. So that's it for Alberto. He just went down from 6 to 3 cards.
He drew Terraforming. Wow. Okay, so this puts Magical Abductor in a great spot right now because he's going to be able to get the full counters of Magical Abductor, use Magical Abductor's effects to go and search for any of these cards that he wants from his deck. He's probably going to be able to win this turn.
Right, so Typhoon's hand just continue to shape in a perfect form.
Yeah,
he's
just
like
more and more Kirins.
It's a piece of art that that Magic Spectre deck is doing right there.
Yeah.
It's like a sculpture coming together.
Yeah,
and there's the Sky Iris. He's pulling so far ahead.
Yeah, this is crazy. He probably is going to be able to win this turn.
Right. We did see the Cosmo deck coming back from some rough positions.
Yeah.
But this time around, it doesn't look that
he's
fortunate.
Got nothing on the field, essentially. His Cosmojo is not going to help at all. So putting Drag Pulse, that gives him the full range of 1 to 8 scales. So yeah, using Dragon Pit, it doesn't even matter if that back row is a real one or not.
Oh, by the way, Ryan was looking at the top decks of today, and he was. And this is game 1. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, let's not undersell that. It is already 1-0 for Typhoon.
Pendulum
Barracuda. Yeah. Germany.
What is it with our finals?
I don't know. For some reason,
the finals of our events never last at all very long.
Yeah, every time the players are like, "Yeah, I have to show you guys why I'm here. This is the reason. This is the reason." Typhoon Bayraktar takes the first game in a hurry. It's 1-0 for Germany against Alberto Conti from Italy. Earlier we saw something very interesting in our top 8 feature match where a player was even explaining after the match in great detail that he had certain cards in the sideboard that helped him go second. He won the first game, and then his opponent, to his own surprise, told him after sideboarding, "You're going to go first." So his boarding plan was completely screwed, and he said it was the correct choice of the opponent to have me go first if he knew my deck list, if he knew that I'm reciting all of those cards that can really help me
going second.
Yeah, exactly. Claim control over the field even when I'm going second. I'm not sure if we're going to see this here. I think both of these guys really want to go first.
Yeah.
With Typhoon, of course. He's got cards like Secret Village. That's something you want to resolve before your opponent has his turn. And on the other side, we got the anti-spell fragrance for Alberto.
Fragrance.
Same story there.
Yeah, spell fragrance is going to be a big factor in this game if it manages to resolve.
Yeah. And Ryan looked at the top 4 deck list to continue that story from early on.
Yeah.
And he looked at them. He's like, it's quite a cool and diverse metagame. Like 4 different decks in the top 4, but all of them have one thing in common. I was like, oh, what is that? And he's like, tomorrow they have to play with a different deck. So talk about a very equal distribution in terms of hits with the new restricted and limited list. That was a pretty good example of that.
Yeah, well, that's
the point.
Only justifies it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so all those times where I've seen people say it before in the past, where they say, "Oh, well, they're just going to look at what wins the next YCS and hit those instead," and yeah, it's predictions at its best.
Yes, it is. All right. So what do you think is going to happen? Are we going to see a 2-0 clean sweep, or is it going to be?
He's gonna quick handshake. I don't. It all depends on where Alberto decides to go with if he lets him go first or not. I think Alberto is going to go first. His deck is made to go first. Really, Alberto's deck is made to go first, and there's no possible way that he
Yeah.
can.
It's also like we asked him because he also won his round when he went second, and he told me, yeah, I was surprised.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm Rob, and joining me is Luke Withington.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody was watching on Facebook Live just a moment ago. We did an absolutely huge challenge where everybody in the room stopped. It's called the Mannequin Challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
so
was
that
pretty
was
epic.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was
I've not
weird
had a chance to see it yet.
we were just in it.
Yeah,
so,
we were part of it.
Like, it was weird because the entire hall just went completely silent.
Yeah.
Like, just nothing.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool.
We are back with round 4. This time round, what I want to do... Well, this time round we got Nicholas Nibby and... I'm going to butcher this name. Sven Wersch?
Yeah, Wersch.
Wersch?
Yeah, it's Finnish.
He's from Finland. So what I want to do first is we're going to take a quick look at that meta that we promised you back in round 2. So if we can bring that up. Okay, so looking at it, not much has changed apart from the numbers have gotten a little bigger. Metalfoes is still in the lead.
Yeah, definitely.
ABC and then Paleozoic. Now, that's surprising because we thought that Paleozoic was going to be a bigger deck.
Yeah, well, I think there are not many people. I'm happy with where it is at the moment as far as my prediction and winning that battle is concerned because, yeah, I think that it's going to see more victories than Metalfoes and ABC. So I think going into into day 2, game 2, we're going to see that kind of shift around a little bit. For those who can't see the other category, that's 607 players are still remaining in round 4. So yeah, I mean there it is. That's the complete deck breakdown for those who wanted to see it.
Now, it's still interesting that Mermail is still way up there.
Yeah, really, really far up there. Yeah, so I think we're...
Yep, I think we are pretty much ready. It is going to be, we have, let me just see, Dark Lords.
Yeah, Dark Lords, yeah.
This was the first time that we got Dark Lords on camera today. Now, you actually like Dark Lords.
I really like Dark Lords, yeah. I think they're a really, really interesting deck. But I can talk a whole lot more about it when we're actually seeing it unfold.
So, let's go to the table.
So here we are.
So we see Nicholas over there on the right. He's playing Dark Lord at the moment, and he's playing against ABC.
Yeah, Sven playing ABC. Yeah, so he's from Finland, one of our Nordic countries.
Yes, one of the Nordic countries.
Yeah, so
the
bit of rolling going
community and organised play manager for over there, Richard.
Yeah,
very good friend of mine.
Ooh, that was a good roll.
You've actually been over in the Nordics quite a lot, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been to Copenhagen a couple of times. The stores over there are absolutely amazing. They've got huge stores for organised play.
Okay, they're just deciding who's going to go first.
There we go. A bit of sportsmanship, and off we go. So, yeah, the thing with Dark Lords is it's all about just trading up into better things. You kind of keep on drawing until you are kind of happy with all the cards that you got in the graveyard, all the Dark Lords you got in your hand, and then you just go crazy, make some either a big soul charge play or using the Dark Lord Monster Reborn card. You bring back Superbia, and Superbia can go get another card. If you manage to do that a couple of times, then you end up with something like Lancelot and Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Dora on the field.
Now, one of the things that you can also play is Archela Christia, which is ridiculous.
Big one.
One of my favourite cards of all time.
Yeah, she's so cool.
Because all of these are dark, yes, but they're all dark fairies.
Yeah, and so another thing with this deck is you get to play so many draw cards with Trade-In and Allure and Ixchel. The Dark Lord Ixchel is also, really useful.
So they feel a little like Dark World.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, with their kind of draw powery.
They want to get things into the graveyard to then be able to use them.
Yeah.
So Trade-In there's drawing him another 2 cards.
Yeah, and then he's summoning Naston by discarding 2 Dark Lord cards. So he's going to go with Amdusk, which is the unicorn-looking one. And some of you may recognize the trap card. It's actually the trap card that's on the Ordeal of the Traveler game mat. So he summons Neston in defense mode.
He starts a Raigeki and a Speedroid, take a Tomborg in there.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's a very good opening hand here.
No,
for Nicholas.
If he had the
Terratop.
Terratop,
Yeah, if he had Terratop, that would have been better.
That would have been a much better start. He's ending it there. So let's have a look what Sven's got. He seems to have
everything.
Pretty good hand, yeah.
that's all the things.
Yeah.
Actually, he may be well. Nicholas can use the Dark Lord trap from his graveyard with Naston there, but Sven here needs to be able to somehow deal with the Dark Lord and then produce the OTK afterwards. Because yeah, he needs to kind of play around that trap card. So even though it looks like Nicholas doesn't have a whole lot, he actually does, because he's got that one kind of stoppage. And for ABC, even just one interrupt is sometimes enough to really throw it off for the turn.
Would you have suggested that he played Dark Hole first then?
I think he's right to conserve that. I think he's better off, just using his monsters and kind of getting that stuff out of the way, because Dark Hole is far more important in this deck. If Dark Lords get a big board up, then you really need to keep that Dark Hole, especially if they end up with a big Morning Star play, because Morning Star can just swing the tides of a game quite quickly. I don't know if he's actually playing Morning Star. His deck list in German.
I don't think he's playing Morning Star now.
Yeah, I can't see Morning Star on here, so maybe not.
So, we don't actually have Sven's deck list there, so we're not sure what he's going for in the extra deck, but it looks like he is going for his Castel there.
Yep, so he's going to pay 1,000 life points and use Naston's effect to be able to copy a Dark Lord spell or trap from the graveyard, and then just resolve it. You don't need to pay its cost, because it's just taking its effect. So it resolves as that trap card's effect, which is to destroy a card on the field.
So basically all of them are like Diamond Dude.
They're all a bit like Diamond Dude, yeah.
You can activate those trap cards in the graveyard without having to pay the cost, in the same way that Diamond Dude lets you activate spells in the graveyard without paying cost.
Yeah.
Which makes it really fun with Pot of Desires.
Yeah. One card that we actually never got, one of my favourite cards of all time, we never got in the TCG, called Junk Collector.
Yeah.
Some people may remember that. It's a level 5 warrior monster, light warrior monster, that when it's on the field, you can banish it and a trap card in the graveyard to just resolve the trap card's effect. It was really good in a Magical Explosion deck back when I played it.
Okay, so is he going to Instant Fusion here?
He's probably going to continue to play through here, yeah. Instant Fusion into maybe Tsukiyomi to try and, find some more cards, or potentially, it kind of depends what he draws off Tsukiyomi, to be honest. You can Union Hanger for C, then Tsukiyomi with the Instant Fusion. Oh no, sorry, you can't. Obviously can't. It's got to be light monsters. Maybe Refresher or something like that. Yeah, that's going to go at the final piece of the puzzle. A, B, C.
It's easy as X, Y, Z.
Yeah. That it is.
So now that that's out of the graveyard...
Okay, we've been absolutely getting it wrong, but that is not the Finnish flag, that is indeed the Swiss flag.
I thought it was.
Okay.
Of course it's the Swiss flag.
I'm awful with flags. I'm really bad with flags.
Like, I was going to say Swiss, and then you said Finnish, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure.
I'm awful with flags. Thank you, Rudy, for correcting me, because I'm awful with flags.
Okay,
Rudy
so
just
the
walked
Dark
past
Hole
and blanked me.
jumped down, Instant Fusion's coming down. He has the A and the C in his hand, so he's going for some plays. What's he doing?
Actually, I think he's got game.
I would think that.
He can go into Utopia the Lightning and ABC Dragon Buster. Bam! 8,000 damage.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
I mean, he only needs to do 7,000.
Yeah, only. Yeah, I don't know why he revived the B.
Doesn't B automatically equip the other one?
Yeah, there's no need for that. He could have just got by the gadget, gone into Utopia, the Lightning, and then gone into ABC Dragon Buster, whereas now he's gonna he can't go into ABC Dragon Buster without Exceed Summoning, and then yeah, he's just put his only B in underneath that monster. Unless he's got another B. I don't remember seeing another B.
No, he didn't. He's got an extra C in his hand and an A. I mean, he could detach. Still no option.
Yeah, to do the lightning play that I said, he can't detach any sooner than during the battle phase.
He's thinking.
Yeah, I think he's just now realised
that he's misplayed just a little bit there.
Yeah.
This
So we're just
tournament is
waiting on-
absolutely massive.
Yeah. So we're gonna just wait and see where he decides to exceed someone into here. Okay, so there's Utopia. Yeah, I'm struggling to see how he's
Yeah.
going to be able to make the damage up here, because he just locked his B down.
Down comes A.
Still.
Oh.
Okay, Utopia Prime, and then Prime up into Lightning. So
Okay.
Lightning's only 2,500, so 2,500 plus the 19, that's going to be 44?
Yep, 44.
That's 44. Yes, that would. Oh, actually, is that enough? No, that's 69. Yeah, it's 69. If he did detach for Utopia Lightning, but he didn't. Don't know. Maybe we're missing something. That could very well be the case. Yeah, so it's still Nicholas is going to be quite down on life here, and I think the Dark Lord deck is it does actually struggle to make a comeback.
Yeah.
So,
and here we go.
He just drew another Dark Lord monster. I think I can't see which one it was, but
we'll get it now.
At least he's got Regeki, so he can clear the board.
Oh yeah, he does have that.
But that's
Just have to see.
that makes his opponent have the ability to make Dragon Buster.
What would you do here?
What else has he got in his hand?
Dark Lord Serato.
I would scoop.
Yep, and that's what he did. Yep.
There we go.
Makes sense.
I'm surprised that Sven didn't
just go for the
Dragon. Yeah,
go
Dragon
for the
Buster
throw.
Lightning. Yeah.
Yeah, he did have the ability to just win.
Yeah. Oh, I think he realizes actually.
It might have been why it took him so long to get to the play.
Yeah, I think so. I think he kind of realized he could have just got the gold gadget back. Was it gold? He had a gadget engrave anyway.
So what's Nicholas going to be siding in here?
Probably lava golems. What else has he got? He's got another Dark Lord, but I don't know which one it is. This one.
Nope, I can't read that handwriting.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, at least, very least, the lava golems. For the ABC player, he's probably not all that prepared for Dark Lords, to be honest. I guess things like Ghost Ogre is quite good, just to kind of get rid of the combos with Superbia and Eggshell and things like that. That's kind of okay to have things like Ghost Ogre. If he's not already playing the full Solemn Brigade, then he's going to put those in Triple Strike with a warning as well.
They're both looking pretty confident.
Yeah, they both, unfazed, to be honest. Yeah, so Lava Golem's a pretty good choice. He's also playing Magical Spring. It's an interesting one. Ah, okay, completely missed that. Yeah, City's got System Downs as well. So
yeah,
that's an obvious choice to put in. Ah, okay, that's Dark Hole. Now reading it over and over, I understand the German words. Yes. I think
You've
so.
been doing this for a while.
Yeah,
I
sometimes recognize. Yeah, I kind of get immersed in German for the space of the event, and then it just doesn't happen.
No,
It's kinda
it
weird.
doesn't sink in.
No.
interesting way to shuffle.
Yeah.
And then a little blow for good luck.
Is that what he did?
Yeah.
It's going to be weird if he blows his opponent's deck. Strange.
No, he didn't.
No.
That must have been for luck.
Yeah, it must have been for luck.
Either that or he's a magician.
Yeah. Yeah. It's got to have some kind of magical...
Is this your card?
Yeah, like Arcana.
Well, we'll know if he draws Exodia.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Seems excited.
so, first or second?
First.
Definitely?
Yeah.
You think it's just a matter of going first again?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
See, because not being able to draw on your first turn was meant to fix that.
Yeah.
You think that the one less card hasn't really affected it so much?
No, I think so.
No?
I think it's better to go first still nowadays. It did go. There was definitely a period where going first. No, I think what going first does, it did definitely have the desired effect where going first now feels like you're obligated to make good on you going first.
Yeah.
Whereas going second felt so much worse because you had the same number of cards. So now going second feels much better than it did before.
So he's got his Speedroid combo off.
Yeah. So let's have a look. What's his potentials here? He's got Totem Bird. Yeah, it could just be a matter of Totem Bird. Totem Bird, Dante, Super Quantum Mech, Beast, Grampulse.
He doesn't want Grampulse right now.
No, definitely doesn't want Grampulse right now.
Oh, Upstart Goblin first.
Well, he's just got Max Seed. He's probably going to stop, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got Eggshell Superbia. That's a fantastic combo. He can start drawing cards. Unless he's able to end with Christia or Vanity's Fiend, then he should just stop. If this is a Vanity's Fiend. Okay, Eggshell's effect. Yeah, discard Superbia.
No, it looks like he got another Terratop.
From the upstart.
Yeah.
Not great. He really needs a Vanity's Fiend.
Now I know that Tekaton isn't in hand. Oh yeah, it is. He's got, yeah. And Dark Lord Enchantment.
Desires.
Oh, pot
Oh,
Desires.
he's going in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 2 for me. 10 for the Vanish pile and 2 for me.
My favourite ever quote. About Pot of Desires was it was a Blue Eyes player that was playing it. He removed the 10 from his deck, and then he asked the person next to him, "How bad is it?" And the guy picked up his banished pile, looked through it, and then put it down, looked at him, and said, "How does one drive with no engine?"
That's pretty funny. Okay, so here's the banishment. That allows him to go and search for a Dark Lord from his deck. He's just thinking, if only Vanity's Fiend was a Dark Lord right now. That'd be really useful.
Is he playing Vanity's Fiend?
I think so. I think it's Einbelung Unterwelter.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right.
I know that Unterwelter is definitely a fiend in German.
He just needs to make a bit of a comeback, though.
Yeah,
now,
he just needs to do some stuff here.
When we were actually looking, last round they were on table around 40, between 40 and 100, I'm pretty sure. Now he's dropped down to 206. So he really needs to... Dark Lord isn't actually doing fantastically in the tournament at the moment.
No, it's one of those decks where you're gonna lose at least two of your Swiss rounds, creep into the top cut, and then kind of hope to make it from there.
Yeah.
Now you can trade in Superbia here.
Now this is still turn 1.
Yeah, still turn 1. I mean, ooh, lovely
Look at
looking
trade-in.
super trade-ins. Just drew another trade-in. That looks like Eggshell. That's going to be completely useless to him now because he's already Eggshelled once.
He's doing a lot of things. Oh, he's just going to check what he's ruined
Yeah.
there. Let's see if the
Generally,
Vanity's
it's the
Fiend's
first
in there.
thing. Generally, it's the first thing you do.
Because, of course, he special summoned that Terratop, didn't he?
Yeah, so he's still
he'd
got
be
his
able
normal
to
summon.
tribute summon.
Yeah, that would be the absolute best play for him here, I think. But if he hasn't got a Vanities, then he can't do much with it. Okay, so he is going to special summon Naston. That's the Dark Lord trap that allows you to take control of one of your opponent's monsters. So, same as all the other Dark Lords, well, most of the Dark Lords. Naston has the same effect, where he's able to pay 1,000 life points. You resolve the effect of the card that you picked, and then you shuffle it back into your deck. So I think he picked Banishment again, so he's going to go and search for another Dark Lord.
And that's good because you can then just play one of some cards.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about your consistency when you have so many cards that will put it into the graveyard, use it, and then put it back into your deck.
Yeah, so he's actually playing 2 Rebellion and 1... I can't remember what its name is, the other trap card. Yeah, I don't know. I can see it in German, but can't remember its name in English. Yeah, so he's going to go and search for another Superbia. That's for the trade-in. He's really desperate. He's desperately searching for Soul Charge here. And like Soul Charge would kind of make his day here. Either that or yeah, Vanity's Fiend or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, Naston is really good. He's going to be able to quickly play basically Change of Heart. So yeah.
Trading again.
Superbia. Let's see where he's going to go.
That's Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah, that's the
He's
Vanity's Fiend. So that's what he was looking for. What's the other card? That looks like an Allure of Darkness.
He does, doesn't it?
He could keep going.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Allure of Darkness.
No, I wouldn't Allure here because you've only got...
He's also missing a lot of his deck.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, this is Dark Lords at its best. You just keep on going until you find the answers that you need.
I'll be going
wow,
for it.
That's brave.
There's the Christia. And another Vanity's Fiend.
Okay, that was quite fortunate for him.
How many fairies has he got in there?
1, 2,
3, 4, 5.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for him. And there's no real way to do much with them, to be honest, unless it's with an Exceed monster. That I doubt he's playing anything.
You could always tribute some of the Christia.
Yeah.
The problem with that is when it's destroyed, it's going back to the top of the deck.
It's much better to tribute some of the Vanity's Fiend here, because then he's still got Daston's effect. Naston even. That was a special, this is a normal summon, and now pass my turn.
Okay, so Sven is looking at a Solemn Strike, a Beat Buster Break, Terraforming, Union Hanger, and Galaxy Soldier.
Oh wow, Sven is playing the Galaxy Soldier build. I thought that's kind of gone out of fashion by now.
Not quite sure how Union Hanger got added to his hand on here before it got added on the app.
I think he's just got 2.
He does have 2. Oh yes, he would have got it for the special summon, Maxi.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and then so triple Union Hanger. That's not exactly ideal, but at least he's going to be able to discard one of those with Galaxy Soldier. But not when that Vanity's Fiend is sticking around.
I was about to say he doesn't really have a massive amount he can do because of that Vanity's Fiend being sat there.
This is I when I was playing this deck, I think that this is basically the main crux of the deck in this format. You have the same playstyle against Metal Foes and ABCs. You just you summon Vanity's Fiend or Archlord Christia, and then during Paleozoics, you just have a completely different strategy for beating down those trap cards. I mean, still having like Vanity's Fiend's good, but obviously they have Canadia that can just put it face down. It's probably
Okay,
just
so
gonna
he's setting
set
there.
the B. It's most likely the B. I'm a B.
And the Solemn Strike.
Yeah.
Okay, so looking at Nicholas's hand there.
In theory, Nicholas can win this turn. Chooses to just attack that straight up with a Naston. So he's just deciding to slow roll it here.
Okay, B looks like it got C.
So now he's got A, B, and C.
Mm-hmm.
Just needs a way to get rid of that Vanity's Fiend.
Yep, he can't special summon it just yet.
I think Vanity's Fiend, 2400 is a lot of attack points. 26 is bigger, but 2400 is like a decent number.
Isn't he just off of having Monarch stats?
Who's that? Vanity's Fiend.
Vanities, yeah.
No, she's exactly Monarch stats.
I thought Monarch stats were 1000 defense. 2400, 1000 defense. Oh.
Yeah, she's got. I think she has got 1000 defense. Oh no, sorry, yeah, 1200. Okay.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of then? No, I'm just thinking of the. There was a trap card that you could still play as long as it had at least 24. It had like less than 2400 and greater than something defense.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it is now though. It might have been March. I honestly can't remember. So Union Hanger. That's the second Union Hanger. Yeah, at this moment Sven is just kind of grinding it out, really. He's got to just wait out. Oh, see, his hand is really, really good. Just not going second. Yep, that's still a Solemn Strike, and he passes it over. See, the only
and
problem
there's
with
a Raigeki.
I think that's Banishment.
It looked like Raigeki to me. But you're probably right. No, it's Raigeki. No, it was Banishment. It looked like Raigeki.
Yeah, the way the foiling on that, it does look a little bit like Raigeki. Yeah, so the one thing with Dark Lords, as soon as you produce a lock like this, that's kind of you done. You produce this lock, and that's you kind of
just
attacking.
attacking.
Yeah, you just got to attack, which is why getting Naston out first was actually really, really a good move. So Banishment's going to go and get the, I think it's Contact? Dark Lord Contact?
Yep. Yep, Dark Lord Contact.
Yeah. I couldn't quite remember it. I just remember it as Dark Lord Monster Reborn.
It pretty much is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apart from it has to come back in defense.
And there's the Solemn.
Yeah, so he strikes the Naston. Now this gets real awkward now because he only has one monster. And he really can't do much with one monster. His opponent's just going to continually set monsters.
Well,
the later it
he
gets.
could normally summon the Terratop.
Yeah, I guess so.
No,
Yeah.
1200 attack on the field.
Yeah, yeah, that 1200 could make a huge difference. Actually, I don't play.
I know that's a C. 2000 defense.
Yeah, no, he has to attack with Fiend continuously over the things because they've got the big defense of Crush Wyvern and the big defense of Buster Drake as well.
Okay, and he's
So
also going to
maybe set the Terratop or the Takedown Bog.
I mean, if he can set enough, then he can true you summon that Christia.
Yeah, I think that might be his strategy here.
Make another big guy that's doing exactly the same job for him.
Yeah.
And then he's got two guys that he's got to worry about and get rid of.
Yeah. Yep. We've got about 10 minutes remaining on the main event. Here's the third Union Hanger. Yeah, see, it's a playstyle you're just not really used to. Sven looks like he's really kind of, got this in the bag in the way that he's playing this out. He's able to just, take his time, search out cards in his deck, and really just find that card that's going to out that Vanity's Fiend. Unfortunately, we don't have his deck list here with us, so we can't really check to see how many outs he does have, but we can only assume he's got one or two.
Which is a shame, because there's been a couple of rounds where we've not been able to actually look at the APC player's deck, and everybody's playing pretty much the same deck, but just with tiny variations.
Yeah.
And those tiny variations can make all the difference.
Yeah. This is where he's got the heavy mech support platform, and he just attacks into Vanity's Fiend, and we're all just like, what?
Doesn't look like he has.
No.
I'll be honest with you.
But it would have been pretty amazing, right?
Yeah.
Heavy mech support unit. Boom. Nope, that's a B buster.
Which does give it plus attack, I believe, doesn't it?
No, it just stops it from being affected by the same colour of card that B buster is, which is indeed green, so spell cards. But at least that T-top gets taken out. So Nicholas still waiting on being able to summon a second monster.
Okay, and that set there was an instant fusion.
That's another Terratop?
It is.
So attack.
He's attacking.
So Buster Drake has to protect it. Buster Drake will be destroyed. Still do damage calculation, however, so he's going to take a whole
500?
500, yeah. Yeah, so even instant fusion is just... Yeah, there's so many cards.
It's just a dead draw.
Yeah, there's so many cards that have not much use now. But the thing with ABCs is, you know, he's got plenty of material for that Dragon Buster if he ever manages to deal with Vanity's Fiend. And the thing with Nicholas as well is he's paid a little bit of life points. He's on 6,000. That's a double Dragon Buster hit.
Yeah.
And there's definitely enough material in that graveyard now for double Dragon Buster. Yep. Heart of the cards.
Let's see what he gets. What's he gonna get? I'm hyped. You hyped? What's he gonna get? Oh, he set a card. It's a Solemn Strike.
That cannot possibly do anything to that Vanity's Fiend.
But he is gonna very possibly equip that B to the egg.
A, B, C.
Yeah, so summoning an A.
Another A. It's not as easy as XYZ. Can't do that either.
Nope.
Still got Vanity's Fiend. Oh, we had a glimpse of his deck then, and I didn't look closely enough.
I don't think we'd be able to see many cards. Not from this angle.
This is where he's playing ABC Paleozoics, and those set cards are Dionysus even. Just like, whoa. Okay. That's a... I think it looks like Ixchel.
I'm not sure.
I know, Amadusk. The Unicorn. Dark Lord Unicorn. It looks so cool, the Dark Lord Unicorn.
Let's bring it up. Yeah.
Look at it, it's glorious.
It's magnificent.
It is, look at it. What is it even walking on? Does it matter? No.
No.
It's magic.
Feathers.
Yeah. Look at how cool that is. It's so cool. I mean, all of the Dark Lords as well, they've got those cool little halo things going on.
They do look awesome. I really like the look of all of them. It's like the fairy deck that I've always wanted to play. Oh, he's tributed. And that's going to be a Solemn Strike.
He can't strike a normal summon.
No, he can't, can he? Ooh. 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 What's he going to do
He
here?
can strike that, though.
Oh, he can strike that.
I don't know why Nicholas stopped his strategy that was working.
Oh, can't he special... No, he wouldn't have the... Oh, but if the field's clear, then he has the ability to be able to Speedroid and Speedroid.
Well, the Speedroid will just get striked.
Well, no, because the strike's already being used right now.
No, he's got 2 strikes.
No, he doesn't. The other thing is an instant fusion.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So he actually has the
I thought he had
ability.
strike.
No. It's an instant fusion that he set as a bluff a few turns back.
Oh, well, off he goes. Off he goes then.
So yeah.
Special summon.
Here comes the wind. It's a joke because they're both wind.
Yeah, it is. What's he gonna get? Totem Bird?
Totem Bird?
Break Sword?
You think Totem Bird?
Break Sword, maybe.
Break Sword.
Dante. Grand Pulse.
Grand Pulse.
Literally the other rank 3 that he has. It's ultimate rare as well from the OTS pack.
Oh, yes.
Oh, shiny.
Shiny.
Look how shiny it is.
You can't see there, but it's pretty shiny.
Yeah.
That's more of a static image.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just popped the Mirror Instant Fusion, which is still good for him.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's just got rid of his own Vanity's Fiend, so yeah. I feel like if he doesn't win this turn, then getting rid of his own Vanity's Fiend was a mistake.
Okay, there's the Monster Reborn for Dark Lords.
Yeah.
Dark Lord Contact.
So Superbia and another guy, and then how many fiends? How many fairies does that leave me? 1, 2, 3, 4,
5,
5,
6.
6. Not enough. That's okay, because his that makes it down to 5, and then he can use Dark Lord Contact again from the graveyard.
Yes, which leaves him with enough to be able to summon that Christia as well.
Yep.
So he's going to have
No,
a
real
massive
good.
field, absolutely huge. The lords are everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It's 2 of them there.
Naston's actually a 7, so we can't really make any plays with that. But Superbia is still sat there with 2,900 attack points potentially there. Oh, okay.
What's he using there?
He's that stops that being affected by trap cards, so he's gonna have to take the other one.
It's equipped to the one in defense.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Are we sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought he summoned the one in defense and then
equipped it. I thought that he had the one in defense. He summoned one and then he equipped it with the C.
He summoned one, equipped it with B,
which is the one that's in defense now.
Yeah, and then
yeah,
you
he
have
must
to
have.
you have to equip it to the one that you summon.
Oh. Then something's gone horribly wrong. Although he's blue, I'm also. This is a good time to mention that I'm colorblind, and he could be blue.
Crush Riven is blue.
Right.
No, Crush Riven is blue, but
Okay.
blue is trap cards.
But trap cards are purple.
They are.
Okay. Right.
I'm confused.
Oh well. They scooped it all up. Let's have a quick look at Crush Wyvern before it disappears. If we can get there.
Crush Wyvern.
There we go. Just got it.
Oh, let's not see. It's purple.
No, it is purple. You're right.
It's got blue kind of inner wings.
Mm-hmm.
Red rockets. Silver rocket holders.
Why are we looking at the color of it? I thought you wanted to look at the effect.
Oh
now,
yeah.
Are we just?
Yeah, it stops opponent trap effects. Unaffected by your opponent's trap effects.
Once per turn, target one light monster you control and equip it with this card.
No,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the one that he summons.
No, he got it off Union Hanger. Union Hanger. He got it from Union Hanger.
Right.
Union Hanger equips Crush Wyvern from the deck. And Union Hanger has to equip it.
Oh, I thought he was doing it from his hand because he had it in his hand.
No, because then he would have had to summon it to be able to equip it. You can't equip.
Oh yeah, you can't equip it straight from
from
your hand. Oh, Union Monsters. Union Monsters are like 2003.
The face you made just then. 3?
It's trying to recall from such a long time ago.
Yeah, it was 2003.
Because XYZ.
Yeah, it was 2003.
Nobody really played them.
When the Yugi and Kaiba structure decks came out, the first ever Yugi
The
and Kaiba structure.
Yugi and Kaiba Reloaded.
No, Reloaded was after.
Yugi
They
and
had-
Kaiba didn't have XYZ in it. The original ones. The original ones were literally just the Blue Eyes decks, and basically the two decks that they use in the first episode that they play against each other in the anime. I know this because I found a couple of copies of it in my shed. My shed full of Yu-Gi-Oh! The structure deck, yes. Structure deck was Yugi and Kaiba Reloaded. And then it was Evolution.
That's the one I'm talking about. Evolution.
Evolution was after Reloaded.
No, I think Reloaded was after.
But it also came out in a set before that anyway.
2013. Kaiba Reloaded was 2013.
So it wouldn't be... Yeah.
And then Evolution was like 2004.
Because Evolution had Blackluster Soldier in it.
2004, yeah. Not the.
But XYZ was in it was in a set beforehand.
Trying to find it now. Oh, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, right. So we're going into game 3 here.
So who's going first?
Whoever lost. Sven. Sven's going to go first.
Okay.
Always choose first when you have the chance.
So I see a trade in
Yeah.
Nicholas's hand there.
I see trade in. I see Dark Lords. I see spell cards. That's a good That's a good ratio of cards.
There's 2 Twin Twisters.
That's not a good ratio of cards.
No, it's
in your hand.
definitely not.
But like, if that was like insert generic spell card, then yeah.
Well, it depends if he can discard the other
Twin
card.
Twisters. Oh, you can always discard the other.
Superbia? So
Superbia's
trade
good,
in.
yeah. Trading's
Trade in
live.
like that.
Trading's live.
which means that you might replace them both with some cards you can use.
Yeah, you can twin twisters. Twin.
Okay, Sven has got his Union Hanger, B Buster Drake, Silver Gadget, Transmodify, and Max C.
I love this build.
This is
the build that I wanted to play.
This is a really good hand.
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely has a lot he can do here.
Some stuff. He's got some stuff.
And some things.
And some stuff.
Oh, wow. I love stuff and things.
Stuff and things is so good. So yeah, he's got the gadget.
So now he has A, B, and technically C, but not quite the right C.
I only just got that. That was really funny. That was actually really funny.
Thanks.
Imagine if actually like, just imagine like imagine A and B combine, and then they're like, quick, Sea Crush Wyvern, come and join us, and then just all these like little insects just show up like, we're here. That'd be crazy.
Are you okay?
That'd be crazy.
Okay, what did he just do?
He played Silver Gadget and special summoned the A Assault Core, and then triggered Union Hanger, which equipped B Buster Drake
from the deck.
It's as easy as A, B, C.
Is he able to then transmodify?
Yes.
Which would then put him with A, B, and C, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Although C wouldn't be... Would he? Yeah, maybe? I'm thinking about it.
He can... Well, he can't transmodify...
No, because it's unaffected by spell cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He should have equipped C.
Probably.
Well, no, he should have just added B from his deck, and then summoned B, got C, then transmodified the B, equipped with the C. You never ever get A, you never summon A.
No, he's transmodifying it anyway. Wait, can he?
I don't think he can.
Is Buster Drake just for... Oh, his opponent's just checking exactly what we're checking.
It's opponent's spell effects.
Oh, nice.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I was
that makes all the
completely
difference.
wrong about that. Okay, okay, so then it doesn't matter. He still gets B's effect. Okay, he's going to end with an amazing field here. He's going to have Infinity, Buster Dragon, some stuff and things.
Oh, man.
It's going to be so good.
The stuff and the things.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's got Galaxy Soldier. Galaxy Soldier's going to go search another Galaxy Soldier. He also resolves B. Transmodify is indeed in the graveyard right now, however. I'm just waiting for it to play out. I've already said what's going to happen. We're just waiting for it to happen.
And now...
I wonder what he's going to get. I bet it's Cyber Dragon Nova. It is.
And then...
Infinity and beyond. Right. Here's the old Buster Dragon.
The old Buster Dragon.
Yeah. That's scary.
So that field is massively scary.
It could have. He's got also Max C. It only could have been worse if he set a card now. If he set Strike, that's just terrifying.
Okay, that's draw. From here looks like Magician of Faith, but I know it's not. That's a...
It's Ixchel, I think.
Yeah. So trade-in is getting rid of...
They all, to be fair, they all look like Ixchel. Yeah, I said that last time. I said it was Ixchel, but it wasn't. It was Amdusk. It's because they're all so shiny.
Oh, that's another Maxi. And a Law?
Just to point this out, he's actually had his deck upside down this whole time, and every time he draws a card, he has to change it around.
Does that annoy you?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I feel like he could have just put his deck the right way around. Anyway, swiftly moving on. My habits of...
He's done a Law.
Yu-Gi-Oh-ing.
So he's drawing his 2 cards. He's allowing it to happen. That's
Zerato.
a Zerato.
That's definitely Ixchel this time.
Definitely?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I think that time has just been called, but they've just put the time sign just out of shot there.
Yeah. We need to find a place for that to go.
Yeah. Oh, and he
Vanishes
banished
the
the
Vanity.
vanities.
That's not going to do much use against that Dragon
Nope.
Buster.
He does put his banished zone just out of our sight.
Eggshell, probably discarding the Zerato. And then he's going to negate it with Infinity. And then we're going to call it a day. Yeah, discards a cost.
Yep, that's Zerato in his hand.
Yeah, it's definitely Zerato. I've actually got one of those blue tacked to my bedroom at my parents' house. It was one of the first ever secret rares I got, and I didn't have enough money to buy Dark Arm Dragons, and that was the only deck used it at the time, so I blue tacked it to a wall.
My first secret rare was Trihorn Dragon.
Smashing. I bet you enjoyed that.
Well, I was like 12, so yeah.
Got 3 horns.
It has.
It's so spiky.
And it wasn't as good as Blue Eyes, but it was still pretty good.
Capital. Gonna draw 2 cards, make a shell. It's double Darko. Double Darko would do it. Or Stormforth, Vanity's Fiend, that'd work.
He doesn't have that in his hand.
No,
I don't think he has that in his deck.
No, I don't think so either. I'm just going through all these options. So yeah, well, no, this is to be fair, we're saying this, but he's got Terratop. That's pretty threatening. He's got to do something about that. He can Terratop, and his opponent has to start playing cards at that point.
But then what does he do?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the
it's-
moment we're in mid-game.
Yeah, it's one of those really difficult situations where we kind of, because we have perfect information, we know exactly what's going on. But I guess at this point, Nicholas has perfect information. So yeah, it's just a matter of
His
seeing.
opponent has 1 card in his hand. And I believe the Maxi was actually discarded. It's just for some reason it's showing on the table for us.
Yeah, so he's he may as well play on. So there's Terratop, very shiny Terratop. Sven's going to draw cards for that Terratop. Terratop's effect's going to kick in.
It means he's going to search.
Yeah, most likely he would keep the Infinity Negate. Probably just bust a dragon in the Terratop.
Gonna go get his Totem... Totekum... Tom...
Tektomborg.
Tekatomborg. So like take it on board?
Yeah.
That I've got a Tekatomborg?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take it on board.
You can't say much, you are from the north.
I am from the north, yeah. That's what we'd sound like. Take it on board. That's what my accent actually sounds like. I just don't sound like that anymore. Take it on board. Okay, so he's going to search. He's now thinking, okay, summon that. Yep, summoned it.
Okay.
Here's the Buster Dragon.
Draw a card. Carry on, please. See, does he want to Xyz now? Because that's just going to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Is there anything he can play here that's not going to just immediately get thrown into the graveyard?
Not really. No, there's not much he can... he's looking at his Vanity's Fiend thinking, like, I contribute summon it, but what's that going to do, really? Unless he has multiple mirror forces. Okay.
There's the Vanity's Fiend.
Mm-hmm. Still, he has ABC Dragon Buster. I feel like both players are being, overly cautious here.
A little bit.
Sven can just Dragon Buster that, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah. I honestly just don't see any...
Yeah,
anything that Nicholas can do at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's a particular player who Ollie always says that they just wait a bit too long. This is that situation of waiting a little bit too long for to see if you've still got a possibility of winning.
I think basically he just wants to see, can you kill me next turn? Because I want to see if I can draw 1 card that's going to help me.
Yeah, still 1 card I don't think would do would do enough. Yeah, another Union hanger. He's going to be able to definitely play another ABCs here. Okay, yeah, Twin Twisters. So he now needs to like draw. Yeah, doesn't even play Power Desires, so it's not like he can draw into that or something. Yeah, it's just even now he would max C and then
He's just one card short.
one day later.
And
Yeah.
someday, you know, he'd just like an ending that he can celebrate. I mean, he got this far, which is great. And he still can play for the rest. And I think he's only on X1 at the moment.
Yeah.
He's playing on X2, which means that he can still get through to day 2.
Yeah, I didn't remember where we stopped doing the lyrics, and you just kept going, and I was like, are those the actual
The
lyrics?
next one is, one card short, one day late. It's time. Someday I'd like an ending I can celebrate. I stack the deck myself, so there's no one else to blame.
Yeah, okay, that's it, yeah. Yep. But you transitioned so well from like lyrics into just like regular chat, and I was like, what? What's going on? I don't remember Pegasus saying any of those things. He wasn't here in Bochum.
Oh, Anti-Spell Fragrance and Twin Twister.
But you don't have any more cards to play.
All he has is Maxi. Why is he still playing?
Okay,
He's lost at this point.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, he's setting a card. Just get rid of it.
Yeah.
There we go. He was just
Okay.
dragging that out for the sake of it.
Yeah.
No, and yeah, he knew he was doing that. Look, he seems okay about the fact that he's just lost this as well. So, you know, although his opponent, Sven, there looks really annoyed. So, let's bring it over to the commentary table and do some post-match analysis. And welcome back over here at YCS Bochum 2016. So, that game was a lot longer than the other games that we've had. It's meaning that some of the rounds has been, what, 5 turns long?
Yeah, that was just unnecessarily long.
You sound angry. That was unnecessary.
I don't know. I was trying to reel it back in.
you.
I was trying to reel it in, and then I was just kind of like, no.
Yeah.
That just took a long time.
Yeah, it took a long time. Well, basically, Nicholas had nothing to play. He was
couldn't
just,
play any cards.
and it's not as if he was dragging it out for the sake of time, because time had already been called. So, I don't know.
So yeah, I don't know how much more how many more tables we have left in the main event, but maybe we should go to a short break and then check how many tables we got.
Yeah,
we might be back to talk a little bit about some statistics or something.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
Definitely.
go. Let's go a short break.
See you soon.
Welcome back to YCS Rimini 2016. I'm joined again by Marcello. Hey.
Hello, everyone.
How's it going? And we're here in the semi-finals.
Yeah, probably
all of those 906 duelists, and it comes down to just 4.
Yeah.
So we have Typhoon from Germany. That's his name. He has an amazing name.
Actually, a good name.
Yeah, he's siding 3 Typhoons as well, which is obviously, you know, that's working.
That's a thing.
And then we have Leonard.
Yeah, from Italy.
I can't project. Yeah, Nena.
Yeah, Leonard.
Leonard Nena from Italy.
Yeah.
So we've not seen Burning Abyss in quite a while.
Yeah.
Here at YCS Rimini.
After the new set, he's actually disappeared a little bit because he cannot play Pot of Desires for the most. I mean, most people don't. So we're gonna get it against Pendulum in this matchup.
Yeah.
So also the Pendulum deck seems really cool. It's not like the ones we saw before, I think.
No, it isn't. It's very, very different to what we've seen. He's playing multiple Apex Avians.
Yeah.
He's playing the 3 Pendulum Calls as well.
Yeah, a lot of magicians like Off Dragon, Xianke, so everyone.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, he's got this far. It must be adding that extra consistency and toolbox to
definitely
it. So
It's a thing.
yeah, so let's not wait any longer. Let's get over to the table. Okay, so here we are in the semi-finals of YCS Rimini 2016. All comes down to just 2 more matches here for these 2 duelists, or just 1 for one of them.
Yeah.
So Leonard Nena from Italy, playing Burning Abyss, kind of a stereotypical Italian deck
Yeah,
to
I
play.
guess so.
Well, after Alessandro did so well with it, everyone's
Yeah.
been playing it really. And Typhoon Bayraktar
Yeah.
from Germany playing Magispectors. I think he must be the only German guy left.
Um,
Well, there was
so,
only there was only one.
Yeah. There are 2 other Italians, I think. So
Yeah, so
he's the only one
lots
left.
of Italians.
Yeah. Santoni though cannot defend his title anymore. He got knocked out.
Yeah, he
so-
did. Yeah. But you know,
Yeah.
he got pretty
Yeah, he
far.
got pretty good. Pretty good tournament.
I
for
think
him.
this. Oh no, Valence got all the way to second place in
Yeah,
YCS
yeah,
Prague.
he
I was
did,
I was
so-
thinking that we had the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, so really good start with tour guide, of course, and
Yeah.
those meals are really good as well.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Tall Guy being able to get Graph is just crazy.
Yeah, and 2 Phantom Knights 2 means that he can still play other monsters, so that's a really good start by him.
Yeah.
We can see that he also has the Solemn Strike, which is really, really important in this matchup.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see the most. Maxi, on the other hand, is not really going to put in much work.
No, but if
Yeah.
he discards it real early,
Yeah,
he can
it's
just get it back.
still okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Kind of didn't want to give him the deck just
Yeah.
then. He was like, "Am I done? Oh, I'm done."
Yeah. So we are just gonna see the Barber come down.
Yeah.
A couple more special summon, and Beatrice is also gonna come later on.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good start. Cannot complain, definitely.
No. Multiple like when
Yeah.
you get multiple Dantes.
Yeah. That's
turn one. It's usually
surely
pretty
a
good.
good opening.
Yeah. So he managed to fill up his graveyard full of a few
Yeah.
more Burning Abyss monsters. If only Burning Abyss had a Judgment Dragon, he'd be in business.
Yeah.
And be able to discard Scarm as well for the Beatrice.
Yeah, that's a really
That's
an
very
ideal
good.
opening.
Yeah.
The second Dante milling 3 isn't that usual, since you already had 2 Phantom Knights. So,
Yeah.
I mean, usually people, when they already have access to Scarm, they don't really want to mill more.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah, so that's kind of strange, but I mean, he didn't really lose much. So.
Yeah. The pressure only rises here.
Yeah,
He's
of
under a lot
course.
of pressure, I guess.
I think,
he
this
didn't really realize.
Yeah. This match might actually be more important than the finals for certain aspect, because in the finals, from my experience, you are kind of more relaxed actually. I don't know why, but that's my concern. While this is just, you're getting everything. You want to get to the final table.
Yeah.
So this is where it's just like top 8 at Euros, that's really important. You need
Yeah.
to you need to go.
Yeah, the top 8 at Euros is a huge,
Yeah.
huge match.
Most important match of the year. So.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're
Yeah,
sat
unless,
there in the final.
in the final of Worlds, 2
Yeah.
times in a row, I guess.
Yeah, Shinsuke is really, really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually played really well the whole weekend.
Yeah. So Pot of Desires come down. 7 cards, definitely good.
Yeah, starting with 7 cards
Yeah.
is just amazingly strong. He's he's
Yeah.
he's doing a
Pretty much,
well
I
there.
mean...
It seems strange that he's playing so many one-offs though. With
yeah,
that box
that's
size.
really... I mean, but I don't know, they are like one-offs, even not that played. So he has some... Just like Reddish Shores in the other match, he has some
Yeah.
really particular performables, and he sides also into the Reddish Shore, so we will see...
Yeah.
how
What does
it goes.
Radish Horse really bring to the deck?
The Radish Shores is mostly used as an out to anti-spell fragrance. That's what I reckon. So if you have only performable monster, usually you cannot do much. But if you get to draw it, or if you have like Joker, that's a 1-card Castell. So
Yeah. So looking at Typhoon's hand here.
yeah, he has quite a few things. The Mystical Space
Yeah,
Typhoon.
He's got
Yeah.
Abductor. Like whenever you have Abductor
Yeah,
terraforming.
terraforming. That's really really good.
Yeah. You can complete a scale here, use the Sky Iris.
Yeah, something really, really surprising. It doesn't play eccentric actually. He doesn't even side it. So that's a new. That's the first.
Yeah,
So
but I guess he's playing.
yeah, he's playing the
Magician.
magicians, but still, eccentric is a really.
Actually,
I mean, it's a really good card.
I don't think he's even playing the magician.
No, yeah.
Ah, okay, it's
He
right
does
at the
play
bottom.
the magicians, yeah, but
the Dragon Pit, yeah. I was reading all these ones. He's
Yeah.
got all the magicians.
Yeah, he has
and then
all
one
of
right at the bottom.
one-offs, yeah.
Yeah. So he goes for
Yeah.
Yankee Magician.
Of course, he searched the most stated cards by Burning Abyss players, the Bumbuku and then the Kirin. So
Yeah.
But for example, with this hand and the abductor, you could have searched both eccentric and with the Typhoon he already has in hand, could have cleared both backers. Now he's in kind of a 50-50 situation.
Yeah, well, I guess he can
Yeah, he
Dragon
can
Pit.
use the Dragon Pit, but it's still, I don't know.
Not ideal.
It's like different. It's one for it's, I don't know, not quite as good.
You don't seem to like it.
No, I don't like it that much as a solution. He eats the good one, but yeah, it didn't really matter. So
yeah. So do you think he should have just Mystical Space Typhoons?
no, now I think he already knows now that there is a Fog Blade. So since he has access, he doesn't really need.
Yeah, because he saw.
There is
he didn't know one of them, but he knew that.
Yeah, of course. Now he eats the good one, so he doesn't really need to negate the other one.
And you can't Fog Blade a Bunbuku.
No, exactly. So
yeah.
Good Pendulum Summon. Kirin always really good.
Huge Pendulum Summon here. And he's going to be able to get that.
Yeah.
Pendulum Dragon back. Wow.
Pretty good turn.
Yeah. Really good turn. I mean, look at how many cards he has.
Yeah.
There's so many cards. But again, Burning Abyss, not out of it here. The fact that he's got so much hidden under those two cards.
This Maxi gives him an anti-spell fragrance, but I think that's too late. Yeah.
Bit late to the party there. Anti-spell fragrance. Yeah, so Kirin here is going to just
no
straight
surprise.
away deal with the Beatrice.
He can probably send a seed or whatever. Oh no, he already has the seed,
Yeah,
so yeah,
Seer
whatever
and
he
the
needs.
Dante.
I mean, but still, Kirin is there. He's not gonna go away anytime soon.
Nope.
So.
But, you know, it's so strong getting Bunbuku back to hand here. He's able to just...
Plus off every turn.
Plus.
And also make a rank 6 pretty soon if he needs to, so...
Yeah. Yeah, would it be advisable to make a rank 6? I
Not
can't
really,
think of any...
Not really, no. In
I
this
can't-
matchup, no.
No. Unless you're going to win with Utopia Beyond.
Yeah, exactly, but it's not really gonna happen in this matchup.
No.
Also, the other negation, Norito, is not really gonna put in
No,
work
Norito.
here, so...
Yeah. This is actually the version of the Pendulum deck that I played at the LLDS Stage 2 last year.
Okay. I also played in this event a Pendulum deck, which played a lot of level 6, and he started it twice with Beatrice against me. So the actual Beatrice summoned it with two level 6 monsters, so that was really strange.
Oh, yeah, that is quite strange. So I guess Typhon here needs to just pay attention to that Fogblade, keep that in the back of his head so he knows, you know, he doesn't really need to do much to it. Do you think he should have used Fogblade on the Oath Dragon?
It doesn't, I mean...
It's not a huge thing, is it? Really?
There is an argument for it, I guess, because you're not really going to use it anymore. Maybe you just fear a Dweller or whatever, but it's not going to come down. You already used the normal summon, so no rank 4 access. So let's say it doesn't really matter. So if you do that, Kirin can also bring back Oath Dragon. That was just pointless. And you're locked out of Burning Abyss because you have the face-up Fogblade forever, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, I think whatever ends up getting Fogbladed, he's going to try and return it with Kirin so that he can lock out that Fogblade, which is actually huge, isn't it? Well, if you naturally draw some of the less desirable Burning Abyss monsters, it's you want to just be able to special summon.
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you can just Farfire your own Beatrice and just special summon a bunch of Burning Abyss monsters, but if you're locked down, of course, you cannot do that. So
yeah. Nils here. Not fantastic.
Yeah, definitely not.
Huge smile appeared on your face when that last Turtle came out.
Those cards, you want to draw those.
Yeah, those are the ones that you want to draw. So uses Seer's Effect on another Dante.
Mm-hmm.
F-Zero is obviously not an option here.
Yeah, at this point, like, the only real good thing you can try to do is getting rid of a scale and using anti-spell fragrance. But he has multiple problems. Sky Aris is one of them, and Kirin is the main problem. So.
Yeah, he has loads of issues going on right now. But this is the thing with the Burning Abyss deck, having multiple Beatrices.
Yeah, multiple resources. Like, I played Burning Abyss, as I said, and in this event, I had a game where I would have lost for sure, but was able to basically let my opponent use all the resources and then use a Fog Blade on my own monster, and he couldn't not out it because you cannot attack it. So I just won like that. Like, it went 25 minutes along with this Fog Blade just until the time was out. Like,
nice. Those are the victories you remember when you do something that just sounds really silly.
Yeah, like
I just played my trap card on my
yeah,
own monster,
on my own monster,
and it was fine.
yeah. And I survived. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Ragged
Yeah.
Gloves coming down here.
Couple of big Phantom Knights.
I don't know where he can go here. Leonard is... I mean, Typhoon has a really great setup.
Yeah.
I guess he's got a... I guess he can break the board with Break Sword. He can Break Sword one of the scale... Well, he's going to have to Break Sword the
But he cannot really. 'Cause,
Iris.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to break the Iris first.
Yeah, the Iris is really annoying. So.
Yeah, but, you know, here we go. We see the Unicorn being used.
Yep.
I like how he looked at his Fog Blade as if to say, "You are useless right now."
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, Beatrice goes away.
Yeah.
Dante gets
Oh.
back something. Yeah.
So he didn't get rid of the Break Sword.
No.
That's surprising.
Yeah, it kind of is, but again, what can happen? Like the only real good card you could get is a counter trap, and you already used one and milled another one. So
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's...
no, and another one too. So yeah,
Leonard
he's none of
not
it.
been
So
good.
he's only playing 2 strikes, and he milled all of them plus warning. So
Yeah.
there are no more counter trap in his deck.
Leonard's mills here haven't been the best, have they?
No, not really. I mean, the first one was impressive, but then
Yeah.
from down there, yeah.
Yeah, double Farm Knights. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna have to start using... He's got to use Break Sword here, there's no question about it.
Yeah, but
I think if he maybe even just destroys his own Break Sword or something to try and get rid of it, do you think that would be useful?
it's yeah, you can do that, but again, you always have to be focused on what you want to do. So, do you want to waste it? Do you want to use it? Like, you have to have a plan, let's say. So,
Yeah.
and I don't really see Leonard having a clear plan right now. I feel like he's just playing his resources.
Yeah, I feel like his plan here has to be to try and get rid of the Skyrus, break the scales, and play the anti-spell.
Yeah, or at least even not lose. I mean, Burning Abyss is really, really full of resources. So I think what it's the best about it is that it doesn't lose really easily.
Yeah,
so you're gonna fight for multiple turns. So that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, but this board that he has at the moment isn't necessarily, you know, impenetrable at all.
No,
if he
not at all.
can deal with Break Sword with, you know, just something reasonable, the Dante is not going to be putting too much of a fight up.
Yeah, he just has to start clearing his things. He's gonna pop the Fog Blade, and which is useless anyway, as you were saying, and starts one by one. So this time Iris, next time the scale, and then
that's
slowly.
Why it's a long-term plan.
Yeah, it's really a long-term plan. So I don't know if he will be able to
Yeah.
capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think he's got a set.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh,
he
wow.
just gives it up.
Just
Wow,
give up?
Really? That seems really strange. Going to all the
I
effort
don't
of
know.
making those plays.
I don't understand it because it's like, did he realize there was something different or not? I mean, because as I said, he could have lasted more, and if his strategy was maybe eventually getting to time, he could have just keep playing. So
Yeah.
if you just scoop like this, I don't know. Maybe he just got tired of the situation. He was annoyed by it. I don't know.
Yeah, that seems strange.
But it
I
was.
I feel like he hadn't
Yeah.
lost yet.
No, it definitely didn't. So
Well, that's strange. Maybe
premature, yeah.
maybe Leonard saw something that we didn't. Or maybe he just didn't want to give anything more away. But at the same time, he played through an entire turn and then gave up.
And I think actually his opponent didn't quite do the right thing by showing his hand to him, because he was like, what he did was like, see, I have Mystical Space Typhoon, another Iris, I have game anyway. I wouldn't have done it. I would have like, oh, why did you scoop? I actually, we could still play, and like make him feel bad for doing that.
Yeah.
So not
That's some
justify his
serious mind
decision.
games.
Yeah, you don't have to justify his decision. So looking at the side decks, so we have more multiple one. Yeah, Typhoons.
Everyone's playing Typhoon.
Yeah, they both play triple Typhoon, the trap card. So
Do you think that they're both going to put Typhoon in, especially with anti-spell?
I mean, I expect Leonard to surely put them in. They're really good against Pendulum. I'm not quite sure Typhoon is also gonna side Typhoon, so he's surely gonna put in the maxis. Those are definitely good. And I mean, he has some cosmic cyclones. I think he's
Yeah.
not.
What,
He's
what
just
about the kaijus?
No, I don't expect them to come down. Like they are not really good against Burning Abyss. And on the other end, Leonard is just gonna side the Typhoons. Another anti-spell. He's basically gonna full his set, so he's gonna side the third anti-spell.
Yeah.
And Shadow Dragon, which is an interesting card. You can use it with Beatrice.
Yeah,
and
use
it
it with
definitely
Beatrice to
helps,
try
yeah.
and interrupt your opponent's plays.
Yeah. So
And he's the one playing Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries, so that's a good thing for him, because if his opponent had that, that would be bad.
yeah, of course. But he doesn't, so that's a good thing for him.
I'm trying to remember, what is Timebreaker Magician?
Oh, he's actually the level 3 magician, which is removes a monster on the field. When you summon it, it's like it removes it until the next standby phase. It's a really
Oh, it's a little
strange
like
one.
Doomlord.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Doomlord for magicians. So you can search it with the Pendulum Cult too. But
Yeah.
I think it's like maybe for monarchs or
Yeah,
kind of
Vanity's
problem
Fiend or
decks.
something.
Yeah, whatever domain monarchs too. I don't. It might come down, but I don't think it's really good against Burning Abyss. So.
No.
You can use it on Beatrice, but I mean, let's
Yeah,
be honest, it's
no,
not
it's
really
not
good.
helpful. You want to get rid of Beatrice for a
Yeah.
while.
So let's take a look at these ends. Leonard again with the tour guide.
Wow.
Yeah, and this time it does have the anti-spell fragrance, so much better end.
Yeah, he's got multiple boots.
Yeah.
He's gonna be able to make double Dante here, right? Depends on his mills.
It depends. Yeah, it's not obvious.
Not
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah. And he-
Good chance though with having Graph.
Yeah, I mean he could.
Wow, again. Milling multiple Phantom
Wow.
Knights. That's
Then-
a good mill.
Yeah, that's definitely a good mill. Now we can do double Dante.
Yeah.
He doesn't have access to Beatrice though, which is a big deal. But I mean, he can just. What I expect is he's gonna use the gloves to send a copy of the trap card, and and then just go into another rank 3.
Yep.
Let's see what he does. Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, makes sense, right?
Yeah, it does. He's basically gonna end with.
If that other boots in his hand was a Burning Abyss monster,
Yeah, that would have been huge.
that would
yeah.
be amazing.
But I mean, really impressive, and he can probably start with double Dante, double Fogblade, and anti-spell fragrance. So
Yeah, that's the
That's a
only
big
way
thing.
that you would. That's the only way that hand could have really got better.
yeah.
Is the second.
And let's
Dante.
see if this time again he's gonna mill 3. I'm really curious about this. He doesn't really need.
He's milled
to.
all of them now, right?
Yeah. So let's see. There is really no point to. Let's see if he does. No, only one. Yeah. This time he does mill 1.
Yeah. So as you said. I wonder why he did it the first game then.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe he just forgot the first game and then.
Yeah, I guess.
After, yeah.
He
it's one of those
realized
things
it.
where
so
he realized and then fixed it
Exactly,
the
so
second
it
game.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, he side out. I think he side it out. That's what I think I also do. He side out the third copy against the Pendulum because it's not
Fogblade.
really good. But yeah, wow. Showing to your opponent your deck like this is a huge.
Yeah. If you're kind of, you can look at the deck
Yeah,
and
that's
know what they've got
really
in their
bad.
hand.
Like for example, now I'm pretty sure he knows there is anti-spell fragrance there because he looked through
Yeah,
this deck,
saw
only
two.
saw 2, and that's something. So
Yeah. So he does
Nah.
immediately have something to deal
Yeah.
with that, which is that Cosmic Cyclone.
he also knows that there is another Fogblade set. So
Yeah.
these kind of mistakes are bad. Just like I told you in the other future match when the player activated terraforming and he had no
Yeah.
more Iris. He showed me the entire deck.
Yeah.
So
So here's one of the kind of the continuation
Mhm.
of the Mystical Space Typhoon.
yeah, Cosmic Cyclone. I told Oliver that I think it's the first card in history to ever compete on the same level as Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah.
And probably just beats it. So
Yeah. So that's
yeah.
1-for-1 here, deals with that anti-spell fragrance.
And now we are back at it again. So
Yeah.
Bumbu, Kukirin, and a lot of scales.
Yeah. Oh wow, he's going to be able to deal with that other. He's going to be able to get rid
Yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
Other back row as
other
well.
back row if he
Yeah.
wants to.
But
Again,
same.
he's probably not going to want to.
No, same as game 1. He's just gonna leave it there.
Leave it, yeah.
Last game, Leonard has to destroy it itself. So himself.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He basically has the same hand as last game.
Yeah, same situation. Well, strike is anti-spell fragrance basically.
Yeah. So he can play Skyrus.
And the difference is that now he can play Audace Fusion as well, so that's a little bit of a
Yeah.
bigger difference. So if he
Yep.
wants, he doesn't want to because he
he's not.
doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have the ice kill yet. He has a Dragon Pulse, not Dragon Pit. So
Oh yeah, I thought that was.
yeah,
Dragon Pit.
I also thought
Yeah.
that was Dragon Pit first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
maybe the judge put it in wrong the first time, but yeah. So
could have been.
yeah, there's the Dragon Pulse.
So of course he needs the ice kill.
Yeah.
Pendulum Summon.
Kirin again. So he's gonna again
Yeah.
probably return the Bunbuku for the Dante
Yeah, for
that
the first Dante, and then
that has Torguide underneath it. So then
Mhm.
he literally gets nothing from it. I mean, the second Dante anyway has a Phantom Knights under it, so
I'm not quite sure why he only Pendulum Summon 2, since he had more, but like even a second copy of Kirin, let's say, he could have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
multiple Kirins are never a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Really.
they are not.
The worst
so,
thing that's going to
yeah.
happen is they're going to get put to the extra deck.
Yeah,
and
because
then
I
you
mean,
can summon them back.
for example, now you're forced to get a Kirin back for its effect,
Yeah.
and if Leonard draws a counter trap, then that's kind of a problem. What if you Pendulum Summon 2, one Kirin is gonna stick, so
Yeah.
that's better. And you're not really gonna use it as a scale, so
No. Oh, you really prefer
yeah,
not
I mean,
to,
if
don't
you don't want to do it, so
Yeah. But again, we can talk about that. But the other line of plays is that he's thinking, okay, I want to play safe. I want to make sure that
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
got
of course,
a scale
of course.
just in case.
It's like I don't need to, so
No. If you have no need to do
yeah,
that, then
of course.
why would you?
can stop and think.
Yeah. I think Typhoon here just really is in control with this Pendulum deck.
Leonard just drew a Terror Trap, so
No, that's pretty good.
yeah, that's a good card. He's probably gonna like main phase. Is it okay? Is it okay? Because he wants him to bounce back to Dante, but nothing happened. so.
Yeah. Oh, that mill was awful.
Terrible meal.
Yeah. Yeah, you really never want to see traps and spells when you're milling.
Mhm.
Unless it was breakthrough skill
Yeah,
all that time
exactly,
ago.
or
When,
the Galaxy Cyclone too, like
yeah.
few cards.
Yeah. So he's maybe going to destroy the Kirin with Dante.
Yeah, he's gonna force him out anyway,
Yeah,
so
that he can.
the Terror Trap is definitely a good draw.
Yeah. Yeah, especially and now he can special summon as well.
But now again, just like game 1, he wants to destroy Scales, Sky Aris, so he can't.
Yeah, Sky Iris is really causing issues.
Yeah, so it's like
really causing
he can
issues.
make a decent, like a good board, let's say, because
Yeah.
he can go into Beatrice, another Dante, and even the Phantom Knight XYZ, Breaksword. He has the Shadow Dragon in his deck, which you can use with Beatrice, but he cannot destroy anything. So Sky Aris is just too strong in that sense.
Yeah, I think you've got to play Breaksword here and start like put that long-term plan in place again.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what do you want to do?
Grampus,
Yeah,
same thing. Yeah, I think
Grampus. Yeah, this is decent enough. You just have to make a bet and just decide what do you want to destroy.
Yeah.
But from what we can see, he has kind of access to everything. So both scales. The only thing he doesn't have is a I scale level 8, like rank 8, how do you want to call it? So
scale level 8.
Yeah, scale level 8, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, boots.
So for sure he's gonna go into the Breaksword.
Yeah, and take out
And
one of these.
this
scales.
is what I was talking about before. If he would have Pendulum summoned double Kirin,
Yeah,
now he wouldn't be in this situation. Now he's risking it.
Yeah, completely agree.
Because Bumbuku can search another one, but that's a scale 5, so he doesn't have access to Kirin anymore outside of
No.
normal summoning it. So
Yeah, which is not great.
yeah, not ideal, let's say so.
Not ideal is my new key, like my new phrase this weekend.
Okay,
All
yeah?
you keep saying to me,
Yes.
oh, you say it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
ideal, but that just means really bad.
I guess it could be the polite way to say.
Yeah, that's what he keeps saying to me. Is that a
Yeah.
really polite way of saying that's really bad?
I mean,
Because it's
not
not
necessarily. Yeah, I
oh,
mean,
yeah. All he keeps saying now, that's not the
no,
case.
it's not the case. I agree.
No, not ideal and really bad.
No,
Two
they're
different levels,
different
right?
things.
Yeah, okay. See, he's not here to listen. I was hoping he was here to listen.
No, it's not here.
He's gonna be listening on Twitch.
Definitely.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that Leonard here is in a good situation. It's...
Yeah. Let's say not the best, but definitely
No,
has a
he's-
chance now. Like,
yeah,
he didn't
exactly.
have a chance a moment ago, and
Yeah.
now he does. So...
Isn't it really strange that, like, when Leonard opened, before we noticed that Tayfun had a Cosmic Cyclone,
Yeah.
we thought, oh, well, he's got a great
Yeah, oh
opening
wow,
here because
Turgay
of-
to spell. Yeah, of course. So.
But suddenly that just gets dealt with really quickly. Unfortunately, that Exceed Rebellion Dragon was unable.
Wow. Oh my god. He just cooks
Yeah.
it. You
Wow.
can see how he doesn't even want to.
He's
Wow.
not even entertaining the idea
No.
of sticking around there. What an amazing top deck by Tayfun there.
Quits it
Wow.
really quickly.
Yeah.
Just like game one, he just gave up. He
Yeah,
doesn't
just
wanna
didn't
be
want to
here.
play
Yeah.
anymore. Wow. So we got some stuff to talk about in our post game analysis here. So let's take you there.
Definitely.
So guys, this is it. It's going to be the final duel of the day. Alberto Conti from Italy against Typhoon Bayraktar. With that, it's time to duel. So Typhoon on the left with Macho Spectre, the Pendulum version, and Alberto on the right with his proven Cosmo deck.
Yep.
And for the last time today, Ryan on the right and Luca on the left, standing behind those players, entering the cards in our app. So we can show you guys what they have been drawing into. Let's start with Alberto. He's got Cosmo Dark Destroyer, Max C. There we go.
That's a nice handshake.
And Ryan and Luca do the same.
I don't understand.
He's a troll.
Okay, that's a strong. That's a strong.
That's a Magical Abductor.
That's a strong opening there for Magical Abductor.
Okay, we got the entire opening hand
there's
for
Maxi.
Alberto. There was Maxi in the opening hand. Now
Yeah.
it's in the graveyard where it belongs.
There's no reason not to play it straight away here.
How many cards is he going to draw?
One.
Just one. Okay.
At most. He may not even draw one. But it all comes down to whether Typhoon really thinks that Kieran's worth it. And I think that it is. Okay, double Kieran here. Okay, so this is really, really strong. He's able to put both Kierans on the field. Me and Marcello were talking about this last game, how having double Kieran, obviously you can't use them both in one turn, but having it on the field makes it so that if it sticks around, like you might as well have it, and if it sticks around, then it's safe from any kind of strikes or anything like that. Okay, wait, did he open Garunix?
Yeah, he
did.
Yeah, Fire King, Avatar Garunix.
That's rough.
And Island. So, whereas Typhoon has a great opening hand, Alberto doesn't.
Not so much.
He's still got some cards in his hand, but nothing really threatening here, is it?
No. I mean, he's kind of a bit of an investment plan. So he's going to bounce away that
Slip Rider
before it gets its chance to be destroyed by the Fire King Island. But that's the one copy of Fire King Island gone now.
Right. So now it's basically a Cosmo deck.
Yeah, just regular Cosmo.
Pretty much, yeah. So that's it for Alberto. He just went down from 6 to 3 cards.
He drew Terraforming. Wow. Okay, so this puts Magical Abductor in a great spot right now because he's going to be able to get the full counters of Magical Abductor, use Magical Abductor's effects to go and search for any of these cards that he wants from his deck. He's probably going to be able to win this turn.
Right, so Typhoon's hand just continue to shape in a perfect form.
Yeah,
he's
just
like
more and more Kierans.
It's a piece of art
Yeah.
that Macho Spectre deck is doing right there.
Yeah.
It's like a sculpture coming together.
Yeah.
And there's the Sky Iris. He's pulling so far ahead.
Yeah, this is crazy. He probably is going to be able to win this turn.
Right. We did see the Cosmo deck coming back from some rough positions.
Yeah.
But this time around, it doesn't look
No,
that
he's
fortunate.
got nothing on the field, essentially. His Cosmojo is not going to help at all. So putting Drag Pulse, that gives him the full range of 1 to 8 scales. So yeah, using Dragon Pit, it doesn't even matter if that back row is a real one or not.
Oh, by the way, Ryan was looking at the top decks of today, and he was. And this is game 1. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, let's not undersell that. It is already 1-0 for Typhoon.
Huge pendulum
Barrack.
summon.
Yeah. Germany.
What is it with our finals?
I don't know. For some reason,
the finals of our events never last at all very long.
yeah, every time the players are like, "Yeah, I have to show you guys why I'm here. This is the reason. This is the reason." Typhoon Bayraktar takes the first game in a hurry. It's 1-0 for Germany against Alberto Conti from Italy. Earlier we saw something very interesting in our top 8 feature match, where a player was even explaining after the match in great detail that he had certain cards in the sideboard that helped him go second. He won the first game, and then his opponent, to his own surprise, told him after sideboarding, "You're going to go first." So his boarding plan was completely screwed, and he said it was the correct choice of the opponent to have me go first if he knew my deck list, if he knew that I'm reciting all of those cards that can really help me
going second.
Yeah, exactly. Claim control over the field even when I'm going second. I'm not sure if we're going to see this here. I think both of these guys really want to go first.
Yeah.
With Typhoon, of course, he's got cards like Secret Village. That's something you want to resolve before your opponent has his turn. And on the other side, we got the anti-spell fragrance for Alberto.
Fragrance.
Same story there.
Yeah, spell fragrance is going to be a big factor in this game if it manages to resolve.
Yeah. And Ryan looked at the top 4 deck list to continue that story from early on.
Yeah.
And he looked at them. He's like, it's quite a cool and diverse metagame. Like 4 different decks in the top 4, but all of them have one thing in common. I was like, oh, what is that? And he's like, tomorrow they have to play with a different deck. So talk about a very equal distribution in terms of hits with the new restricted and limited list. That was a pretty good example of that.
Yeah, well, that's
the point.
Only justifies it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so all those times where I've seen people say it before in the past, where they say, "Oh, well, they're just going to look at what wins the next YCS and hit those instead," and yeah, it's predictions at its best.
Yes, it is. All right. So what do you think is going to happen? Are we going to see a 2-0 clean sweep, or is it going to be?
He's gonna quick handshake. I don't. It all depends on where Alberto decides to go with if he lets him go first or not. I think Alberto is going to go first. His deck is made to go first. Yeah. Really, Alberto's deck is made to go first, and there's no possible way that he can.
It's also like we asked him because he also won his round when he went second, and he told me, "Yeah, I was surprised when I'm always surprised when somebody lets me go first after they lost their first game."
Yeah, I think it really is a go first meta.
Unless, of course, you're playing one of these few decks that really want to go second. I mean, Burn was the one example.
Burn was the one example. Yeah.
He didn't do too bad, the Burn player.
Okay, Alberto's hand doesn't look ideal here. Oh, okay. He's got double anti-spell fragrance.
Did you say it doesn't look so good?
Oh, yeah, it was just the fact that I saw him just summon a monster and summon 4, and I was like, oh, this doesn't look very good. Bam, double anti-spell fragrance.
But wait, there's more.
But he could very easily here just lose to Twin Twisters.
All right, yeah, good point. He's setting 3 for maybe for that reason, who knows.
Yeah.
There is immediately the spell fragrance, and no. Oh my gosh, that is it! Wow. Explosive games all over the place. Typhoon had Kyrian, Dragon Pit Magician, Pot of Desires, Order Ice Pendulum Dragon, and a 5th card that we didn't even get to see. And just when he saw the anti-spell fragrance, he was like, all right, let's continue with the 3rd game, maybe. 1-1 between Typhoon Bayraktar and Alberto Conti.
Why?
You're having some trouble making sense of this?
But if he draws, he can draw things like Typhoon and be happy because he could play it.
Maybe he didn't
and
sign
then
it in.
win.
Wow, this is definitely, that was the quickest game we've ever seen. It was the quickest game.
No, that absolutely
That
was the
second game,
quickest.
yeah. I mean, we've seen player assembles gigantic fields and everything. Maybe they have a kind of a agreement, and that's
Yeah.
why they always shake hands. They say like, "Oh, if you start with this and this, I'm just going to scoop, and if you start with this and this, I'm just going
I'm
to
just
scoop."
gonna
Yeah. Okay,
That
that's
was swift.
yeah. So now it's game 3.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016, the largest European Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament of all time. We're now in round 5. It's already 6 o'clock. We said a couple of times it's going to be a long day, and we start to feel that it's going to be a long day.
Yeah.
So that's how it changes over the course of the day.
Yeah.
And we got 2 players for you in the feature match area that both have quite a cool record, in fact.
Oh, yes.
We got Soltan Junior Koronix from Hungary, who was last year's 3rd place finisher in the Dragon Duel event at the European Championship, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And this year he can no longer play Dragon Duel, so he decided to take up the big guys. And he's undefeated 4-0 with his very own take on Paleozoic. He added a couple of Atlantean cards.
Yes, it's basically Atlantean frogs.
Right.
With Paleozoic. So,
well, what's better about this version of the deck?
Yeah, I think it's. I've not actually seen a version like this. It's quite unique. I think it's good because Neptubis just by itself is a really great card. It's known for that kind of one card, really amazing combos. I think I'll just add to the deck. One card combos. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was just back to the 2-card combos, 1-card combos. This is an actual thing this time.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not being sarcastic.
No,
this time.
you play him, and then he sends a card from the deck to the graveyard.
Right.
So that's a combo.
Okay, let's consider it that.
Yeah.
No, what they told me is it does have an out to Denko Seka, which is of course one of the biggest problems.
Yeah, Neptubis send heavy infantry.
Yeah. That so it usually has. All right, his opponent is the reigning and also undefeated in this tournament, reigning European champion Samir Bashar from France. He went with one of the other big decks of the format. I see a couple of Magic Spectres here. I see a couple of Metal Foes.
Yep, that's because it's Metal Foes. Now, Metal Foes has been absolutely massive this tournament so far.
Yeah.
It's been kind of up and down. We saw it lose in the first round, and then then we saw its full potential in the second round, and then maybe the other way around. Other way around.
Yeah, we saw Silent Swordsman go crazy.
Oh yeah, Silent Swordsman in the second round.
You should watch that.
You should definitely watch that. So Metal Foes, really consistent deck. This is actually using the same Cliffort engine that Billy Break's using as well, so that'll be nice to see it again. And also, I believe that's a couple of Kaijus in the main deck.
Yeah, not uncommon these days.
All right, guys. The main event has already started, like the rest of the field. We are a few minutes behind. We don't want to get dragged too far behind. So with that, let's take you to the table for our round 5 feature match. All right, you see Sultan on the right, clearly former Dragon Duelist. And Samir,
a little bit distracted.
Yeah, just a little bit. And Samir on the left.
Yeah. Many people will remember Samir from the European Championships. There was a great gif of him going around of him pulling a face or something and putting the trophy up in the air. I can't remember exactly what he was doing, but it was a really great gif.
Yeah, that was quite funny. It was also all the French
singing the national anthem. Yeah.
Singing the Marseillaise.
That is my fondest memory of any Yu-Gi-Oh tournament ever.
Yeah,
just
seriously,
walking in. It was so loud. There was so many people singing it and just hugging him. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so Zoltan in his hand, he has the Neptubis, which you have talked up. So let's hope that it.
Well, he's got something that's a little better than Neptubis, which is Deep Sea Diva.
Oh yes.
But that's going to go get a Neptubis. Well, maybe not now that he's just max seed, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Samir's hand, Wabuku, Metal Foes Fusion, Gold Driver, and Stealing.
Neptubis's effect send Dragoons most likely, and then Dragoons is going to get a search as well as the search from Neptubis. So Neptubis getting heavy infantry here.
And Deep Sea Diva there is level 2 Aqua.
Yep.
So how crucial is the Max C being dropped here?
Yeah, really important. He could do so much with this.
Could have gone to town.
Could have gone to Cosmo Town.
Not playing Cosmo.
Yeah, but it's funny.
Is it?
Okay, that's the slowest I've ever seen anybody count for Pot of Desires.
He's doing it one-handed.
Yeah.
That's some serious skill right there.
Yeah.
Okay, 10 for the banish file, 2 for me. That's how it works.
Yep.
2 for me.
Hard to argue.
So let's see what that 2 for me was. This is the thing with Paleozoic. You play so many of them that you just you really don't mind too much if you banish a couple with Pot of Desires.
Okay, it looks like he's passed his turn there.
Yep.
Yeah, he could have. So with this,
Clifford Scout, he's going to pay 800.
This
Feel-
is
feel
the
great.
moment if you have an MST or something like that, you want to activate it.
No.
He does not.
Nope.
He has a Dimensional Barrier and a Canadian.
But
Ooh,
Barrier's
Barrier's
gonna-
gonna.
Yeah, Barrier's a good card.
That was so weird. Yeah, Barrier's gonna cause some issues. Some real problems.
So, how good is the opening hand of Samir, on the other hand?
The other hand, literally on the other
Yeah.
hands. Well, against this, he probably wants to dim Barrier now. Yeah.
And he does.
Yeah, here we go.
So calling pendulum cards, pendle cards, pendle carter, something like that.
Dimensional Barrier, brand new card that's just come out.
Yeah, in Invasion of Vengeance, really strong card.
I believe they're actually doing a giant card of it as well, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, I've seen it. It looks really, really cool. There's also a Pot of Acquisitiveness that looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's always cool to have the cards that actually look even better when they're in the larger version.
Yeah. It looks really cool. I don't know exactly what it's a picture of. I think it's like Freed the Brave Warrior.
It's Freed the General and
The
his
General.
boarding captain.
Yeah, but who's the one who's the one coming out of the portal?
Oh, I'm trying to think 'cause it looks familiar.
It looks like Go Giga Gaga Gigo.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, those share some stories, right?
Yeah. Oh, Giga 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 Giga.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the correct name.
What was it? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Mega at the front of it. I don't know. Anyway, swiftly moving on from my awful pronunciation of cards.
Yep, it is.
Gaga Gigo the Risen.
There we go. I'm not completely crazy. That's always nice to know.
It's always nice to confirm that again.
Yep.
Metal Foe's doing what Metal Foes do. It's got his full Metal Foe fusion set there.
Yeah. So it feels like a slow start. That might just be because Samir is also taking his time, going through his motions. But there's kind of an answer. Probably the best card in the Paleozoic deck out of the trap monsters, really. The one that has an effect on the field, obviously. It's like the book, basically. Book of Moon.
Yeah.
Paleozoic Canadia.
There's also one that's discard a card and banish.
Yeah, but you need to discard a card.
Yeah.
So,
But do you mind that much in this deck?
guess it depends a lot on the cards you also hold. It's when we featured that at the LLDS stage 2, it was still considered like an not one of the top decks, so to speak. People
Yeah.
were still like, yeah, this is okay, but I think it's cute, but it's not going to win. And then there was a situation where the Paleozoic player was very early on falling behind, just 2 cards on the field or something like that, and you felt like the game was almost over.
Yeah.
And he would just hang in there for like 10 more turns, or at least it felt like 10 more turns. These days you never know. Maybe it was 2. But he eventually fought back and turned the game around. Like he did actually win the game. I was super surprised because you don't see that very often these days anymore.
No. But that's one of the good things about this. In fact, we were talking to Quincy,
Jake
Quincy earlier, and he was saying that Frog decks is like, and Yu-Gi-Oh now for him is just like playing chess again because of the Paleozoic cards.
Right.
like he was saying that he's basically just going to make a chessboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to make a chessboard for a playmat and just bring that with him, because it's so much like I'm doing this so that then you can do this, and blocking your opponent and your
Right.
opponent blocking you, and just going back and forth from almost nothing. It's a good time to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! People are really enjoying themselves.
Yeah, if you're especially if you're a fan of Silent Swordsman and you didn't play the last 9 years, now is the time.
Longer than 9 years. Silent Swordsman level 7.
Something, yeah.
It's 12? What year is it? 2016.
It's
12 years.
2016. Yeah.
12 years.
12 short
What
years.
year is it? Don't ask me. I don't know. All it takes is a battle fader for me to question what kind of timeline we're in.
All right. So Samir pulling ahead.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what it feels like. Although Sultan has a lot of cards in his hand.
He does.
But do you want to have 2 copies of each of those?
No, not really. I think that he's got far too much of that single engine in his deck here. I think
Yeah.
he needed a lot more Paleozoics to back it up with.
You don't mean generally speaking, you mean at the moment in his hand?
Just
Also,
no. Generally speaking, you don't want too many of those in your hand. He has no way to trigger
right.
any of those 4
No, my
cards.
question was,
Yeah.
do you criticize his deck building skill
Ah.
or his draw skill?
No, drawing skill definitely. Yeah. Well, he searched 2 of those, so yeah, it's kind of unlucky that he was then gonna draw even more of those.
I mean, he's going to then go into Totally Awesome again, and he drew another dimensional barrier.
Yeah. He can get a Tatsunoko here.
Because he's got
Potentially
two
make
level,
some-
he's got 2 level 2 aquas.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought that was Neptubistil. It's.
Are they aqua or are they fish?
They're aqua. They're water.
That's.
It's water. The requirement is water. It's not.
It's just
the-
water, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's why you can get it from Bahamut Shark.
Yep, which is why I just read it wrong, that's all.
Right, so where do we go from here? What is Sultan going to do?
Oh. Okay. He's going for a Synchro, I believe?
Yep. Hard to argue when there's a white card hitting play.
Yeah, there's Coral Dragon. So I guess that's kind of his comeback mechanic here, that he's going to... I guess, he's playing with the cards he's got. So... Yeah, I mean, that would be a much stronger board. Just a Coral Dragon would be so much stronger than just even 1 or 2 Paleozoic monsters backing it up. I think he's been really unfortunate with his drawing here. Yeah, Coral Dragon's going to be able to destroy that Mithrilium.
Yep.
He's going to use its
succeeds.
effect.
Another great card from the Dark Illusion.
Yeah, Coral Dragon, really, really great.
The Dark Illusion seems to be having a lot more... Cards from the Dark Illusion seem to be having a lot more play since Invasion Vengeance came in.
Yeah.
So it's the set is only really showing what it can do after there was more support for
Yeah.
these archetypes.
Yeah. So, oh wow, yeah, he's able to get back that Dragoons. Nice.
Back there is Full Metal Foes Fusion and a Dimensional Barrier. Full Metal Foes Fusion is going.
Probably into Alceste and taking that Coral Dragon.
Yep. Nope, he's just explaining something there. Dimensional Barrier going down on Zoltan's field. Still a really good card.
Yeah. Yeah, even into the late game here, still really strong card.
I knew everybody would love this.
Yeah, so Samir is shuffling back the Metal Force Fusion so that he can draw a new, fresh card from his deck.
How hard is it as somebody who played in the Dragon Duel to keep up with the big guys? 'Cause we've seen the couple of times where we thought the young players might be able to stand their ground, even when they have to go up against the grown-ups. Or many of them at least are grown-ups. And then again, we also saw a lot of them who are not able to make the jump.
Yeah, there's been a lot of kind of champions that got recently that were Dragon Duel champions in the way back when.
Oh, okay. Is that a UK thing, or you mean generally speaking?
Just generally speaking.
Right.
But yeah, people that tended to be good back then in the Dragon Duel were already playing the meta the big boys were playing
Yes.
already. So they were already used to that format. It's just they just transitioned into, in some cases, more of a harder opponent.
Yeah. I mean, we also have a German player who played in last year's Euros, Karl Haller von Hallenstein.
I remember, yes.
That's
He's here today, I believe.
It's very hard to not recognize the name, to be honest.
I remember that.
It was from a noble family, actually.
is.
And he speaks absolutely perfect English.
He does. I remember him.
It's such a fascinating thing to see for me, because normally I frown upon the nobles.
He is here today.
Yeah, no, he is. I caught up with him at the LLDS Stage 2, and we also featured him there. And he like I said, I always want to feature him, to be honest. I think he's a great guy.
Finally, we start to see some Paleozoic action going on here.
Yeah, for the first time.
Yeah. For the first time.
Stop singing. No, you can sing if you want.
I like singing.
Yeah.
I do like singing. Ollie hates me singing, but I do like singing.
It's just because we can. What you guys probably don't know is that we can hear each other through these headphones, and it's just right in your ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just my pure singing talent directly into your brain.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Okay.
There was a reference in there. All right.
So
that is Samir's opening turn. Took a little while.
Yeah.
Took a little while. But we're now back to Sultan, it appears. It's a very simplified game state, so to speak, with both of these players down to 4 cards. Sultan is now drawing his 5th.
Yeah.
He's got two on the board, 2 in his hand, just to be perfectly clear here. Who is ahead?
Definitely Samir.
Yeah.
He's got half a pendulum scale, which at any point could come back and start dealing some serious damage. I mean, you can summon Dupe Frog and then go into Totally Awesome. But Alkahest's alive again, so he can always steal something.
So yeah, Sultan is a bit behind. What does he need to do to gain the upper hand, really?
I think the best thing here is to try and attack over that Alkahest with his monsters just as they stand, and kind of, you know, kid along. Oh no, I don't have another level 2 water monster. I guess I'm just gonna have to attack, and then yeah, start doing some damage. So Dim Barrier calling Exceed monsters, so he can't go into Totally Awesome. See, there we go. Dim Barrier just shut down.
Yeah.
So Wabaku that's set there.
So flips over combination in preparation for the next turn. You know, destroy combination. So I don't think that Zoltan actually has anything going here. Oh, it's a Canadian. No, he's got. Okay, he's got Wabaku.
Yeah, Wabaku is the face down.
So he's definitely not going to lose 2 attacks this turn.
Yeah, unless he magically gets rid of Wabaku without his opponent being able to chain it. Right, so Samir does have Rare Metal Foes Bismuth here and Blackwing Gofu. Now, after that,
Gofu's not much use because he's already got a monster on board, so he can't just summon Gofu. So he's, you know, I'm scared of Strike. Not scared of Strike.
Not at all.
Yeah, so he's gonna be able to get Bamuga's effect. Yeah, I mean he's
going all in.
Yeah, he's really in business now.
In hand there.
He can take that Dupe Frog. Professor Frog, as I like to call it. He's got a little professor hat on.
What are those hats called?
They
have a special name.
Yeah.
Anyway, Break Sword. Break Sword is going to try and break Waboku. Waboku is going to be chained there.
Of course.
Waboku, one of the oldest cards in the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
literally, actually.
Still seeing some play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was in Starter Deck Yugi.
Yeah. It was one of the first products to be released, wasn't it? It was Starter Deck Yugi, Starter Deck Kyber, and then
Pegasus
Blue
and
Eyes
Joey.
White, Pegasus Joey, and then Blue Eyes White Dragon at the same time.
Legend of Blue Eyes, yeah.
So Samir is searching.
or done searching.
Yeah, shuffling away.
And he's got an impressive field.
Yeah, he's got a lot of monsters.
So
How
this
far
is
do you think he can go this term?
definitely looking
Well,
good
it's-
for Samir.
Just stops him right off there, really, because of that Wabaku. I mean, he can start taking some more stuff with Alcahest just to try and shut his opponent down from being able to extend any more plays.
Yeah.
So he's gonna fuse with Dragoons. Oh, sorry, no, he's just using the effect of one of his metal foes to destroy it. Get the fusion.
You can also tell that Samir feels like he's got this because he's moving a lot faster.
Yeah.
Like the body language gives it away. He's feeling really confident right now.
Yeah. Generally, though, Samir is like really, really good at just kind of playing fast. I remember seeing him at the European Championships. We thought that he was just, really great because he just moved around a whole lot faster than most players.
You mean after he won, signing autographs?
No, even during the game, he was still making decent headway all of the time.
He was so giddy when he won.
Yeah.
Trying
he
to get him
was.
to stand on the X
Yes.
on his spot for the prize giving ceremony. It was a struggle.
Well, he didn't want to be crowned champion or what?
No, he was just.
wouldn't stand still.
He wanted to run back into the crowd of his adoring fans.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well, they were so happy that finally the Le Grande Nation finally won something again. Okay. This
Still
looks
searching.
almost like we're calling it a day, but nope. Both of these guys are checking.
Oh, he's still in the Wabaku, so
Yeah, I think he's just seeing how much he can get away from the field, even though he's under that.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, yeah, he's got Alcahist and Kieran now, so
Okay, so Zoltan's gone now. That Duke Frog's actually in the graveyard, I believe.
no, it was bounced back to with
It was bounced back to hand.
with Mithrilium, yeah.
Okay, so Duke Frog, Swap Frog, and Neptibus. What's he going to do?
Oh, we can make totally awesome.
But isn't Alcahest live?
Yeah.
Oh, we can go over it.
Attack with I think it's Piccola. Is it Piccola? Or Canadian?
Canada. The book.
Yeah. Yeah, so Canada.
Like, I'm not sure. It sounds like Canada, obviously. but
Yeah.
It doesn't really seem to have anything in common with Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
Canada. So effect there. The Swap Frog. Yeah, he's going to be able to make some headway here. I mean, he's going to be able to run Toad in the graveyard, so that's live. You know, even Kieran here is not going to stop him.
So there really is no nothing stopping him here. What's
No.
there in the background?
And for the first, is this actually the first time we're seeing Totally Awesome?
Yes, this is
Yeah,
the first time
this-
that we're seeing
this weekend, yeah.
Paleotoken frogs.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, there was
Totally awesome.
there was a chance that it was on the table at some point earlier, and we already cut the camera off when they were like revealing their decks.
Oh yeah, showing.
But I think that's like the only chance we had this card this weekend so far. So, what is he going through here?
He's
How
just-
far
he's-
can he take?
Yeah,
take
I
this?
think Totally Awesome is the option, but the problem is that Kieran is still there. He can negate the effect, but he's doesn't go much further than that because he can't be destroyed by card effects. The only other way is to just attack over it, but he's already, he's already attacked.
Yeah, that would be pretty strong.
Is there anything else in his extra deck that you might want to make?
Well, he's got Opabinia, the other Paleozoic, that he can summon.
I think that's what he's just made, isn't it?
I think that one's Anomalocaris.
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 Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's much better. Yeah, so you can try and destroy those pendulum scales and just start breaking them down. But still, he's got that Kieran that can threaten it next turn. Unless he's got another frog. If he's got another frog in grave, He's got Running Toad, obviously, but he needs another frog to banish for its effect.
I believe he may actually have it in there.
If he has, then that'd be really good, because then he can summon another Exceed monster, and that would probably be totally awesome.
Okay, let's see.
I
what
agree.
he
Probably
came
would be
up with.
totally awesome.
It would be, wouldn't it?
I don't agree. Just for the record.
I love the way that Samir like looks at his face downs. He like flips them all the way over and then back, like before you can even see them. I don't know if you noticed. Okay, come on, Rodin Toadin. Have we got enough fuel for the Ninja Frog?
What
Ronin
does,
Toad.
what does the Ninja Frog bring to fight his opponents?
Okay, Ronin Toadin is the Ninja Frog.
Yeah.
You have so many nicknames for cards.
Dupe Frog is Professor Frog.
Yeah, well, that's obvious. What's Swap Frog?
It's just Swap Frog. Duh.
Could be any.
Duh. And then, what's the other one? Oh no, then Substitute is just Substitute, but Substitute is obviously in the land of the forbidden with Sangan and Witch.
Okay,
having
so
a party.
There's a Pot of Desires. Finally. Finally, Samir found a way to draw some cards.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where you just put enough monsters on the board, you may just win.
Yeah, he needs to just figure out a way to complete his pendulum scale. Yeah, I mean, actually, he's got a chance to use Gofu as well, because if he bounces with Kieran, have this Kaiju. Bounce the Kaiju back to hand with Kieran. Give him the Kaiju again. He's gonna give him the Kaiju back, maybe.
Maybe.
Gofu. He's going to get his 2 tokens. Ah, no, it's calling it a day.
It's calling it.
Yeah, I've seen enough.
Yeah, Gofu, just, yeah.
Zoltan was just saying, this is going on far too long.
Yeah. And, well, it was. It was going a bit back and forth, but then at one point it seemed like, okay, Samir has this. It's good that Zoltan is calling it a day rather than trying to focus on this. Which deck is actually the favorite going into the extra time?
Extra time is probably...
I mean, the Metal the Paleozoic deck can just sit it out forever.
Yeah, probably Metal Foes though, because the Metal Foes deck has the option of just attacking over one of the small monsters.
So what are they siding? What's Zoltan's junior siding there?
So Zoltan's probably going to want... Dark Law's just for the Winter Cherries. It's like, Dark Law? What? Cosmic Cyclones are going to go in. Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Yeah.
Retaliating Seas, Max Seas. Pretty much his whole side deck, apart from Winter Cherries and Dark Law, is good against Malphite.
Space for so many cards.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's... I don't think he's going to put them all in, but he could do. He's got to pick and choose, so he's probably going to go first, which means putting in Maxi and Retaliating Sea is probably not the best option. But putting in cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance and Cosmic Cyclone will be, much better. Whereas if he wins Game 2 and then goes into Game 3, it's much more likely that he wants to side Retaliating Sea and Maxi instead of the other two.
Okay, and what about Samir?
So Samir here. So he's playing... Is that Chaos Sorcerer? Yeah,
could be.
Could be Chaos Sorcerer. Psy Blocker. Retaliating Sea.
Sphere mode.
System Down. I think it's System Down.
Could be. He's playing Cosmic Cyclone.
Yeah, Cosmic Cyclone. And then
MST.
Mystical Space Typhoon.
Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah, so of those cards, probably all of the back row hit.
You think?
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of an obvious one.
Yeah.
But he's not playing some of the ones that a lot of people are playing, so he's not got the Jinzo.
No Jinzo. But again, there's some of those that I may have just completely botched the translation of. I don't know what that. Yeah, no, that's side blocker. So he may be playing. He may side blocker the totally awesome, and side blocker is actually as big as any of the other Paleozoic monsters. So that could work.
I would guess that is Chaos Sorcerer without being 100%.
It could be Chaos Trap Hole. Ah, Crevice. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
probably
I
Chaos.
thought it was Chaos Trap Hole.
Could
I
be.
wasn't too sure.
Let's check.
Gateway to Chaos?
Not sure yet, because the thing is always it's like suggestions, and it might not be the exact card name.
That's not it.
I think it's Chaos Trap Hole.
Yeah, it's probably Chaos Trap Hole.
That's not so good against a water-based deck.
Not quite, no. No?
No, actually not.
That'd
It's
be Trap to Chaos.
Trap to something. Okay. Now we need to triple check.
This kind of comes with a multilingual event.
Yeah, it's very unique.
It's not something you really experience in any of the American events because they all basically speak one language.
Yeah.
But when you come here, we've got people from all over Europe coming to one place.
Many different languages. What else we got? Could be Phantom of Chaos. Could be
Phantom of Chaos.
We got way too many Chaos cards. Just saying.
Nope.
Feel inclined to find out what this card is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of.
The suspense is killing me.
Obviously, it's Chaos Hunter. Obviously.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's Chaos Hunter.
Yeah.
Took us a while.
Yeah.
What's the French again? Chassenez.
It's
Chazares. Here's a picture of the card in French.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Took us a while.
Just starting again.
Yeah.
So I ask you this every time. First, second.
First.
It's not really a question.
No.
It's just
It's more of a philosophy.
Yeah, it's more. It's just a way to poke Luke, really.
It's just the way that you just live your life first.
I agree. Everybody should take something away from this. There are many life lessons to learn with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. Look at him. Look at him.
He's seizing the moment.
Frogs, Neptibus, frogs.
And oh, look. There it is. It's beautiful.
Out of 10, that's totally awesome.
Oh, yes. It's got two toads. They're on top of each other. And I think that's an apple.
It is an apple, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little treat for those toads.
Uh-huh. Reminds me a bit of Wilhelm Tell.
Who?
Wilhelm Tell?
Oh, William Tell.
Yeah. Oh, it's William in English, of course.
Yeah.
It's funny how even the names are always different.
Samir's going to pay 8, and he's going to feel really good about
I'm now surprised it's not Billy.
Pay
Billy Tell.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a joke. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
All right. Samir goes searching. Jesus.
It wasn't a funny joke. They don't all have to be funny.
We got a Monolith off that scout search. He's got a Bunbuku again, just like the first game.
That's
Actually,
real
2
good.
copies.
Yeah, so here's this very consistent kind of build that we saw here that's got that Clifford Scout. He's able to immediately destroy the Scout with the Volflame, and then Volflame's going to go get some stuff, and then he's able to continue with the potential of summoning Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah, and since there's no
Shut down.
Maxi around this time.
Well, big shutdown.
Actually.
Big shutdown there, but
Dimension
Dim Barrier.
yeah.
Otherwise, we could have seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, that does
There is a
stop.
maxi there.
That does stop Totally
Oh.
Awesome.
Zoltan does have a maxi.
Yeah, so he chose to play
Not,
Dim.
oh yeah, good point. Fair criticism.
Do you think he called Exceed, or do you think he called Pendulum Monsters? Pendulum Monsters. We now know. I love that about Totally Awesome. Can I have your card, please? It's really useful in my deck.
Honest.
Now there's the Max C.
Ah, that must be frustrating. Like working through all of those cards that are really good when you're not on the play.
Yeah, that's really tough to be able to play through all of those cards. And now you're being forced into making a suboptimal play because you have to extend your plays here.
So who is ahead at the moment for somebody?
I think it's extremely even.
Yeah.
Just tuned in.
It's very,
Extremely
very
even.
even.
We don't have that very often.
No, well,
That it's like a standstill in
Yeah.
a way.
So we're under dim barrier right now, calling Pendulum Monsters most likely.
Well, otherwise this would be no fun watching it, would it?
Looking over at Twitch, the frog and toad emojis are here.
Oh, they have them.
Mm.
Well, that's good. Gives him back. Gives him
Also,
back.
people have said that it's a tangerine that's on his head, and one person said that it's an OCG exclusive fruit.
Right, okay. Is it tangerine? I thought it was an apple.
It looks red from our angle.
It's a tasty treat anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the one way that we figure it out was we do this. So. And it loads. Oh, but he has just left the field.
Or not?
No, it is. It's tangerine.
Looks like an apple to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
So what's he going to bring back? Swap prog.
Yeah, so he's going to put the swap prop against hand. Obviously, so he's going to do that until he runs out of Totally Awesomes, and then he'll start recycling those Totally Awesomes. He's not really had his Paleozoic engine at all, like during all of this entire game.
Yeah, we saw like one Paleozoic card, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, we're actually coming up to time at the main event here, so only a couple of minutes left. Obviously, we're a bit further behind, but still, only a couple.
That
of
means
minutes.
we're always also nearing the timeout, of course. Yeah. What do you think? How long is it gonna be? Like 5 more minutes, roughly?
Something like
yeah,
that.
something like that. Yeah, so again,
Zoltan needs to push for a win to get into game 3.
Yeah.
To be able to carry on here.
So would it make more sense for him to just like call it quits in the first game and immediately access his side deck?
No, because Zoltan would then lose. We're in game 2.
That's a good point. I was completely looking at Samir's lights down
Yeah.
there. Ah.
Yeah, so Zoltan here again just has to somehow access his extra deck. He's really just not had any Paleozoic cards.
I mean, there's a Mithrilium and a Fusion and a Volflame, and Samir's got a good field.
Yeah, he needs to diffuse that Mithrilium.
Oh, he has access to his extra deck.
Oh, Diva as well.
Oh my.
Wow.
Looks like a good comeback so
yeah,
far.
no, this is really good. He's going to be able to go get another monster.
He's also got a
from his
strike in
deck.
hand now, so he can...
Wow.
If he assembles a field, he can protect it a little bit better with that
Yeah.
strike.
You make a base and then defense it.
Yeah.
I'd be impressed if anyone gets that reference. Very, very impressed. Let us know in Twitch chat if you got that reference.
What if they say, I got it, and that's it?
I'll be impressed.
Congratulations, you've earned the Luke Withington seal of approval.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, he's got a lot of monsters.
He has, all of a sudden, and he's got a totally awesome. That's time on the round on the main event, so a few more minutes and it'll be time on the round here.
Yeah.
Really need to push through this damage.
We've said before that this deck doesn't like to lose and that it can hang in forever.
So attacks over the Bumbuku there. Atlantean Marksman actually has another effect that many people forget about. When it does battle damage, you're able to special summon an Atlantean monster, level 4 or low. So he's going to go for Neverdabyss. That actually makes Trishula. And you know how much I love the Trishula.
He doesn't play it though.
Oh, he's not playing Trishula.
Oh, you sound so upset. I'm sorry.
He's playing a water deck and he's not playing Trishula.
He's played, who did he play? That was super
Probably
quick.
he played Tatsunoko and then up into a Coral Dragon.
Ooh, pretty.
Yeah.
It's got a good field. Look at
Yeah.
that field.
Yeah.
And it keeps
And
improving.
strike.
I think the strike might be the most important card on that field.
Yeah.
In the end.
Yeah, well, of course, it's going to stop the huge pendulum summon. Or not. Just throws it away for a Coral Dragon. I'm very, very surprised that he threw that away for Coral Dragon. Synchro into a 7. 8 even. Oh, Coral Dragon is 6.
Yep. Is that Mega?
Yeah, yeah, it's Saffron Lord Omega.
Oh, Desires.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Was that 9 or 10?
That's 10.
I thought I counted 9.
Yeah, it's just checking them again to make
Yeah,
sure.
maybe it is 10.
Is he
I just can't count.
getting closer to deck out here? No.
No.
Yeah.
Not
No, he
quite.
is.
I mean, yes, factually is, but is he close to deck out?
No, I think so. I think he's got well enough turns to be able to get that damage in. So standby phase, Amiga's effect, is going to put one of his Paleozoics back. He's actually in real business here because he played that Pot of Desires, then Amiga's able to just start putting them back during his opponent's standby phase. And now Totally Awesome's going to get some food to be able to use its effect later on in the turn. He's actually in a real good spot here.
Yeah. He's really turned this around.
Yeah.
It's quite surprising considering that we thought Samir had this.
Yeah. That was a real turn of events. I mean, we were speaking to Jake Quincy earlier, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, I've been playing Paleozoics. I had a guy open this, and this, and I still won." And it's like, whoa, really?
He must have been making a lot of mistakes. No, it's just my own deck.
Yeah, it's just the Paleozoic deck. So it's really strong. So upon resolution of the Monolith, he's going to play Cypher and Lord Omega, and he's chaining MST
on his own Metal Force Fusion.
Is it Fusion?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to be able to draw a card from that Fusion as soon as all has been said and done.
Can he not negate that with?
Yeah, he could. I
want
doubt.
to?
I doubt you would.
Mithrillium's no longer on the field, so. Well, he can't. He's got nothing in his hand. He's got nothing on the field. So he wouldn't be able to use the. Yeah, it's actually a good play to negate it.
A very good play.
Yeah, and that's
very,
the
very
game
good
to
play. That is it. He ties the score 1-1. I think there's a
Oh,
chance we
what?
might be in timeout any.
Oh, okay. So they've just put there that it was a double loss.
A double loss?
I don't think it was.
No, I think we've just seen a.
No.
I'm not sure what's happening there. They seem to be siding. Let's just find out. Let's see if one of our crew can have a look.
Yeah, it's always the confusing part to some degree when you don't have the audio from there. And you're not 100% sure what's going on there.
Yeah, it may have just been a.
It may have just been a small error.
Bug, yeah.
Well, Zoltan's shuffling there, so
Yeah,
I
so-
kind of assumed that we
Exactly.
are going into game
I
3.
was about to say, there's only one reason for him to do that. How
Yeah.
many times are we behind the main event? Because they are now 4.5 minutes in overtime.
I do think we started a little bit later this round.
Yeah, I think we did, yeah.
But not that much, right? So if we're
No.
5 minutes behind, they are going to be in overtime in 20 seconds.
Yeah, but they already started shuffling though, so as soon as they present each other the decks, then that's when the
Oh.
round begins.
I think they've just slowed
Maybe
things
that
down
was-
a little bit. Oh,
Yeah,
they just
okay,
shut-
so that's a draw.
Yeah.
A draw? Okay.
Yeah, because in between games, time has been called.
they didn't know.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a draw.
1-1. Yep.
1-1 between Samir and Bashar.
I was just about to say, at the point at which you present your deck to your opponent, that's when the game begins.
Yeah, and Samir was still busy sideboarding.
Yeah.
So they are both not happy about this result, obviously, because some say a draw is a little bit like a loss.
Well, it gives you less points.
Yeah, that's exactly, because it's a race to the top and not a race away from the bottom, so to speak.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to talk a little bit about that match, even though it took forever in our post-game analysis. All right, guys, we're back after a 40-minute session with Samir Bashar and Sultan Kolonix, who played his own version of Mermail together with Paleozoic. In the end, it looked almost like a Mermail deck. We saw very little Paleozoic in that second game.
Yeah, there was a lot of water going on.
I think that it's unfair to call it a Mermail deck. There is no Mermails in that deck.
Yeah, Atlanteans, yeah.
It's definitely Atlantean.
At some point, they just were the same to me.
Pretty much, yeah, because you always had Atlanteans in Mermail. That's just the way it works.
Fair point, yes.
So yeah, it's a really nice frog deck, and I really enjoyed the twist that it's got, and it also it's almost like what we saw with Gradle Slime Jr. When Jake was explaining it. You'll be able to see that quite soon. They're just finishing up editing that section. But it's so much special summoning of level 2 monsters to just get out you're totally awesome as quickly as possible. And just combo. Now my field is something you can't get past. Seems to be something that the frog deck does really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is very similar how it's kind of, I don't want to say raised the ceiling, but it kind of changed the where those boundaries lie of kind of the minimum and maximum of what this deck could do. I'm not quite sure whereabouts whether it raised the floor or heightened the ceiling here, but yeah, I think it's a good shout just to change it up a little bit, and people are going to be not expecting it. And yeah, Neptibus definitely being a one card out to whether it's a back row or whether it's Vanity's Fiend or whatever. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, and both of these guys were undefeated prior to the round. Now they are both 4 wins, 1 draw. Pretty good record, obviously.
Yeah, that's still
second
a really,
best,
really good
second
record.
best record you can have at this point in time. It's 8 rounds today, in case you've just tuned in. 8 rounds today. That means all the top 256 players, or everybody with 18 points or more, going to be in today's competition. So they are now up on 13 points. It's just 6 more.
Yeah, only 2 wins.
2 wins. But
2
so
more
basically, it's the same as losing.
Yeah, well, it's the same as winning, because if all they need to do, most times you only need to get X2 to be able to get into the top cup, and that's all they need to get at this point as well.
Well, yeah.
That's all they need to end this down, and then they're still in. So this draw, basically for them, may as well have been a win for both of them.
Might be. we will see. I do not think that they felt like it was.
No.
They don't see it that way.
Nobody likes to get a draw.
Yeah, you need to do
Nobody
some
likes getting a
convincing
draw.
there if you are going to try and sell it to them like that.
Like, I think that where Zoltan and Samir go out and they go to their friends and it's like, oh, I got a draw. Their friends will tell them exactly the same thing.
But yeah, the other thing is you were going up against the reigning European champion, so it's not a bad thing to end up drawing with them.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I think we should get both of these guys in to hear from them, because we do have some time. Time in between rounds is between 40 minutes and 1 hour, in fact. So because there are so many players,
Plenty of time.
yeah. So it takes a while to collect all of these results. Sometimes there's an investigation going on. The judges need to check that everybody's playing according to the rules. Sometimes the result entry slip gets lost. There are many reasons.
There's all sorts that can delay around.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys. So we're going to be right back with both Samir, if nobody left. Let's just give a little disclaimer up front. With both of these guys in our post-game interview, right?
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
Welcome back, guys. We got 2 players and 1 judge who is only half in the picture. He's working as our local translator. That's one of the cool things about these European tournaments. We have so many languages that we're speaking, and we have a judge for every single language, even Hungarian in that case.
Yep.
Right, guys, what was it like for you? You just drew. You didn't seem
Yes.
very happy.
It's strange.
It's kind of strange, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, it was weird for
Weird,
sure.
yeah.
Yes.
Is it like a loss, or is it like something in between?
I think free game because I lost dice on the last game.
Okay, like a loss. Okay.
I'm kind of okay with it because I think drawing with Samir is.
Oh yeah, yeah. We actually said that. We said, hey, it's not a problem to draw against the reigning
Yeah.
European champion. Yeah. So, how hard is it for you to come from a place where you were playing in the Dragon Duels and now you're playing against the grown-ups? How different is it? How difficult?
Difference is that there are much more player, so you have to focus for more rounds.
Okay.
And the player base is different because at Dragon Duels there's like 5 good players.
Okay. Yeah.
5 really good players.
Right.
But in the other hand, at the main event, there are much more.
Yeah.
So it's hard for sure.
All right. And Sami, my question to you would be, has anything changed after you became the European champion? Are people now approaching you and they're like, oh, you're Samir, you're the European champion. Are they playing differently against you now?
Yes.
Yes. And is it a good feeling or not so cool?
Good feeling, actually.
Okay, right. And you probably came together with a couple of French players here this weekend?
Sorry,
You have you traveled here together with a couple of French players?
Yes.
Like is it a large group or a small group?
More group, less group.
Less small
Yes.
group. All right. And here we have the Hungarian community. How many players is that? How many are we talking about?
We have locals,
Uh-huh.
and it's like from 6 to 12 people.
Okay.
It's at every week.
Right.
And
are they all here?
Now we only have my father who's playing and a friend of mine.
Your father is a Sultan Senior.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, it's hard to not get you too confused, of course, with the name, but it's a Sultan Senior, Sultan Junior. All right. All right. Cool. So, Samir.
Yes.
You went with. Sorry, I'm completely confused. It was Metal Foes.
What?
Your deck choice for the weekend, Metal Foes,
Yes.
right? Yes. Why did you pick Metal Foes?
The reason choose Metal Force because I think it's a really good skill deck for the polyvalence dice, and is the continuity of my deck.
Yeah, consistent. Yeah.
For the European Challenge.
Okay. All right. Why did you go with your deck choice?
So basically, I think Paleozoic is the best deck.
Okay.
Because it has
now we have a discussion.
it has a pretty good matchup against Metal Foes. It's kind of bad against ABCs, but I can win. And I played the Atlantean engine because it topped at Anaheim. So I thought that they will side like Jinzos and Sekkas, and I can easily out them.
Okay.
And also in the mirror match, I can have extra advantages by playing more monsters.
It's funny how the English always gets so much better when we're talking about cards. So just now we heard that Paleozoic is better than Metal Foes. What do you have to say about that?
For Paleozoic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a good matchup normally.
Okay, normally. And why would you not play Paleozoic then?
The reason is because LDDS final, I chose Metal Foes, and after begin playtest,
so you
I
were
know
already like experienced with the deck.
Yes, and I chose continue play Metal Force because I think really good deck.
Right. All right, guys, you heard it here. These are the two guys. This is the first time we had two guys interviewing at the same time. I hope it was fun. We have the reigning European champion Samir, and on the other side Sultan, who used to be in the Dragon Duels, now playing with the grown-ups, and he's definitely on top of the field, still undefeated. Both of these guys, 4 wins, 1 draw. We're gonna try and find another player to interview for you guys in between rounds. It is already 7 o'clock after 5 rounds. We got 3 more to go unless the judges decide to call it a day, get some pizza, and move one of those rounds magically into day 2. I wouldn't be that mad at them. With that, guys, we're gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna be back with live impressions from YCS Bochum 2016.
Hello guys, welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm here to have an interview with Billy Brake. Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so first time, you're more famous than I am, to be honest, so yeah.
I've
Here
been
you go.
going for a long time and
yeah.
got some
yeah.
success over the years.
Yeah, exactly. I've been going for quite a few years, but you got quite a lot more success than I did. So tell us, what's your your highlights? Tell us.
Well, I guess the highlights, I've won 3 YCS championships, 2 back-to-back in 2011 with Synchro Plants, and then I won a 3rd one in 2014 with 60-card Artifact Shadal Burning Abyss.
What would you say was your most enjoyable kind of YCS win, or if you don't really have one of those, what's the best format that you liked playing in? That's a big question, I know.
It's a big question. My favorite deck of all time is X-Sabers, and that whole format with either Rescue Cat X-Sabers, and also after Rescue Cat was on the Forbidden list, I also like that X-Saber deck too. But when I won 2 in a row with the Plant deck, that's probably my favorite. Super solid format, lots of interactive gameplay. And I also like this format a lot too, which is why I'm here.
Yeah, I really liked Plants a hell of a lot. I remember coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh! And getting my 3 Reborn Tengus and just being like, this is so good.
Yeah, except when you draw all 3 of them.
yeah, exactly. So obviously you're from the USA. Is there any kind of big differences that you think between playing in the US and playing in Europe? Because you've played in Europe before. You played at YCS Brighton 5 years ago. And so yeah, is there any big differences that you can point out or think of?
Not really big differences. Like maybe everyone's still really good and competitive, but everyone's a lot nicer here. Kind of. Everyone's really friendly, but maybe it's because they don't see me as often. But yeah, everything's really nice. Competition's just the same. Everyone's really good. Everyone's trying to win. Maybe it's a little more relaxed over here, it seems like. But I haven't been around for too much, so I'll have to wait and see. I'll be able to answer this question better after the weekend.
Yeah, we should interview you at the end and see.
I mean, after I win. Right?
After you win, well, yeah, exactly. We could interview you after the finals, right? Yeah.
That's the dream. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about the deck that you're playing this weekend. So you're playing Metal Foes, but what's kind of different about your Metal Foes deck to everyone else's?
Well, I'm playing Metal Foes, and it's more of like a OCG kind of version where I play no Blackwing Gofu. I play 3 Summoner Arts, Clifford, Monolith, and Scout, so I can make Infinity. And they're normal Pendulum monsters, so not only can you make Infinity with them, you can fuse with them to make Mithrilium or Alkahist, and you can get value out of the just Scout being a +1 and getting the Metal Foe spell and trap right at the beginning. It's just I'm trying to make the deck as consistent as possible, not necessarily the most powerful version of the Metal Foes, but it's where I'll be able to consistently open with a solid board every time.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a kind of a big thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! That people say, my deck might not necessarily be the strongest, but it's really consistent, or sometimes you can really raise that kind of high ceiling of how good your deck can get by removing some consistency options there. Which do you think overall is better? Obviously, it depends on the meta, but like right now, you obviously think there's consistency.
Yeah, I like explosiveness and power, but I want every card in my deck to be alive, so I'm trying to maximize the amount of Pendulum monsters I play because I want every draw to be very good. Like, drawing 2 Gofus isn't the greatest, or drawing the Gofu off the Metal Foe fusion afterwards is why I end up deciding to try and play without it. And so far, I liked it. Hopefully, brings me success this weekend.
Yeah, I do think that Gofu is really, really strong when it works out, but if you draw multiples, then it's not that great. Yeah. Okay, well, how long did it take you to get all the way over here? And did you like leave some days before and after the event, or what? What's your travel plans?
Well, I had to fly from Dallas to Philadelphia like on Wednesday, and then we flew on Thursday from Philadelphia to Atlanta. Had a layover there for a few hours, and then arrived here. Flew from Atlanta to here this morning, and still awake for the past couple of days. A lot of travel. I haven't really got to do much yet, but I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, you're still just going out. I thought you like just woke up also because you're super hyperactive, but
I'm always that way. I always got a lot of energy, but I'm definitely operating on fumes right now.
Well, it's pretty good fumes because you're pretty awake. Well, there's a lot of cool little restaurants around the venue here in Bochum, so you should you should try those out. Okay, so that was Billy Break. We wish him all the best of luck. Best of luck, Billy.
Hopefully next time you see me, I'll be winning in a feature match or, winning the whole tournament, hopefully.
Yeah, let's hope so. Right, we're going to be back with even more live coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. Catch you guys soon. Hello guys, welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm here with Hayden Matthews and his girlfriend Chloe, and we're here to talk a little bit about their journey to YCS Bochum. So tell us a little bit about where you've been around Europe.
Well, just in the last couple of weeks, we actually flew into Rome, and then we saw that, then Venice, and then we flew from Venice to Paris, and now we're here at Germany. But we've seen pretty much every landmark between there and back, and it's been very enjoyable so far.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why you decided to do that trip is because you were at the World Championships with your brother Declan.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't playing, but Declan, my younger brother, was playing in the Dragon Duel event, so I got to tag along for free. So I think that's the perks of teaching someone how to play the game.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about your World Championship experience. Everyone who I've spoken to about the World Championships kind of, they always tell us so many good things about it. What was your favorite bit? And, tell us a little bit about it.
I think my favorite part was the fact that everyone was so accepting from every country. Like, I wasn't even in the event yet. Everyone was still happy to let me join in, and just everyone was very friendly. And I was very surprised that everyone got along from Europe and America. I thought there'd be more of a rivalry, but everyone just hung out anyway and went to dinner. And considering I wasn't a part of the event, I think I got made more out of the experience as well, just being there. Just being a part of all of it. So
yeah, I must say this year in particular was really kind of unique in the fact that everyone was just kind of banding together, and usually see the separations of the groups. Everyone was just really getting along. It was really great.
I actually heard about that as well, that would actually happen. So to see everyone get together was a bit strange, considering I've been told from other people that have been that they actually just separate and you'll probably be just with the Australians and that sort of stuff. Yeah. But no, it was very enjoyable. Yeah.
Okay, so Chloe, tell us a little bit about. So you guys both play Yu-Gi-Oh. Yes. And you're both playing the same deck this weekend. So tell us a little bit about that. Well, you're playing different variants of the same deck. So tell us a little bit about the deck that you're playing this weekend.
My deck's Metal Foes, and the main object of it is to summon Zulkan Crystal Wing and set a strike and just helmet your way through it.
That sounds like a great strategy. So you're not going to play any Metal Foes cards. You just want to make Ultimaya and summon Crystal Wing and hope your opponent can't do anything.
Yeah, maybe put a Mithril up there. Alkahi steal some stuff.
Yeah, steal some of your opponent's cards as well. Can't go wrong with that. So tell us a little bit about you're playing a slightly different version of the Metalfoes deck.
Yeah, I thought to go a bit away from the general strategy of the deck because the cards like Dimensional Barrier kind of throw that off. So I've actually mixed mine with the Perform Pel engine to try and gain more resources because like Pot of Desire is a very powerful card, but in Metalfoes sometimes it contradicts and you can banish some resources. So playing the cards like Lizard Turtle draw off a Sorcerer, you can pop a combination, you add like 3 cards, and then you can still get the draw into your traps. Yeah. So I thought I'd just try something a bit different just to see how it goes.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, yeah, I mean, I've been walking around here in this venue. You guys can't see, it's behind you. But, you know, it's kind of, there's a lot of people playing Metalfoes, Paleozoics, and ABCs as well. We're not seeing much variance in the deck builds at all, so that's quite an interesting one. Yeah. So, tell us, you know, what kind of what things have led to you guys both playing Yu-Gi-Oh together? Can you think of kind of that first moment where you both thought, let's play Yu-Gi-Oh together? You know, where does that come from?
Well, actually, before we were together, she actually played anyway. So yeah, and then when we've obviously come together and now we're in a relationship, it makes it a bit easier to play the same decks and learn other things. We can test against each other now, so I don't need to just rely on my brothers anymore.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I
you kind of knew beforehand. Well, obviously, yeah, it's the same. But so what decks did you play before you just started playing what he played?
I started off in Cliffort format, so my whole main play was Summon Towers, set a skill drain, pass my turn, and then I went into Cosmo, and then Dark Destroyer combos, and then now I'm doing Aki's combos with Kieran, so pretty helmet decks.
Right, okay. Yeah, well, simple decks, sometimes really strong strategy. Okay, so thank you guys so much, and good luck in the event, and we're going to be right back with even more live coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. See you guys soon.
Let's
get
move
our game on.
with the semi-finals of YCS Liverpool 2016.
It's time to get the game on.
All right, Thomas Rose on the left, you remember that face? This is the guy that keeps smiling when he's tearing opposing fields apart with his Phantom Knights Burning Abyss super special deck with 50 cards.
Yes.
On the other side, Niccolò Mazzoleni from
former
Italy.
World Championship competitor.
Yes, we should not forget about that, of course.
No.
He's got only 40 cards in his deck. That's something that we have to point out this weekend.
Yep. So yeah, Niccolò is actually, I follow Niccolò on Facebook. We spoke quite a lot during the World Championships, so I keep up to date with his affairs. And yeah, he absolutely loves singing. He's actually a really good singer.
Okay, that's cool.
Constantly doing little gigs and things like that all around the place.
All right, so it's not like one of these people that sing while having a shower or something.
No, he's actually really good.
He's serious about it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. All right, we can see that Thomas is going first.
Yeah, he's just playing into this maxi here.
We blinked. And
Hello guys, welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I just went out into the floor and picked a couple of random players, and I just happened to get these two stream veterans, Federico Zappini on my right and Marcello Barbera on my left. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, not so good.
Not so good. Oh, okay.
For me, it's going pretty well for now. I'm 5-0. So.
Okay, you're 5-0.
Yeah, it's
going okay. It's going pretty well for me.
Yeah.
5-0. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, what's your score at the moment, Federico?
Yeah, 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah, I just lost.
Okay, just win the rest of them. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's reminisce a little. So I remember last year. What were we doing last year? Were you here last year?
Yeah.
I remember last year. It was Necros format.
Yeah.
You remember that, right?
I
you remember we played a lot of Necros.
Yeah.
How do you think the format has really changed since last year? It's such a long time ago.
Yeah.
What have we seen since then?
It's changed a lot. I think the game looks completely different on some aspects. So, as you are naming Necros, there is a little space in my heart for that. I think it's one of my favorite.
In everyone's heart. I think everyone, kind of when it was happening, everyone was a bit like, oh, okay, yeah, this happened. It's happening forever. But then now it's such a long time ago.
Yeah.
People think, oh, I remember Necros, and you know how much I love Trishula as well. So that was really it for me. But yeah, so what happened after Necros?
So I think we actually had a lot of fun together because we played at the European Championship of last year, which was 2015.
Yeah.
And we created, let's say, the Clifford Turbo deck. We were the first one, if you remember. Yeah.
Ah, how did I forget that? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you remember that because I remember. Was it you guys who like went around the entire of Ireland and purchased every single wave?
Yeah, exactly.
It was you guys.
We even traveled around like all the Dublin little shops and so on to find the car because it was released the day before. So
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and then there was Umut Seren was playing it as well.
I think it was. He didn't talk to us like before, but I think he was also playing it.
Yeah. Oh, that was good. Yeah, because it was basically just. It was Towers Turbo, that's what it was called, right?
Exactly. We were playing like Negros, as you said, for months. Then suddenly, like 4 or 5 days before the event, we just randomly read this card, which was Wavering Eyes.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers
this
it.
random card at the
which
time.
looking back now is banned, so we can see how strong it was. And we were like, okay, let's do it. Let's build something different. Maybe we'll get the edge. And it was okay. He topped, and also our friend Luigi Alici topped 16, with the same deck. So
yeah, you were playing Turbo Towers as well. Yeah. Wow.
That was cool. I remember that.
And that was good time. So then after the European Championships,
we had basically Pendulum after a while, before Clowns, and then Pendulum just dominating for a lot.
Yeah.
We got the new cards. What
do you think was like the absolute defining card for Pendulum that really kind of pushed it past that barrier of being the best deck? What do you think it was?
Yeah, because at the start the Pendulum mechanic was really simple, but then with the Performapal card, every card make +1, so it makes Pendulum mechanics really good.
Yeah.
Then also cards like Infinity for then Strike.
It's really added to
are really lot of cards of, particularly on going first.
Yeah.
In Necros format, everyone wants to go second because there wasn't an FTK move.
Yeah.
Then with the release of Pendulum Performapal,
you kind of had a first turn play.
You can create a crazy board.
Yeah, I remember the best first turn Necros player. I remember it. So in Bochum, it was making the Djinn. You remember back then when we had the Djinn?
I remember.
Yeah,
we were a lot focusing on the Djinn actually in Bochum. We were playing Scolding also. So
exactly. Yeah. So the Djinn was kind of a big focus, and then we moved on from that where it was all about making Lava Level Chain. Remember that? I remember Lava Level Chain like all the way back then, and you would make that with Valkyrius, and you had to clean up your board. Otherwise, if you left any mess out there, then Trishula would get you next turn. Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, but I think, the format changed, as you said, and I think we had a lot of fun back then because you had much more, you had a lot of space for creativity. I remember we also created a really fun deck, which was a Performable Seraph deck. So we were playing Stick and Chair and all the good performables. So, of course, Monkey Board, the card which you bought, I don't remember the name.
Skullcrow Bat Joker?
No, it got banned. When you dies, you special summon from the deck.
Oh,
the
Plush Fire.
Ice Cream. Yeah, Plush Fire.
The Ice Cream. An ice cream that's on fire.
So that was so crazy. And we won, like our team in back then, the LDS Italian with that deck. So it was pretty fun. Yeah, stage 2.
Yeah, did you guys go to your stage 2?
Yeah. Our friend won, Federico Mecozzi.
Ah, okay,
So he's a young guy from Rome, which I discovered, and he's pretty good. I like him.
Yeah, cool. Did you have a lot of fun there?
He didn't go actually, but
this year
he wasn't qualified. Last year, yes. This year, I did have quite some fun. I tried out Paleozoics, which was like kind of strange, but it was cool.
It's really strange you say that actually. It's kind of even more now that I've realized there's all of the really kind of like who I see as like the innovative players, like the really good players like yourself and Federico as well. They were the ones who really reached out with Paleozoic first. You were the ones that really thought there's something in this, and then tried that out. Whereas it was kind of it was a bit under the radar, really.
Yeah, I saw
Nobody
it.
was really trying it.
For example, at this stage 2, where I was playing it, I was one of the few, and basically all the Italian players that were there, I beat a lot of them, and they were like, "What this card even do?" They didn't even know the rulings and so on. And today, they're actually most of them playing the deck themselves, so they were shocked by it, I guess.
Yeah,
and
yeah, I was talking with Jake Quincy earlier, and we've talked a whole lot about Paleozoics over this weekend, and it only just clicked in my head that you're actually playing all of the like really good staple cards, but in a theme together. So you've got like Book of Moon, you have Mystical Space Typhoon, all of these kind of staple cards that we've seen over the years, but all in a theme together.
Yeah,
it seems, I know it's obviously not exactly that, but
No,
you know,
but
it's that kind of thing. It's
does
really
kind of
strange.
work like that. So
yeah, it's really cool.
And I find it fascinating that 1 year ago we were playing 30 and more spell and monsters, and now we're
no
playing
trap
30
cards.
traps decks. Like that's so strange. So
That's complete opposite. Yeah, that's so.
1
that's
year
so cool.
difference, not that much. Like
That's you don't realize how many different formats we go through in just 1 year. Yeah, it's really amazing. Okay, well, so you're playing Paleozoics?
No, I didn't actually. So I changed. I'm ABC. We're playing both ABCs.
Okay, both playing
Yeah,
ABCs.
me too, ABC.
Yeah, anything different about your ABC build to everyone else?
Maybe one card inside. Maybe.
I know, between our, it's
What's that?
Only a Typhoon?
Maybe I play only 2 retaliating and 1
Yeah,
Typhoon.
he plays just one
and,
Typhoon, and I play the triple
free retaliating. That's
retaliating
just,
C, but yeah.
it's the same.
Anything strange in the main deck? Any cool tech cards?
I mean,
pretty standard.
We tried a lot, but
our
the list
friend
is pretty
like
standard.
Federico Mecozzi, which won the stage 2, is playing the exact same list from us, but he has more spices. In the end, we just didn't feel like risking it that much, so I mean, he's younger than us. He can afford that. I don't know. We are like, we want to play something consistent and so on. So
yeah, really.
He's doing well as well. He's also X1, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, you Italian players always do really well.
Yeah.
You're always really good. All right, well, hopefully you guys enjoyed having a little bit of a reminisce with me. I remember Necros format, but to be fair, I also remember getting my tour guides and summoning my Leviathan Dragon and detaching my Sangan and getting a search.
Yeah, getting the search.
Yeah, I remember that.
Best moment.
Yeah, that was really good as well. So and yeah, even all the way back to Zaborg. So I still reminisce all that.
Yeah, there are a lot of good memories.
Yeah, that's the thing. You guys have been playing a long time, and you don't realize how many good memories you have.
Yeah, we
until
actually
you sit and think about it.
Some people asked us about how long we were playing, and we both realized that 2017 will be the 10 years anniversary for us.
Wow, okay.
So it's been a long time. So
that's
yeah.
cool. Wow,
Yeah.
well, you have to do something for it.
Yeah, I guess. So.
Yeah, you need to.
Hopefully, we get the win or the words. Like that's what I want to do, a world championship. So maybe the anniversary will mean
Will
something
be the
for
time.
me.
Yeah. All of your luck will come back to you over those 10 years.
Let's hope.
Yeah. Okay, right, well, hopefully you guys enjoyed our little reminiscing session there. And I'm sure we're going to be right back with even more great live coverage from YCS Bochum 2016. We'll catch you guys soon.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it should increase the chances of him drawing something that is really useful now. Can we make out what he's losing? 3 trap cards.
Gold Gadget, 2 Artifact Sanctums, I think.
Yeah, I think it was 3 trap cards. He's only playing 4. Probably only has 1 more Sanctum.
Yeah.
He does have the Union Hanger now.
Yeah.
And that makes all the difference.
Yeah, however, he's going to struggle to get ABC Dragon Buster out because of Chaos Hunter. Which is going to cause him some real issues very soon. So yeah, it's most likely going to play Union Hanger. Yep, there's Chaos Hunter.
Let's see if that card's gonna have an effect. Probably has.
Yeah, definitely. So I've just had some. I always get a bit of information every now and again from our judges. Thomas seems quite light-hearted, joking around.
Well,
So
that just seems to
be quite calm.
Yeah, I mean, he's already had a feature match, and he won it in spectacular fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, he just managed to take out one of the strongest Italian players in the whole of Italy in Marcello Barberi. So he might just be thinking, another Italian player.
Bring me another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just finished lunch.
Yeah.
Let's start with the just desserts.
Yeah.
All right. Here's his hand again.
It's a lot of stuff.
So many cards.
He's going to start with Photon Thrasher, then probably Gold Gadget. Yeah. And then summon the Crush Wyvern or the Buster Drake, one or the other. Most likely the Crush Wyvern. Oh, no, sorry. Most likely the Buster Drake. Crush Wyvern wants to get equipped to it. Yeah, get the wrong way around. Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah. And then around about when the... Okay. Let's see. Yeah, shuffling a deck. Yeah, so it's kind of a bit troubling here for Thomas Rose because Niccolo can play around a Chaos Hunter, but whether he does or not is entirely questionable because he would have to make a Diamond Direwolf, then make another Exceed monster to be able to blow up the Chaos Hunter if and when it comes down, then make the Dragon Buster, which is
unlikely.
It's unlikely unless he absolutely has like a Millennium Eye attached to his face right now, because that absolutely would help him.
Not surprisingly.
Yeah.
And not just in this match.
Yeah, on all the
I
matches.
mean, we've seen that yesterday in our round 1 feature match when Marcello was actually picking up a face-down card on his opponent's side of the field because the opponent searched for it first, and the reveal was just too quick, so he couldn't really spot it, I guess. And when you only saw that particular scene, you were like, wait a second, is he peeking at his opponent's face-down cards? That's against the rules.
Yeah.
And that was, of course, a really, really good move.
Yeah.
That showed
So-
Marcello there's nothing in his way.
Yeah, so Fafa's away. The Buster Drake. The Wyvern gets sent, and its effect's going to trigger, probably summoning that Assault Core.
Yeah, first we need to deal with the issue of
Shuffling.
shuffling some more.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yep. Funnily enough, if you'd have attached a Assault Core from his deck instead, then that Fafa wouldn't have been able to target that. I think at this point, he needs to really dig deep to find the other B Buster Drakes from his deck to be
Right.
able to make a Buster Dragon.
The other question is maybe it was banished with those 20 cards from the Port of...
Possibly.
Port of Desires, yeah.
Hard to know. Okay, yeah, he's thinking about Utopia Lightning to stop the Dante's effect. That's a great move. Great move.
We don't know where... Oh, actually, we might know where Niccolo is from exactly. I mean, not just Italy. For somebody gives me that generic answer. Although the Italian players very often they just playtest together. I don't know if they meet or something, what they do. Or they just have enough events where they can try out what deck is the best.
Yeah.
I think Marcello told us once that they have quite some large communities, but they don't playtest as much against or each other or together, like in any way. It's every man for himself for some reason.
Yeah. It's the same with the UK.
And on the
So-
written coverage, there's also the deck breakdowns and country breakdowns, as well as, of course, the top 8 profiles. So you can check those out if you want. You can find out more about your favorite player in the top 8. Niccolo, for example, is 20 and from Venice in Italy.
Yeah.
He didn't really expect to be here, like, do that good.
Yeah, he said that he just came at the last minute.
Yeah.
And then...
But he still thinks they came up with a fancy build. We can definitely sign that. And
Yeah.
now everything is possible. That is absolutely true. Yeah. So
he's going to play the Chaos Hunter for the Castell. Alec is going to use its effect. Wow. Okay, that's big. Alex used its effect on Castell, which means Castell is going to have no value here.
we haven't seen that that many times before.
No, Chaos Hunter is quite a unique card to play. But again, Thomas Rose said he's just going to pick the 10 best cards that he's going to beat ABC with, and this is one of them.
Yeah, it can be argued.
Yeah.
It can't be argued in this situation.
I mean, he can still detach if he wants, but I don't think that's going to be all that useful.
Probably he's not going to go for it.
Nope. So he sets all of those scythes and such. So yeah, he's
I mean, if somebody doesn't know that he's playing these artifacts, and given that everybody's shooting Twin Twisters left and right, they might have put in some. They've been very valuable this weekend, I would guess.
Yeah, I think so. That's what he said to me. He said that even in one of the, I think it was his top, it was the match where he beat Ben Sherman. It was, I think it was during Swiss.
Just last round, yeah.
Was it last round? Yeah, he said that he won the match by him twin twistering 2 Sanctums, and then obviously he gets to pop 2 with the Sanctums and the summons as well. Real good, real good. We'll see. I think Nicolo's kind of hoping that his opponent twin twisters here, otherwise he's gonna have to twin twister as his own card, which would be not ideal.
Although the question is always, does the opponent know what he's playing?
Yeah, but he doesn't have any twin twisters at the moment, so Thomas Rose might have to blindly play into them and then kind of fortunately be able to. Obviously, he's going to have an allure, so he's going to be able to go and dig for those twin twisters at least.
I'm just going to quickly take a look at the player match history of Nicolo Mazzolini, who started day 1 with 6 victories in a row. Before he took the first loss, that was against Victor Kioi with his Metal Foes deck, another Bulgarian player that ended up in our top 32. Not that surprising, after he was also 6-0. And actually, Nicolo Mazzolini played Ben Sherman in Swiss, and and Thomas Rose played Ben Sherman in the tops, I think. So they played against many of the same players, or not many, at least one. But he went into the top 32 with just this 1 loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he beat Alexander Senf in his Mermail deck, Alexander Hulch in his Mermail deck, and then Michele Azzalini with his ABC deck, and now Thomas Rose with his take on PK, Phantom Knights, Burning Abyss, and some other cards.
And some other cards.
Yes,
that is the deck, yeah.
It's like a very pretty hate machine.
Yeah. So it goes and gets the Assault Core. This is going to be fairly easy to.
I kind of forgot almost about the Union Hanger because.
It's going to be fairly easy for Nicolo to make a comeback here unless Thomas has got a real bit of playing to do in the main phase 2. I think if he gets Scythe out and locks him down, then that's going to be pretty good for him. I mean, it's obviously nicer if he gets. If he does get twin twisted, it probably wouldn't be nice because he'd go for the Union Hanger. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Obviously, he still has the Beatrice, so yeah, I think at this point he's going to twin twisters. This is where Thomas Rose is just like, what's going on? And now the spicy techs come on out. So 2 scythes here. Does he play any ranked 5s? He plays Constella Pleiades. Okay, I have to take a moment to say it then, because I always call it Pleiades. I just made a funny name for it that almost sounds like Pleiades and just go with that.
It's close enough, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, he does play that. That's the only 5, but still, it's if you're gonna have a 5, that's a great one to play.
That's one of them that you want to have.
Yeah, exactly. So he's used his normal summon. He's definitely got places to go here. Depends how many Farfars Thomas Rose plays. So he's playing 3.
Yeah,
I think we've already seen 1 banished. 1's in his hand. So I can't remember if he's seen the 3rd one. I don't know where the 3rd one is, but that's going to cause issues.
Here we see the hand of Nicolo Mazzolini.
Yeah.
Another Crush Wyvern and an Assault Core. It's
Yeah.
interesting. It's such a Mexican
wow.
standoff of monsters here.
That's Silver Gadget, though. So I think right now is where he goes into Pleiades and deals.
Yeah, the artifact Scythe is just gonna be like looked at like, what is this card?
Yeah, what is this?
Why are you playing cards that are 3 years old?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think at this point, you would probably make. I mean, it looked like he just passed there, but I absolutely didn't.
No, I don't
No
think
way. Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out how do I get rid of this Chaos Hunter while still playing around Farfar. So we don't know which 10 cards he banished with Pot of Desires, but we know what his options are here. There's Pleiades. Yeah, I think you play Pleiades, safely get rid of the Beatrice, then make a rank 4 to deal with Chaos Hunter, then go Dragon Buster and start causing some havoc.
Yeah.
I think that's the line of plays. He has to deal with the Beatrice right now with the Pleiades, then deal with the Chaos Hunter, because Farfar is available. So even, yeah, ideal scenario, he plays Pleiades on Beatrice. Beatrice, Farfar is the gold gadget. That's ideal scenario. He kind of wants to keep Pleiades because it's got a big attack points and it's going to be useful next turn with some material on it. Then, either way, he's going to summon a silver gadget and summon one of his Union monsters, equip something with Union Hanger, make an Exceed play, potentially make another Exceed play because he's got a Crush Wyvern there and he's got another monster in hand. It all depends on what he banished from Desires, so he could have 1 to 2 more rank 4 plays, which will easily deal with the Chaos Hunter. And then at that point, Dragon Buster, Dragon Buster, Dragon Buster.
And that's going to be a way to victory.
Yeah, definitely.
Question is he going to identify that way? Most of the time,
I think
these
so.
guys know about those plays.
Yeah, it absolutely depends on what Thomas Rose banishes with Farfar here. Optimally, it would be Pleiades, because Pleiades is going to cause him a real headache next turn if he doesn't get rid of it now. Like a real big headache. Yeah. So Thomas Rose now is going to just have to decipher. Does he want to?
Yeah. Can he figure out what's going on here?
Actually, no. Yeah. Okay, I just second guessed myself. No, definitely. The best move is Pleiades. He can't far for anything because of Chaos Hunter.
But the opponent cannot banish cards.
Oh yes, sorry, yes, it is only your opponent. Did he just banish his own Chaos Hunter? Oh, this could be really bad for Thomas Rose here because Nicolo's now thinking, that's the perfect scenario. I get to keep all of my stuff.
It's interesting. So he tried to respond in the, for him, best way possible, but it might turn out to be quite the opposite.
Yeah. So A, B, C. What's he got in hand? Yep, he can go into another Dragon Buster here. I think he's got it. Yeah, he's got this here.
Let's see. I mean, we know it. Nicolo probably knows it. Thomas doesn't know it yet.
Yep, Silver Gadget, and then into the Assault Core, a quick Crush Wyvern. Okay, yeah, I don't think it really matters which way around you do this. Yeah, equip the Crush Wyvern. He has to overlay one of the gadgets with the Assault Core. Crush Wyvern summon the B that's in his hand. Oh, no, he's not gone for B. Strange.
Maybe he's
already got a B.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's got no more left in his deck.
Ah, that's possible, yeah.
After that.
I think either way, he still wins, right? He just makes Castell.
I mean, he should. Like, he's got free reign. He's got 2 heavy hitters on the field already.
No, he's not done it. Oh, yeah, Utopia Lightning. See, look, we've only just got Utopia the Lightning in Europe, and I keep forgetting about it. So, yeah, this guy goes up to, like, 5,000 attack points. That's just going to ram into the Fiendish Rhino Warrior so that he can't do anything with it. And then he's going to banish. Yep, or banish that. That does it as well. Yeah, attack into that. That's going to do 4,000 damage. And then just bang. Yeah. So many ways to Sunday there. It all depended on what he banished from Pot of Desires as to what he could do.
Yeah,
so it's hard for me to say, really.
But still, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Excellent execution. He saw the opening, Nicolo Mazzolini, and then uses Utopia the Lightning card that hasn't been released for that long in Europe.
Yep.
But, of course, he's got his hands on it.
What won in the game? Artifact Scythe.
True, yeah, absolutely.
This must have happened multiple times over the course of this weekend where his opponent's just gone, what? What do I even, what even is this? And then, yeah.
It's so interesting that these special techs this weekend seem to always put in so much work. I don't think we've seen this before. Yes, sometimes players are playing some unique choices.
Welcome back, guys, to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. I'm your host for the weekend, Oliver German. I'm joined here by Rob and by Luke. Tired yet, guys, or still up?
I'm still okay.
I'm a bit tired.
A bit tired?
I'm awaiting food.
It's no shame in admitting it, to be honest.
I'm pretty hungry.
Guys, we're going to take a quick look at the pairings for this round. Let's bring those up if we can. This is the cream of the crop, the top of the field. Is there another one? Eugen Heid, table 1, against Stefan Zimmer. Robin Wetzel versus Joshua Schmidt, table 2. As you can tell, we got a few very skillful, very experienced players at the very top of the standings, which all makes sense. And the feature match for this round actually is table 5. You guys know more about these two than me because they are both from the UK. Jake Quincy and Jawad Saeed Chowdhury. Is that correct?
Chowdhury.
Chowdhury. Oh, it's British, so you just eat a few vowels in there. There we go.
Consume the vowels.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, what can you guys tell me? I mean, I think I heard about Jake Quincy.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that you know a bit about Jake Quincy. You know Jawad, don't you?
Yeah, I know Jawad a little bit. Yeah, I speak to him at most events. Yeah, I just know him as kind of that solid player, really. I don't know Jawad that much, but I just saw this on the list of
possible
feature
matches.
matches, and I thought, yeah, 2 UK players fighting it off.
Yeah, we don't see that very often that they are at the top of the standings.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Me and Jake recorded.
I feel like that was a backhanded comment there.
It was.
Yeah. So yeah, they both have been seemingly spending a lot of time with each other around the event. So probably talking quite a lot of strategy with each other, which can only mean one thing: they both kind of know each other's strategies.
Yeah, it's
quite
just
well.
interesting when the way you're tackling this. They've both spent a lot of time with each other, and they've been around the events together, which can only mean one thing. And now there are a few things that I could think of what that means. But all right.
Okay, so they know about each other's strategies in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, and we will hopefully see an intense game because of that.
Oh, actually, they seem to have a good time just entering the feature match area. They know each other, like you said, and friendly banter ensued at the start of the match.
Friendly banter ensued. You've been spending far too much time with us.
I did indeed, guys. What decks do we have? I think you got the deck list somewhere.
No, we actually don't have the deck list yet.
Okay, well, interesting. We're going into this kind of blindly.
But we do know what Jake has in his deck because yesterday I did record a full deck profile with him where he talked us through everything about a frog deck and exactly what it does in every single combo. So much so that my arm was aching just holding that microphone. Just ream after ream of combo. He's actually used his Gradle Slime Jr., which is kind of the alternative to the Atlanteans that we just saw in the previous round.
Right.
So we're going to see a very, very skillful player playing a very, very good deck.
Jawad is playing Metal Foes. I think you guys know how this deck works. We've seen it a couple of times this weekend on the stream.
Yes. Lots.
So without further ado, let's take you to the feature match table where these guys are ready to get their games on. They have already sleeved up, shuffled a bit, and now they can play for our round 6 feature match. Yeah, I remember. We had a draw last round.
Okay,
Alright,
there they are.
Here we have them. Jake on the left, Jawad on the right. I magically produced two deck lists.
And now we have 2 deck lists.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
No credit belongs to me, to be honest.
Okay, we now have the deck lists.
Like some sort of magician.
Yeah. Well, we said Metal Foes is kind of known at this point. Anything out of the ordinary.
Let's have a look. Let's have a quick gander.
If Jawad goes first, he's going to be in a good position.
Oh, interestingly, I was saying about the Gradle Slime Jr. He's not playing it.
Oh, he decided to cut it?
Yeah.
Maybe some
Not even inside.
last-minute test results. I was just saying that Jawad would have a good time going first with Vanity's Emptiness and Solemn Strike. Good cards for your back row, but apparently it's Jake who's kicking things off.
Yeah.
We don't quite know yet what happens, unless you can make that out from here, from this angle.
Uh,
Actually, there's a swap frog on the field.
Yeah, swap frog.
Ronan, Todin.
If we go on the top-down camera there, so you can all see.
There we go.
And Totally Awesome hits the field on the first turn.
Okay.
Now, it's interesting that you say that he's going to have a good time with those cards there. Jake was actually telling you that it didn't matter what his opponent was doing in most of his games, he was still going to win.
Yeah. So
That's a bold claim.
Yeah, that's pretty bold.
Well, he did actually then explain that how we got round everything, and it was
Yeah.
kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. The friendly banter seems to have unensued here in the feature match area, and they're both getting very serious about this.
Here we go.
So he has the Paleozoic Canadia, which is the Book of Moon-esque card. Waboku, Solemn Strike, and then that Duke Frog ready to be used for Totally Awesome.
So painful choice, painful decision hitting the field, not painful choice.
That'd be big.
That would be that would have somebody disqualified.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Bit good.
What is that? Did you see him like doing the movement with his hands just now, Jake?
No.
He's like, look at this. He's like, yeah, I'm bringing it. That's mind games going to the next level right there.
Jake's the kind of guy that you don't mind losing against, though.
No, yeah, I would sign that immediately.
Now, Jawad, that doesn't mean that Jawad
That's
doesn't have a
one to-
massive
yeah.
chance to win here, because he is playing one of the strongest decks of the format.
Yeah, I mean, they maybe tested together. I mean, we don't know about.
It's possible
that
that
for
they
certain.
tested together.
Yeah.
But Jawad being who he is, he's going to have tested against the deck that he's playing against now. Because we always, back when I used to play, and I'm sure everybody still does this, you run the gauntlet, where you get all of the decks that are currently in the meta, and you play against every single one until you lose against one, and then you find out why you lost.
Yep.
And that's,
That-
and then you
that's
change your
how
deck.
I tested.
Oh, yeah. It's the best way to test. So down there on the field...
Metal Foes Stealing. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Stealing.
Fusion, Solemn Strike, and Vanity's Emptiness.
I mean, the back row is nothing to flinch at.
Yeah, it's... Well...
At least, like, generally speaking. I don't know if it's that good in this particular matchup, when Jake claims that no matter what his opponent is doing, he's still going to win. I don't know. I don't remember anybody ever saying that, to be honest. Solemn Strike, yeah. Feierlicher Schlag.
Now, Jawad actually plays 45 cards in his deck. That's quite a big...
Yeah, okay, so yeah, he's playing Triple Desires then.
Yeah.
Oh, is that like an agreed thing right now? That if you play 3 Desires, you can play 45 cards?
Well, not necessarily 45 exactly, but kind of if you're playing more cards, you can play Triple Desires, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting, because I've heard different opinions on that the last few times I did interviews.
Yeah.
Every time I heard a different opinion, and there were also a lot of players making the case that even if you just run 40 cards, you still want to play 3 Desires.
Which is what Jake's doing.
So much for that, yeah.
In Jake's deck it works because he's playing 3 of everything. He also doesn't have any combo cards. If he loses kind of 3 of something, he doesn't really care all that much. Whereas, you know, something like...
He's got these 1-card combos.
Yeah, exactly.
But he also plays 3 Reckless Greed.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jawad going through his extra deck right there.
Reckless Greed to me always feels like it's put in a deck that is go hard or go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
it should.
Oh, it's just another trap that triggers your Paleozoics and does a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Merlin Schumacher said that earlier. The problem with the European events, there's always this one Chamberlain guy that apparently everybody hates. He's not the most popular player in the venue, especially when you're getting paired against him. And he suddenly brings the...
There is a lot of Chamberlain at the event.
Is there?
Yeah. I heard the deck check team kind of mithering about it.
When I was entering archetypes, I didn't see a single one. That doesn't mean anything, of course, but I was entering like 50, 60, 70 deck lists. I don't know.
Up to
I don't
1600.
want to give
Like-
myself too much credit. The deck check team worked far harder on this than me.
And there goes the vanities.
But there's an answer, or isn't? There is. Nice.
He books a moon to that, which gets rid of the spot frog onto his side of the field. But that means that there isn't a card sent to his graveyard.
Yep.
So Vanity
Yeah.
Emptiness isn't gone, which he's just found out there.
But
still, he
that's
can do
different
frog.
now.
There you go.
And Chawad is left with
Wow,
just
Jake,
Gold River.
Jake just absolutely crazy here.
Didn't matter what was happening.
Yeah.
He got around it.
Yeah.
Hard
It's
to
what he
argue.
said. It's what he said.
Quite hard to
Now that
argue.
you've seen him do it,
Yeah.
look at that field.
Such a joker. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, Chawad doesn't see him.
Yeah.
An out here. He
only
did
had
draw
one
into
driver.
Metal Foe Stealing after the Gold River that he had in his hand, and that was not enough to come back.
Well, he could try going for some sort of pendulum summon, but to be honest with you, I don't think there was much in his extra deck. And also, his opponent's got 3 set back row. Any
Yeah.
of those, the Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, well, just Solemn Warning, really. Just, you don't want to take that risk.
Right. So now we have those two guys siding. What do you think is going to come
Well,
in
hold
here?
on, I just saw a card in Jake's side deck that was really interesting.
Are we finally going to see a Chinzo in the feature match?
Wow. Okay.
Actually, there are
Actually,
3
maybe.
copies.
Jawad is playing 3 copies of Jinzo.
There we go.
Yeah.
This is my side bet
Yeah.
for this round.
But Jake also has something very, very interesting here. He's playing Mass Change 2 for Acid.
He was actually telling me about this during the interview. He intends basically he's using it for the mirror match.
Yeah, so you just
because,
build Acid.
Yeah, he's to basically end phase Acid.
Yeah.
To make it so that his opponent can't do anything.
Yeah, that
It's
is
ridiculous.
pretty clever, actually.
It's really good.
That's
Why
pretty
haven't
clever.
we seen this before?
This is the first event we've had Paleozoics kind of being big at.
Okay, after the LLDS, yeah.
Yeah.
I still count the LLDS as a big event. Big-ish event, I guess.
How many players were there?
75. No, but it was obviously like a qualification only. It's not like everybody can just show up and play.
Yeah.
But yeah, good point.
But I always feel like if it's qualification only, it's a bit more prestigious. I was
Yeah.
actually having a chat with Vladis earlier, which again you already seen live, and I'm assuming that it's been recorded as
Yeah.
well. It's just talking about how LDS is a culmination of all those quirky little locals that you go to,
Yep.
which means that you end up with a lot of people that just play the most random decks, and that's why it's fun.
Yeah, no, but let's put it this way. You have a tournament with 1,615 players. There are your Jake Quincy's, Alpay Engins, Joshua Schmitz,
Your big names.
Eugen Heights, and so on and so on, Billy Breaks. What are we talking about? 30 players, maybe 50 players? 50 out of 160. At the LLDS Stage 2, you also had Alpay, you also had Eugen, and I think Joshua wasn't there. I'm not 100% right now, but there was at least another good player. So what's harder to win? It's not that different.
Well, I think there's a massive, massive difference. In something like a Stage 2, you are building a deck completely differently to how you are attending a YCS. There's all of that like rogue that you have
You
to deal
just
with.
assume there's a lot less rogue decks.
Yeah, you can assume that and like completely, deny it.
It's basically like
you don't achieve what's considered a perfect build.
It's like you're going to day 2 of a YCS.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you didn't play day 1.
But because of the way that the Stage 2 happened this time, it wasn't just the person that won that qualified and there was no other qualifiers, it passed down. I actually disagree and think that there is a lot more people that will just take something completely random. Because there is always going to be somebody at locals. Because the whole point of the LDS was it was a big incentive to get into your locals and play. So it's going to be just your normal local tournament.
There's
you will have those people.
We have one question on the chat. If Jake mains Torrent.
Good question.
Mains Torrent?
Torrent?
Torrential
Torrential Tribute.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
No.
All right. And probably not side. There we go. This is
Okay, we're back
game
in
2.
the game.
Yeah.
The
app is still updating. Here we have the first 3 of 5 cards for Jawad. Haven't seen that little fellow in a while. In a short while.
A very short while.
Very short while.
Yeah.
Such a good card. Such a cute card also.
Oh, I love Magispectors. They're so cute.
Alright, so Jake is looking a bit differently now when you compare it to earlier when he was rubbing his hands and being like, yeah, I got this.
Well, he's just waiting for his turn.
Yeah, let's see if he's got anything to interact with his opponent.
He's got the Gamesiel. He's got his Swap Frog, Dupe Frog, and Canadia, and he has a Reckless Greed.
Right, so some good options, but only when it's his turn.
Yeah.
Nothing in his opponent's turn. Again, a Solemn Strike for the back row. And a Pot of Desires is being played.
What do you think of Jake's opening hand there?
He's got the frogs. He's got enough frogs to start doing some stuff, but his opponent's going to have the
strike
Kirin
as well.
Yeah, so he's got Kirin, which he can deal with the Kaiju. But yeah, if he's got strike as well, then yeah, he's in a pretty bad spot. Because yeah, that swap frog's probably just going to get striked.
Kirin's in the extra deck there.
Another Pot of Desires. Could be worse. Could be a lot worse. Could be two. We've seen that.
We actually saw that happen, yeah.
We saw that happen on the stream.
Poor guy.
Right. So, good setup for Chawad, I guess.
Yeah, really good setup.
And
Kirin and the access to Alkahest, I think. No, access to Alkahest. Unless he has a normal monster in hand.
Did Jake basically give away that he doesn't have anything to interact with his opponent by?
Not during his turn. No, he's basically saying I have no hand traps.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot that he could have done.
It looks a lot like that when he's just like, "Yep, you do what are you gonna do?" I'm just gonna.
I mean, to be fair, he would have played them before now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been much of an element of surprise.
No, it's reasonably standard though to not play any hand traps in
turn one.
Yeah,
or
just
in
frogs. Yeah.
Which means that if you do, you'll catch them by surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
The torrent was actually supposed to be no barrier statue of the torrent, but we didn't see that either. No.
Nope.
Nothing.
I did wonder. I don't
like, why would
torrent.
you play? Yeah.
I've never ever heard anyone call Torrential Tribute torrent.
I've also never heard anybody call barrier torrent.
Barrier statue.
I've always called barrier statue.
Yeah. You just call it barrier statue.
I just call it BS.
Yeah, that works.
He's got such a good field there.
Yeah, basically it's just being described as these are the nuts. I'm not 100% on this, but alright, so Jake now is trying to solve a Millennium Puzzle, really.
Yes.
Looking at that field. Let's see if he can be the king of games at the end of this. His hand would have been so much better if he went first. I think we can say that a lot.
Yeah. I mean, how would you play this?
Well,
give me
that's
your turn.
A tough
one.
question. So I think that playing Gameciel on the Kirin is kind of, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of necessary just to put it in the graveyard so you can't reuse it. But at the same time, Gameciel also then produces a lot of different problems for Jake, just because it's bigger than all of his monsters. I think he's not really going to do much this turn. I think set Canadia, set Reckless Greed, set barriers. Just set all those. Then maybe Gameciel the Kirin, and then next turn set Dubfrog as well. And then you're going to have to play Dim Barrier on fusions to stop the Mithrilium from bouncing the card to your hand, or just don't play Dupe Frog, and then, just set the traps. It's kind of a choice of whether you wished to hope that he attacked Dupe Frog with something. And he hits...
Is Jake sliding into Battle Fader though?
No Battle Fader,
Nope,
unfortunately.
not this time around. All right. Much respect the combination. What is he going to combine here?
Not a lot.
No.
He's just going to destroy it straight away. That's what combination's good for. Getting destroyed. Searching for different things. So he's going to get fusion with the stealing, and then combination's going to trigger in a new chain. And he's going to go and search for what's going to get. Probably a scale that fits stealing. I can't remember if stealing is high or low. But something for the other side of the scale, basically. And then he can just summon back all of his monsters in a big, big pendulum scale. Hope that his opponent doesn't have strike, and then attack for game. But he didn't have another target for combination, or did he just put it off screen and we can't see it?
I'm not sure. I can't see there.
A bit cut off. Here is the fusion.
Yep, so he'll be happy to fuse with the Kirin at this point, because he can just pendulum summon it back.
It's odd that Jake just has to watch what happens. He cannot really do much here.
Yeah, no, he's got Candia. That's really it. So Thrilium's effect there, so it's going to special summon back the monster that he used as the other material, so Gold Driver.
Metal Foes have some weird flavor text.
Do they?
Yeah. Have you actually never read them?
No.
Okay, so like they're all treated as superheroes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never ever known that.
No, they're actually pretty cool.
I know they're all riding vehicles.
Sizzling soldier on a silver subflight speed jet. Can't track her, can't see her, can't escape that light speed laser. Like, have you never read
Gold
them?
Driver. Good, do Gold Driver.
I remember translating those. It wasn't fun. Let's just say it wasn't fun.
Okay, Gold Driver's coming up.
Do Gold Driver. Okay.
That gleaming golden buggy breaks bad guys good. What wonderful wheels with a bumbling buffoon.
All right.
Oh dear.
Jake is looking for something here. The key.
What is it that he's wanting?
The key to that Millennium Puzzle, really. He's not left with much. Yeah, and he knows he's not going to draw for the next 2 turns.
So it's kind of what are these cards? That's a Canadian.
Yes, it looks a little like he's just hanging in there barely, and any moment he's going to be like, yeah, okay, that's it. So I guess he's just asking Chuba, how are you going to continue? Where are you going to go from here? He's just going to run him through it. Yeah, I'm going to play this card, this card, this card, and then Jake is like, okay, that's pretty convincing. I don't think I can come back.
Yeah, I think he's going to hand the hand over at this point.
Yeah.
Or he's not.
No, he's not. Yeah, it's
He's going for
a
it.
bit confusing.
Yeah, I've seen a reason for him to scoop right now.
Yeah, this is
Might as well
there we
see.
go. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
there it
our
is.
initial prediction turned out to be true. Never doubt yourself.
In between rounds, in between the shuffling there, I'll regale you with Metal Foes Volflame.
Oh, okay.
Oh my.
Because that's got a good one as well.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah.
go on.
It's coming up in a moment. There we go. Roasting red rockets boost its blazing bright blast burners to liquefied lava levels. Vanquisher of the Vanisher.
It's amazing. How did I not know
Did you not know?
No.
They're like the heroes. They're all meant to be heroes that have got these machines that help them fight crime.
That's so cool. What about so we've had Steelin, we've had Gold Driver.
We can
we've
see
had
at the top
Volflame.
that Jake is thinking
There's
about
Sylvan
what
as well.
what side.
But I'm not sure what Sylvan says.
Super smashing steel something. I don't know. I made
Okay.
that up.
So what's he going to be side? Is he going to change his side at all? Because he is changing through some side cards at the moment.
Jake, yeah, so he's going to probably change from kind of going first to going second. Sorry, the other way around. From going second to going first. So maybe not the Gamma Seals. Maybe taking out his board wipe cards like Dark Lord and Rigeki, put
Java
in
is-
stuff like Twin Twisters and Mass Change 2s, because Mass Change 2 is actually really good against Pendulums, because you can Mass Change 2 into Acid and then destroy all your Pendulum cards as well.
Mhm.
And Anti-Spell Fragrance as well, big one.
Certainly looked like Java was actually
See, I
putting
would say-
Raigeki in.
Very
yeah,
possible.
so again, they kind of they probably swap their board wipe cards, because whoever's going second wants those, not who's going
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, there was Vanity's Emptiness in Java's stake, not all that surprising, obviously. Raigeki, those were cards that he considered swapping, at least that's what it looked like. He was going over them and thinking, do I want to keep them or not? And then here at the top, from our second monitor, we can actually see what Jake is doing, or, well, there's a Wapuku in the side deck, a second Wapuku, all three of them, actually. Okay, he's not going to want those.
Yeah, he's playing triple Wabuku in the main.
Yeah, and he's thinking about. Is that?
Does he play
port?
Marella? Yeah, he's thinking about taking Marellas out. He's actually playing quite a strange one. He didn't, like very rarely people playing 3 Marellas.
Hmm. Okay. What does Jake want in his opening hand?
Frogs. Lots of frogs, yeah.
Lots of frogs.
Frogs and trap cards and desires. Banishing
Especially swap
loads
frog.
of stuff. Going neg 9 and then setting loads of cards. It's going to be great.
Right, Java is done shuffling. Jake's almost done.
They actually brought food, by the way, and they put it right next to me. I can smell it.
Trying to
Yep.
give yourself an excuse for
It-
whatever
well,
happens.
It was across the room. Like we had it put across the room, and that was nice. And then the production team decided to put it directly next to us, just so we could smell it, just so we could feel
to keep us
even
going.
hungrier.
Just the fumes, just the fumes of these fries are making me like a little bit more hyper than I really
All
should
right,
be.
that's it. Game 3 between
Here we
Jake
go.
Quincy and Java. Java just gave Jake's deck a very good shuffle.
Yeah.
Let's see if that had any effect.
These guys don't know what's on the line.
There's
that's a
5
full-handed
trap
traps.
cards.
Yeah,
One of them
I
is
wonder
anti-spell
what it's gonna be.
fragrance.
Yeah.
There's Dionychus, Reckless Greed, Canadia, Strike, and I don't know what the middle one is.
That's anti-spell fragrance.
Anti-spell, there you go. So we got Strike, Canadia, Anti-Spell, Reckless, and Dionychus.
Java has Mystical Space Typhoon. That's obviously excellent.
Oh, and there's the
Jinzo. We might see it. We might see it. Okay, Jake Quincy is playing
but
like
he is
like the
setting everything
Chamberlain
first.
player in his best days. 5 face downs. Let's go.
This could be a very short match.
So ASF is gonna be flipped.
And then Mystical Space Typhoon is likely going to hit it.
Wow, we can really go places with our fortune teller skills here.
Yeah.
So that is definitely very bad for Jake.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
understand
so-
this is stating the obvious, but
Yeah. So the only kind of redemption here is that he's probably not going to get Jinzo out because it's just going to get striked. Yeah, it's going to get striked right in the face.
That's what he does.
so
Jake
at least
pointing
Jake
at the
has
deck.
something.
Jake's just pointing at the deck, just like, yeah, go ahead, do whatever it is that you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm saving this strike.
No bonkers. Is the eccentric. He's probably going to pop the combination. Jake's got to be careful here. Yeah, destroys his own combination. Jake was just thinking, thank God you didn't try and snipe my back rows, because if you'd have hit Solemn Strike, I'd have been very sad.
Very sad would be an understatement.
Yeah, yeah. Eternally gutted is probably a better one.
But Jinzo.
Oh, I want to see him.
Just to bask in the Jinzo. I really hope that he's playing Ferocep,
Pharaoh Servant.
Pharaoh Servant copies.
PSV
Pharaoh Servant 36 pack boxes because they didn't come in the 24.
Yeah. Oh no, okay. Wait, I don't know whether I'm questioning because also I was like 12 years old when this happened. But I swear that they came in 24 packs, but you could only get Jinzo in the 36 packs.
That's what I said.
Oh, is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think you meant PSV didn't come in 24 boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could only get Jinzo in the 36 packs.
Oh, he's sinking. Wait, did he just? Oh, okay.
He just pendulum.
He just pendulum summoned so that he could tribute summon Jinzo.
Yeah. Good play.
Yeah.
Not opposed to this. So
he's got to strike that.
Yeah.
Otherwise he loses.
It's a bit like when you have Denkuseka and there's a Chaos Trap Howl faced out.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that.
I mean, we have obviously had more information, but would you not knowing what he had in his hand, would you take that as a telegraph that he was going to tribute summon?
You kind of... I know Jake quite well, and I would think that in his mind, he's probably thinking, okay, how do I lose this game right now? How would I lose? This is exactly how I lose.
And there it is.
There it is. And Jake is getting nervous. Look at him.
Yeah. So Jake's looking at all these cards, and they're all purple. And we know what Jinzo does to purple cards.
Yeah. Even though he's purple himself. Oof. That's the best 2,400 that Jinzo ever did.
We just have to remember that Jinzo is a tree.
Oh yeah, we're going back to that now.
Yeah.
What?
So,
Jinzo's a tree.
how many outs does Jake have?
How is
here?
Jinzo a tree?
There
It's
is
just
a
tall, green and
purple
brown.
card that's a Reckless Greed. That is a dead card right now. The Reckless Greed is not going to help. This match might be over.
Yeah, it doesn't
very,
look
very soon.
very good at all.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's a Christie or something which is stopping him from special summoning.
Jake is not setting anything, which is
doesn't seem happy.
Extremely understandable.
Summon everything now. Jawad just summons everything, right?
Pretty much.
He just summons everything and swings.
Also, the Jinzo as a tree thing actually goes all the way back from the first ever live stream we did.
That is true, yeah.
We were playing a...
I tried to forget this.
Sylvan. And they were trying to we were trying to figure out how trees would attack. And Matt said that it's with laser beams from the eyes.
There we go. This is
there
it.
it is.
Jawad comes back from an early defeat, takes it 2-1 in the end. Nothing that he can do, that Jake can do, of course, once Jinzo hits play.
As soon as Jinzo hits play, that's it. His deck kind of starts crying. But the issue, I kind of take issue with that because he could have, if he'd have drawn any monsters, he would have still been good, I think.
Yeah.
But
If he'd have striked the Volflame, then his next card was Reckless Greed. Then the turn after, he could have just gone like double Reckless Greed on summon of your monster, like before Jinzo like hit the field.
Right. All right, guys, we're going to talk about that in our post-game discussion. Welcome back. Guys, we might be having a special treat for you. You've just seen the feature match between Jake Quincy and Jawad Saeed Chowdhury. And we do have a second feature match in the feature match area. So there's another match between two more players. And if they are in between games, I cannot make any promises at this point. If they are in between games, we might move them over. So these guys are going to give us a sign. I'm giving them a sign, as you just saw. If we are going to have them. So
those guys are nodding. I'm going to nod.
We're going to cut it short in terms of the post-game interview. Let's quickly run us through it. What happened? Jake won game 1.
Jake won game 1, and then Jawad won game 2 and 3.
Yeah. Game 3 can be...
was basically Jinzo won
okay.
game 3.
That's game 3. What was happening in game 1? We saw a bit of a back and forth.
Yeah.
Jawad had actually an amazing hand if he would have gone first.
Yeah. And we saw it kind of just dismantled by what Frogs can really do.
Right.
And then, it just kind of went into game 2 where Jawad, realizing he knows what Jake's playing, just sided in to that to beat that, and then he did.
Right.
Still, they're not out though.
Far from it. Far from it.
So the time. So
There's some interesting discussions also on the Twitch chat. It was like, oh, he's always opening with Swap Frog, but as you could tell if you were paying attention, it was always his opponent doing the last shuffle. So if Jake opens with Swap Frog,
even in the last game he didn't.
If
he had opened with Swap Frog, he would have.
I know.
Done way better.
Yeah. It's just sometimes people jump to conclusions, and if they were going for like far jumping or something, they would easily win that competition.
Yeah.
Because there were some big jumps. All right, guys, we're gonna take a very, very short break because I just need to make sure 100% that we got the other match, where they are, if they are after the first game, after the second game. Then we're gonna be right back with another feature match, still from the same round. It's round 6 of YCS Bochum 2016.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
Welcome back. Like I said, we're gonna cut it short because we have a second match for you guys. It's one game because they're currently tied at 1 win each. So we got Imran Khan Chadoun against Selim Kesten, both of these guys from Germany. Selim is playing Metal Foes.
Yep.
His opponent Imran is playing Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Nice.
This is not table 500 or something. This is table 12.
Yeah.
So both of these guys are also undefeated.
Yep.
There is a chance they're going to start any moment. So let's take you guys to the feature match table. All right, there we have them. Imran on the left, Selim on the right. Like I said, 1-1. Blue Eyes White Dragon won the first game. How surprising is that?
I guess it depends who went first as well.
That does depend on that. Next time I should ask for that as well. But it was just quickly sprinting over there, asking, coming back. I was like,
what's
okay,
happening?
What's happening? Yeah.
Who am I?
But yeah, guys, of course, let us know. Do you like this feature? It's a lot more work for us, to be honest, to have a second feature match ready. So if you don't like it, let us know because we don't mind avoiding the work and instead having some Burger King right now.
No, I think it's actually a really good idea to have something in the wings waiting, just so we don't have to worry about, anything. You guys getting bored in between rounds.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think the interviews we did in between rounds have also received positive feedback so far.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so who is going first? Most likely Imran, with his Blue Eyes White Dragon deck.
Yeah, because he lost the second game.
Yeah. So Wichelo furiously typing here. Actually,
very precisely also.
We don't know who went. It might not necessarily be in order. Actually, now that I think about it, they may have just been told it's 1-1. So
yeah, there's a chance that happened. Yeah. All right. So
in fact, that's most likely the case.
Yeah, most likely that happened. That's true.
Okay, Salim is going.
Starts with the raccoon, going at the unicorn. Obvs.
There we go. It's not like English words are long, guys. Just so you know, just for reference. You don't have to shorten them even further.
Yeah.
No, mangling words are our job. See how I messed up the grammar in that sentence also, just to prove a point. Anyway, we actually have the deck list for one of them, and it is Selim. Has he got anything interesting in there as he's playing through?
Lava Golem. Wait, what's that? Is that Cosmo something?
Cosmo Cyclone.
Oh, Cosmic Cyclone.
Cosmic Cyclone, sorry.
Oh, I thought it was Psychic in Cosmo Town for some reason. That would have been awesome. I miss Cosmos.
Yeah, you do. we heard that before. All right, good opening from Selim.
Good opening. Look at that. Why are you not really
wow.
on this?
Okay, yeah. I just looked away and I'm like, I'm just looking at this.
And then I got punched and suddenly I looked.
Yeah, and then now look at this. He's got a load of stuff and things. as well. It's just so good.
Yeah, it's many monsters, but he doesn't really mind that, does he?
No.
No.
He's got a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
And he also
That
has
is- that is Imran.
White Stone of Ancient, Sage with Eyes of Blue, Silver's Cry, and a trade-in, so you can trade in for a Silver's Cry there.
Yeah.
So how big is the element of surprise when somebody brings Blue Eyed White Dragon? It's not like a super roguish deck.
No, I wouldn't say that it's a big surprise at all.
It was
But
huge. It was huge in the OCG, and then when it came to the TCG, we just didn't play it. I don't know what really happened there.
Guess the Europeans are not as keen on the anime characters as the Japanese are.
Yeah.
That is not a racist statement. That's just to establish that.
Yep.
I know I'm going to be called out on that one.
Yeah, well, I think that, I think, if anything, the Kyber deck over in the TCG made massive waves.
All right. So, Grampulse. It's a good card.
Yeah, Grampulse his own combination.
Yeah, this term is getting very stretched this weekend.
What?
With combination and combos and stuff.
No, the card's actually called combination.
Yeah, just still, it feels like we're butchering those words.
Okay. Maybe we need to find a new combination.
Maybe we should.
Yeah.
We can set a sign here.
There's counter. We've not seen many people playing counter this weekend. It's very different. I think it's a guy being hit by something, and then he's all like, "Arr!" Well, that's what it looks like.
Well, let's have a look.
It's going to appear any moment now.
Any moment now.
Bam.
Maybe. There we go.
Yeah. See? See? It's exactly what I said it was. It's a guy getting hit by something, and he's going, "Arr!"
Yep. No
Yep,
way arguing that.
No, not at all.
I'm not
No.
going to try.
Trade in.
Trade in. That's a combo.
Oh, that's.
Well, actually, he is doing a bit of a combo because he can trade in to drop the Blue Eyes into the graveyard, draw 2, and then Silver's Cry it back.
Yeah.
So that is actually a combo.
That was.
He's
Yeah.
main decking
What
magic.
I was going
You
on
used
about.
it. You did it. You did it.
I did it.
You did it.
Yeah, that reminds me of the good old days when we were writing
Oh,
articles for the magazines.
I don't know what's going on here. There's some
There's a
strange.
toggle
There's
at the
some
side.
strange stuff going on here.
What's happening?
What are you talking about?
There's some strange
Dark
stuff
Lord
going
Desire?
on here. This isn't Blue Eyes. This isn't
Is
Blue
this?
Eyes.
Is this? It's like a Blue Eyes mix with Dark Lord.
Because this isn't even one of the new Dark Lords. This is the really old Dark Lord.
Yeah. What's this do?
Dark Lord Desire. You can summon this card by attributing. Yeah, you can tribute summon it by attributing one fairy. Once per turn, you can target one monster your opponent controls. It loses exactly 1,000 attack. If it does, send it to the graveyard. So it gets rid of a monster.
I am wondering whether it's actually that, or it was meant to be Pot of Desire.
Oh, you think?
I'm thinking maybe.
Yeah, that is just an error entering the card in the app.
Okay, but what's the excuse for Magical Spring?
Maybe it was supposed to be
No,
another
we're
card
in
as
game
well.
3. No, we're in game 3.
We're in game
okay,
3.
it's fine. Back to Earth.
Are you
Okay,
good?
we're in game 3.
You
That's
good?
okay. That's fine. We're in game 3, guys.
Yeah, it's a
They've
new
already
situation.
side-decked.
It's a new situation. Adapt.
They've already side decked. I'm adapting.
Yeah.
I'm adapting. I feel it.
The tech crew just told us we need to combinate.
Yep.
Thanks, Tech Crew.
That other people are thinking for us.
Yeah. Okay. Has the video stopped? Or oh no,
they're moving. We're good.
They're moving.
We're good.
Okay. Okay, they're good. They're good. Yeah, I think they thought that we were doing the mannequin challenge again. No, we weren't. Feel free to continue.
It's actually interesting because people are not used to this. So half of them turned off after the feature match. So not half of them, but a couple of guys just went like, "All right, that's my break." And then they left, and suddenly they're, "Is this a replay?" Well, no, it is not. We're still round 6. We're still at YCS Bochum. This is live. This is our backup feature match. Kind of like a new thing that we're trying this weekend. We did it once before at the European Championship.
Yeah.
When both the Dragon Duel tournament was almost finished. It was in top 4. And it was the end of day 1, round 7, round 8 for the main event. And this is what we're doing right here as well. We had our feature match for the round, and now we're switching over
to our second feature match, our backup feature match. And Blue Eyes White Dragon just hit the field. Woo! Nobody excited about this?
Yeah!
There we go.
So you actually have a request in Twitch.
I have a request?
Yes, it's
Okay.
that you should do all of the sound effects.
Okay.
Everything that happens.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay.
Oh, there's
Next
the
card.
barrier.
Barrier?
Yeah.
Where's barrier?
Yeah.
No, you didn't play it yet. No,
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Counter.
Counter.
That's
Counter. Okay, counter. Ball flame.
Okay.
He's a tank.
Can we go back to singing?
What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Yes, it's a monster.
Oh, God.
See, normally I hear children's songs for 8 hours a day. And I never thought I would wish them back. It's like the wheels on the bus is better than this.
My wheels are off the bus. They're falling off the bus. There's no bus. There's only one hype train.
What's happening, Luke?
Pot of Dark Lord,
It's
yeah.
not with us, I mean on the screen.
Well, Sage with Eyes of Blue just got played. He's probably gone and got a thing, a level 1 Tuna Monster, light Tuna Monster. Probably Effect Veiler. Don't know. That's a good choice, but don't know. He's going to play Full Metal Force Fusion. He's going to have to go into Alkahest and then steal the... Okay, there's a Magical Spring.
There's a Magical Spring, indeed.
Okay, draws 3 cards. And he has to discard 1 card.
BEWD Blue Eyes with Dark Lords. Thank you. Thank you for that.
That's really clever.
Yeah, it is. Gotta give it to him.
Yeah. Okay.
Harry. That is Harry Duck.
So, Magical Spring. Nobody played Magical Spring.
Nah. Is that a good decision to not play it? Luke is nodding. He doesn't want to say it out loud. Like, there's no
Okay.
such thing as a bad card.
That's my Sage. So now we have the Metalfoes Alkahest with Eyes of Blue. I don't have a sound effect for that.
Is it prettier with blue eyes?
I don't know. Probably wouldn't fit his color scheme. He's like green and brown and shiny and things.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit to imagine that, I guess.
I think at least now both of his monsters are blue. Grandpulse is blue, Alkahest is blue. Yeah, he's got red
I
eyes.
think he could do with some blue eyes.
Yeah?
to be
He'd
honest.
work with blue eyes.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, I think you should make up some wow.
Oops. Oh, that's really shiny.
I'm pretty sure that Sage with Eyes of Blue has to target an effect monster for it to
There you go. Yes, it targets one effect monster, sends it to the graveyard, and then special summons a blue eyes monster from the deck.
Yeah, okay, I think they got it. Did they get it?
I think they got it.
They got it. They got it. They got it. Good.
Ooh, so one of that back row is going. It's Phoenix Wing Blast. What's he going to Wing Blast?
Alkahest.
Of course.
Maybe he's on Sage. Maybe he really needs that Sage. I see a lot of Kappa faces in the chat. That's not good.
It was actually a positive feedback.
Oh, good.
It was
To your singing.
It was also
good.
about your
sound effects.
Sound effects.
Sound
Oh, good.
effects.
Oh, good.
And also now they want you to do the entirety of your commentary in the to the tune of Bohemian Rhapsody, but in Berserk.
Bohemian Rhapsody in Berserk.
Yeah.
Let's not
quite-
follow up on that.
Okay.
All right. What else is like? Imran has a million cards in his hand.
Okay. He's got a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then an alternative to that Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then a second alternative.
It's a lot of blue eyes.
Yeah. I've actually been admiring the different artworks of Blue Eyes White Dragon that Imran is playing. He's got the original Blue Eyes White Dragon. I think he had one. There was a Yappy one as well. That was the first one that he discarded. There's another Magical Spring. He's loving them Magical Springs.
He is. See, the Blue Eyes is still the only deck that I have built.
Yeah?
Yeah, I really actually want to build Zoltan's Atlantean version of Frogs. Because that looked really fun. But I'm using 3 different versions of Blue Eyes.
Oh, it's cool. 3 different versions of Blue Eyes.
Well, it's hard for me to choose because I've been collecting the cards for so long. I've got like Jump 001, First Edition LOB, like Starter Deck Kyber, and you just look at them and you think all of these are really pretty, and I don't know which one to use.
All right, guys, I don't want to interrupt you, but I do. Why is it at the moment like there's such a standstill that
but there is very little happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without trying to offend anybody at the table. Is there a good reason for this, Luke, as our resident expert?
Well, I think they're just both in a bit of a tough spot at the moment. So it's one of those situations where it's a bit of a standstill just because they're both even. They're both trying to think, how do I, get that step up on my opponent?
Although, to be honest with you, all of that entire time that we were waiting was them just resolving Phoenix Wing Windblast. So I don't know whether there was a question, actually. And that's the reason why we just sat around.
Could have been the judge, yeah. All right, so it seems that Wingblast has resolved.
Yep.
Or not?
Yeah, it has. And Alka has gone back into the.
But since I don't see it in the graveyard,
it goes back to the extra deck because it returns to the top of your deck.
So sorry, I mean the Wing Blast.
Oh, it is. It's underneath the card you discarded.
Okay, sorry. Then in that case, which does make sense because it's a cost. But okay.
But it's the maiden with the Sage with either blue.
Yeah.
Is that the one? It was attached to the Alkahest, which went to the top of the extra deck.
Now we
which
got
then
it.
Went to the
Now
graveyard.
I got it. Thank you very much.
That's fine.
It was a bit confusing because I thought like if the trap is being played, it should be the top card in the graveyard. So. Did they just put the time sign on the left? Or
yeah, it looks like it.
They might have. Yes, they did.
Yes,
yeah.
they did.
Okay, so these two are now in the timeout. Yeah, they did, of course, have a little bit of extra time because they had to switch tables and do all of that fun stuff. But yeah, they are now in timeout, so that might change some things here. I mean, it's 8,000, but still, which deck is able to push through here? More likely to push through.
Probably Metalfoes, just because it's got the pendulum scales already established.
Yeah, it does have a big advantage there already. Although Imran has these in hand, which when it comes up, there it is.
Yeah, he's got quite a few big blue eyes monsters.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get Spirit here.
So do you think he actually does have a chance?
There's a chance, but I just think that Salem's going to have much more longevity in his plays.
So he's poked through his first damage there. And now he just has to make sure that he can keep that damage there.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's got to kind of keep this Spirit Dragon, or even if he doesn't keep the Spirit Dragon, then go and get Azure Eyes.
So the biggest monster on the field is actually working for Imran right now.
Yep.
So even though Metal Foes is more likely to do more damage, it looks pretty good for Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah. Salem's still, well, here's the silvered, which means that now that we've got him, or her. Oh wait, no, we did. There was the first. Silvered was the first one that we read.
Oh, you wanted to go through that again?
Yeah. It's for Luke's benefit, not mine.
Depends on your point of view. We now have a Maxi in Imran's hand. Normally that is an excellent card. Also, he's got a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Got a few cards to react to his opponent's plays. The only question is he then going to see another turn?
can he make the most of it, or is it gonna be the end of the match because of the timeout, and then all those extra cards that he might be drawing into thanks to Maxi are not gonna make a difference?
Now, it doesn't look like Salim's got a lot here, because you can see the cards on his table. There's a Vol Flame and a Fusion. In his hand, there's a Silvered. Now, just let me have a quick look at the scales that we got here. Although it doesn't really matter, because with Metalfoes, you just got, well, it does. I was thinking of them as Ignites, because that's how I originally saw them. And here comes Vol Flame. So that's 1 and 8. So he does actually have the Pendulum Scales.
Yeah.
To be able
to... Sorry, I wasn't aware you weren't sure about the other card.
Yeah.
Because even though it's super blurry on the screen, I can make out it's an 8. Even.
So he's got his Pendulum Scales. He's got a Metalfoes Fusion. So he does have plays. I mean, the problem is that he's got to get past the Spirit Dragon.
Yeah, which is pretty formidable. And even if he does manage to figure out a way to get rid of it, then there's always the potential for him to just break off into the Azure Eyes.
So we're saying that Selim has a very good chance here.
Yeah, Selim, yes, he's got a good chance because he's going to. Well, that Maxi is going to cause some issues. But yeah,
and he also has a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in hand.
Yeah, that's pretty good as well.
So there's the first draw for his Maxi. Too bad.
Kirin has now just forced him to use the Spirit Dragon's effect, meaning as Your Eyes has hit the field. In fact, even before we saw it hit the field, it was on our app, so we knew what was happening.
Maybe he mixed up the graveyard with the with the field or something.
There's only one real target for Azure Eyes.
Yeah.
And it's unaffected by effects. Luke?
It can be destroyed.
There you go. Does that mean that an Alcahest would still be able to get around it?
Sorry, I was going to finish. Can be destroyed or targeted.
There you go.
But just until the end of his next turn.
Okay, there's the
Metalfoes Fusion. Yep.
Dropping the Silvered and the Kirin.
There's a Denko Sekka in Imran's hand right now.
Not really going to do much for him.
Yeah, doesn't really look like it's the right time.
Well, there isn't a
Maybe
massive
it
amount.
serves as another beat stick. Dimensional Barrier, on the other hand.
Yeah.
Good card.
Yeah.
Right. More cards just keep popping up in his hand thanks to that Maxi.
And he does actually have the standby phase now to go and get something big out of the graveyard.
Blue Eyes monster.
It's got to be a normal monster, hasn't it?
Yes.
So it will be a Blue Eyes. A White Dragon.
Yeah, or he can get a Dragon Spirit of White if he's got one in there. I think he got one in there earlier.
So the question is, should Imran play this any differently? What about the Ghost Ogre? Is there anything he could do with that card right now? Because we see some suggestions on the chat where people are like, what's he going to do? Why he should just Ghost Ogre and it's over. But apparently there's a bit of a misunderstanding there, or people are arguing about that right now.
Yeah.
Which is understandable, I guess.
Yeah, it can't be destroyed, can it?
Alright, how does he get over the Azure Eye Silver Dragon right here?
That's kind of an issue.
How does he ever get over the Azure Eye Silver Dragon here, Luke?
He's going to shuffle it away next turn with Mithrilium.
Does he have a next turn? I mean, how many next turns does he have? That's a big question, right?
Well, Mithrilium floats, so...
No, I mean because
he's
of
got
the
3 turns.
timeout.
We're in time.
I can't see the time.
That's kind of the issue. I think we're on the second turn of time.
Probably.
Maybe
they put
so
it down.
There's 5 turns.
Yeah.
There's plenty of turns.
Maybe somebody in the tech team could have a look and see what turn we're on.
Alright, so he has places to go. He can work around that card, of course. He now has Arcfiend Eccentric in his hand, according to our app.
What's the other set? I
yeah,
don't actually have that. Oh, it's combination.
Combination, yeah. Just popped up.
We've got we're 2 turns into time. Okay.
Yeah. Again, that doesn't mean anything because we don't know whether they're doing 0 to 5, 1 to 6, or whatever. But let's hope it's 0 to 6, 0 to 5 even.
If they're saying that the second turn into time, that means that there's 3 turns left. So
yeah,
that makes sense. All right, let's see if Blue Eyes White Dragon can wrap things up here.
Yeah. So. Goes in hand.
Apparently Denko Seka might be doing a little bit here.
Yeah, Denko Seka
actually.
All of a sudden.
Because we're still in the same turn, I believe, because we've not actually seen Imran. Oh, he's just drawn into another Maxi.
Yeah.
So standby phase, he's going to be able to special summon another Blue Eyes White Dragon, because I believe he does have one in his graveyard.
Yeah, definitely.
So he does have a big beat stick that he can sit there for him. Now, would you say that Eccentric would just be used to get rid of the combination that he's got, Sam's got in his hand there?
Yeah, probably. He's just going to use that as a combo piece. I don't know how many more combinations he's got left in deck. So
now he does have
struggle.
Like if you look at Imran's hand, he's perfectly suited to deal with this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, actually, he's only just drawn for his turn now.
Yeah, he's got yet another card.
Yeah.
So now he gets to get his Blue Eyes.
He's, to be honest, he's quite ahead on life points as well.
If he drops down
Denko Seka,
he's pretty much won.
But
he needs to.
Surprised he decided to play Dragon Shrine first.
Yeah. Do you not always
Denko Seka
first?
Oh yes.
If you're planning on playing Denko Seka at all that turn.
Yeah, do it first. All right, let's see if he.
Oh, he could actually win if he dropped the Denko Seka.
Yeah,
by attacking straight. So he wouldn't have to wait for time, but he's not playing it.
He's not playing it.
Interesting. Is there any reason he wouldn't play it?
I can't see any reason.
Because he wants to play his own barrier afterwards, maybe.
Even then,
you
can
can
still play it.
Yeah, you can still play it and
through.
force it through first. Okay, I'm a bit confused, to be honest.
Yeah.
And
surely you just play you just summon Denko Seka and then win the game. Because that was enough damage, 3,000 plus the.
Has he changed Maxi there?
I think he
just drew a card.
Yeah, I think he did because it's no longer in his hand. According to the
How many cards are left in his deck? Because it doesn't look like a lot.
Yeah, and his opponent could
just
go
deck
a little
him out.
crazy. Yeah. It only looks like he's got maybe 1 or 2 cards left. It looks like 1 card, in all honesty.
Yeah, that's why I'm concerned that he's
just
done
a
that.
very straight deck.
Okay, so we saw the perfect setup for a Denko Seka. Didn't play it.
Yeah.
Still not sure why. Maybe he doesn't have the card and Michael typed in the wrong card, but I don't really think so because it's a pretty unique name in terms of card names.
Oh, he did. Because then the Pot of Desire was played. But it's not actually got Dark Lord Desire in there.
Yeah, maybe he did. All right.
No, I saw them play the Pot of Desire after. He does actually have 10 removed cards on one side.
Yeah.
So he did remove 10 cards from his deck. And here comes down the alternative. That's going to.
So I think this is the last turn of time.
Yeah.
What? Why? Why?
Are you aware we're in time? What is going on? Why is this happening?
I think he's just making it so his opponent can't do anything.
I think he's got into this thing.
And he just wanted to win.
He wanted to win by time. Yeah. Why?
That's really odd. Okay.
Some people though, we had this in an earlier round that some people like to stretch it out because they're on the stream.
That was some next level trolling right there. I don't think he did himself any favors there.
No.
Knowing my friends in the Twitch chat, they're not going to be like, yeah, this was the perfect way to play this.
No.
Drag it out.
No.
All right, guys. I don't think there's much point in doing a post-game analysis, to be honest, because we only had that one game.
Yeah.
And there's not like a bigger story that we can tell you guys. However, there is a chance, cannot make any promises there, that we can do an interview. We're going to try that. We actually have to double check with the main event because we're already 25 minutes over time that we're going to be able to do that interview and not fall behind because of course everybody wants to call it a day at some point. All right.
Would you like to see if we could get the winner from the
Yeah,
previous game
actually
and the winner from
tried.
this game?
Yeah, we tried to have him hang around. I know that's asking for a bit much, but maybe he did us the favor and did you guys the favor. So make sure to give him some props if he did. All right, guys, with that, we're taking a very short break, and we're going to be right back with either an interview with just the winner of this match, Imran, or with the winner of both of these matches. You're in for a surprise.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
Welcome back. We didn't promise too much. We got both of them here. Jawad to my left,
Hi.
and then Imran to my right. Congrats, guys. You're both still undefeated.
Yeah,
Very
thanks.
much well on track to going day 2 for this tournament. The largest European tournament of all time.
Yeah.
So how does that feel?
Feels good.
Feels good?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very great.
Okay. You might be playing each other in the next round.
Maybe.
Would you like to play each other in the next round?
I don't know what deck he's playing, but
Okay.
depending on that, maybe.
Maybe. Okay, a cautious maybe. All right, Jawad, let's start with you first. You were playing against your friend Jake.
Yeah.
That there was a question mark behind friend.
Yeah, like he's my friend. We were staying in the same hotel.
Okay,
room and
okay,
everything,
you're
so
right. Yeah.
Practice together. and
Luke
everything.
Luke was saying something like that. You tend to hang around together.
Yeah, we traveled together and everything.
Was he mad after the match?
He wasn't mad. He just felt that he might have made a mistake.
Oh, okay.
So there was the way I made the play. I made a when I pendulum summoned just
Yeah,
Vol
third game,
Flame.
yeah.
Yeah. So I just pendulum summoned Vol
He
Flame.
had strike, I think.
Yeah, he had strike. So I pendulum 1 to make him question because he has so many back row. I think he had the Banish one and the Book of Moon one as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
So both of them can deal with one monster as well.
Right.
Like if I was trying to fuse, he could banish it and stuff like that. So I pendulum 1 on purpose just to make him question the strike. Because if I pendulum 4, he'd like strike straight away.
Yeah,
like
of course,
there's no
of course,
question.
yeah.
And he thought about it for a while, and then he said okay on the pendulum summon. And then
played
I was like,
Jinzo.
okay, and then I just
Jinzo, and we're like, wow, Jinzo
And
in
as soon as I got-
2016.
Exactly.
Finally, yeah. So that must have felt good for
Yeah,
you.
exactly. Yeah, it's getting the Jinzo because game 1, I think he was quite dominant. and,
Absolutely, yeah.
I was happy to go first game 2, and then even going second game 3. I just hope he didn't open Swap Frog. And,
right, yeah. There was a bit of discussion that he was always opening with Swap Frog, but as far as I could tell, you were the one shuffling his deck.
Yeah.
Just so
I never have any issues with that.
Yeah,
He's-
no, I'm not
yeah.
saying that. It's just because people for some reason, people assume things.
Yeah.
We saw that. And I was actually paying attention, very close attention, in the second and the third game after people said, oh, he opened with Warfrog. And
Yeah.
it was you who shuffled his deck.
Yeah, and
I don't think it's in your interest to shuffle it to the top.
Exactly, but we worked out like ratios of the
Mhm.
deck, so he was playing a slightly different build, and when we worked out consistency and build wise, we worked out that generally the amount of monsters he plays, he should open one of them.
Mhm.
So it may be Swap Frog, it may be something else which can get him Swap Frog, etc.
Right.
So it happened to be Swap Frog in game 1 too, but then game 3 he didn't open it, which
Right.
was good for me.
All right, Imran, we only saw the third game for you guys. You were going Blue Eyes White Dragon versus Metal Foes. Yeah. How did that go?
It went quite well. First game, he opened and had a pretty solid opening with... oh, no. Actually, he only had Void Orgel plus Alcahest, because he made some mistakes with his pendulum scales and had only one scale for some reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
For
then,
reasons.
Yeah. And on my turn, I bricked very hard with the deck. Activated, drew like 2 Pot of Dualities and 2 Dragon Shrine.
Okay.
Which isn't good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I lost the first game. On the second game, I decided.
Was there some cards that you exchanged between main and side deck to better combat that deck?
Yeah, I sided in 3 copies of Magical Spring.
We saw that card. Yeah, we were like, oh, how is this happening?
This card completely shuts down Metal Foes because they can't pop the scales to set their cards, and you get draws to make your deck more consistent.
Right. We haven't seen that card that many times. Do you seem to be a fan of it? You would recommend it?
In my opinion, it's only good in decks like Blue Eyes or maybe ABC, because these are decks where you need to discard cards from your hand. Yeah.
And then you don't mind if they end up in the graveyard. Okay, so second game, you now need to come back. You're 1 game down.
Yeah. I started quite well with Silver. So I had first turn with Synchromonster with Spirit Ring, I guess. Its name is. And in the end phase of the stone, I had a Dragon Spirit of White.
Right.
And 1 back row, and he was like, yeah, take that Lava Golem. Tributed both monsters.
Just to recap, you guys were playing on table 12. Yeah, just if anybody's asking. Yeah, Lava Golem on table 12. Interesting technique.
Yeah. And then he had some pendulum scales, but I had the Phoenix Wing Blast to put his last scale on the top.
Right.
And then next turn I could come back and win the game.
That was pretty much it. Okay. How did you feel about moving over from that other table into the feature match area? Is it a big disturbance or was it okay?
No, it was okay in my opinion.
You guys liked being on the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Going back to you. What was your expectation going into the weekend? Did you think you would do as well as you're doing right now?
I hoped that I would do this well. I worked quite hard on my list, and I've been playing this deck for a while, so I've worked with different variants, and came into this weekend. There was a few choices, but because I've played so much with Metalfall, I thought it'd be the correct choice.
Right. Because especially when you consider there's so many rounds over the course of 2 days, you want to know your deck inside out.
Yeah, exactly. Consistency, and I knew the frog decks and stuff.
Was there another deck that you considered playing?
Well, there was a point where I considered frogs as well, just because of it's good going first and second and stuff like that. But because of the other YCS where I did quite well, I thought people would side heavily for it, as I have done. And I thought that maybe playing with Metal Foes, and you might lose game 1, but game 2 and 3 you can, you might be.
Raphael Nevin put it this way: it's a very interesting format. There are 3 decks, and you always have to decide what cards you're losing to. If you're losing to the anti-spell fragrance or a Jinzo, and it's just picking your poison, really.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Imran, you went with. It's not exactly a rogue deck. It's not exactly like one of those decks where everybody's like, oh, why are you playing this? But it's not considered tier 1 at the moment. Why did you go with Blue Eyes Dragon?
Actually, I played Blue Eyes because, in my opinion, it has a very good Metal Foe matchup because of Spirit Dragon. So that your opponent can only pendulum summon 1 monster at the time. And also it has a very good matchup against Paleozoic frogs, because they can't deal with your big monsters, and you banish their spell and traps every turn with your Dragon Spirit.
Right.
And also after siding, you can easily side Denko Sekka.
Yeah, that brings me to a question. Why did you not play with Denko Seka? We were super confused. We were like, this looks like a situation for Denko Seka.
Yeah, I thought about it, but then I thought if he makes Alcahest, he could not take any of my monsters. And so I had the Maxi in the hand, and I wanted to draw some cards.
Right.
And I got the barrier in my back as well, so if I had summoned Denko Seka, I wouldn't have been able to set the barrier. So the barrier would have been made game if the Alcay didn't.
We were at some point we were arguing and thinking, are you not doing this to troll your opponent and win in time? But no, there was a pretty good, pretty big strategy. Would you agree with that strategy? Now let's put you guys against each other.
Yeah, I would, because end of the day, because of Denko Seka, with only having 1700 attack, there could be any point where you could drop like a Silvered or a Gold Driver and attack over it. And it depends on the scales. I wasn't sure what the scales were.
Right.
But I think loads of people make a calculated decision. Sometimes the obvious play is not necessarily the correct play. And he probably felt that, all right, he can't kill me because Alcest will be in defense. It just gains defense. So if I draw more cards, then next turn will be more advantageous.
So it's very cool to hear from both of you. So he just said he thinks Blue Eyes White Dragon's got a good matchup against Metal Foes. Would you agree?
I would agree.
You okay?
I think if Blue Eyes goes first, open Spirit Dragon, and you're unable to deal with it, it can make things very difficult.
Right.
But Metal Foes going first, I think consistency-wise, it may have a pretty good matchup, and the hidden arsenals in my list, I think, will help me.
All right. Okay, so now we've heard it. It seems like game one would be favoring you if you guys were being paired against each other, but then it's anybody's game, games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the day. We're pretty certain we're definitely going to see you tomorrow after that 6-0 start into the day. That's good news for you. You can take it a little bit more relaxed, but possibly not too relaxed, I guess. Still want to get that really good result on day one, so you can, even if you drop a game on second day, you still can go to the top 64. All right, thank you so much, guys. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you guys enjoyed the second feature match after the first feature match, even if it got confusing for some of you. When you asked, is this live? Yes, it was live. We had another feature match for the round. We're going to be back. It's 37 minutes into overtime for the main event. We have roughly 40 minutes in between rounds, so there's a very good chance that we're going to be back very soon for round 7 of day 1 of the largest European Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament of all time, YCS Bochum 2016.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Bochum 2016. I'm Rob Pooley and with me is Mushtop. And, well, what we want to talk about today is the Dark Lord deck. But first, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Now, you told me that you've been at a couple of YCS before, is that right?
Yes, I've been to YCS Prague, Bochum, and to a lot of European championships.
So a lot. So you're a local, aren't you? Really? You said it was from Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Ah, brilliant. So what do you kind of like about YCS events?
Well, actually, that the community, you always see a lot of people, new people you see. It's actually quite fun, and it's actually quite competitive. I actually enjoy being here, actually.
Now, you're playing one of the new archetypes that came out, which is the Dark Lords. They came out in Destiny Soldiers. Okay. Now, you said that you've kind of liked the idea for a very long time. You were following it in the OCG as well. Now, what's kind of the best thing about this deck? Why do you like this deck so much?
Well, actually, the thing I actually liked about the deck is that you actually now have a Rhoda for the entire deck.
Yeah.
And a Destiny draw, which helps with when you have Superbia and immediately Rhoda and they actually even got a Monster Reborn, which is now at +1 in one turn.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, they've got a lot of draw. They've got a lot of, well, just toolbox, basically. Reminds me of Warrior Toolbox, but it's just a little bit stronger, if that makes sense. Yeah.
In a way. It's actually stronger and faster, because now you can also use Allure of Darkness and trade into the entire deck, which actually speeds up the deck and allows you actually to unbreak your hand quite fast.
Now, they're all Dark Fairies, which is absolutely fantastic, because you were even saying to me just a bit earlier that you've just noticed that Christia says just Fairies, not Light Fairies, because so you can use Christia in this deck, and Christia is just a massive powerhouse. Now, just tell us a little bit, kind of, how does this deck work?
Well, you actually... the first card you actually search for is actually X-Step. If you open with it, it's actually perfect. Then you try to get your Superbia. And with that, then you open that to draw into the cards you have and go further to like alt to contact and go from there on. And the better thing is about the new Dark Lords is that they can reuse all the cards twice, and makes it so that you don't need actually to run multiples of certain cards like the traps. And the traps are pretty good. That allows you to interrupt your opponent and improve your play to continue the play into the game for and going for the OTK if it's needed.
Okay. So you've got big attack monsters. You can reuse all of your spells because they return them to the deck once they use them whilst they're in the graveyard. That's correct, isn't it? So they're kind of a little bit like Dark World. They like to filter stuff into the graveyard so they can special summon monsters, use cards that are in the graveyard already. And in fact, you were telling me earlier that Grapha.
Yeah. I think Grapha is, in my opinion, one of the strongest boss monsters in the thing. It also has the nickname the Immortal Grapha.
Grapha's just great. That's just what I take from that. So how do you think you're going to do in the tournament?
Well, I'm hoping to get day 2, and after that, I'm gonna see if I can get into top 32.
Now, your deck, do you have many kind of weak matchups at all?
Actually, the main problem of the deck is itself. You don't actually have a weak, let's say, a weak matchup, but you don't also have the strong matchup. So, and against almost all the meta, I actually now main deck also goes 3% with the cherries, because you actually rarely use your extra deck. So you can have the boss monsters of each deck in your extra deck just to counter them.
Okay, so it's kind of it's a good deck. It's just that its own defeat is kind of itself sometimes. I mean, you were talking to me earlier that you don't actually play Valhalla, which is for fairy type monsters because sometimes it can just be a bit of a dead draw. I mean, is there anything that you're playing that you think is unique?
Well, to be honest, I think it's actually the Winter Cherries that people actually just side deck instead of main deck, and the one Teska Polka. It's actually quite a good card to protect yourself from Raigeki and those kinds of cards.
So you've got an absolutely fantastic deck, and I do wish you all of the best of luck in the coming days. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and we will see you again soon. Hello everybody and welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. My name is Rob and joining me is the legendary Jake Quincy. Now, you are quite, I'd say, a pro player. You've been about for quite a while. How many YCSs have you topped?
Since Liverpool, that would be my 11th, and then and the last 6 European YCSs I've competed in. I missed out both Rimini's. I've topped the last 6 in Europe.
So, yeah, he knows his stuff. Now, we're going to be talking about one of the meta decks at the moment, which I'm really excited about because everybody knows that I'm old school and I was excited for Monarchs. So, we're going to be talking about Frogs. Now, Frogs, back when I was playing, was Des croaking OTK, and that isn't as viable anymore. So, what we're going to be talking about is mostly Totally Awesome, and the deck is totally awesome, so we're good with that. Now, can you give us a quick overview of how the new deck works?
Okay, so basically the new deck revolves around trap cards and using the previous cool cards of like Swat Frog, Jute Frog, and Ronin Toadin. So to really go into the cards and how they work, they're trap cards that can special summon themselves from the graveyard in response to a trap card being activated on the field. And
they're the Paleozoic cards that came out recently, yes.
In the most recent 2 sets of the Dark Illusion and Invasion of Vengeance, that's the one. So in the most 2 recent sets, and the good thing about them are they are commons as well, so they are quite easy to get in the pack, so you can get multiple in one booster pack. So, and to real go into the deck, and the main aim of the deck is as well, these trap cards are level 2. So with the level 2s as well, the waters, so they are exceed, basically great materials to make with exceeds. So with these level 2s, you can gain effects from the initial trap cards originally, and then later on in the game, especially during mid and late game, you can make some really powerful exceed monsters, such as Totally Awesome. And what Totally Awesome does is it's an exceed that you can detach a material during our player's standby phase, summon a really good monster from the deck that's a frog, such as Jute Frog, so only attacks then can be directed to Jute Frog, or swap frog to then send your initial Ronin Tonin, and the next turn you can then bring out another swap from the deck, and then you can banish your Ronin Tonin and make more exceeds. But the main cool thing about Totally Awesome and what it does is you contribute a water monster on your side of the field to negate an activation of a spell, monster, or trap effect, negate the effect, and then you can actually set it to your side of the field. So some really cool things. If your opponent tries to set up with Pot of Desires and they activate Pot of Desires, they pay the cost and banish the first initial 10 cards, and then you contribute to negate it, take it and set it on your side of the field ready for your next turn, and then you can banish 10 of your own cards and draw 2 new cards and negating theirs. And its other cool effect as well is if it gets sent to the graveyard, so if it gets negated with Solemn Warning or Solemn Strike, it's a bit like Dante, you can actually then add any water monster from your graveyard to your hand. So there's some really cool effects that it can do, and realistically you'll never minus from the card, you'll just constantly gain. And the real good thing about the traps, because you are then using them mid and late game, making Totally Awesome eventually will actually win you the game.
Great. So how do you think it's going to do in the current meta? Do you think it's definitely going to be one of the top 3 decks at least, surely? I mean, what's its strong matchups at the moment? What's it absolutely fantastic against?
Right now, from testing all week, against Metal Foes, which has become a real true attender, especially with the new set, it's really actually beating that deck quite consistently. So Metal Foes are struggling against this matchup, and we're kind of in a triangle this format now, where ABC is 50-50 against this Frog deck, and where Frogs then beat Metal Foes, then Metal Foes kind of beat ABC as well. So we've got that little triangle going on. In the long run, with like advantage and with scenarios and probabilities as well, I would say the Frog deck has the best possibility chance to someone to do really well this event in comparison to the other two. So this is why I really think this deck is probably the best, because like I mentioned, mid and late game it's great, while you're initially getting benefits and profit from cards early game with the traps, and such as like Totally Awesome and the really cool exceeds that are in the deck.
Now, I was watching you play this deck earlier, and you were saying that because you were trying to think which deck am I going to play, and then after I came back a while later, you said this deck is really fun. I'm going to play this one. Now, you were actually showing me a little bit of tech. Are you still actually playing that?
Yes. The tech is really cool, and it's really interesting, and I really like it. It's Gradle Slime Jr. And the real good thing about Gradle Slime Jr. is that it's basically a card that you can keep recycling, especially through Totally Awesome, for bringing it back to itself, and you can get an initial setup. So, for instance, if you open these two, and either a Ronin Toadin, a Frog, or really another water monster in your hand, you can go discard the water monster, send it to graveyard to special summon your Swap Frog. You can then summon your Swap Frog, then send another one of these to the graveyard, and by sending another one to the graveyard, you can then bounce your Swap Frog to your hand by its effect, without additional summoning, because you don't need to do that. Then normal summon the original slime from your hand, special summon the one you've just sent from Swap Frog and special summon it to the field. And then by special summon it to the field, then you can special summon a level 2 water monster from your hand to the field, so you summon Swap Frog again. And then you send the other missing piece, either the Duke Frog or the Ronin Tonin, and then you can now make 2 Totally Awesomes in your first turn. And then by doing that as well, what's really fun and really interesting is, if you do that, you can make 2 Totally Awesomes and bring out in your standby phase 2 Duke Frogs. And by bringing out 2 Duke Frogs with 2 Totally Awesomes as well, you can then stop your opponent from attacking your Totally Awesomes, because they have to attack a Duke Frog, but because there's 2 on the board, they can't actually attack in general, because one's trying to be attacked to one, but the other actually is trying to make you attack that one, so you cannot attack in general. And then once you negate with Totally Awesome in their turn, you contribute it, add back this to your hand, and then next turn, because the other one will be in the graveyard because you detached it to summon the Swap Frog, you can go again. And initially, if you don't have a Swap Frog in hand, you can still summon it from the graveyard and make any rank 2 that you want to. And at that point, you probably won't want to make a Totally Awesome, because there's so many really cool exceeds in the deck. And going into it more, the other exceeds in the deck are really good and really powerful. Is we've got this Prozoic and this one here. I can't really pronounce the names.
We have got Paleozoic Anomalocaris and Paleozoic Opabinia.
Yeah, never got that. But the real good thing about this is, because while you're initially setting up with the totally awesome play, you should then, with the odds of the deck, having 40 in the deck with all these trap cards, is you should initially draw one of the trap cards as well. So at that point, these gain some really good effects by having trap cards as materials underneath them. So what this one allows you to do is you can detach a material from it, add any trap from your hand, that's Paleozoic, and then in your turn as well, you can actually activate these from your hand. So doing that is while you detach the trap that's a material underneath it to add, let's say you'll add the Mystical Space Typhoon Paleozoic, you can then activate this from your hand, destroy the threat your opponent has face down, and if they activate their threat, you can then special summon the one you detach from the graveyard because they're activating it, or if they don't respond, because you're activating a trap itself, you can then summon it from the graveyard as a monster in that turn, and then you can then even make some even more cool exceeds, and then we could even go into this one, and what this one really does is, if you activate a trap card and it's sent from your side of the field to the graveyard, or if a trap card is sent from your side of the field to the graveyard, so if they destroy it, you can then reveal the top card of your deck once the chain resolves. And if it's a trap card, you can add it to your hand. And it doesn't have to be Paleozoic. You can add any really cool trap cards, such as like Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, and even the new one, Dimensional Barrier, which actually locks out a lot of opponents, which we'll get to in a second. And another thing, it's a quick effect. So with it being a quick effect, you can detach a material as long as you've got a trap card underneath it as a Paleozoic, and destroy a card on the field during another player's turn. So it can actually really block out and clear out a lot of your opponent's threats in that turn, and then you can deal a lot of damage because you have Totally Awesome and this on board, and then next turn you can destroy their key threat to try and come back to your field while you have a Totally Awesome to negate what other card you can. So realistically, this deck actually takes a lot of control of the game while gaining advantage early on, and then late in mid-game you actually can just keep winning because you have all the trap cards in the graveyard while your opponent's trying to come back to the game. And like going back into that with Dimensional Barrier, the reason why this is really good as well is if you play the mirror match and because you go into more control as well, you can stop their initial threat because you need a turn realistically to set up if you don't open any of the monsters. And if you need a turn, you can play this card, stop their turn with either Exceeds or XYZs, Pendulum Monsters, Synchros, and Fusions as well. You stop their initial key play, and because it's a trap card, you can actually activate your traps in the graveyard to summon it, stop what they're doing, and then next turn then you can actually recover or even just initially make your key play of Totally Awesome and then actually win the game because you made that card.
So I can already, lots and lots of strategy there. I can tell you're really, really enthusiastic about this deck. One last thing, because I think we're going to be running low on time for this segment. No, it's cool. It's really nice to see that you're really, really enthusiastic about it. Now, one last thing that you told me that you're thinking about siding was a mass change in there, mass change 2. And that's to be able to play, Acid here. Basically, so in the end phase, you'll be able to just wipe your opponent's board, and then they don't have to. Well, they don't have anything really, do they? So yeah, you have a lot of strategy there. So do you think this time round you may get a YCS win out of it?
One thing, I would love a YCS win, and so I'm really thinking about this time, and I'm gonna, my chances are there, but there's a lot of really good players here this weekend, and I think anyone's good enough to win.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for coming on. It's absolutely great. Have fun in the next 2 days. Wish you the best of luck. And we'll be right back.
All right, and with that, let's take you to the table where the finals of YCS Liverpool 2016 will be underway. There we go. There's the handshake. Thomas Rose on the left, Tom Figgles on the right, and the second handshake. Daniel and Andrea just trolling the players, basically. No, they're not. They're serious about this.
Yeah.
They want to do a good job.
I think that Thomas Rose probably could have a good chance here with all of these cards doing well against Lights 1-2. I really can't call this one.
All right, so who's going to go first? Do we know already?
No, don't know yet. So
we do have the opening hands, though. Okay, that's the way to go first.
Oh, Tom Vergoods here has opened Garnet. That's a poor showing by Garnet there.
Gem Knight Garnet. I think we've never seen this weekend.
We've seen it a whole lot, just never in the hand.
Yeah, where it doesn't belong.
Yeah. Doesn't belong in the hand.
He does have Snow, the so-called best card in the format by Alpaengen.
Yeah.
And Instant Fusion, Performance, Trick Clown, and Raid in hand are the Light Sworn.
Yeah.
All right, but the story is currently unfolding on the other side of the table. That is Thomas Rose,
Yeah.
who went for Dante. And
Yeah.
he's also got a Pot of Desires, which
Yeah.
we're going to see very soon, I guess.
Yeah, finish Rhino Warriors, sending Graf. Graf's going to summon one of these Burning Abyss monsters from hand, most likely, yes, the Sir. Just straight away get those 2 limited cards out into the open. So he's +1 so far. Gonna go +1 again because of the Desires. It's just so cool that he's playing 50 cards. I can't get over that. If right at the start of this tournament I said to you a 50-card Burning Abyss deck's gonna win, you would just laugh in my face.
Yeah, we'll be like, no, Valence Liturtre is always playing 40 cards.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not 100% sure about that. Also, there's a funny story about this, about Tom Feargoods, actually. He told me this. We featured him before. It's just we featured so many players, so sometimes we kind of forget about it. And we featured him at the European Championship this year in round 11.
Okay.
And we had a quick chat with him prior to the event, and he said, yeah, if I lose now, my opponent is going to go all the way to the top 4 and going to go to the World Championship. And I kind of talked down on him. I said, like, that's not the correct way to approach this. You need to win this. You need to think in your head that you're going to win this. But he was correct. He lost, and his opponent went to the top 4 of the European Championship.
Who was it?
I'm not 100% sure which of the top 4 it was, but we can find that out. We could look it up if we have to.
Yeah.
He's also been on the bubble a couple of times, come really close. And in other tournaments at YCS Prague, for example, he lost in the top something to Sona Günger, who went and ended up on 3rd place. And in yet another YCS, he lost in the top 32, and his opponent ended up winning the event. So he's been in the top 32 a couple of times, came close, but every time he loses against the eventual winner. I think in Prague he lost against Uru Kovacic, who ended up winning.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
So, plenty of mills going on here. We see the Fog Blade there from Boots. Boots kindly goes and searches that out for him. Double Dante opener. This is both of his Dantes, so he's just going Scam for the Beatrice. Yeah, okay. This is kind of as good as you could get from Tom Rose.
So you're saying it's a 10 out of 10?
Well, it's a 10 out of 10 for his deck, certainly. I think it could have only been better if somehow at the end he was able to summon Vanity's Fiend.
All right, so 9.8 out of 10.
9.8 out of 10.
All right. Tom Feargoods needs something.
Yeah, definitely. He's...
it doesn't look great.
No.
It doesn't look terribly. I'm not sure. Maybe it does look terrible.
No, this hand is fine.
The Charge of the Light Brigade might be fixing something now.
No, this is fine. His hand is totally fine.
He's lost Soul Charge to the Charge of the Light Brigade.
Yeah.
And is that a Brilliant Fusion and a Maxi?
Maxi, Brilliant Fusion, Soul Charge, Charge.
Yeah, of course. Okay, what is he going to go for here?
I think he has to play, I say the long game, but he's definitely not going to do much this turn. He's not necessarily in a terrible spot, but he really needed that mill to mill a level 4 monster, to be honest, because then he could have instant fusioned. But Raiden, I think, is his best choice.
He seems to disagree, and when goes for Lumina instead.
No, I mean, he's already got a Raiden. I mean,
you mean Lumina and then get Raiden back?
Yeah. Well, no, he's not going to be able to put Raiden in the graveyard. He's going to summon Raiden to try and use its effect.
Right.
Or not.
Or not. Fairy Tail Snow. It is a thing. You can actually normal summon it.
Yes.
Nobody ever does, but yeah, you can.
Yeah. So is that going to get Fog Bladed? Is he really scared? I'd be pretty scared. I'm about to try and win a YCS here, and I've got this crazy Fairy Tail Snow trying to book down my Beatrice. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Fairy Tail Snow is like a version of Tsukuyomi on steroids.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's really like you can special summon it. It has decent stats. Not just decent stats. For a 4-star monster, that's like excellent stats.
Yeah.
Great effect. Looks good.
Yeah.
This card is a 10 out of 10.
It's a light monster. It's a spellcaster as well. There is literally no single bit of this card that is printed that that is not good.
Yeah. It could be a tuner on top of all the other things.
Yeah, but no, actually, no, that wouldn't be good because then you wouldn't be able to play Raiden with it.
Tom Feargoods is calling it a day.
Yeah, yeah.
Very understandable. Not the best opening we've ever seen.
No, not at all.
By any stretch of the imagination. So 1-0 for Thomas Rose. And this is the point where we start getting a little bit shaky because we're thinking of flashbacks of the European Championship. Sorry, YCS Rimini.
Yeah, neither of the players look too happy about that.
Yeah,
I guess
well,
they're both so focused right now.
Thomas Rose, I mean, you got to cut him some slack after that semi-final against Niccolò Mazzolini. At first, I thought, why is he so stressed? There's no way that he sees the line of plays that leads to his demise because nobody's playing these cards. His opponent needs to have a Book of Eclipse. His opponent needs to have the Utopia Prime. Nobody's thinking of all of that.
Yeah.
And he told me, actually, prior to this match, he said, no, I knew that he had all of that. I knew that he could actually turn things around, and I was I was scared for my life, so to speak. And now he feels like he has to validate himself. He has to prove himself, because some people are going to call him, "Hey, you just got lucky that you ended up in the finals because your opponent fluked." And so he wants to show us that he deserves to be in the finals.
Yeah.
Although actually he did that in the other feature matches, in my opinion.
Yeah. He already showed why he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that he's here and he's been playing a 50-card deck still just confuses me.
Yeah. Because you try to erase your memory of that Long Dao victory.
Yeah.
One with a 60-card deck. It was also 60 cards, or 58 or something.
Yeah, 60-card Mermail.
Yeah, this was one of those tournaments where Long Dao did really not do us a favor in Europe, because all the American duelists were like, "Oh my God, look at Europe! What's winning over there?"
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody was like, "I could win in that final, in that format." So we've talked about the side decks a whole lot.
Yeah.
What do we see here? Or what will we see here?
So Flying Seas definitely going in. Book of Eclipses as well. I think that's it for Tom. And for Thomas, Rose. Probably
Tom is not very helpful this year.
Maxi and Max. He wants Maxi. He wants the Kaijus as well for the Exceed monsters. Okay, so Thomas Rose going second, I can only assume.
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's take a quick look at Thomas Rose's hand.
Oh dear.
Oh my. He's playing the wrong card game. You don't want to have three copies of Speedroid Terratop.
No.
Twintis and Mask Change too. Okay.
Okay.
Tom Figgles, on the other hand, he's got a Foolish Burial, Pot of Desires, which he just activated, Solar Recharge, Unizombie. Interesting. Don't you usually play something like Foolish before you activate the Pot of Desires, or?
I think he played that correct in that fashion because Foolish can be many different things in the Light Swan deck. So
it's not like you always go for the same card like in other decks.
No, it's not like you go for a single card that you don't want to banish from Desires. You just go for the thing that's suiting the situation.
Right.
So he gains.
He's got a Snow in hand.
Yeah.
And we learned he can normal summon that card.
Yeah. And an Eclipse.
He does have a Book of Eclipse. That's Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. Talk about a short break. That wasn't too bad.
No, it wasn't.
We're right back with round 7, the second to last feature match of the day. And we picked a table that is a little bit farther down because we wanted to get another crazy take. We did find something, if you ask me. I can quickly bring up the pairings for you guys. This is what it looks like around table 55. In the middle, the highlighted table is 55. So we see also a Carmelo Buttiglieri who went to the World Championship.
Yep.
Yep. With Metal Foes going up against Markus Bäckström from Sweden, even though that sounds a little bit like a German name. With Paleozoic. Then we got Lukas Vasa with ABC going up against Selim Kesten with Metal Foes. Joshua Oosters. This is actually not our feature match. Joshua Oosters with Mermail is going up against Paulino Salamone, ABC. So Joshua Oos is one of the named players, so to speak, former Dutch champion. Maybe the reigning, I mix it up every time. We want to feature Mermaid, that is interesting, but something on table 25 caught even more of our interest.
Now, I believe that we've actually got table 55 running as our second game, just in case
Yes.
this finishes far too quickly for you guys, and we can give you something a little bit more.
Yeah, you've experienced it in the round before, where some of you were asking, is this live? Yes, it was. It was the third game of the second feature match, because we have 2 matches going on at the same time in our feature match area. So this one is Lukas Clavis from Germany going with Metal Foes Yangxing, and Christian Stalvey. It says unknown here, or nothing is really there, but apparently from Germany, and he's playing ABC. Right. What do we expect this to be like? Metal Foes Yangxing versus ABC.
Yangxing actually got a very, very cool card recently, which is essentially gives them the negation abilities that Tellarknights have.
Yep.
Yeah, with all of the benefits of being able to special summon another Yangxing monster at the end of it.
Yeah, it's basically free.
Yeah, it's absolutely
And
fantastic.
free is really nice.
And they also had a very, very good new synchro card. Tell us a little bit about that, Luke.
Yeah, Denglong, I think his name is in the TCG. Yeah, really, really strong. I mean, the idea of basically you know, it was normal to use cards like Tatsunoko to kind of jump up, and like Formula Synchron was another example of, you know, you have multiple tuners on the field, so you go into something and then go into something else to kind of, you know, step up the ladder, and then as long as that middle one did something useful, Formula Synchron drew you a card. No one ever complains about drawing a card. So Denglong actually just gets you to go and search. I can't remember the name of it in English. 9 branches of the Yangxing. What's what it's called in Japanese? Yeah, you get to go get their counter trap, which is pretty crazy. It's basically barrier. If you just called it Yangxing barrier, people would understand what it is.
People will call it that way.
Yeah.
In private talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So you know the drill by now. We have our main feature match. If that is over in a flash. Because one of these players is just winning convincingly and super fast, we're going to go to the other feature match. So we're going to kick things off again with Lukas Clavis versus Christian Stalvey. Let's take you guys to the feature match table where they are ready to get their game on. All right, we got...
just them getting ready.
They're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Online, obviously, on their mobile phones against each other. All right, here we go. Lukas Clavis versus Christian Stalvey. Metal Foes Yangxing versus ABC.
They've just got a bit of dual generation on the go.
Yeah. And Michael and Ryan in the background.
Now, ABC was really, really big in
9
Liverpool.
pillars.
It's 9 pillars, is it?
9 pillars, not branches.
ABC was very, very big in Liverpool because it essentially just come out at that point. We didn't see much of anything else because Invasion Vengeance was actually the sneak peek the same weekend. So, you know, have you got any fond memories of what happened with ABC, Ollie?
I kind of do, because the thing is, I love these decks that have like one way to victory, and they keep doing the same thing. So it's kind of easy to figure out. In a way, but at the same time they're very consistent, very strong. I think that's especially true for this archetype. If you open with Union Hanger, then there's really not that much else that you can do it for. And as somebody who's trying to make sense of what's going on for you guys at home, it's always easy when you can say something like, he's got a Union Hanger, he's got a gadget, he's got an A, a B, or a C. That's a good opening.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Pretty hard to argue, I hope.
You described a really good opening.
Yeah.
I think the only other great opening would be like Union Hanger and Transmodify. But so let's see which version he's actually playing here.
Yeah, he is playing a Brilliant Fusion version.
Oh, okay.
He's running 2 different types of Gemini. I usually
Swing
see people
Tourmaline, yeah.
Yeah, people just generally using 2 Garnet is what I've
Yeah.
seen very, very often.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why you play both of those 2 rather than 2 of 1?
I need to remind myself what Tourmaline actually does. I'm pretty sure it's just it's another level 4, but it's different somehow. I can't remember why.
Thunder Earth?
There we go. There's an A Assault Core, a Gold Gadget, and a Union Hanger in Christian's hand. So he's got a good opening. Yep. He's also got a Terraforming, so just in case he needs a second Union Hanger.
However, he did open his Garnet, so...
Nah.
Yeah.
As I said in the previous round, that's why people run 2 Garnet, because you're probably going to open one of your opening hand. There's a curse.
I don't know why he's playing Tourmaline specifically.
I don't think there's any reason.
No, I think it might just be a flair kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right, Lucas kicks things off. He does have a Dark Hole in his opening hand. We didn't see that card all weekend so far.
So especially now, it's gonna go be able to get a Yangzing spell or trap card from his deck. I'm sure.
I will just bring that up for you there.
Yeah, just don't expect it to happen super fast.
There you go.
Yeah, when it's Pendulum Summoned or when it is destroyed by battle or card effect while in a monster card zone, you can add one Yangzing or Zephyra spell trap card from your deck to your hand.
Yeah.
And you can only use it once per turn.
Yeah, so you
you can tell the card was released somewhat recently because all of the older cards, very often they don't have the restriction once per turn.
Yeah.
That's what Giovanni told me earlier when he was talking about his deck when he was playing one of the older cards and his opponent was super surprised.
Yeah.
So your card is not saying once per turn. That must be pretty old. He's like, yeah, 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, Zephranu is kind of the closest you're going to get to the end of your combos of like Denlong and stuff like that because, yeah, he's he just goes and gets your 9 pillars straight away.
I mean, Zephyr was a huge boost to Yangzing anyway.
Yeah, it was really strange that Zephyr kind of came out and it didn't really kind of kick off as well as one would have thought, especially considering it was so synergetic.
Yeah.
But I just don't think they had like a single boss monster that was the go-to build.
I feel like Zephyr was kind of just one of those things that was splashable in any archetype.
Yeah, like the archetypal Zephyr cards, like Zephranu, for example, was really good.
Now he's hit the 9 pillars of the Yangzing there.
Yeah, so he's going to just destroy Zephranu here, and then he's going to get its effect again, I'm sure. So for those about 9 pillars, yeah. So when a spell trap or monster effect is activated, so far reading exactly the same as Infernity Barrier, and you control a Yangzing card, slightly different. To get the activation, if you do, shuffle that card back into the deck and then destroy a Yangzing monster.
Is it?
Actually, it's Yangzing card, so even better.
Most of the times, it's actually better to shuffle the card back into the deck.
Yeah,
rather
generally.
than having it in the graveyard. Yeah.
Now it looks like he'd terraformed for a Union Hanger there, a second one, so he does still have one in hand, and then that's what was negated. He is going to be able to just play another one now.
Yeah, I don't think actually. Yeah, he doesn't have Garnet in hand. He has Tourmaline. Oh no, he drew Tourmaline. Wow, that's not good.
Oh, that's unlucky.
That's not good.
I'm not quite sure what he's got set back there. It's not come up on our app just yet. Oh, it's a Metal Foes combination there.
Yeah.
Down comes the gold gadget.
Yeah.
What's he making? Quick, Luke.
Probably Tsukiyomi. Potentially Castell to try and take over one of the scales.
So when is the Union Hanger going to come down?
No. He already negated one of the Union Hangers with 9 branches, and 9 branches shuffles it back in.
And he still has one in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can only activate one a turn.
But when it gets negated? Is that part of the negation effect?
I'm pretty sure your Union Hanger is only once per turn. But
1 second, let me double check what it says. Yeah, you can only activate one. However, yes, the activation did get negated, so it may be one of those situations where
the
he
player
doesn't
know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just trying to get everybody on the same page here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the player just didn't realize.
I never actually really looked at the picture of Union Hanger.
Yeah, it's XYZ.
They're all in little pet carriers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's even got the little like letters on the side of the carriers. You see them? Yeah, it looks really cool.
So what's he going for? Do you still think Tsukiyomi?
I don't know why he's kind of
going back and forth here.
Yeah.
It's like
there's not that many options.
Yep.
So
okay, so it was Tsukiyomi.
And interesting that this card is not really part of the archetype in a way, but still always getting played in that archetype.
Yeah.
Tsukiyomi is very good just because it lets you draw cards.
And then he draws the Brilliant Fusion. Oh, this is rough.
That's painful.
That's rough.
No.
Stakes really trolling him. But then again, he is undefeated. as far as I can tell. I can double check that actually.
It looks like it from which table he was on.
Yeah, 25 should be undefeated.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them gets paired up or down or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you think
He drew into a Crush Wyvern as well. Now, Lucas seems to have a pretty good hand there.
yeah, I mean, he has Swani, he has Dark Hole. You'd probably summon Swani and then Dark Hole, maybe. I mean, at the very least, he can Pendulum summon back those 2 monsters and then even destroy them if he wishes. He can destroy the Swani to go into Bashir by getting the Jiatu from the Swani search.
Actually, these guys are X1.
Oh, okay.
Despite them sitting on table 25. Christian 501. Just gonna double check if Lucas didn't get down paired or something, but
Okay, so Swani hits the field.
Yeah. So maybe Dark Hole here, or maybe just... Yeah, I'm not too... There's various ways to go about this.
It's one of the reasons why I really loved playing Yang Zing.
Yeah. So I mean, you could Dark Hole right now, and then...
Which is what he's going for.
So he's going to get Swani's effect here. And then he can Pendulum Summon later.
one of those decks where you really don't mind destroying your own cards.
Oh yeah, it's even advised.
One thing that always seems to confuse players is about when Yang Zing will miss timing, though. Because they're one of the only cards really that are out there at the moment that misses timing, apart from Denglong.
Yeah. So yeah, here's the cool part about this deck. He's got two really kind of clear-cut engines that just happen to work together because of the self-destruction stuff of the Metal Force cards, and he's able to just put a bit of effort into his Metal Foes side of his engine now.
And then he'll have many a star on the field to be able to synchro something big.
Yeah. I wonder if he's playing Chaofeng. Yeah, he's playing Chaofeng.
It's kind of a bit of a staple, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the kind of deck where you kind of struggle for extra deck space, and it's the kind of thing that this format you would likely cut for maybe the side deck or something. Because yeah, if you manage to get it made with a light monster against ABCs, then that's pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, does it include the two now? I forget which thing.
Yeah, I think it includes all of them.
Which would be a good play right now because then he's shutting down.
Yeah. So as I was saying before, you always go into the Denglong so that you get that search and then up into something else.
Yep.
Denglong's still light, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it's light, so he's still going to get the benefit if he decides to, somehow get into Chaofeng. But we'll see what he decides to go with here.
Put yourself into Christian's position right here. He's not happy about this. He's watching his opponent go through the moves.
Yeah, it's never a good thing for your opponent to see
down
that.
to two cards. It's got the Brilliant Fusion, which is of course a dead card, and the C Crush Wyvern at the moment. Not much.
Yeah. So he actually, he just turned. Denglong's got a cool effect where you can send a monster to the graveyard from your deck to make it become equal to that level. He sent Geotus, which made him a level 2. So 2 and the 6 of Zephranu makes the Bashir, and he's going to get 2 cards that he gets to shuffle away. And obviously he still has Bashir's effect to be able to destroy something, potentially bring something back, and that could even be the combination that he destroys to then get even more card advantage from that. And he can't get Denglong because it's a level 5, but you can get anything less than that, less than 4 or less even. Yeah, so I don't know whether he's potentially just gonna.
Just to mention, he still has. This is his hand.
Yeah. He's got multiple.
There's a lot.
And also,
he's got a couple of aces up his sleeve.
Just the Yang Zing path.
Yeah, Yang Zing path is so good. It's just Pot of Avarice.
It is literally.
It really is like a better version of Pot of Avarice. And look at it. It's Chaiwen just kind of flying down to the earth.
Is it Chaiwen or is it Chiwen?
Both of these are correct.
Probably Chiwen.
I'm just going to say it like the way it is. Depending on the country you're from, both of these are correct.
I'm just saying because Luke can speak Chinese. So be able to see, be able to give us
so Chi is actually Chi in that exact way is 7 in Chinese. When I don't
look at those pokes.
High speed.
Poke is actually very misleading.
Yeah, well, Chambar, I think that's 4,000 because Chambar can attack twice, and then Swanee. Yeah, I think that's enough.
That's
Yep.
let's just say that's a lot.
That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of damage.
So what do you do?
He's like, I'm attacking with this. I'm attacking with it multiple times.
Yeah, he's explaining it.
Yeah.
And yeah, Christian is still processing what is happening.
So this
That's
can attack
4,000,
twice?
6,390.
He's like, so this can attack twice?
I love the players rub cards to say that they're going to attack.
Yeah.
And he realizes there's no need for
Yeah.
a score pad right here. This is exactly what he needs. He got a couple of cards where he's like, this was a terrible hand. Looking at his graveyard
Tana
again.
and Tomlin.
Yeah. So Lucas Clavis going 1-0 with Yang Sing. Good start.
We
Very
saw-
good start. He didn't even go. He didn't open, right? He didn't go first in this game.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Christian went first.
Yeah.
No,
he didn't. Because
Oh,
Lucas
yeah,
had the negation.
double metal for
Yeah.
Zephyr yeah.
So yeah, there was a
even.
bit of course the question is always like, did anybody misplay? Because that's one of the favorite questions on the stream. And on the one hand, we had the terraforming being negated, where not everybody agreed with that play, the negation on the terraforming, and then after that terraforming got negated, he didn't activate Union Hanger, which we thought was probably not the best move.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that way.
I think maybe he might not have realized.
I think so, yeah. There's a very big difference. Or sometimes a small word difference makes a big difference in terms of how it plays out. If you can only activate this card, you can only use this card, you can only...
Yeah, activate and used means two very, very different things.
Yeah. And it's just one word. All right, guys. What's happening now with the side decks?
And let's see if you can have a look and see if you can catch what they're actually siding in there.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah, so let's...
actually, they're not doing it
let's have a little
behind
closer
our
look.
camera.
Yeah, so he's got a Beatrice in the side. I guess that's for double Zephranu.
Gamma Seal.
Kaiju's, yeah.
Retaliating C and Max C.
Yeah. Couple of eccentrics.
Archfiend eccentric.
Yeah.
That's Twin Twister.
Yeah. I don't know what this one is though. Ollie, what's this card?
Sorry. You can... what's this? What does it say? Savaravis, the old, and... what's that? Ascended? Is that possible? I'm trying to translate it back in my head, which is the other way. Which doesn't make any sense. Let's just see it again.
Okay, so while we're looking at that one, let's talk a little about Christian, the ABC player.
Yep.
He's playing Cycle Reader. That's kind of useful in this matchup because of Chiwen. You can take out Chiwen because it's light and dark. You know, maybe that would work. Denko Sekka.
Yeah, the
could
Denko
work.
Sekka.
Against those back rows. Retaliating C, not so much. Flying C, not so much again. Dark Hole could do stuff if you manage to make Dweller and then play Dark Hole.
Yeah, you definitely need to make the Dweller first.
Yeah.
Or you'd be sad.
I don't know what pot of... Oh, pot of Acquisitiveness. I guess that's what pot of AQ means.
Okay. This took a little while because we had to decipher the handwriting, and then after the handwriting we still had to make sense. It's Soravis, the Ancient, and Ascended.
Okay,
not the Old and Ascended, it's the Ancient and Ascended.
Okay, why is he playing that?
He can ritual summon it with Surprise Blessing.
It won't be that. It'll be it's got a discard effect. When you can discard it to target one of your monsters to do something.
Yeah. During either player's turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a monster you control, you can discard it, negate the activation. That's pretty much
it.
That's
the one.
If your opponent would special summon a monster, you can return this card from your field to the hand. Since it never really hits
play,
that's not it.
Yeah, so it's about the negation of targeting.
Targeting effect. It's interesting that you play that card just for that one effect. Sorry?
Oh, what set is that?
It's Invasion Vengeance.
Is it?
Yeah.
That is the latest set.
It's brand new, yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
I was just trying to think, 'cause it looks like one of those cards that you'd have in a really old set that everybody forgets about. I don't know whether it's just because of the artwork on it, you think?
Yeah. I don't know. It is a hand trap. It's just it's blue instead of being the usual effect monster color.
It really doesn't have any second use in most decks. Not in this one.
But neither does things like,
Well, we can always set Max
other
C.
things. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's true.
I'm not saying it's recommended or it's good or anything, but you can.
No, that's very true.
Sometimes it can make the difference in the timeout if you
Yeah.
just have to prevent another attack.
Yeah, if you need 500 damage.
But yes, I get it. It's
Christian.
obviously not the main. Anti-spell fragrance.
Yeah.
Pick your poison. He did. He went with metal foes. That means he might lose to anti-spell fragrance.
And he did
No,
open with
isn't-
A, B, and C.
Isn't Christian the one who played anti-spell fragrance?
Yes.
Yeah, Christian did activate. The thing is, I was again
Ah,
referring
okay,
to
sorry.
what Raphael Nevin said earlier.
Yeah.
You pick a deck and basically you're deciding on what you're going to lose to.
Yeah.
In this case, when you go with metal foes, you kind of lose to to anti-spell fragrance.
Yeah.
But Rob, as you pointed out, much more importantly, he's got A, B, and on the field he's got C. That is unfortunate, I guess. But since the anti-spell fragrance is going to buy him some time, it could be okay.
Okay, so he set a Max C, kept one in his hand to be able to discard, and he set
See,
the
you
Soul
can
Charge
set a
as well.
Max C. I'm just.
Yeah,
pointing-
that was actually really relevant right now.
Yeah, you can also bring it back with Soul Charge later on.
Yeah, if you did a Soul Charge right now, I could make Sky Cavalry Centuria do some stuff.
Does he run it?
Oh, no, not
Well,
at all.
there you go.
I was just trying to make uses out of Maxi.
Yeah, it's such a versatile card, obviously.
Is that T-Top? Yeah, he's playing the T-Top combo.
Yes, he is. He
Oh,
is
that
playing.
means he can get rid of the anti-spell fragrance using Breaksword.
He's
If he plays
actually
Breaksword.
playing 3 Speedroids in his main.
Okay, which other Speedroids? He's playing One-Eyed Dice or something, whatever it's called.
That's a good question.
Sorry? Red Eyes Dice?
Red-Eyed Dice, yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have Breaksword in his extra deck?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's it. That's his out here, out in large quotation marks, to the anti-spell fragrance. There's the dice. Or maybe he's going to synchro. If
He's got a few
gonna use the
options. I
dice.
mean,
yeah.
This is one of the cool things with it, actually. I'm pretty sure you were about to say the same thing. That he has this engine where he can just synchro if he doesn't need his pendulum engine.
Wow.
Yeah,
This is
right
actually
now
really
his
good.
anti-spell fragrance is not doing anything against him except for the Dark Hole that he
Yeah.
cannot activate right away.
And Yazi stop is completely untargetable. Just as a base effect of Yazi, it's just untargetable.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why it's the evil of the Yangsing.
Yeah, it's pretty evil. And ABC Dragon Buster is the only thing that's going to be able to get over that. Because there's no real kind of backup plan here.
Well, he does have all three.
Okay, he's chaining Twin Twisters?
Yeah. He was destroying Yahtzee for his effect.
Oh, okay. Apologies. I thought he was destroying his own back row card.
No.
Ooh, does he have two Yangzing cards in his
He
hand?
does. He has a Yangzing Path and a Zephyrannu. So he's
wow.
going for the old school combo.
Yeah,
that you
okay.
use. It is literally a combo.
No, it is actually a combo.
I know.
Yeah. Just saying, it's a combo.
Yeah.
So, yeah, here's
this
a...
weekend is going to have some long-lasting effects for all future coverages.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is a really great one because what this really does is, you know, when we got Zephyrannu, it really changed the way that you played Jaitu. Jaitu made this combo so much stronger because you can go into Bashir and up into various other things and destroy your own Chiwens and all sorts of exciting things. So he's going to go into Bashir here, probably spin away some cards, destroy the Chiwen, get its effect from that.
Yep.
And
Face down on that. So it means
so
that he's
good.
actually got rid of the C as well.
I've never seen an anti-spell fragrance putting in less work than we
Yes,
see
that,
right
no,
here.
that actually...
there is a chance that this anti-spell fragrance is going to be worse for Christian than it is for Lucas, which is
Yeah.
unheard of, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, and he's got a scale. Oh, this is just amazing.
What a comeback.
Yeah.
Like, what a comeback.
Yeah.
Other decks that use the Pendulum engine completely shut down when they
Mhm.
don't have a Twin Twisters or MST
was
or something, and
so
he just
smart.
says, yeah, I got options.
Yeah, this is so smart. So he's going to be able to get something off Chaiwen. He's then going to be able to destroy the back row to revive something. That back row's combination, which allows him to go and search for another
That
metal
back
foes to
row-
complete his scale.
Is that back row combination?
Wow. Yeah, he just got it from Silvered.
And he just keeps going.
Stealing
I
Silvered.
believe he also still has a Dark Hole in hand.
Yeah, well, she
Yeah,
probably
he
isn't
does.
getting much use right now. Yeah, look, here we go. That's the other Zephyr Yangzing monster. I can't remember the name of it.
Zephyraxi?
Zephyraxi, that's the one. Yep. That when it gets destroyed or when it's summoned, you get to add a card, I think.
Yeah, we're trying to bring it up. It's going to be there in a second. It's just
Yes, there we
today
go.
we've got some loading issues.
Yeah. So the combination.
You can target one Yang single Sephra monster you control, except it. That
I guess
monster
treat as
is
a
treated
tuner.
as a tuner.
Yeah.
Also, you place it on the bottom when it leaves the field. You can only use this. That's it.
Yeah.
No searching.
Yeah. So
wasn't really using
Yeah.
that
So he
effect
just
at that
didn't
point.
use his effect.
Yeah.
He was just using it for it being a 3, I think.
And now it's time to pendulum
Big
summon.
pendulum summon.
Wow, the mid game of this match is really quite
Intense.
exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had Denglong as well. Just see, this is all from Jartu, nothing else. Really did this. All that the Metal Foes card there did is really extend the combo.
Oh, that's a wrecked. That is pretty much as big
Yeah.
as it gets. I mean, we saw some cool games this weekend.
Oh wow.
No, that's it. I think he's got game.
He's won. That's it.
He did win. Wow.
That was really quick.
That was a absolutely great showing from Lucas.
Yeah.
With the Metal Foes Yang Sing. I mean,
Yeah.
we're getting a bit
Let's
ahead of
just count
ourselves.
there.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
got
Let's just
46 plus 1500 plus 1900.
let's wait until he picks up the pieces.
Yeah, it's exactly 8,000 if he doesn't need to play anything else, I don't think.
Yeah, but he can keep going here, can't he?
Yeah.
He can make another. He's gonna make another Bashir here.
Of course he can.
Yeah.
It's like the most natural thing in the
Yep.
world.
Plus 500 attack onto whatever he brings out as well.
Oh,
which,
that works
yeah,
too.
okay,
Yeah.
that's 5,000.
Swing, swing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Ooh, there's another big card. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm really happy that we got a second feature match ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Let's quickly talk about that one in our post-game discussion. All right. I hope you guys didn't miss that. Okay, we're back. Thank you. I hope you guys didn't blink, because you might have just missed Yang Xing tearing apart the ABC deck.
Wow.
Left and right. That was quite the showing.
Yeah.
Now, Christian did get really unlucky in his first game.
Yeah.
You have to say.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily that it was Christian's fault that he was going to lose game 1, and it was just, yeah.
What he did show in the second game, though, we got to give it to him. There was an Ancient Fairy anti-spell fragrance. Always mix those two up for some reason. And it didn't bother him whatsoever.
No.
He was just like, I don't care about this card.
But that's the beauty of this new Yang Xing, is that it keeps a pendulum engine in it, but he doesn't need to use it.
Right.
Yeah. Really good.
So we're trying to figure out where the other game is in terms of progressing. They are currently in their second game. Thank you, Jan. So there is a chance we're not going to get a second feature match if it's going to be a 2-0 victory for either of these. Good news is they weren't slow playing, obviously, because that game, that match that we first looked at was over in just a second. So since we got a little bit of time, we can take a very... Let me try and bring that up for you guys. These are the standings of one of the guys we are going to feature. This is rank 86, Joshua Oosters, Dutch national champion, who is currently 5-1, just like the two players that we just featured in our feature match, of course. And the other guys, we can move a little down from there. Let's bring that up. And we're going to try and figure out what the interesting decks are here. We got Roman Kiese from Switzerland playing Awesome Hero. Ronnie Mummelte is playing Lightsworn. And then there's another Metal Foes Yang Xing player with Ankoa Nguyen. So we do have some interesting decks near the top of the standings.
Yeah.
And very hard to argue. It's similar here. Long Dao is playing Dark Lords.
He's playing Dark
Which
Lords?
is very interesting if you think about it, because we've not seen Dark Lords doing very well. So if we've got that out there at the moment, that's absolutely fantastic,
Yeah,
especially if
maybe-
it's in the top 100.
maybe,
That
yeah.
doesn't sound great, top 100, but this is 1,600 players.
Yeah. That's the top.
Like,
Yeah, it's
huge.
Pretty good, yeah. And then we got Lukas Horstmann, who you see on the bottom of this part of the standings. He's also playing Phantom Knights Burning Abyss. Not also as in terms of also playing a creative deck.
Yeah.
If we go further down, we have Oliver Bockelmann, who's also playing Awesome Hero. Lorenzo Ferrari, you all know where he's from. We don't know what decks he's playing, but Also, looking at the countries, we see, of course, a lot of Germans because they had the most players in the tournament.
Oh,
But
there's
then
Zoltan.
Yep, there's Sultan,
Sultan.
110.
We featured, yep, in the round before that. So all of these guys pretty much in competition still. There's Raphael Neven, who I quoted a couple of times from the Netherlands.
Torben Wald.
Yep, Torben Wall. We, for some reason, we don't know their decks, but there is a chance we're going to get those sooner or later.
Should we take a quick look at the top tables while we're here?
That's absolutely a great idea. Let's bring those up.
Okay, so
sorry, these are the standings. You want to look at the?
I want the standings. Let's see who's actually in the top 8 currently. Going
Yeah,
into
so
this
Jawad,
round.
Billy.
We saw Jawad, of course, last round. Lorenzo Santoni is known, obviously, as the winner of YCS Rimini last year, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Leo Guiner from France has topped a couple of events. Imran Khan Shadoun, we also featured in last round's feature match.
Yep. Looking at the top 8 as well there, we know Imran's playing Blue Eyes White Dragon, so we have seen that before. So we have got quite a little spread of decks that we're getting. Blue Eyes seems to still be creeping up. They are still about.
There's a lot of Germans on that screen.
There is a lot of Germans on that screen.
Well, what do you expect?
There was over
You
1,000
don't just
Germans
travel
in
to Germany and take the title and go home. This is not how it works. All right. Are these guys actually ready to play their third game? Or
Let's find out. I see our judge coming.
Okay, we can. In the meantime, we can try to walk down a little bit further. Okay, the game has just finished, is what we just heard. So they are now in the process of being moved to the feature match table, where we can then.
The match is over.
Oh, sorry. The match has finished. Okay, the game and the match has finished. It's a 2-0 victory.
So, shall we bring both the winners over, do you think, anyway? Well, then we can maybe ask them what happened in their
That would be an option,
game.
and I hope you guys are going to approve of that option. So we're going to take a very short break, bring those winners in, reel them in with a lasso or something, and then going to interview them before we, of course, try to prepare next round and all that other fun stuff that we have in store for you guys. All right, guys, with that, we're going to take a very short break. We're going to be back right after that break with the winner interview from round 7.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so dumb. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so dumb. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm Rob, and joining me is Lucas, the winner of our last match.
Yeah.
So, you were playing Yang Xing. Now, Yang Xing's one of my favourite decks. Like, absolutely. I've been playing it for a while. I tried getting into Zephyr Yang Xing, everything like that, and then it kind of just fell back a little bit for me.
Yeah.
Now, you're now playing it with all of the new engines that have come out. So, you've got your Metal Foes, and you're also using a Speedroid engine as well. Now, the new cards, have they really affected the way that you play?
Yeah, like Danglong is absolutely nuts. It's like the best synchro ever. It's like 3 really good effects, and 9 pillars is so much better than Zephyr Divine Strike.
Yeah.
So it's because you can discard it for Jiaotu and stuff like that. So yeah, it really changed the deck.
Good. I mean, basically, Yang Xing got their own Telenite counter trap, didn't they?
Yeah.
So they was really, really cool. Now, we noticed in those games there that anti-spell fragrance doesn't bother you at all.
No, cause like I can just like spin anti-spell fragrance with Baxia and then activate my scales, or I can go into Yazi and pop it like with just Terratop. So it doesn't hurt that much.
Yeah, because you can just rely on your synchro engine rather than any sort of pendulum. Now, have you done a lot of playtesting for this event?
Not really.
Not
Like,
really.
I didn't have that much time because of university and stuff.
Ah, fair enough. So you've done quite well to come in so far and just do really, really well, especially with this deck. We were really, really excited. It's actually really, really interesting. We had fun actually watching the match as well, because there were so many interesting things going on with your deck all the way through the match. So have you come up against any problems so far? Like, has any deck that you played against been really a big problem for you?
Yeah, like I lost against Metal Foes. Cause like game 1, he won the dice roll, and then he had like field I couldn't break through with Alkas, Kirin and stuff. And game 2, I just braked, cause that's like the biggest problem of the deck, that you break. And then he just like OTK'd.
Fair enough. That's kind of what Metal Foes do at the moment,
Yeah.
though, isn't it? Oh, so have you got any sort of, because you've been playing all day, I mean, it's been a long, long day. Have you got any sort of plays that you've made that you thought, that is my best play that I've ever made?
I did the heavy slump combo once. Do you know what it is?
I don't. Please tell me.
So it's like basically you side in heavy slump and Beatrice for like if you're going first in game 2 or 3. So when you activate Jiaotu and they chain Maxi, you just go off and do all your special summoning, make a Beatrice, dump heavy slump, make a Nirvana High Paladin, add heavy slump back to the hand, set heavy slump, then you pass. In the standby phase, you activate heavy slump. The opponent has to shuffle all his cards back into the deck and draws 2. And you have a field with a complete scale, a Baxia, a counter trap, a Nirvana High Paladin, and a Beatrice.
We were all wondering what the Beatrice was for.
Yeah.
And also, we noticed the new Ritual Dragon that's from the next set that I can't read because I can't read German, but I do remember. Yeah. So, yeah, you're also running that as well. And, yeah, you seem to just have so many combos. Like, it's really, really nice. Really, really nice to see. Now, were you playing Yang Xing back when it was just pure Yang Xing?
I played since the day it came out.
Yeah.
So, like, from the beginning.
Yang Xing is great.
And I played it, like, pure for a long time, and then when Metaphors came out, I started playing Metaphor Yang Xing because it's so much faster.
It's
can
really
make such incredible boards.
It's really, really consistent, really, definitely. Now, have you got anything in your deck that you think that's different, nobody else is doing it?
I don't really think so.
No? You think that everybody's playing basically the same kind of deck?
It's, yeah, like, some players are playing a fusion, a Metaphors fusion and stuff, but I like choose not to play it because I never use it, and the second combination I feel is much better.
Yeah.
But I think like they're all about the same in some way.
You think they kind of got equal strengths, but it just depends on how you like to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Well, that was an absolutely fantastic match anyway, and I'm really, really glad that you came back here just to tell us exactly kind of how you felt about the game. I mean, you must be nervous being like on camera. Surely.
Yeah, a bit.
You know, there's quite a few people watching, and they all saw you just win, which is the important thing for you. To be fair, they all know that you're a good player now. So yeah,
I hope so.
Good. Is there anything that you want to say just before we finish off here?
Oh yeah, shout outs to Klaus and D-Boys. and that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming on, and congratulations and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thanks.
Now we will be back very soon with another interview, so do stick around. We'll see you soon.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so dumb. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. You couldn't wait to move right in. If I were you, I'd be concerned. Ain't no way you're gonna win. Bet you didn't count on my return. Thought you were so dumb. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back.
Hello everybody, and as promised, I am back. Welcome to YCS Bochum 2016, and joining me is Joshua Oosters, who was the winner of our second feature match, which actually finished so quick that we couldn't get it onto the screen for you. Now, you were playing Mermail.
Yeah.
And what were you playing against?
I was playing against the, I think it was the standard ABC, no, it was the empowered ABC deck.
It was the empowered
Yeah.
ABC deck.
Right.
Okay, so what actually happened in your game? Because you won 2-0, didn't you?
Yeah, I won 2-0. He won the die roll, but I opened like Deep Sea Diva, TS Marksman, and he didn't open Buster, so game 1 was
Just
one turn.
straight to you, yeah.
And then game 2, I used Moray of Greed to draw system down, and then I summoned Prince, so it was over again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so you basically just completely countered his deck.
Yeah.
The first game, it was just like, yeah, I'm going to win. Second game, it's like, yeah, I'm
It's
going to win.
it's pretty good.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Now, you're playing a very heavy Mermail build,
Yeah,
but
definitely.
it's looks like you have got in there so you can make Totally Awesome as well. Would you say that it's just it's awesome Mermail, or would you say that it's a Mermail deck?
No, it's awesome Mermail.
It's definitely
it's
awesome
definitely awesome. I also played the frogs to make it even more awesome.
Yeah, definitely. And so do you think that, well, Mermails and Frogs are definitely going to work because they're all water,
Yeah, exactly.
water type anyway.
Yeah.
But what do you think that Frogs have brought to the Mermails,
Well,
rather than the other way around?
First of all, like the Totally Awesome is like the MVP of the deck now, because before when you played Mermail, you always went second, and then you hoped you could resolve Prince and win the game. But now, because of the Frogs, and also because of some really cool combos I'm playing, you can consistently just pump out good first turns by just making multiple Totally Awesome, which is really hard to get through.
Yeah, no, definitely. Now, you said you've got a few cool combos in your deck. Do you want to tell us about any of them?
Yeah, like almost all the combos involve opening Abystius, the level 7 pitch 1 Mermail. And you have a variety of combos, like if you open Abystius and Pike, you can end with Equipped Engineer, Bahamut Shark and Totally Awesome.
Yeah.
But the better combos are if you open Instant Fusion or Aqua Spirit, because you can get Abyss Osea, normal summon it next to the Tias to get Mender and any level 3 Mermail. Then you can summon the Aqua Spirit, for example, make Bahamut detach the Mender, and because Mender is in Graveland, you can banish it, and then your level 3 Mermails become level 4 Mermails, so you can make another Bahamut Shark, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That is pretty good. Are you playing anything different from what you think other people might be playing?
Well, I think like the build got some popularity in the USA, and most people were playing Pot of Desires, but I opted to play Moray of Greed instead, so you don't banish your combo pieces, because you're playing a lot of one-off cards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Moray of Greed, remind me, because it's been a long time since I've seen it.
It's you shuffle back 2 water monsters from your hand, and you draw 3 cards.
Oh.
It's like...
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, like,
definitely.
oh, I don't want these water monsters, and draw Prince instead. That's pretty good.
Perfect, yeah, definitely. So, yeah, definitely better than playing your Pot of Desires and getting rid. I had a quote that I said earlier that you may not have heard because you've been in the event.
Yeah.
But one time, one of my friends played a Pot of Desire, banished the top 10 cards from his deck and asked his friend how bad it was. And he was playing a Blue Eyes deck, and his friend picked up the cards, looked through them, put them back down, looked at him and said, how does one drive without an engine? And then just left. And that's basically how I see Desires, because it banishes a lot of cards, which is great for some decks, but but
exactly.
not for
Exactly. Couldn't have put it better myself.
So you definitely know your stuff with this. You been playing Mermail long?
Well, I played it like way back in December of 2013, and then into 2014 I played the deck. And when Prince was released, I played it again for a little bit. And now I'm back playing it with the Totally Awesome.
Fair enough.
I think it's one of the most fun decks in the entire game to play. It's really a lot of fun.
Everybody said that about anything involving Totally Awesome so far. Like, it's such a cool card.
Yeah, the card's it's really cool.
Yeah.
Like, I just love summoning. It's like this derpy frog, and it's like, oh, you can do nothing about it. Yeah, I love it.
And for the fact that it gets itself food is one of my favorite things.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's also like Dante in this deck.
Yeah.
Goes to graveyard, just add a water monster.
Basically, yeah. Wow. And not exactly lacking on those.
No,
so you have lots and lots of options. Lots and lots of options. Now, so today, while you've been playing this, you've told us a couple of cool combos. Is there any game that you've had where you think, you know what, this in particular was a really fun game and that something really cool happened?
To be honest, it's been a long day, so I don't really recall all my games. Like, most of my games where I did really cool stuff just was one big turn. You summon Mullin Glacier, which is like the coolest card in the game. And it's just really cool.
And then just fill your field with monsters and attack, I guess.
Yeah.
It's what Mermails do well.
Yeah, exactly.
And they've always done
it
well.
And then just in case you can't do 8,000, they don't have any cards in hand. And you have Totally Awesome, so it's all good.
So what's your best matchup?
Well, I think the deck is like pretty well-rounded. But rank 4 decks are hard because they make Dweller. And Dweller is like pretty good against Mermails.
Yeah.
I would say I think Paleozoic is the worst matchup. It's just so much disruption.
Yeah.
You can't do your combos. It's really hard. But if you go first, it's fine. So.
Are you playing anything to combat that, or?
Well, the thing is, I decided to play this deck last night.
Okay.
I was planning to play Cosmo, but everybody was like, "No, man, Cosmo is not good." So I gave in to the peer pressure and played Mermail.
It's going well for you.
Yeah,
definitely.
definitely. Yeah, I'm really surprised. But I'm playing like Twin Twisters in the side decks, obviously very good against Paleozoic.
Yeah.
And I'm playing also Dark Hole and Raigeki, which are actually good because they will summon the traps. And you will like attack them and they will be like, ha, we're Boku, now I can exit. They're like, ha, Raigeki, now everything is banished. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything like Denko Sekka or Jinzo. Or
nothing specific for those, no. Okay, that's really, really cool. Well, yeah, it's really, really nice to have a chat with you about this.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much for coming back. And yeah, I wish you good luck in the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, we should be back quite soon. Let me see if I can see my clock somewhere. We're about 15 minutes into time at the moment, so we'll have a look and see if there's anybody else that we could maybe drag in, just have a quick chat with them about how the day's going, absolutely anything. We'll see what we can do for you, and we will see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. It's the Friday prior to the tournament and the venue has been filling up over the course of the last few hours. We got quite a few players signed up. The last 2 times we've been in Bochum, it's always been more than 1,000 players. And of course, it's going to be the culmination of the calendar year in 2016, the last event of the year, and what a year it's been.
Yeah.
Look, you remember those tournaments earlier in the year.
Yeah,
Prague was a blast.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely crazy year. I mean, even just on the live stream, we've had so many insane things happen. The Battle Fader moment, I'm sure that everyone remembers that.
Yeah, just saying that, yeah.
I did not know what year it was. It was just crazy. That was really kind of, when it got to that point, it was just, yeah, I had no idea what was going to happen.
Right.
And it happened. It was just like, yeah.
I was actually playing in that event as well, which was absolutely fantastic.
What was that like?
It's been a very long time since I've actually played in any sort of competitive play, and it was nice to be able to play one because I'm not allowed to play one in any regions that I work in.
Right.
So it was nice to come over to Prague, actually experience it from a player's perspective for a change.
Right, you were cosplaying as well.
Yes, I was cosplaying.
Now I remember, yes.
Yes.
I have memories of that.
Yeah.
Later in the year, of course, one of the big highlights every year, the European Championship.
Yeah.
You've been working that event.
Yes. I've pretty much been in every single European Championship since we started live streaming, including the first one, me and Matt Bell. Yeah, we were in Berlin, the last European Championship. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I did really enjoy myself there.
It changed quite a bit for me because every time I take the Circle Line in Berlin now and I'm at that particular stop where this event took place, I'm always like looking at the hotel and I'm like, oh yeah, this is where this tournament went down. So you got, and this is like the 3rd tournament in Berlin, so there are now depending on which way I go in Berlin, I'm always going to be like, oh yeah, there was this event, event. It's fun. We can just put little flags in the city map.
Yeah, I have real fond memories of that event because it was that moment where it was the first big event I went to when I first started working for Konami, and I remember one very specific moment where I turned to our organized player lead and said, this is the reason why we get up every day. And that was just as Samir Bachar had finished the last game. He'd won. He was so ecstatic, crazy guy. He loves every minute, and all of the French players were on their feet, singing the French national anthem to him.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fantastic.
To this day, I remember that so much.
We had them do it again for the camera, but it wasn't as convincing the second time around.
No.
Even though I got to give it to the French, even the second time they felt like they were really feeling it.
Yeah, it was a really great event.
Because late in the year we had YC Streaming, just like last year, excellent event.
Yep.
And then back to back basically, went to Liverpool, to the UK.
Yep.
You weren't there, but you did something else for
No. I was in MCM London. We do actually do the MCM Comic Cons quite a lot.
Right.
We took our brand new stand there for its first kind of big test run.
What was that like?
Oh, it was interesting. Good trying to keep people away from a lot of it. But
I think there's a few stories off camera in this.
Yeah. But no, it was a lot of fun. We got a lot of people really kind of interested in Yu-Gi-Oh! Again because obviously the movie is absolutely huge, Dark Side of Dimension. So we have all kind of classic branding on absolutely everything. So everybody's coming up and going, I remember Yu-Gi-Oh! And coming over. And just really enjoying getting themselves back in the game.
And of course, Luke, you're always happy when the YCS comes back to your mother country.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was just 6 short weeks ago.
Yeah.
So a few things have changed since then.
Like that.
Yeah. A few things have changed since then. The tournament has, the metagame has evolved again.
Yeah.
With some other decks at the top this weekend. What are you going to be expecting?
Big step forward we had. ABCs were absolutely the defining deck at Liverpool. Everyone was playing that deck. We had such a huge turnout, and in the end, it didn't win. We actually had Thomas Rose with his Burning Abyss deck, just playing cards that beat ABC.
Yeah.
But now we got a whole extra dimension added to the meta with the Paleozoic deck. So Burning Abyss is kind of still existing, but not anywhere near as strong as it once was.
Right.
So now
Although people have said that before.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of times.
I think I've said that enough times, and I think it's more wishful thinking than anything else. But we have ABCs, Paleozoics, Metal Foes. Those are the top 3, creating a beautiful trinity of the metagame.
Right. So this is going to be exciting, but it's just the culmination of the calendar year. The dueling season is going to go on for a little bit longer, always from World Championship to World Championship. And 2017, the new calendar year, is going to be kicking off with a bang. Rob, you got some exciting news about YCS Sydney.
Oh, it's the 175th YCS, of course, so we've got a really, really cool map that we're going to be getting for there as well. Also, it will be live streamed, which is the first Australian YCS that's going to be live streamed. We're going to see the return of Jarvis and Woodhouse, who were the people that did the UK National Championships, if you remember. I'm sure Luke can tell you that every single time he wanted information, he would shout for Jarvis. If anything went any wrong, he would shout Woodhouse. So.
Yeah, they were a great.
I feel like I've been missing out here.
Yeah, that was a really great event, and I'm looking forward to YCS Sydney.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some live images from Sydney. I mean, we've been every time we hear very, very positive things about the tournaments down there, down under. This time we're going to be seeing it for the first time live and in colour, so that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, so our organised play partner, Kevin O'Connell, all the guys down there know him, and he's really kind of amazing. I get to speak to him on a regular basis.
Right.
Honestly, he is a phenomenal person.
Okay.
That's the only way to describe him. He's pretty crazy.
All right, and then after that, of course, YCS Prague. That is the third time in a row. Am I mixing up something?
No, third time in a row.
Okay, that's the first, I think, that we went to one city year after year after year.
Yeah.
That regularly.
Yeah, I mean, there was MCM London, YCS London, that was always at the Comic Con. Yeah, so I guess this is the third.
I guess that makes it a first, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, we're looking forward to that. Okay. Any final words for this weekend? How many players are you going to expect?
Well, actually, yesterday I was thinking 1,200 players, but I think now I'm looking at 1,400 players.
Okay.
1,400 players seems good.
Yeah.
I think that is a good one, and I think that this event is going to be totally awesome.
Okay, guys. You can tell we're going to have a lot of fun this weekend. It's the first time ever that we're going to have 3 commentators for one feature match. That's going to be interesting to not talk over each other the whole time.
Yeah.
But that just means it's going to be more fun for you. It's going to be more exciting this weekend. And actually, every once in a while, someone gets to take a break, so that's also going to be good. With that, guys, we're signing off for the Friday. We're going to be right back because this happened yesterday when you're watching it, or even the day before yesterday. We're going to be right back with another feature match, some live impressions of YCS Bochum 2016. Welcome back, guys, to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. We did the scrub brush challenge and picked out somebody who scrubbed out of the tournament. Yeah. So you're going to get scrubbed now, my little friend. Umut Seren is here, the man. It didn't go according to plan today.
Quite a bit, because I was not that prepared. I saw after before the event, because everybody, every good player I saw choose Metal Force or something else.
Right.
And yeah, I said, but I wanted to play one event with ABCs because I couldn't play at YCS Liverpool.
Is that like a checklist? Yeah. This deck I want to play it at least once.
Yeah, before it's gone or something else. And it was still competitive.
No,
so,
it is.
And yeah, and I have my own version. Yeah, it was against the meta, but
You didn't play against the meta.
I only faced 2 Metal Foes, so yeah. So I won that matches, but no.
Yeah. So the deck did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah.
The problem was the pairing system did not do what it was supposed to do. That's
part of the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did you play against in the end? Or what did you lose against?
First round, I played against my roommate. He played Metal Foes.
Naturally.
I lost every game yesterday against him, but today I was lucky. Round 2, I lost against Mermail. OTK'd me first game through Maxi.
Okay.
And the other games were quite the same.
In the mid game.
Yeah, in the mid game, round 2.
Okay.
Round 3, I think it was Metal Foes again.
So your second win?
Yes. Then I won against Burning Abyss. This was the second deck I had not on my plan, I would say.
I was about to say, yeah, nobody expects the Burning Abyss.
Then I had no mirror match. That's so. Then again, Metal Foe, I think. Every win was against Metal Foe. And last round I lost against Shiranui Zombie. Also not on my plan. And I didn't start that good. I have 3 Twin Twisters in main. I have 2 Cosmo Cyclone in my main. I got Ghost Ogres in main. So everything against other decks, but
not against these decks. Yeah. So what do you make of the format? We have those 3 decks at the top, but it seems like there's a lot of decks that are viable, that are good enough to compete.
Yeah. I cannot say what we have to reduce or what we have to exchange. You can look in the past. For example, Majestic Korean was at 3, and it was strong, but not that strong like it is now.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it is at 1.
Yeah.
So it's limited, and I don't know. It depends on the other decks in the
Right,
meta.
right.
So let's see.
So
the,
you
the,
would
the
basically
bandlist
say
is coming closer.
Yeah, but do we have to change anything, or should we just keep going
no,
with
we
this
have to. I think we have to
before it gets stale?
Yeah, we have to ban the Majestic Korean.
Get rid of it altogether.
The Omega, the
yeah,
spry frame, blah blah.
Yeah.
The synchro has to be limited minimum.
Yeah. I've heard that from a couple of players.
Yeah, and what other decks we have? The Burning Others is so long in the game, I would say.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Is
Over
that
2 years.
is that a bad thing?
No, normally not. But if you look at other nice decks like Shadow, every deck was
They have a high and then they have a low.
was destroyed.
All right.
So, and this deck is still alive.
It's not fair.
Yeah, it's not
Fair.
fair.
You have to kill them.
I want my Shadow Construct back.
Okay. What else should be coming back? Let's talk about the next list of forbidden and limited cards.
Yeah, really, first of all, it would be nice with Shadow. Something with Shadow could be.
But they get
again
some new
playable.
cards in the future.
Yeah, but
it's not enough.
Yeah, I don't know if the new cards are not that light. Shadow Construct could be come back. Yeah, and other decks. Yeah, like I said, I would like to see new cards like for Gravekeepers.
Right.
A Pendulum
What
card.
do you think about the new Silent Swordsman support?
Yeah,
that's cool,
I like
right?
It, yes.
We had
but only if it combines old cards.
Yeah.
And not only the new cards, and they are broken.
When somebody's like, I'm playing Monarch, and you expect them to play Sabok
Yeah.
and so on, and then they play something completely different.
it's
Where
like
you're
the-
like, where's the Monarchs
Every
that
Monarch,
I used to know?
You know, I was a
Yeah.
long Monarch player, but the new Monarch
You know,
type
I was a Monarch. Wait a second.
player.
Right.
So, yeah, but let me please finish my. For example, Gravekeepers. I would like to, at their types, for example, they get a Pendulum card or cards, high scale, low scale. They get an own tuner. They get an own Exceed. They get an own synchro.
Gravekeepers only need 3 and 5 in terms of scales.
For example,
because
but-
everything is 4.
But it would be nice. Or example, Dark Scorpions. I said it every time.
Yeah.
It would be so nice if such decks
So
would
these
get
decks-
something.
yeah, the iconic decks.
Or Amazon. Yeah, what was it?
Amazonas,
Warriors.
Warriors.
Warriors. Yes.
Yep.
If they get, we have so many nice old types.
Well, lots of flavor
Yeah.
actually. Like people recognize these cards. The guy that we had in our second round feature match, who played Silent Swordsman, we're like, so why do you play Silent Swordsman? And he
him.
says, I love the card, the archetype.
Simple and
then,
easy.
then he told us he stopped playing in 2005 when it was no longer competitive. Didn't play for 11 years, and he's only back because Silent Swordsman is a thing again. And you're like, you cannot make this up. It's like, how can somebody
this
be
is a
like
nice story.
such? Yeah, it is. Like, and he won his feature match. Like,
Yeah, because when you are playing, you cannot follow every feature match.
Yeah.
But when I'm at home, that's maybe till the next weekend, for example.
Right.
It's nice. I watch every feature match and.
yeah,
that's-
I always
so
get
I will
feedback
f-
from you
yeah,
afterwards.
yeah, I
It's
will
quite
follow
fun.
for sure.
Yeah, this is my match of the day so far. Right.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? Is an American going to do it and snatch the title, or is it going to be somebody from Europe? I mean, we got strengths in numbers.
Yeah, in Germany, for example, in Liverpool, who was the champion? A British guy.
That's true. Yeah.
So
I had to. It was Thomas Rose.
Yes.
Yeah.
For example, most of the Italian, most of the time it's in Italian, and like
That's true. Yeah.
first YCS, it was a German, you know. Okay. And then Israeli is a half German. It's the same.
Is it a half German?
No.
Okay. Don't get us into troubles.
No. In the finals, Michel won against.
Oh, okay.
Not Aris.
Aris Samaras. He's Greek.
Nee, the Israeli guy. You remember?
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah,
Ido Marcus.
Yeah, Ido Marcus is now the new Israeli champion. The first YCS, you forgot it.
Oh, the first.
First YCS in Bochum, 2010. I don't. I
yeah,
have it
no,
in my-
I got it. I got it somewhere in my computer. But I know what you mean. Yes.
But
It's been a while. It's been a while.
It's 6 years.
6 years, yeah.
Yeah, it was also in the end of the year. So, for example,
yeah, September, I think, something like that.
It was.
Oh man, yeah, that's another story, right? I do remember that, in fact.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Umut, so now you're basically out of the tournament. What are you gonna do the rest of the weekend? Win a giant card, maybe.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. It depends on if I want to wake up tomorrow early. Today I had to.
Yeah.
It was really hard, I say.
I'm old.
I'm old again. Same story.
Right.
No. I will play the last round,
Uh-huh.
and I'm X1 now. X 2 loss 1 draw.
Yeah.
And that's maybe
everybody with 18 points still makes it. So
no, it will be not 18 points.
Still not enough. Yeah.
But
you can go to 16, I think.
It should be enough for the 265 cut, in my opinion.
Oh, it might. Yeah.
Let's play the last round, and maybe I lose it, and then it doesn't matter.
I guess it depends a little on tie breaks and everything. Maybe we see you tomorrow then.
Maybe, but not for the main event. I will maybe play some. I never play side events. I only played one side event.
Right.
And I won the giant card. So yes.
Ooh, there he goes, Mr. Perfect Record.
No. Yeah. But it was a mistake from Patrick Reeder. He didn't tell me that it is not sealed. The other one.
You mean
constructed, sealed, and advanced. Advanced format it was.
Okay.
Yep.
We always play advanced. We got
Really?
traditional and
Okay,
advanced.
then it was normal sealed or something else?
No, for sealed we only have like regular sealed and
Okay.
draft. There's draft. We never
then
played
then
draft.
It maybe was something.
I think it
draft.
was
Okay.
sealed. I think.
Yeah.
It was a sealed tournament.
And I come there and I had my playmat on the table and my deck, and the judge came to me, put your mat away. Put your deck into your bag. I said, why?
Am I being disqualified?
He said, this is a
sealed deck tournament.
Is what?
And you ended up winning. Talk about somebody who's a quick learner.
I think it was YCS Toulouse.
Okay. I remember seeing you there.
Yeah, and
I actually filmed you or took a photo or something.
And I only dropped because Patrick Reeder told me, you are out of the tournament, no chance. So I was winning against my opponent, and I said to him, say thank you. He said, why? I said, say thank you. He says, thank you, you won. I put my cards and go to the side event, and he was still, he
ended
was
up in the top.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Patrick Reeder. Shout out to you.
Really.
But you got a giant card for it, so it's not a bad trade.
Yeah, it was the Dragonic Knight girl, Dark Magician girl on dragons,
All right.
left, right.
You guys can tell. We can always
please.
talk forever if Umut and me are talking together.
If you follow, I think there is a picture on the coverage.
Yeah, there is actually on our YouTube channel. You can check it out. It's in German. If you want to practice your secondary language, that would be a good opportunity to do that. We're going to continue practice our English a little bit. With that, we're signing off. Thank you so much, Umut. Always a pleasure. And guys, we're going to be right back with the last round for the day, round 8. We made it. It's oh my, it's 10:30 p.m. Wow.
It's really
one more round for the day, and then we're calling it a day. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back as soon as possible with live coverage from YCS Bochum 2016.
Bye bye.
Hello guys, welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm here to have an interview with Billy Brake. Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so first time, you're more famous than I am, to be honest. So, yeah.
I've
here
been
you go.
going for a long time, and
yeah,
got some
yeah.
success over the years.
Yeah, exactly. I've been going for quite a few years, but you got quite a lot more success than I did. So, tell us what's your your highlights? Tell us.
Well, I guess the highlights, I've won 3 YCS championships, 2 back-to-back in 2011 with Synchro Plants, and then I won a third one in 2014 with 60-card Artifact Shadal Burning Abyss.
What would you say was your most enjoyable kind of YCS win, or if you don't really have one of those, what's the best format that you liked playing in? That's a big question, I know.
It's a big question. My favorite deck of all time is X-Sabers, and that whole format with either Rescue Cat X-Sabers, and also after Rescue Cat was on the Forbidden list, I also like that X-Saber deck too. But when I won 2 in a row with the Plant deck, that's probably my favorite. Super solid format, lots of interactive gameplay. And I also like this format a lot too, which is why I'm here.
Yeah, I really liked plants a hell of a lot. I remember coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh and getting my 3 Reborn Tengus and just being like, this is so good.
Yeah, except when you draw all 3 of them.
yeah, exactly. So obviously you're from the USA. Is there any kind of big differences that you think between playing in the US and playing in Europe? Because you've played in Europe before. You played at YCS Brighton 5 years ago, and so yeah, is there any big differences that you can point out or think of?
Not really big differences. Like maybe like everyone's still really good and competitive, but everyone's a lot nicer here. Kind of, everyone's really friendly. But maybe it's because they don't see me as often. But yeah, everything's really nice. Competition's just the same. Everyone's really good. Everyone's trying to win. Maybe it's a little more relaxed over here, it seems like, but I haven't been around for too much, so I'll have to wait and see. I'll be able to answer this question better after the weekend.
Yeah, we should interview you at the end and see.
I mean, after I win. Right?
After you win? Well, yeah, exactly. We could interview you after the finals, right? Yeah.
That's the dream. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about the deck that you're playing this weekend. So you're playing Metal Foes, but what's kind of different about your Metal Foes deck to everyone else's?
Well, I'm playing Metal Foes, and it's more of like a OCG kind of version where I play no Blackwing Gofu. I play 3 Summoner Arts, Clifford, Monolith, and Scout, so I can make Infinity, and they're normal Pendulum monsters, so not only can you make Infinity with them, you can fuse with them to make Mithrilium or Alkahist, and you can get value out of the just Scout being a +1 and getting the Metal Foe spell and trap right at the beginning. It's just I'm trying to make the deck as consistent as possible, not necessarily the most powerful version of the Metal Foes, but it's where I'll be able to consistently open with a solid board every time.
Yeah, so a lot that's a kind of a big thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! That people say, my deck might not necessarily be the strongest, but it's really consistent, or sometimes you can really raise that kind of high ceiling of how good your deck can get by removing some consistency options there. Which do you think overall is better? Obviously, it depends on the meta, but like right now, you obviously think there's consistency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like explosiveness and power, but I want every card in my deck to be alive, so I'm trying to maximize the amount of Pendulum monsters I play because I want every draw to be very good. Like, drawing 2 Gofus isn't the greatest, or drawing the Gofu off the Metal Foe fusion afterwards is why I ended up deciding to try and play without it. And so far, I liked it. Hopefully, brings me success this weekend.
Yeah, I do think that Gofu is really, really strong when it works out, but if you draw multiples, then it's not that great. Yeah. Okay, well, how long did it take you to get all the way over here? And did you like leave some days before and after the event, or what? What's your travel plans?
Well, I had to fly from Dallas to Philadelphia like on Wednesday, and then we flew on Thursday from Philadelphia to Atlanta. I had a layover there for a few hours, and then arrived here. Flew from Atlanta to here this morning, and still awake for the past couple of days. A lot of travel. I haven't really got to do much yet, but I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, you're still just going out. I thought you just woke up or something because you're super hyperactive, but
I'm always that way. I always got a lot of energy, but I'm definitely operating on fumes right now.
Well, it's pretty good fumes because you're pretty awake. Well, there's a lot of cool little restaurants around the venue here in Bochum, so you should you should try those out. Okay, so that was Billy Break. We wish him all the best of luck. Best of luck, Billy.
Hopefully next time you see me, I'll be winning in a feature match or, winning the whole tournament, hopefully.
Yeah, let's hope so. Right, we're going to be back with even more live coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. Catch you guys soon.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016 in one of the most historic venues in all of Europe that we've ever been in, to be honest. I think it's the one place where history happens in Europe. Because as you might know, back in 2006, that is a whole 10 years ago, was the first time ever that we had a European Championship, for example. That was a first. Yep. And then 6 years ago, in 2010, was the first time the YCS came to Europe, which was the first ever European YCS. Rob has been at some of these events.
Some of them, but from what I remember, I was at the last one. I can't remember the others. It's been a long time.
That's the big problem with Bochum.
Yeah.
All of them.
They kind of merge into one.
Yeah.
You just think, I've been in Bochum, and then suddenly you think, oh, hang on, which year was that?
It's just
was
one
that the
mega
same?
tournament,
Because
yeah.
we're always in the same venue as well, which is absolutely fantastic.
But when you think about it a little bit more, you actually are going to be able to take it apart. Starting with the European Championship, where Michael Gruner became the European champion. You know something about the format back then, Luke?
Yeah.
That was Plan Synchro.
Plan Synchro, yeah. Okay, I was right. there's so many formats in my head from all the different Bochums that you confused. I couldn't remember. Okay, yeah, Plant Synchro. I remember Plant Synchro. I talked about this with Billy Drake actually earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, Reborn Tengu was kind of
a thing.
Really defining. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Yeah, it just made it so that you constantly had that monster you needed to combine with your tuner monster. Back then, we didn't really have these, low-level tuner monsters like Global and things like that.
Yeah.
We had Global, but you had things like Rose Warrior and things like that.
Yeah.
You didn't have those kinds of ones, and it was
As
it was good.
Looking at somebody who's working for Konami, how crucial was it, in your opinion, that the first ever YCS in Bochum attracted more than 1,200 players? And we were kicking things off with a bang, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a really good number, I think.
Yeah. And
something anything over about 1,000 is seen as a pretty a success.
Right. And you've been around back at that time already, 2010. Do you have any memories of this event?
Not the 2010 event, because I wasn't there.
Okay, maybe not this one. Okay, the next one was in 2013.
2013.
That was another YCS again. It was always the YCS. The European Championship hasn't been taking place in Bochum ever since 2010, as far as 2006. And there was Alpay Engin who won at the third largest European tournament.
Yeah.
Anything we can add there?
Wind-ups. Wind-ups. Yeah. So a lot of people big fan of wind-ups. That's because they're all cool little toy little things.
You're one of them.
Yeah, I like wind-ups. I think that it's just the hand loop thing with wind-ups was just so kind of. It was the first real time where it wasn't really. I wouldn't say it was the first time that it was seen as like the FTK deck was the best deck. We saw that right at the start with things like Exchange of the Spirit, whatever. We saw that kind of stuff, but I think it was the first time that a deck could do the FTK, but it also had so much more.
It had a plan B.
It had a plan B. Yeah.
Right.
Usually with decks like that, it's kind of my combo didn't work.
What do you think about this particular format?
So yeah,
this is what wind-ups.
The wind-up format.
I didn't play during wind-up format. Basically when I came back in was just when Dragon Rulers started kicking off. It was basically this big space where I kind of stopped playing around 2009, and then I came back in around 2013, 2012.
That makes 2 strikes for Rob.
Yep. I was here for 2015.
Last YCS Bochum.
Yes, I was here for
Last chance.
2015.
Okay, what we got there?
We had Necros mostly.
Luca Cittoni, right?
Yes, Luca Cittoni won with Necros. The final was actually a mirror match for Necros as well, because we saw basically everybody playing Necros. You were either playing Necros or you weren't playing. And there were so many, a lot of the decks were extremely similar, basically the same deck, but it always depended on how you were going to play it, especially, I believe, was that post the Forbidden Limited list?
I think not.
Was that just before?
I think at the
with the Djinn.
Yeah, we still had the Djinn at that point. Because
point.
everyone was main decking Book of Eclipse to try and stop the Djinn lock.
Stop the Djinn lock. So you had that to kind of consider, and then it felt like the long game. A lot of people always said to me, it's like you're definitely playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's one of the most skillful formats because everybody has the same deck. Right. It's just how you're going to play it. Absolutely.
Not always super fun to watch, to be honest, but this particular match was quite cool.
It was really skillful.
Like we said, so much history. Luca Cittoni has been playing this game basically since the first European Championship in Bochum. At least 10 years, I think even longer than that, and he finally went all the way and won a big event.
I actually remember being stood just over there. I was playing at the event. It was the first time that I did the coverage.
Okay.
And I came on for a couple of rounds, and I remember standing at the end of the event. I was talking to some of my friends. I was like, "Oh, the final's going on." I think where we are right now was where the big screen was for the for the coverage at the time. For the feature match, and just behind the camera there was the feature match area. And I just remember watching the feature match kind of on the screen, and I saw what he had in his hand, and I was like, "Yeah, he's got this. He's totally got this." And then you just saw the curtain just burst open, and suddenly Luca Cittoni was just running towards the feature match area, and the entire of his team was running towards him. And it was just like bam, and it was really kind of it was really an emotional moment for him because he was so close for such a long time.
Yeah, and then finally he sealed the deal.
Yeah.
And what was it like for you doing? Looking back, first time you did coverage, you said?
Yeah, it seems like
ages ago.
A long time ago, a very long time ago.
All right, guys. Yeah. As you can tell, everybody's got some fond memories of Bochum. The biggest problem is like telling them apart, which event it was. We just looked at a video from back in 2006 when you see some of the players, and obviously 10 years ago, I had much longer hair back then. That's also interesting view, to be honest.
It was a baby Ollie. Yeah, it was magical.
Right. So this weekend, of course, history is going to be made. We're going to be talking about that a little bit more in our event preview. And of course, you're going to see that live in all the feature matches that we're going to have for you guys. Speaking of which, we're going to be right back after a short break. And then you're going to see the next round of feature matches at YCS Bochum 2016.
Hello guys, welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. I'm here with Hayden Matthews and his girlfriend Chloe, and we're here to talk a little bit about their journey to YCS Bochum. So tell us a little bit about where you've been around Europe.
Well, just in the last couple of weeks, we actually flew into Rome, and then we saw that, then Venice, and then we flew from Venice to Paris, and now we're here at Germany. But we've seen pretty much every landmark between there and back, and it's been very enjoyable so far.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why you decided to do that trip is because you were at the World Championships with your brother Declan.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't playing, but Declan, my younger brother, was playing in the Dragon Duel event, so I got to tag along for free. So I think that's the perks of teaching someone how to play the game.
Yeah, so you know, tell us a little bit about your World Championship experience. Everyone who I've spoken to about the World Championships kind of, they always tell us so many good things about it. What was your favorite bit? And, tell us a little bit about it.
I think my favorite part was the fact that everyone was so accepting from every country. Like, I wasn't even in the event, yet everyone was still happy to let me join in, and just everyone's very friendly. And I was very surprised that everyone got along from Europe and America. I thought there'd be more of a rivalry, but everyone just hung out anyway and went to dinner. And considering I wasn't a part of the event, I think I got made more out of the experience as well, just being there. Just being a part of all of it. So
I must say this year in particular was really kind of unique in the fact that everyone was just kind of banding together, and usually you see the separations of the groups. Everyone was just really getting along. It was really great.
I actually heard about that as well, that would actually happen. So to see everyone get together was a bit strange, considering I've been told from other people that have been that they actually just separate and you'll probably just be just with the Australians and that sort of stuff. But no, it was very enjoyable. Yeah.
Okay, so Chloe, tell us a little bit about. So you guys both play Yu-Gi-Oh. Yes. And you're both playing the same deck this weekend. So tell us a little bit about that. Well, you're playing different variants of the same deck. So tell us a little bit about the deck that you're playing this weekend.
My deck's Metal Foes, and the main object of it is to summon Zulkan Crystal Wing and set a strike and just helmet your way through it.
That sounds like a great strategy. So you're not going to play any Metal Foes cards. You just want to make Ultimaya and summon Crystal Wing and hope your opponent can't do anything.
Yeah, maybe put a Mithril up there. Alkahi, steal some stuff.
Yeah, steal some of your opponent's cards as well. Can't go wrong with that. So tell us a little bit about you're playing a slightly different version of the Metal Foes deck.
Yeah, I thought to go a bit away from the general strategy of the deck, because the cards like Dimensional Barrier kind of throw that off. So I've actually mixed mine with the Performapal engine to try and gain more resources, because Pot of Desire is a very powerful card, but in Metal Foes sometimes it contradicts and you can banish some resources. So playing the cards like Lizard Turtle draw off a Sorcerer, you can pop a combination, you add 3 cards, and then you can still get the draw into your traps. Yeah. So I thought I'd just try something a bit different just to see how it goes.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, yeah, I mean, I've been walking around here in this venue. You guys can't see, it's behind you. But, it's kind of, there's a lot of people playing Metal Foes, Paleozoics, and ABCs as well. We're not seeing much variance in the deck builds at all, so that's quite an interesting one. Yeah. So, tell us, what things have led to you guys both playing Yu-Gi-Oh together? Can you think of kind of that first moment where you both thought, let's play Yu-Gi-Oh together? Where does that come from?
Well, actually, before we were together, she actually played anyway. So yeah, and then when we've obviously come together and now we're in a relationship, it makes it a bit easier to play the same decks and learn other things. We can test against each other now, so I don't need to just rely on my brothers anymore.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You
kind of knew beforehand. Well, obviously, yeah, it's the same. But so what decks did you play before you just started playing what he played?
I started off in Clifford format, so my whole main play was summon towers, set a skill drain, pass my turn, and then I went into Cosmo, and then Dark Destroyer combos, and then now I'm doing Aki's combos with Kieran, so pretty helmet decks.
Right, okay.
Yeah, well, simple decks, sometimes really strong strategy. Okay, so thank you guys so much, and good luck in the event. And we're going to be right back with even more live coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. See you guys soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Bochum 2016. I'm Rob Hooley and with me is Mushtop. Mushtop. And, well, what we want to talk about today is the Dark Lord deck. But first, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? You told me that you've been at a couple of YCS before, is that right?
Yes, I've been to YCS Prague, Bochum, and to a lot of European championships.
So a lot. So you're a local, aren't you? Really? You said it was from Amsterdam. Ah, brilliant. So what do you kind of like about YCS events?
Well, actually, that the community, you always see a lot of people, new people you see. It's actually quite fun, and it's actually quite competitive. I actually enjoy being here, actually.
Now, you're playing one of the new archetypes that came out, which is the Dark Lords. They came out in Destiny Soldiers. Okay. Now, you said that you've kind of liked the idea for a very long time. You were following it in the OCG as well. Now, what's kind of the best thing about this deck? Why do you like this deck so much?
Well, actually, the thing I actually liked about the deck is that you actually now have a Rhoda for the entire deck.
Yeah.
And a Destiny draw, which helps with when you have Superbia and immediately Rhoda and they actually even got a Monster Reborn, which is now at +1 in one turn.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, they've got a lot of draw. They've got a lot of, well, just toolbox, basically. Reminds me of Warrior Toolbox, but it's just a little bit stronger, if that makes sense. Yeah.
In a way. It's actually stronger and faster, because now you can also use Allure of Darkness and trade into the entire deck, which actually speeds up the deck and allows you actually to unbreak your hand quite fast.
Now, they're all dark fairies, which is absolutely fantastic, because you were even saying to me just a bit earlier that you've just noticed that Christia says just fairies, not light fairies, because so you can use Christia in this deck, and Christia is just a massive powerhouse. Now, just tell us a little bit, kind of, how does this deck work?
Well, you actually, the first card you actually search for is actually X-Step. If you open with it, it's actually perfect, then you try to get your Superbia, and with that, then you open that to draw into the cards you have and go further to like to contact and go from there on. And the better thing is about the new Dark Lords is that they can reuse all the cards twice and makes it so that you don't need actually to run multiples of certain cards like the traps. And the traps are pretty good, that allows you to interrupt your opponent and improve your play to continue the play into the game for and going for the OTK if it's needed.
Okay. So you've got big attack monsters, you can reuse all of your spells because they return them to the deck once they use them whilst they're in the graveyard, that's correct, isn't it? So they're kind of a little bit like Dark World, they like to filter stuff into the graveyard so they can special summon monsters, use cards that are in the graveyard already. And in fact, you were telling me earlier that Grapha.
Yeah. I think Grapha is, in my opinion, one of the strongest boss monsters in the thing. It also has the nickname the Immortal Grapha.
Grapha's just great. That's just what I take from that. So how do you think you're going to do in the tournament?
Well, I'm hoping to get day 2, and after that, I'm going to see if I can get into top 32.
Now, your deck, do you have many kind of weak matchups at all?
Actually, the main problem of the deck is itself. You don't actually have a weak, a weak matchup, but you don't also have the strong matchup. So, and against almost all the meta, I actually now main deck also goes 3% Winter Cherries, because you actually rarely use your extra deck. So you can have the boss monsters of each deck in your extra deck just to counter them.
Okay, so it's kind of it's a good deck. It's just that its own defeat is kind of itself sometimes. I mean, you were talking to me earlier that you don't actually play Valhalla, which is for fairy type monsters because sometimes it can just be a bit of a dead draw. I mean, is there anything that you're playing that you think is unique?
Well, to be honest, I think it's actually the Winter Cherries that people actually just side deck instead of main deck, and the one Teska Polka. It's actually quite a good card to protect yourself from Raigeki and those kinds of cards.
So you've got an absolutely fantastic deck, and I do wish you all of the best of luck in the coming days. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and we will see you again soon. Hello everybody and welcome back to YCS Bochum 2016. My name is Rob and joining me is the legendary Jake Quincy. Now, you are quite, I'd say, a pro player. You've been about for quite a while. How many YCSs have you topped?
Since Liverpool, that would be my 11th, and then and the last 6 European YCSs I've competed in. I missed out both Rimini's. I've topped the last 6 in Europe.
So, yeah, he knows his stuff. Now, we're going to be talking about one of the meta decks at the moment, which I'm really excited about because everybody knows that I'm old school and I was excited for Monarchs. So, we're going to be talking about Frogs. Now, Frogs, back when I was playing, was Des croaking OTK, and that isn't as viable anymore. So, what we're going to be talking about is mostly Totally Awesome, and the deck is totally awesome, so we're good with that. Now, can you give us a quick overview of how the new deck works?
Okay, so basically the new deck revolves around trap cards and using the previous cool cards of like Swat Frog, Jute Frog, and Ronin Toadin. So to really go into the cards and how they work, they're trap cards that can special summon themselves from the graveyard in response to a trap card being activated on the field. And
they're the Paleozoic cards that came out recently, yes.
In the most recent 2 sets of the Dark Illusion and Invasion of Vengeance, that's the one. So in the most 2 recent sets, and the good thing about them are they are commons as well, so they are quite easy to get in the pack, so you can get multiple in one booster pack. So, and to real go into the deck, and the main aim of the deck is as well, these trap cards are level 2. So with the level 2s as well, the waters, so they are exceed, basically great materials to make with exceeds. So with these level 2s, you can gain effects from the initial trap cards originally, and then later on in the game, especially during mid and late game, you can make some really powerful exceed monsters, such as Totally Awesome. And what Totally Awesome does is it's an exceed that you can detach a material during either player's standby phase, summon a really good monster from the deck that's a frog, such as Jute Frog, so only attacks then can be directed to Jute Frog, or Swat Frog to then send your initial Ronin Tonin, and the next turn you can then bring out another Swat from the deck, and then you can banish your Ronin Tonin and make more exceeds. But the main cool thing about Totally Awesome and what it does is you contribute a water monster on your side of the field to negate an activation of a spell, monster, or trap effect, negate the effect, and then you can actually set it to your side of the field. So some really cool things. If your opponent tries to set up with Pot of Desires and they activate Pot of Desires, they pay the cost and banish the first initial 10 cards, and then you contribute to negate it, take it and set it on your side of the field ready for your next turn, and then you can banish 10 of your own cards and draw 2 new cards and negating theirs. And its other cool effect as well is if it gets sent to the graveyard, so if it gets negated with Solemn Warning or Solemn Strike, it's a bit like Dante, you can actually then add any water monster from your graveyard to your hand. So there's some really cool effects that it can do, and realistically you'll never minus from the card, you'll just constantly gain. And the real good thing about the traps, because you are then using them mid and late game, making Totally Awesome eventually will actually win you the game.
Great. So how do you think it's going to do in the current meta? Do you think it's definitely going to be one of the top 3 decks at least, surely? So, I mean, what's its strong matchups at the moment? What's it absolutely fantastic against?
Right now, from testing all week, against Metal Foes, which has become a real true attender, especially with the new set, it's really actually beating that deck quite consistently. So Metal Foes are struggling against this matchup, and we're kind of in a triangle this format now, where ABC is 50-50 against this Frog deck, and where Frogs then beat Metal Foes, then Metal Foes kind of beat ABC as well. So we've got that little triangle going on. In the long run, with like advantage and with scenarios and probabilities as well, I would say the Frog deck has the best possibility chance to someone to do really well this event in comparison to the other 2. So this is why I really think this deck is probably the best, because like I mentioned, mid and late game it's great, while you're initially getting benefits and profit from cards early game with the traps, and such as like Totally Awesome and the really cool exceeds that are in the deck.
Now, I was watching you play this deck earlier, and you were saying that because you were trying to think which deck am I going to play, and then after I came back a while later, you said this deck is really fun. I'm going to play this one. Now, you were actually showing me a little bit of tech. Are you still actually playing that?
Yes. The tech is really cool, and it's really interesting, and I really like it. Is it's Gradle Slime Jr. And the real good thing about Gradle Slime Jr. is that it's basically a card that you can keep recycling, especially through Totally Awesome, from bringing it back to itself, and you can get an initial setup. So, for instance, if you open these two, and either a Ronitoadin, a frog, or really another water monster in your hand, you can go discard the water monster, send it to graveyard to special summon your Swap Frog. You can then summon your Swap Frog, then send another one of these to the graveyard. And by sending another one to the graveyard, you can then bounce your Swap Frog to your hand by its effect without additional summoning, because you don't need to do that. Then normal summon the original slime from your hand, special summon the one you've just sent from Swap Frog and special summon it to the field. And then by special summon it to the field, then you can special summon a level 2 water monster from your hand to the field, so you summon Swap Frog again. And then you send the other missing piece, either the Duke Frog or the Ronin Tonin, and then you can now make 2 Totally Awesomes in your first turn. And then by doing that as well, what's really fun and really interesting is, if you do that, you can make 2 Totally Awesomes and bring out in your standby phase 2 Duke Frogs. And by bringing out 2 Duke Frogs with 2 Totally Awesomes as well, you can then stop your opponent from attacking your Totally Awesomes, because they have to attack a Duke Frog, but because there's 2 on the board, they can't actually attack in general, because one's trying to be attacked to 1, but the other actually is trying to make you attack that one, so you cannot attack in general. And then once you negate with Totally Awesome in their turn, you contribute it, add back this to your hand, and then next turn, because the other one will be in the graveyard because you detach it to summon the Swap Frog, you can go again. And initially, if you don't have a Swap Frog in hand, you can still summon it from the graveyard and make any rank 2 that you want to. And at that point, you probably won't want to make a Totally Awesome, because there's so many really cool Exceeds in the deck. And going into it more, the other Exceeds in the deck are really good and really powerful. We've got this Prozoic and this one here. I can't really pronounce the names.
We have got Paleozoic Anomalocaris and Paleozoic Opabinia.
Yeah, never got that. But the real good thing about this is, because while you're initially setting up with the Totally Awesome play, you should then, with the odds of the deck having 40 in the deck with all these trap cards, is you should initially draw one of the trap cards as well. So at that point, these gain some really good effects by having trap cards as the materials underneath them. So what this one allows you to do is you can detach a material from it, add any trap from your hand, that's Paleozoic, and then in your turn as well, you can actually activate these from your hand. So doing that is, while you detach the trap that's a material underneath it to add, let's say you'll add the Mystical Space Typhoon Paleozoic, you can then activate this from your hand, destroy the threat your opponent has face down, and if they activate their threat, you can then special summon the one you detach from the graveyard because they're activating it, or if they don't respond, because you're activating a trap itself, you can then summon it from the graveyard as a monster in that turn, and then you can then even make some even more cool Exceeds, and then we could even go into this one, and what this one really does is, if you activate a trap card and it's sent from your side of the field to the graveyard, or if a trap card is sent from your side of the field to the graveyard, so if they destroy it, you can then reveal the top card of your deck once the chain resolves. And if it's a trap card, you can add it to your hand. And it doesn't have to be Paleozoic. You can add any really cool trap cards, such as like Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, and even the new one, Dimensional Barrier, which actually locks out a lot of opponents, which we'll get to in a second. And another thing, it's a quick effect. So with being a quick effect, you can detach a material as long as you've got a trap card underneath it as a Paleozoic, and destroy a card on the field during another player's turn. So it can actually really block out and clear out a lot of your opponent's threats in that turn, and then you can deal a lot of damage because you have Totally Awesome and this on board, and then next turn you can destroy their key threat to try and come back to your field while you have a Totally Awesome to negate what other card you can. So realistically, this deck actually takes a lot of control of the game while gaining advantage early on, and then late and mid game you actually can just keep winning because you have all the trap cards in the graveyard while your opponent's trying to come back to the game. And like going back into that with Dimensional Barrier, the reason why this is really good as well is, if you play the mirror match and because you go into more control as well, you can stop their initial threat, because you need a turn realistically to set up if you don't open any of the monsters. And if you need a turn, you can play this card, stop their turn with either Exceeds or XYZs, Pendulum Monsters, Synchros, and Fusions as well. You stop their initial key play, and because it's a trap card, you can actually activate your traps in the graveyard to summon it, stop what they're doing, and then next turn then you can actually recover or even just initially make your key play of Totally Awesome and then actually win the game because you made that card.
So I can already, lots and lots of strategy there. I can tell you're really, really enthusiastic about this deck. One last thing, because I think we're going to be running low on time for this segment. No, it's cool. It's really nice to see that you're really, really enthusiastic about it. Now, one last thing that you told me that you're thinking about siding was a mass change in there, mass change 2. And that's to be able to play, Acid here. Basically, so in your own phase, you'll be able to just wipe your opponent's board, and then they don't have to. Well, they don't have anything really, do they? Right. So yeah, you have a lot of strategy there. So do you think this time round you may get a YCS win out of it?
One thing, I would love a YCS win, and so I'm really thinking about this time, and I'm gonna, my chances are there, but there's a lot of really good players here this weekend, and I think anyone's good enough to win.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for coming on. It's absolutely great. Have fun in the next 2 days. Wish you the best of luck. And we'll be right back.
So guys, this is it. It's going to be the final duel of the day. Alberto Conti from Italy against Typhoon Bayraktar. With that, it's time to duel. So Typhoon on the left with Magic Spectre, the Pendulum version, and Alberto on the right with his proven Cosmo deck.
Yep.
And for the last time today, Ryan on the right and Luca on the left, standing behind those players, entering the cards in our app. So we can show you guys what they have been drawing into. Let's start with Alberto. He's got Cosmo Dark Destroyer, Max C. There we go.
That's a nice handshake.
And Ryan and Luca do the same.
I don't understand.
He's a troll.
Okay, that's a strong. That's a strong.
That's a Magical Abductor.
That's a strong opening there for Magical Abductor.
Okay, we got the entire opening hand
there's
for
Maxi.
Alberto. There was Maxi in the opening hand. Now it's in the graveyard where it belongs.
There's no reason not to play it straight away here.
How many cards is he going to draw?
One.
Just one. Okay.
At most, he may not even draw one. But it all comes down to whether Typhoon really thinks that Kieran's worth it, and I think that it is. Okay, double Kieran here. Okay, so this is really, really strong. He's able to put both Kierans on the field. Me and Marcello were talking about this last game, how having double Kieran, obviously you can't use them both in one turn, but having it on the field makes it so that if it sticks around, like you might as well have it, and if it sticks around, then it's safe from any kind of strikes or anything like that. Okay, wait, did he open Garunix?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Fire King, Avatar Garunix.
That's rough.
And Island. So, whereas Typhoon has a great opening hand, Alberto doesn't.
Not so much.
He's still got some cards in his hand, but nothing really threatening here, is it?
No. I mean, he's kind of a bit of an investment plan. So he's going to bounce away that
Slip Rider
before it gets its chance to be destroyed by the Fire King Island. But that's the one copy of Fire King Island gone now.
Right. So now it's basically a Cosmo deck.
Yeah, just regular Cosmo.
Pretty much, yeah. So that's it for Alberto. He just went down from 6 to 3 cards.
He drew Terraforming. Wow. Okay, so this puts Magical Abductor in a great spot right now because he's going to be able to get the full counters of Magical Abductor, use Magical Abductor's effects to go and search for any of these cards that he wants from his deck. He's probably going to be able to win this turn.
Right, so Typhoon's hand just continue to shape in a perfect form.
Yeah,
he's
just
like
more and more Kierans.
It's a piece of art
Yeah.
that Magic Spectre deck is doing right there.
Yeah.
It's like a sculpture coming together.
Yeah.
And there's the Sky Iris. He's pulling so far ahead.
Yeah, this is crazy. He probably is going to be able to win this turn.
Right. We did see the Cosmo deck coming back from some rough positions.
Yeah.
But this time around, it doesn't look
No,
that
he's
fortunate.
got nothing on the field, essentially. His Cosmojo is not going to help at all. So putting Drag Pulse, that gives him the full range of 1 to 8 scales. So yeah, using Dragon Pit, it doesn't even matter if that back row is a real one or not.
Oh, by the way, Ryan was looking at the top decks of today, and he was. This is game 1. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, let's not undersell that. It's already 1-0 for Typhoon.
Huge pendulum
Barrack.
summon.
Yeah. Germany.
What is it with our finals?
I don't know. For some reason,
the finals of our events never last at all very long.
Yeah, every time the players are like, "Yeah, I have to show you guys why I'm here. This is the reason. This is the reason." Typhoon Bayraktar takes the first game in a hurry. It's 1-0 for Germany against Alberto Conti from Italy. Earlier we saw something very interesting in our top 8 feature match, where a player was even explaining after the match in great detail that he had certain cards in the sideboard that helped him go second. He won the first game, and then his opponent, to his own surprise, told him after sideboarding, "You're going to go first." So his boarding plan was completely screwed, and he said it was the correct choice of the opponent to have me go first if he knew my deck list, if he knew that I'm reciting all of those cards that can really help me
going second.
Yeah, exactly. Claim control over the field even when I'm going second. I'm not sure if we're going to see this here. I think both of these guys really want to go first.
Yeah.
With Typhoon, of course, he's got cards like Secret Village. That's something you want to resolve before your opponent has his turn. And on the other side, we got the anti-spell fragrance for Alberto.
Fragrance.
Same story there.
Yeah, spell fragrance is going to be a big factor in this game if it manages to resolve.
Yeah. And Ryan looked at the top 4 deck list to continue that story from early on.
Yeah.
And he looked at them. He's like, it's quite a cool and diverse metagame. Like 4 different decks in the top 4, but all of them have one thing in common. I was like, oh, what is that? And he's like, tomorrow they have to play with a different deck. So talk about a very equal distribution in terms of hits with the new restricted and limited list. That was a pretty good example of that.
Yeah, well, that's
the point.
Only justifies it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so all those times where I've seen people say it before in the past, where they say, "Oh, well, they're just going to look at what wins the next YCS and hit those instead," and yeah, it's predictions at its best.
Yes, it is. All right. So what do you think is going to happen? Are we going to see a 2-0 clean sweep, or is it going to be?
He's gonna quick handshake. I don't. It all depends on where Alberto decides to go with if he lets him go first or not. I think Alberto is going to go first. His deck is made to go first. Yeah. Really, Alberto's deck is made to go first, and there's no possible way that he can.
It's also like we asked him because he also won his round when he went second, and he told me, "Yeah, I was surprised when I'm always surprised when somebody lets me go first after they lost their first game."
Yeah, I think it really is a go first meta.
Unless, of course, you're playing one of these few decks that really want to go second. I mean, Burn was the one example.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bochum 2016. For the culmination of day 1, we made it!
We made it.
Woo! It's
been a long
almost
day.
11 p.m. It is past 11 p.m. Wow.
I was asked what time it was without looking at a clock, and I said 8.
Yeah.
That's how.
Yeah,
that's how
I asked him. He said 8 o'clock.
Close, yeah. We started streaming something like 11 hours ago. Oof.
We're still going.
We're still going strong. I would say we're still going strong. Guys, let's take a look at the country breakdown at the start of the tournament. Let's bring that up for you, because we haven't been talking about that for a little while.
It's casual round 8, by the way, for those who didn't notice.
That's a good point, yeah. So this is what it looked like at the start of the day. More than 1,000 Germans, almost setting up an attendance records in terms of single country, but I think in Milan we had even more Italians, which is crazy.
Yes, we did, yeah.
But thanks to the guys from the other countries, we have the largest European Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament of all time this weekend.
And this was actually before all of them had been put in, I believe, as well?
No, I think this is actually updating every time, yeah. So let's take a look at what this looks like in this round. I would say that the spread is pretty much the same for the most part. I mean, of course, Germany is still leading. They lost half their players. Italy with 48. They started with 76. Pretty good conversion rate, as always. Always. We always say that about the Italians. Netherlands, on the other hand, also started with 74, just 2 players less than Italy, now trailing behind Italy. So the Dutch guys didn't do so well. Sorry.
Not as a good a conversion rate.
Yeah. Then we got France, 22 out of 54 still in there, less than 50% conversion rate. 22 out of 51 for Switzerland, slightly better. The UK is... Oh, actually the UK moved up. Props to them. They only had 44 players here, so less than France, less than Switzerland. Now they are in front of those 2 countries.
Yep.
Good results for them.
Little bit of national pride from me and Luke here.
This is the metagame breakdown at the start of round 1. And this is what it looked like this morning. We're talking about a bit of a trinity, Metal Foes, ABC, Paleozoic. This breakdown doesn't really tell the same story because Paleozoic is in 3rd place.
Yeah.
However, let's take a look at what this looks like after 8 rounds. You can see Paleozoic is still in 3rd, but they were starting with 129 and they are down to 75. So the gap is closing.
Yeah, their conversion rate is much higher than Metal Foes and ABC.
Yes, definitely.
ABC is the worst out of those 3, going down less than half in numbers. Metal Foes from 273 down to 139, that's roughly 50%.
Yeah.
We're talking about 50% Metal Foes, less than 50, definitely less than 50 for ABC, more than 50 for Paleozoic, which makes this a good choice for the weekend. Mermaid started with 86, they are now at 39, so roughly the same conversion rate as Metal Foes.
But generally, Mermail and Paleozoic is basically just both trying to run off of the Frog and Toad engine. So they're essentially pretty much almost the same deck. They just like to run things a little bit differently.
Right. Interestingly enough, both Blue Eyes White Dragon and Awesome Hero started with 74 players. Now they're both at 36, so they have the exact same conversion rate.
Yeah.
And nothing has changed here, which is another thing that we should point out. If we just quickly go back to the round 1 and then go back to round 8, it's the same decks. No single deck has shifted positions. All of them have stayed in the same position, even though their conversion rates have been different. That is it for stats. Now let's look at our feature match. We got 2 great choices, in my opinion.
Yeah,
yes,
really,
definitely.
really crazy matchup.
Definitely.
For the end of the day.
So what we're looking at the moment is we've got Vincent Nicholas, who is playing Monarchs.
Wait for it.
Monarchs.
Yeah, he took a
Monarchs
trip
or
of last
Black?
year airlines.
What year is it?
Yeah. And he's 5-2. He's got a chance. He's on the bubble. If he wins this, he's in day 2.
Yeah.
His opponent, same thing is true for him. It's Aaron Nigeman, and he's playing
Infernoid.
This is crazy.
Again.
What year is it?
All right, guys. We have another feature match in store for you in case this goes down very quickly. Some of us here expect it to go down very quickly.
Like a lead balloon.
All right. With that, let's take you to the feature match table for the second to last time today for our round 8 feature match, guys. All right. We see Vincent on the left and Aaron on the right. Vincent, actually, his friend was ratting him out, coming up to me and saying, Vincent is playing Domain Monarchs, he should get a feature match. I was like, okay, that's cool. Then I walked up to him, because I didn't know his last name. Then Vincent was like, yeah, I don't know, everybody's going to see me scrub out and play Domain Monarchs, and people are going to make fun of this, so no, don't want to have a feature match. I'm like, okay, that's fine, you don't have to have a feature match, but I'm just saying, earlier today, somebody came up to me and said, I had a chance to get interviewed by you. Or somebody put this on the stream, sorry, on the Twitch chat, actually. you helped me. Thank you very much. He told me there was a friend of mine who had a chance to be interviewed in YCS Prague more than 2 years ago, basically. He didn't go take you up on the offer, and he regrets it until this day. So I told this very same thing to Vincent, and then I said, and that's all I'm going to say, and I'm going to leave you with that. 10 minutes later, he came back to me and he said, I changed my mind. I want to be in the feature match.
Okay,
So
let's look at that opening hand.
That's
Aaron
for story
has
time.
Got his reasoning. So we're
Yep,
good.
yeah.
Already.
That
Yeah, basically. That's how Infernoids work. Now, he's not going first there, though. We have got the Monarchs going first.
Yeah, synchroing into... Oh, no, just tributing.
Yep, into Aether.
Yeah.
It's so funny, like, oh yeah, I remember those cards.
Into his one copy of Aether.
Yeah, I mean, for those who kind of missed that particular format, this is one of the cards that turned this into a powerhouse.
It was huge because it's a big monster, big attack, and special summon more big monsters with big attack, and then their effects kick off as well.
Actually, the most recent Forbidden Unlimited list, I helped work on it with Matt, and this was one of my main suggestions over anything else, that we put Ether at 1.
Yeah.
Down comes the Kuraz.
And you ended up being right.
I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, I think most players were as well. Just to add a little extra pat on your back there.
Yeah.
All right, so how good is this opening for Vincent?
It's hard to say because no one really plays Monarchs anymore. It's really hard to. I mean, he's basically got all of his cards. All of it. It doesn't look right now like we're in 2016. He's kind of just playing it as if he's back in Monarch format. So, yeah, and not the 2004 version, the 2015 version, 16 even. Yeah, actually, that's really funny. I did an interview with Marcello and Federico Zappini earlier, and we were reminiscing completely about the last year of Yu-Gi-Oh! And something that we completely skipped over was Monarchs. It's as if nobody wanted to talk about it. Only now do I realize that. That's quite funny.
We also had a bit
so it's domain, and domain. I think I picked domain, but that particular one, you ain't having any of the others.
Yeah. And yeah, so he doesn't have an extra deck, so it's definitely domain Monarchs, and he's gonna.
So interestingly, I don't know if people noticed there that as soon as he noticed that Monarchs was being played there, Aaron just put all 5 cards in his hand in front of him, waiting for Erebus to get rid of his hand there.
Yeah, it's a very fun way of mocking your opponent in a way. Now this is what you're playing. There you go. Just do whatever you want. I don't give a.
Yeah, and so Vincent here is playing this deck exactly as it's supposed to be. He's going to set
But this is working like a well-oiled machine, really.
Yeah.
It's the perfect engine going on here, and I thought everything was down to 1.
Okay, and there's the escalation set there so that he can tribute some of the Kuraz or the Erebus during his opponent's turn. Down comes the Terratop, so he can go and get the Tekaton Borg.
The 1-card combo.
Wait, he opened Ether? Yes, that's how you win with this deck.
Yep.
Yeah, it's strong. It's a strong maneuver. I advise it.
Right. So there was a bit of confusion actually with some of the players not understanding the announcements at the start of the day, because on the website it initially said we're going to play 9 rounds today, which is what we always claim, and very few times we follow it through.
What you gonna call?
Because all
Ghostbusters. Probably, yeah. I would say 4, but
apparently it wasn't
call
called.
4.
Yeah, I wonder. You can call 4 or 1 in this deck. You can call 1 for the Infernoid Decatron.
Did you
or
know
4
what he was going
Exactly.
up against?
Actually, reasoning would tell you.
Yeah, no. When he had to say something for reasoning, he didn't know.
Well, he wouldn't know, but just the
generally
act
speaking,
of playing reasoning.
Yeah, okay.
would be
Indicates.
enough.
Yeah. Could be 6 Samurai.
In the OCG right now, they just got some changes to 6 Samurais.
Yeah, and let's see if we get them too. I mean, who wants to see 6 Samurai back? No? Is that a no?
I liked 6 Samurai.
I was okay with it.
Really cool.
I played 6 Samurai when it was a very different deck. Like synchros weren't a thing when I was playing 6 Samurai.
Like not aggressive?
Yeah,
I
I
think Synchros weren't a
remember-
thing when I was playing Six
Yeah,
Samurai.
I remember.
Grandmaster of the Six Samurai was your best card.
Grandmaster and then Great Shogun Shien.
Okay, that's true. It wasn't super aggressive at that moment.
Okay, what's his play?
He's just got to go up into some big synchro monsters. That's the main goal here, and hopefully, he knows that's escalation. So yeah, just got to see how that goes.
How's he going to go do a synchro play?
With Terratop and Raiden.
What does that domain say?
That's a very fair point. Why did I completely not realize that?
You completely forgot that he's playing against Monarchs, didn't you?
Yeah, I just...
Monarchs is one of those formats that everybody just completely skips mentally.
Yeah, I think I've just...
You just check yourself
tried to
out.
forget it, yeah.
You just check yourself out at the tournament registration. You're like, yeah, I've got to take a break the next round.
Yeah.
My brain is not going to work.
Which is why I'm thinking, what can Aaron do here?
Well,
actually,
he can Decatron into Pyrmas, and Pyrmas can take away the domain, but he's not done that.
And then he still has his synchro that he can do. But what would he synchro into? Hey, here's his deck list.
Yeah, stuff like Cyflame Lord Omega or Scrap Archfiend. It's on the back.
Yeah, it's hiding on the backside.
Yeah, Chambara.
How amazing it is that we got Domain Monarchs versus Infernoid in round 8, and both of these guys can actually advance to day 2.
Yeah.
Is whoever wins this basically advances to round 2. Although tomorrow there is round 9.
Yeah.
That's first thing in the morning, and then we cut.
Yeah, some people, they did understand that we're playing 8 rounds today, but they thought that the cut would still be performed tomorrow. Well, that doesn't make any sense, of course. So we're going to perform the cut at the end of today. The top 256 players, or everybody with 18 points or more, whatever is higher out of those two, is going to advance to day 2. 3 more rounds, cutting down again to top 32. All right. So we got one Lonely Monarch against a lot of different cards, really. Like there's a Lightsworn card, there's a Speedroid, another Speedroid, and then of course an Infernoid.
One was called for reasoning.
Oh, okay. Not a bad call.
No.
So who are you going to call? Number 1.
The authorities.
No. Yeah. They were very helpful, actually. We got to give a shout out to them. Earlier today, we did have some of the authorities here, and they did a very lovely job of sorting problems out for us.
You learned some new things about German law that you didn't know.
That is true, yeah. And I actually passed it on later, and Marcello was very happy about that. I'm not sure if he followed through and everything, but I think he was very happy when he heard about it for the first time.
Okay, what has he played there?
So we got Erebus,
Is that
Escalation,
Mithra the
Domain.
Thunder
It
Vassal?
should be Mithra, yeah. Because the other cards in his hand are Kuros and Idea, and it doesn't look like either of those. For some reason, everything updates very slowly today. He's also got, Vincent still got an Allure of Darkness in hand. As you can see on the right side, he's actually putting everything on the table now. It's not very common for Monarchs to
put everything on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
They're not explosive in any way. Normally it's like one monarch, nothing.
3 monarchs.
Ah.
3 monarchs, empty your hand.
I didn't see that
blow
very
up your
often.
field,
I
attack
didn't see
you.
that very often.
Yeah, it's because a lot of people that were playing monarchs played the long game when they could have pretty much just wiped the floor.
That's what I'm used to. So you're saying this deck can be much better than I'm used to seeing it.
It's very different nowadays. When they don't have those huge control options, they have to really choose their battles and make some explosive plays.
Okay, so Decatron has, I believe, just destroyed. He's tributed to banish the Ether.
There's the next attack. Is he going to be able to wipe the entire board? Not quite. No, actually,
Probably,
that's the gigantic token. That's
the Giganto token.
The Gigantoken.
Coming this winter to a Bochum near you.
Gigant token in last token standing.
Oh, tributing 2. Draw 2.
I popped him with
Oh,
Kuraz.
popped him Kuraz.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's because I looked away for a second.
Yeah.
It looks pretty good for Vincent. I mean, some said this is not the best matchup for Domain Monarch.
No, because you can just use the Decatron to kind of bypass that limitation, because you can send whatever you want with Decatron and be happy about it.
As somebody basically, I'm just looking over Twitch chat, somebody actually made a very good point. Why didn't he use Petrulia's effect? And then somebody said, I guess it was just too much pressure, which makes complete sense.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. You got to remember that
they're
in,
it's Petrulia, not PMS, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So they're all being stared at in there by 2 judges and 2 staff members with a big camera pointing at them. It's really, really kind of intense in there.
Yeah, so far Vincent doesn't. There's not a single reason, in my opinion, for Vincent feeling bad about being in this featured match.
No, he's looking pretty good actually.
If anything, yeah, he's showing us that he knows how his deck is working.
Yeah.
Whereas Aaron did have a problem when he realized, oh yeah, there's no synchro summons.
Yeah. I think maybe he had the same problem we did, where we just tried to forget about it.
It's your coping strategy.
Yeah,
just banishing it in like the back of your head, basically.
Yeah. You've seen the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. You know how there's this Yugi's mind has got all those locked rooms.
Yeah,
That's basically what my head is. And you know what? There's one that's got about 10 locks on it.
And that is that format.
Yeah. There's so many locks on that door. Trust me, it's heavy.
My head. Why won't the pain stop?
Stop both! I'm having flashbacks.
Kuraz is coming down. It's gonna. Oh, and the domain's gone, but I don't think it really matters at this point.
Yeah. That was because of deity.
It doesn't really look like Vincent cares too much about this.
No.
Aaron has got Petrulia in charge of the Light Brigade in his hand. I don't know, my hands just stopped conducting for a second there.
Yeah, no electricity right there. Vincent now has got Ados and 2 copies of Maxi, in fact. So if Aaron tries to come back with a big swing or something, Vincent is at least going to draw 1,000,000 cards. And it's interesting. Who is the favorite in like a game state where both players only have very few cards? I mean, when you got 2 heavy hitters on the field, I guess it's Domain Monarch.
Yeah, Domain Monarch. It depends entirely on what Aaron's got in his graveyard. If he's got the resources in there to, make some nice Infernoid summons, then
Aaron's got a lot in his graveyard. He's already done a lot of Infernoid